Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1134 to Chapter 1215. Feng Qingyu naturally wanted to refuse, but under Li Zhongzhou's tyrannical request, she obediently lay on the stretcher and was carried to the medical hall. Today's battle was indeed an extremely tough challenge for Feng Qingyu. If it wasn't for Li Zhongzhou's timely return, Feng Qingyu would probably be dead by now. Li Tianqing arranged for people to start cleaning up the mess. As for the people from Thunderbolt sect who were kneeling, Li Zhongzhou ordered them to be tied to the wooden stakes on the drill ground and smeared honey all over their bodies. This group of people who were always clamoring to exterminate someone were all scared witless when the honey was smeared on their bodies. Some of them even begged for mercy. However, no one from the Li family showed mercy. It was useless even if they called for their father. It was cool at night, but many mosquitoes, rats, and ants loved the sweetness of the honey, so there was no need for them to run away. The Skyblaze Royal Lion came back with a crippled Xianxia in its mouth. In tonight's battle, the Skyblaze Royal Lion's imposing figure was displayed in front of everyone. It was extremely shocking. Was this the majesty of a Lion King? It was really shocking. It could fight a group of people alone. This was the overbearing charm of the Skyblaze Royal Lion. As for the Skyblaze Royal Python, it was also extremely despised by everyone. Although the Skyblaze Royal Python was controlled by someone else and was not of its own accord, it couldn't live if the young master wanted it dead. At the same time, it also taught the Li family a lesson. Anyone who betrayed the family would never be easily forgiven. Even the primitive emperor-level meta beast had no intention of letting it go. It was enough to see how determined Li Zhongzhou was. Bang! The Skyblaze Royal Lion threw Xianxia to the ground. Then, it walked to Li Zhongzhou's side and lay down to sleep. This battle had consumed most of the Skyblaze Royal Lion's energy, so it needed to recover. Li Zhongzhou threw an elixir pill to the Skyblaze Royal Lion. It seemed like he had to refine the elixir pill for the Skyblaze Royal Lion. The loyalty of this guy today had exceeded Li Zhongzhou's imagination. How do we deal with this guy? I need to retrieve his memory first. Li Zhongzhou said. These people who claimed to be summoners obviously had some ability. Otherwise, how could they change the will of the heavenly Yama Python? Logically speaking, if the heavenly Yama Python went against Li Zhongzhou's will, it would die immediately. It would die on the spot. Li Zhongzhou had already set the red line that these meta beasts could touch. If they touched it, they could only wait for death. It was useless no matter who gave them the chance. They would be killed by the mental strength contract directly. However, the Blaze Royal Python was blocked. If Li Zhongzhou hadn't noticed that the situation in Luoxia City wasn't right when he approached it, the Blaze Royal Python seemed to have disappeared. Therefore, he quickly rushed back. Fortunately, he came back in time. Otherwise, Li Zhongzhou wouldn't be able to explain himself. He couldn't face it. Although Li Zhongzhou looked calm on the surface, he was actually afraid. Therefore, when Li Zhongzhou arrived at Luoxia City, the Thunderbolt sect no longer needed to exist. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, Li Zhongzhou would definitely kill, destroy, and kill them all without hesitation. Li Zhongzhou directly pressed his hand on the latter's head. Although Xianxia was dying, he still had a breath left. At this moment, Xianxu's body was curled up. When he sensed Li Zhongzhou's approach, he immediately trembled and felt a bone-chilling coldness. Suddenly, Xianxu's body tensed up. Li Zhongzhou's power directly poured into Xianxu's body. His mental strength also crazily plundered the latter's power. At the same time, he brutally pulled out the information in Xianxu's mind and forcibly browsed through it. When Li Zhongzhou's power withdrew, Xianxu's body fell to the ground. Xianxu's body also fell to the ground with a plop. During the absorption process just now, Xianxu's body involuntarily rose into the air. When Li Zhongzhou digested the memories in Xianxu's mind, he couldn't help but sneer. A mere unorthodox sect dares to challenge my Li family. Li Zhongzhou had a rough idea of why these people were here. It turned out that they had their eyes on the two meta beasts, the Skyblaze Lion and the Skyhell Python. These two meta beasts had the royal bloodline. And Xianxia from the Thunderbolt sect just happened to be in need of a breakthrough. Meta beasts with the royal bloodline were very precious to these so-called summoners. Once the royal bloodline was activated, they might even be able to obtain some ancient inheritance. However, it was extremely difficult to capture a primitive emperor-level meta-beast alive, especially one that was as powerful as the Skyblaze lion, and subdue it. Therefore, Xianxia and the others had observed for a few days and formulated a trap and plan. They were prepared to capture them one by one. The so-called summoners were, in fact, just some kind of cultivation method that these people used to superimpose each other's mental strength. Through this method, they gathered their power and opened up a spiritual space. This way, they could contract multiple meta-beasts, and those with talent could summon them individually. Basically, a person could only contract 3 meta-beasts at most. The dozen people just now could only summon a dozen meta-beasts in total. They were really useless. As for Xianxia, other than the 8-clawed monster, he did not have any other meta-beasts. Therefore, he could not wait to capture the Skyblaze lion. Therefore, he attacked directly without any regard for the lives of the Li family members. At the beginning, Xianxia was indeed like a high and mighty god. But now, he had become a retard with mental retardation. Bring him to the drill ground as well. Li Zhongjiu said. Even if he was a retard, I can't let him off easily. Yes, young master. In tonight's battle, Li Zhongjiu of the Li family had once again displayed his terrifying strength. Immediately, the entire dynasty would be drowned by Li Zhongjiu's reputation. Li Zhongjiu, who had not appeared for a long time, had actually made his move again. Many people were unfamiliar with the name Thunderbolt sect. However, those who had been in the underworld for a long time had vaguely heard of the Thunderbolt sect. When they found out that the Thunderbolt sect had been beaten so badly, they were all shocked and in disbelief. Although the houses were destroyed, it was not difficult to rebuild them. Everyone from the Li family also went to the temporary settlement. This temporary accommodation was called the Zhongjiu residence. Li Tianqing had specially built it for Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zhongjiu had grown up and was going to have children in the future. It would not be appropriate for him to squeeze in the same courtyard as the rest of the Li family. Those who had made some contributions were also given their own courtyard. The Li family did not dare to say anything else, but this was still something that the Li family could do. This name is too direct. Li Zhongjiu looked at the plaque and felt embarrassed. However, Li Tianqing did not feel the slightest bit. In tonight's battle, although many people from the Li family were injured, fortunately, none of them were sacrificed. Therefore, it could be considered as a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Almost the entire night, the Li family was in a state of excitement. All the injured people were rewarded. This made these people even more determined to die in the Li family in the future even if they had to die. With such a powerful young master, what else was there to be afraid of? However, the destruction of the Qilin battleship made Li Zhongjiu a little angry. That night, he sent a message to the White Deer Mansion and rushed to build 2 Eagle battleships. After all, the piloting requirements of the Eagle battleship were higher. It was useless to build more. Hence, he needed Li Yan to take in a disciple or something. After escaping, Wei Guanghua looked like he was possessed. He first found a place to rest. After all, what happened just now was really hard to accept. It was only now that he reacted. He felt a lingering fear and a chill ran down his spine. Luckily, he had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the other party. Where did that guy come from? Is he Li Zhongjiu? How can there be such a perverted person? He's so powerful. Wei Guanghua, who was still in shock, recalled carefully. That Li Zhongjiu didn't even use his full strength. He just casually waved his hand and killed all the meta-beasts in the sky. How was he going to settle this matter? He had never seen such a situation before. His legs felt like jelly for half a day. No, I have to return to the sect immediately. Wei Guanghua leaped up and headed in the direction of the Thunderbolt sect. He just hoped that nothing would happen to the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. After dealing with Li Zhongjiu, the next person to deal with was him. The Thunderbolt sect was located in an extremely secluded place. It was even located at the borders of the Xingyan dynasty. Wei Guanghua returned to the Thunderbolt sect. In order to prove that he had escaped, Wei Guanghua also broke one of his arms. When he came, he had already thought of all the excuses. He would say that the young sect master was detained by these people. He did not know the specific situation, but these people were obviously here for the sect. This way, it would be much easier to explain. When Wei Guanghua arrived at the main hall of the Thunderbolt sect, he immediately knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Sect master, bad news, bad news. Young sect master has been captured. The head of the Thunderbolt sect, Songju. What? Who is so bold? Songju was furious. Although the Thunderbolt sect had always kept a low profile, they had already announced their existence a long time ago. This had given some people on the continent a certain amount of deterrence, letting these people know that the Thunderbolt sect was not to be trifled with. However, they would not take the initiative to stir up trouble. After all, the Thunderbolt sect only liked to stay in small corners and catch meta beasts to nurture them. However, he had never seen a situation similar to today's. Not only did they capture the young sect master. They even said some harsh words. What did they say? They said that we should bring as many people as we have. They are afraid that they won't be able to kill enough. They are also afraid that they won't be able to eat as many meta beasts as we have. Wei Guanghua's words caused the head of the Thunderbolt sect to explode. Li Zongjiu, I would like to see how many people from the Thunderbolt sect you can kill and how many meta beasts you can eat. Songju shouted angrily. Then, the entire Thunderbolt sect seemed to be roaring in unison. The entire sky trembled because of it. Luoxia City. Jiuzhong Prefecture. Li Zongjiu was refining elixirs in front of the azure cauldron. Li Yan was using her improved cultivation to set up a defensive array for the Jiuzhong Prefecture. If she wanted to set up an array for the entire Luoxia City, Li Yan still did not have the ability to do so. She needed someone to set up the base of the array first. Then, she could supplement it later. That way, it would be easier for her to set it up properly. Back in the 9 cities, it was because of Li Zongjiu's help that she was able to set up such a huge maze array. If the array only covered the flowers in the Jiuzhong Prefecture, it wouldn't be a problem. It was a busy night for the Luoxia City. Coincidentally, the Li family's courtyard was a little old and had to be renovated. The heavily injured Li Jiuyan had also recovered with the help of Li Zongjiu. He could get out of bed and walk now. If he could rest for a few more days, the effects would be better. Gu Xuanwu and the rest of the guards were no longer enough to protect the Li family. With Zhou Buchuan and the rest, the guards of the Gu family gradually retreated. However, the relationship between the Gu family and the Li family was still very good. After all, the Gu family did not pose much of a threat to the Li family. With the strength of the Li family, if they wanted to destroy the Gu family, it would only take a snap of their fingers. With General Zhou here, I feel much more at ease. Master, you're exaggerating. Zhou Buchuan and the rest did not tell Li Tianqing that they were people from the ancient times. After all, there was no benefit in revealing this. As long as they could protect the Li family, it did not matter where they came from. As a result, the security of the Li family became even tighter. The members of the Thunderbolt sect on the drill ground had long been bitten by the ants and bugs. The passers-by also shook their heads. With regards to such a situation, these people were the ones who brought it upon themselves and no one pitied them. Instead, they deeply experienced the power of the Li family. They experienced the power of Li Zongjiu of the Li family. They were impressed by him. At the banquet, Li Zongjiu and Li Tianqing were chatting. During this period of time, Li Tianqing's mother had returned to visit her parents. With the Li family's strength, they could directly protect Guanxi town. There would not be any trouble. Fortunately, Li Tianqing's mother was not around. If she knew that the Li family's courtyard had been destroyed, she would be furious. If she had been hurt in the process, it would be even more worrying. What is the background of the Thunderbolt sect? Li Tianqing could not help but ask. If you want to talk about their background, they don't have much of a background. They are just a group of people who accidentally obtained a secret manual and quietly developed it for a few hundred years. They forgot themselves and did not put others in their eyes. Tomorrow, these people will come. When that time comes, the Thunderbolt sect will become history. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. No matter who the other party was or what they had done, as long as they provoked the Li family, there was only one outcome: death. Another day had passed. Just as Li Zhongjiu had expected. The people from Thunderbolt sect came from afar with a mighty aura. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 100 people. Moreover, each of them had at least one meta beast protecting them. Some even had 2 meta beasts, just the number of meta beasts alone was close to 200. Thunderbolt sect's flag was among them. When outside, one had to wear a flag. You have to wear the banner on your body. Otherwise, who would know where you came from? If they could see your flag from afar, they would definitely give you face when they knew that they couldn't compete with you. Xianxia stood on the back of a netherworld dragonhawk. He had been using such a posture all the way here. Now, everyone in Dingquan province knew about it. An extremely secretive sect, Thunderbolt sect, was fighting with Luoxia City's Li family. An earth-shattering drama had officially begun at this moment. Thunderbolt sect's formation had deterred the world. Everyone had to make way for Thunderbolt sect. Hundreds of meta beasts. Half of them were meta emperors. With so many meta beasts attacking at the same time, it was enough to destroy Luoxia City hundreds of times. Everyone could feel the terror within. Meta beasts were here to massacre the city. Originally, the people in the city were very confident in Li Zhongjiu from Li family. However, after seeing Thunderbolt sect's formation, not only did they have confidence, they even had the thought of dying. Roar! Outside Luoxia City, those terrifying and restless meta beasts approached. They had also angered the Sky Blaze Lion. It roared furiously at the sky. Such natural majesty had frightened the hundreds of meta beasts in front of it temporarily. Songju was also stunned when he heard the angry roar of a king. There are actually meta beasts with such pure bloodline. At this moment, Songju's heart was filled with excitement. He led many meta beasts and formed a formation in the air outside Luoxia City. They didn't get close to the city. After all, Luoxia City was the other party's territory. It would be troublesome if there were any traps. The most important thing was to force the other party out. However, Songju quickly saw that there were more than 10 people tied up below. Moreover, their appearance was extremely terrifying. The skin on their faces and the like had been gnawed until it was full of holes. There was even one person whose eyeball was half-eaten. The most painful thing was that they were still alive. From where they were, they could see the people from the Thunderbolt sect. The sect had not given up on them, he really came to save them. Everyone was excited, but they didn't have the energy to cheer. People of the Li family, listen up. Hand over the people from the Thunderbolt sect. Also, call that Li Zhongjiu over. Songju's voice transmitted into Luoxia City. So. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zhongjiu stepped on the Sky Blaze Lion's body and soared into the air. A ball of flame rose from the Sky Blaze Lion's limbs. Can this young master of the Li family do it? He's just one person. How can he not be enough to kill these people? He's clearly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some of the commoners in the city didn't have high hopes for Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zhongjiu's body looked so thin and weak. Even when compared to the Sky Blaze Lion, he looked so small. After all, there were too many of them and there were too many types of them. Some of them were even extremely huge and each of them had a threatening aura. However, they also hoped that Li Zhongjiu could win. If Li Zhongjiu was defeated, then their Sunset City would also suffer a calamity. By then, no one in the city would be left alive. You are Li Zhongjiu? Songju looked at the young man in front of him. At first glance, Li Zhongjiu was indeed extraordinary. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was so extraordinary about him. At least, he didn't panic at all when facing the army of meta beasts behind him. I am. You must be the sect leader of the Thunderbolt sect. It seems that everyone from the Thunderbolt sect is here? Li Zhongjiu didn't even look at the army of meta beasts behind Songju. It was as though he didn't care about them at all. That's right. Release my men from the Thunderbolt sect first. Songju said indifferently. He didn't care about the rest. He only cared about his son. He didn't even care about his son. What he wanted was to save face. At the very least, he had to kill Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Only in this way could he, Songju, regain face for the Thunderbolt sect. Li Zongjiu raised his hand gently and a suction force summoned a dozen figures from the drill ground into the sky. Songyu opened his eyes with great difficulty. When he saw Songju in front of him, he opened his mouth to ask for help. However, there was a loud bang. His head was about to explode, bang bang bang. The rest of the people had their heads blown up by Li Zongjiu's power. When Li Tianqing and the rest saw this scene, their eyes widened and they didn't know what to say. Isn't this a little too arrogant? You should at least give them a word and give them some hope. This isn't playing by the rules. This is completely. Songyu was also dumbfounded. He didn't even react. He thought that Li Zongjiu had done some magic tricks until all the headless corpses fell from the sky and smashed into a pile of mud on the ground. You're digging your own grave. Songju stared at Li Zongjiu angrily. However, Li Zongjiu smiled faintly when he saw this. With a flick of his wrist, the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Today, it's a good day for the Li family in Luoxia City. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, the sword in his hand was already swung. The speed of the sword wasn't fast. However, Songju couldn't dodge it. Not only could Songju not dodge it, but the hundreds of terrifying meta beasts behind him couldn't dodge it either. Boom! The sword aura surged. The dull yet sharp sword aura swept forward. Bang bang bang. Hence, those who were touched by the sword aura were instantly split into two. Immediately after, the aura that the sharp sword aura carried. It also caused the airflow around them to split their bodies into countless pieces. They were destroyed by the aura, swoosh swoosh swoosh, all the meta beasts were swept away by the sword aura. The sky was filled with a bloody mist. It was as if a bloody sandstorm had gathered in the sky. It lingered for a long time. Songju's body was also destroyed by the sword aura. All the people from Thunderbolt sect became a part of the bloody mist and contributed to the huge bloody mist. Everyone was killed by the sword aura. Boom! Above the bloody mist, a flame surged. When the flame appeared, it instantly burned the bloody mist clean. There wasn't even a trace of the smell of blood. Moreover, there were hundreds of meta beasts' essence cores. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and caught all the meta crystals in his hand. The Skyblaze Lion brought Li Zongjiu's body back into Luoxia City. I strongly recommend my master's new book, Glory of the Fist King, conquering the world with iron fists, spreading blood over the mountains and rivers, adoring beauties, conquering heroes. Don't hesitate, read it quickly. The mighty Thunderbolt sect was wiped out by Li Zongjiu with a single sword. No one dared to believe it. Could it be that everything that happened just now was just an illusion created by Li Zongjiu? It was to let the people of Luoxia City know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. Creating such an illusion was, in fact, deceiving people. What's going on? They didn't even fight and it ended just like that? That's right. It's completely different from the final battle I imagined. Some people were already imagining Li Zongjiu using his last bit of strength to counterattack in order to protect Luoxia City. After all, wasn't this usually the case when a hero wanted to succeed and become famous? Li Zongjiu seemed to be a little casual. With a casual swing of his sword, he killed all the people in front of him. Not to mention the others, even Li Tianqing who saw it with his own eyes couldn't believe his eyes. The people of the Li family couldn't believe it either. How did Li Zongjiu do it? What was his cultivation base now? However, if it was magic, it was naturally impossible. The aura just now wasn't something that a magician could create. Li Zongjiu must have killed his opponent with his bare hands. Li Tianqing and the others were naturally shocked. However, Li Yan who was familiar with Li Zongjiu didn't even pay attention to this battle. One had to know how many people Li Zongjiu had killed in the Heikou dynasty. No matter how many experts Li Zongjiu killed, these people still wanted to cause trouble in front of Li Zongjiu. It was already considered lazy that Li Zongjiu didn't go to the Thunderbolt sect. Yet, they still wanted to come over and fight with Li Zongjiu. Now, they had ended up like this. Served them right. Li Zongjiu returned to the city. Why are you all gathered here? Didn't I say it would be done soon? Li Zongjiu had previously instructed everyone not to gather together and to do their own things. However, these people still directly surrounded him. This was not a waste of time. You brat, what did you do just now? Li Tianqing asked excitedly. It's just a small matter. If something like this happens again, just remember to call me. Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. In the next 2 days, Li Zhongjiu also arranged array formations around Luoxia city. Li Yun also stayed behind to teach some family members how to control array formations. She remembered that she hadn't seen Qi Yanran for a long time. Li Zhongjiu also wanted to make a trip to the sacred flame royal city first. It had been almost a month since they had left and come back. Early morning. Li Zhongjiu was preparing to set off. He had also refined some medicinal pills. As for Zhou Bachuan's command, he directly handed it over to Li Tianqing. After that, he would stay in the Li family. He couldn't afford to lose his position as a guard. Li Zhongjiu even specially went to the street to buy some gifts for girls. Li Zhongjiu knew how to refine medicinal pills, but some of the little things that he carved were really exquisite. Although many craftsmen couldn't cultivate, they could hone one thing to the extreme. This required a lot of perseverance and patience. These people didn't know how to cultivate. If they knew how to cultivate, they would basically have nothing to do with it. At this moment, a green-robed old man shuttled through the crowd and soon found Li Zhongjiu. Elderly, something bad has happened. The person who came was none other than Elder Qi Feiyu of the Qi family. Elder Qi had actually come in person. He didn't care about the dust from the journey. Even Li Muyuan said that Elder Qi should rest in the family first. In the end, Elder Qi insisted on coming in person, which led to the scene just now. Elder Qi Feiyu? Li Zhongjiu still had some impression of Qi Feiyu. It's me, elderly, something bad has happened to the young miss. Qi Feiyu gasped for a long breath before he finished speaking. What? Li Zhongjiu was startled when he heard this, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened? Qi Feiyu hurriedly recounted what happened in the Shenhuang mountain forest that day. Li Zhongjiu listened to Qi Feiyu's description. His eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. I know who did it. Li Zhongjiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The murderous intent in his eyes made the people around him feel as if they were trapped in a cage with great pressure. They even felt that someone was crushing their bones and internal organs. You just said that it disappeared. What do you mean? What Elder Qi Feiyu described was undoubtedly Wu Tian's subordinates. As for the storm that Qi Feiyu mentioned, Li Zhongjiu was a little puzzled. Where did the storm come from? However, according to Qi Feiyu, these people didn't achieve their goal of kidnapping Qi Yanran, and Qi Yanran disappeared in the storm. This was also a point of confusion for Li Zhongjiu. Yes, those people didn't succeed and disappeared. According to the guards at the scene, the storm was caused by the flapping of the bird's wings. There was a very powerful bird by the young miss side. The guards of the Qi family also only learned about it at that time. Who would have thought that this little bird was so powerful that it directly killed a black-clothed expert on the spot? It even helped the young miss kill her way out of the encirclement. Could it be, take me to the scene? Li Zhongjiu seemed to have thought of something. Then he said. Wu Tian definitely wouldn't send people to capture Qi Yanran as a hostage. Otherwise, he would have done it himself. With Li Zhongjiu's understanding of Wu Tian, the latter disdained to do such a thing. Therefore, there must be something on Qi Yanran that attracted Wu Tian. Therefore, he sent people. If Li Zhongjiu had to guess, it could be the mountain oak. Or the desolate heaven essence. It couldn't be that he was interested in the longevity tree primordial spirit. As for Qi Yanran's situation, if it was really as Li Zhongjiu guessed, it might not be a bad thing. Qi Feiyu didn't say anything else and set off with Li Zhongjiu. Before leaving, she asked elderly Muyuan to explain to her father that they wouldn't be going back. The Qi family was also worried sick about this matter. When they went to the White Deer Mansion to look for Li Zhongjiu, they found that Li Zhongjiu was not in the country. Now Xiao Zhao was using all of his intelligence network to look for clues related to this matter. But he found nothing. When the Qi family learned that Li Zhongjiu had appeared in Luoxia city, they immediately sent Qi Feiyu to investigate. Now, in the whole world, only Li Zhongjiu had the ability to bring the young miss back. All of their hopes were placed on Li Zhongjiu. Fortunately, they found Li Zhongjiu. The Qi family was worried about the young Miss' safety and had no choice. Shanhuang Mountain Range. There were no longer any traces of the place where the great battle took place. Qi Xiaohun even specially sent a small team to guard here, trying to prevent the environment here from being destroyed. When Li Zongjiu and Qi Feiyu arrived, the Qi family's team was also shocked. Elder. Retreat. Qi Feiyu said, and everyone retreated. It's here. Qi Feiyu pointed at a hole in front of them that had not yet recovered. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and looked at it. He slowly closed his eyes, and a vast mental power was immediately released. It was as if the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles had exploded in an instant. At the same time, the spiritual energy was condensed in his hand. Buzz. A terrifying vibrating force swept over. Li Zongjiu slowly opened his eyes. There was a powerful current surging in front of him, and it gathered in front of him, forming a light screen. The remaining image in the light screen was extremely blurry and shaking. At the same time, what could be seen in the light screen was the scene of the last battle that day. There were more than 10 people on the other side who came to capture Qi Yanran. Half of them were killed by Qi Yanran, but there were more experts lying in ambush. In the end, Qi Yanran was swept away by a storm and disappeared without a trace. Qi Feiyu looked at the scene in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. Was this a joke? How was this possible? Li Zongjiu's magical power could actually condense the image again. What kind of magical power was this? She had never heard of anyone with such an ability. However, the image became blurry towards the end. Yanran is fine. Li Zongjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Feiyu was also baffled when he saw the scene. He had already been swept away, yet he still said that he was fine. He didn't even know what was going on. What exactly was going on, but in comparison, Li Zongjiu was obviously very concerned about Qi Yanran. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. Therefore, Qi Feiyu was very touched. This son-in-law was not bad. Young miss, what happened to her? Qi Feiyu didn't know what had happened to her young miss, so she was also extremely nervous. It seemed that Li Zongjiu knew something. Not only am I fine, I even have a great opportunity. However, it will take some time for me to return. If I'm lucky, I should be able to return within half a year. Li Zongjiu said. However, he did not expect that Yanran would have such a great encounter. The mountain seagull had used its own secret method to bring Qi Yanran to an inheritance place called the Divine Sparrow Realm. No one knew where this place was. He didn't know how to get in either. The only thing he knew was the mountain seagull. Only those recognized by the mountain seagull can lead you to the Divine Sparrow Realm. Obtain the inheritance of the legendary peacock god. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never seen anyone with such an opportunity. But this time, he had seen it with his own eyes. Really? It's good that my young miss is fine. Did she encounter any trouble in half a year? Go back and tell Patriarch Qi that Yanran is receiving an unprecedented inheritance. Tell him not to worry and that she is absolutely safe. Li Zongjiu said. Even he was looking forward to seeing just how powerful this girl could be. However, before that, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the unparalleled sword. What's wrong? Qi Feiyu couldn't help but look at Li Zongjiu. Why did he suddenly pull out the sword? Li Zongjiu directly slashed at the mountain peak in the distance. Boom! The mountain peak shattered. At the same time, 2 black figures directly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Don't worry, none of these people can escape. Li Zongjiu coldly snorted and instantly chased after them. Boom! The 2 people who fled in front were undoubtedly the ones who stayed here to collect information and wait for Qi Yanran to appear again. Who knew that this wait would take more than half a month? Before Qi Yanran appeared, Li Zongjiu's domineering sword was welcomed. The 2 of them hurriedly fled back. Intuition told them that Li Zongjiu's strength was not that simple and he was not someone to be trifled with. If they confronted Li Zongjiu directly, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Therefore, they had to leave first. After all, they had already obtained the information. The Divine Sparrow Realm. This was a very important piece of information. This kind of young supreme-level meta-beast was very precious. Therefore, Wu Tian did not give up and still arranged for people to wait here. The figures of these two people were like two bats, rapidly vibrating their bodies. They directly shuttled through the clouds and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people couldn't catch up with their speed. Unfortunately, although they were vigilant to see if there was anyone following behind them, they couldn't discover Li Zhongzhou's existence. Boom! They had almost crossed half the distance of the continent. Only then did they get close to the Wu Mountain. Since they were here, they might as well get rid of Wu Tian's forces. Whoosh! The two figures entered the Wu Mountain and immediately landed, ready to walk up from the ground. However, just as they landed, a figure directly landed in front of them. Taking a closer look, wasn't this Li Zhongzhou whom he had just seen in the forest? You! Li Zhongzhou directly swung his sword and killed the two of them. Bang, bang. Bang, they died instantly. The sharpness of the unparalleled sword was not something these small fries could compare with. Even Lu Baixian and the others who were at the supreme level could not resist the sharpness of the sword. Wu Tian, you are courting death in this life. Li Zhongzhou immediately rushed to the top of the Wu Mountain with his sword. At this moment, he found a valley on the Wu Mountain with a bloody aura soaring to the sky. Boom! Feeling the appearance of this terrifying aura, Li Zhongzhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou's figure also rushed to the mountain. From a distance of 100 meters, he directly cut the mountain in front of him with his sword. Boom! The rumbling sound of the mountain collapsing could be heard. Wu Tian, who was in the blood valley below, was undergoing an extremely crucial transformation of his strength. Unexpectedly, someone attacked him at this moment. The black-clothed protectors who were guarding the myriad beast blood pool also stood up one after another. He directly used his yuan power to shatter the mountain peak that was about to collapse. Rumble! Violent tremors continued to strike. Finally, before the mountain collapsed, it was smashed into pieces by everyone's concerted efforts. Dust and gravel filled the air. A figure slowly appeared. Protect the master with our lives. Kill! The leading black-clothed expert shouted in a low voice. Immediately, nearly 1,000 black-clothed experts rushed out from behind him. Close to 1,000 black-robed men appeared before him. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Every single one of them had an extremely tyrannical aura brewing on their bodies. If they had such power, they would be able to establish a new dynasty and stand against the other 3 dynasties. This was the power of a dynasty. Ordinary people would not dare to believe that such a power existed. Even the 3 dynasties would not dare to believe that there was such an existence. In the blood pool below, there was a person who was absorbing the power of the blood pool. Outside the blood pool, there was a mountain of corpses. All of them were huge corpses of meta-beasts. Piling up here, it was even more shocking. One could easily tell that these meta-beasts were of the primitive emperor level. 1,000 beasts blood pool? When Li Zhongzhou saw the 1,000 beasts blood pool, he was slightly stunned. In his previous life, he had heard of the existence of the 1,000 beasts blood pool. However, the records of this method were only in a secret scroll from ancient times. It mentioned the 1,000 beasts blood pool. It was a blood pool formed by the accumulation of the blood of the demon race. If the gathered power was integrated into one's body, it would help one break through. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to break through the cultivation of the sovereign realm. In his previous life, Li Zhongzhou had also consumed a large amount of herbs to refine elixirs. In the short span of 3,000 years, he had completed a breakthrough. It was an unbelievable thing for the entire continent. No one had ever reached such a level. Li Zhongzhou was also the first person to do so. Now that the power of the blood pool had entered the stage of boiling, it must be that this guy was cultivating to break through. Sky Wu was cultivating in the blood pool. That was why so many demon race clones were here to stop him. Since the King of Fire and Sky Wu had the same source of power. Sky Wu's identity was also the demon race's divine ancestor. Furthermore, Sky Wu's power recovered faster. He had also mastered a very efficient method, which was to use the 1,000 beasts blood pool to break through. Fortunately, I came in time. If I let you guys wreak havoc in the human world, it would be terrible. In this life, Sky Shaman's strength had grown much faster than expected. If they didn't stop him in time, Wu Tian would definitely become the peak existence of the Holy Martial Continent. At that time, he would definitely lead the army of the demon clan to devour the territory of the human clan. Just like in the ancient times, a war would break out again and kill all the humans. At that time, even Luoxia City would not be spared. Now that Li Zhongjiu was here. If that was the case, there was no need to carry out this plan at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the thousands of devil avatars in front of him were all infused with Sky Shaman's power, which was why they possessed such cultivation. However, they were just temporary bodies. Therefore, there wasn't much life to speak of. The reason for that was because their true bodies had already died. As they rushed over, Li Zhongjiu's peerless sword gently swung, and the sword light immediately shuttled back and forth across the bodies of the black-cloaked men. Shwa! 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 There were broken limbs everywhere. However, although these people's bodies were scrapped, their power did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by a few stronger black-cloaked men. Hundreds of people rushed towards Li Zhongjiu at the same time. Beside Li Zhongjiu, the golden dragon appeared. He managed to block all of the power coming at him. When you were in a group fight, you would know the benefits of having a strong body. Especially when you were being beaten up by a group of people, even if your reaction was fast, you would still be hit a few times by so many people. It was normal to be beaten up. If you couldn't block the power of the opponent, even if you were strong in other aspects, you would still fall to the ground. Therefore, with Li Zhongjiu's physical fitness, there was no need to worry about the opponent's attack at all. Rampaging all the way, he could kill dozens of people with a single sword. These dozens of people were all experts comparable to the primitive Emperor realm. Moreover, most of them were at the late stage of the primitive Emperor realm. Sword chi vibrated. The battle lasted for half an hour. There were no more mountains above 100 meters in the surroundings. All of them had collapsed in the battle just now. Nearly 1,000 black-cloaked men, only 3 of them were left now. The 3 people in front of him had swallowed most of the people's power and condensed it into themselves. At the same time, they each had a treasure in their hands. Obviously, Sky Wu also focused on training these 3 people. In the future, they would definitely be powerful doppelgangers. Just like the doppelgangers he met in the Haiku dynasty that day. These 3 people were also the last trump card left by Sky Wu. Moreover, the 3 of them were more focused on defense. The treasures in their hands were also treasures of the demon race. A white bone trident, a ghost tooth necklace, and a skeleton staff, when the power of the 3 treasures clashed together. Immediately, a white bone barrier was formed and directly enveloped Li Zhongjiu. Countless white bones immediately entrenched themselves under Li Zhongjiu's feet. They struggled as if they wanted to merge with Li Zhongjiu and become white bones. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu released the dragon soul power without hesitation. The white bones in the surroundings were easily shattered. Boom! On the unparalleled sword, the power of the fire ancestor spread out and burned the white bones in front of him. With the appearance of the power of the fire ancestor, the 3 black-clothed men seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Originally, they had been maintaining the white bone barrier. When the power of the fire ancestor burned the white bone barrier immediately collapsed and broke. They had been entangled with these doppelgangers for too long. Li Zhongjiu was also a little irritated. He put away the unparalleled sword. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu raised his hand and a vast amount of elemental energy erupted from his palm. Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm was like 10,000 tons of seawater pouring down, directly swallowing the 3 people in front of him. It had disappeared completely. And at this moment, the power of these people actually returned to Sky Wu's body. With such a small amount of power, he had to recycle it again and again. Don't you think this is troublesome? Li Zhongjiu killed the 3 people with one palm and his figure fell into the blood pool below. Just as Li Zhongjiu's figure approached the blood pool, suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. A blood dragon condensed from the blood pool and swept towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Li Zhongjiu slashed down with his sword. Under the sword energy of the unparalleled sword, the blood dragon automatically split into two figures and then turned into two blood dragons that swept towards Li Zongjiu again. Boom! One of the blood dragons was shattered by Li Zongjiu's fist, and the other blood dragon sent Li Zongjiu flying. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure flew out for hundreds of meters and fell to the ground, exploding with a huge commotion. Behind him, huge boulders were smashed apart. Interesting. Li Zongjiu was extremely satisfied with this battle. After many battles with Sky Wu, they all had breakthroughs and became stronger and stronger. But today, only one of them could survive. Another force from the blood pool directly sealed Li Zongjiu on the spot, as if a blood net had been opened. Immediately, Li Zongjiu exerted all his strength and broke through the blood net in front of him. His right hand held the sword. His left hand held the black dragon hammer. As the hammer landed on the ground, the thunderbolts surged. Like a surging cold light, the thunderbolts rushed forward directly. In the blood pool, Sky Wu was still fusing his power. However, Li Zongjiu had disrupted him many times, which made Sky Wu extremely unhappy. Li Zongjiu was always causing trouble here, which would affect his state. "Kid, do you really think I can't kill you?" Sky Wu's angry voice came from the blood pool. "Kill me? You think you can?" Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The 8 burning soul pillars fell on the 4 sides of the blood pool with a boom. The burning soul pillars were personally refined by Sky Wu. He didn't expect that they would be used by Li Zongjiu. Sky Wu couldn't bear it anymore. Then, he slammed his palm into the pool of blood. Suddenly, the blood pool was filled with the smell of blood, and a blood shadow doppelganger condensed above the blood pool. When the blood shadow doppelganger appeared, the first thing it dealt with was the 8 burning soul pillars. 8 blood vines came out from the blood pool, wrapping around the burning soul pillars. These burning soul pillars were refined with my heart's blood. Do you think you can control them just because you want to? Sky Wu said coldly. The blood vines released their power, pulling the 8 burning soul pillars out. They pulled the pillars out from the ground. Li Zongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand, and the fire ancestor's fire condensed on the sword. The sword energy fell immediately. With a loud boom, Sky Wu's blood shadow doppelganger used his blood palm to resist, but it was directly cut by the sword. This is the unparalleled sword. The sword energy surged, instantly shattering Sky Wu's blood shadow doppelganger. Blood Dragon Soul. Li Zongjiu turned around and transformed into the Blood Dragon Soul. Suddenly, he plunged into the blood pool. Immediately, he began to plunder the power of the myriad beast blood pool. The Blood Dragon Soul was born from blood. The stronger the blood qi, the stronger the power of the Blood Dragon Soul, and the more ferocious the battle. As the Blood Dragon Soul surged over, it devoured most of the power in the blood pool. This made Sky Shaman, who was slowly absorbing the power of the blood pool, fly into a rage. "Bastard! How dare you steal the power of my blood pool?" Wu Tian was extremely furious. This blood pool didn't only contain the blood of meta beasts, it also contained the spiritual herbs that he had collected over the years. Using all sorts of methods, he spent a great deal of effort to create the blood pool. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would step in at such a time? Originally, he wanted to obtain the matchless treasured sword. He would be able to complete the task with one of his clones. His original body was using the myriad beast blood pool to achieve a breakthrough. Once he obtained the matchless treasured sword, his strength would increase exponentially. No one in the entire Xingwu continent would be a match for him. Who would have thought that the King of Fire would be robbed halfway and his clone would be killed? Now, his number one enemy had brought his matchless treasured sword to fight with him for the power of the blood pool. It was equivalent to his hard work. They had all been robbed by Li Zongjiu on the way. This made Sky Shaman extremely unhappy. Where did this damn brat come from? How dare he go against me at every turn? How could Sky Shaman be a match for the Blood Dragon Soul in the blood pool? In the blood pool, the Blood Dragon Soul seemed to have returned to its home. Facing Sky Shaman's attack, the Blood Dragon Soul didn't bother with him at all. Its body swayed and dodged Sky Shaman's attack. Then, it began to absorb the power of the blood pool. It greedily absorbed. The power of the Blood Dragon Soul continued to increase. This naturally meant that Li Zongzhou's strength was gradually becoming more terrifying. The two of them fought for the power of the blood pool at the bottom of the blood pool. 4 hours later, Wu Tian's figure jumped out of the blood pool. At the same time, Li Zongzhou also rushed out. The blood dragon's soul slowly disappeared. There wasn't the slightest trace of the tainted blood on his body. The feeling of my previous life is back. Li Zongzhou clenched his fists. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Sky Shaman, I really don't know how to thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I won't let you die too painfully. Originally, Sky Shaman was arrogant. Li Zongzhou was prepared to torture him. But who would have thought that Sky Shaman would send him gifts one after another? This made Li Zongzhou feel very embarrassed. He had to give him something in return. Li Zongzhou. I, Sky Shaman, swear by my strength that if I can't kill you today, I will destroy myself. Sky Shaman said coldly. He glared at Li Zongzhou. However, Sky Shaman wasn't too flustered and exasperated. He had already calmed down. Li Zongzhou had ruined too many of his plans. He shouldn't have allowed this scourge to continue living. But he actually let him live until now. This was a mistake that Sky Shaman shouldn't have made. He should have killed Li Zongzhou as soon as possible. There's no need to destroy yourself. You won't live past today. I said it. Li Zongzhou's voice faded. He actually put away the unparalleled sword and charged at Sky Shaman with only his fists. Boom. His fist shook. The space seemed to be torn apart by Li Zongzhou's fists. A black light flashed around Sky Shaman's body, and a black cloak appeared on his body. There seemed to be thousands of ghosts wailing on the cloak. The screams of the ghosts filled the air. Ghost cloak. Endless ghosts. The cloak suddenly swept up, bringing the two of them into a world of endless darkness. Li Zongzhou's body shone with a golden light. He threw a punch into the void. Immediately, a hole was torn open in the space, revealing the outside world. But soon, Sky Shaman's power attacked. Countless ghosts occupied Li Zongzhou's body, biting and gnawing at Li Zongzhou's body. There were even ghosts that wanted to enter Li Zongzhou's spiritual world. They wanted to devour Li Zongzhou's spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the malevolent power was incapable of harming Li Zongzhou in the slightest. A palm shot out. Sky Shaman, who was hiding in the darkness, was hit by Li Zongzhou's palm. His whole body rushed out of the dark ghost array and flew out. How is this possible? Sky Shaman, who was hit, stared angrily. Half a month ago, when he fought with Li Zongzhou in Feiyue City, this guy's strength wasn't enough. If it wasn't for the King of Fire, Li Zongzhou would have been torn apart by Sky Shaman. At this moment, Li Zongzhou was able to force him back with a palm. Powerful blood qi swirled around Sky Wu. Being pushed back by Li Zongzhou with a single palm strike was something that shouldn't have happened. From the very beginning, Sky Wu had never looked Li Zongzhou in the eye. In Sky Wu's eyes, Li Zongzhou was nothing more than a grasshopper jumping up and down. How could Li Zongzhou, a supreme being in the sky, fight him? Sky Wu's previous life was the sacred ancestor of the demons. Even in the human race, he was equivalent to an absolute saint. With such cultivation and a glorious history, he was just like Li Zongzhou when he'd just been reborn. He didn't take anyone seriously. However, Sky Shaman's nature was different from Li Zongzhou's rebirth. Li Zongzhou had retained his wisdom and will from his previous life, while Sky Shaman had only awakened his memories from his previous life. His memories of his previous life had already been split into two. Not only had he turned into Sky Wu, but he'd also turned into King of Fire. If the two of them worked together and one day reached the absolute saint realm, then even Li Zongzhou might not be his match. But now, Sky Wu was just a dabbler. It's been a long time since I've fought for real. It seems that the world has long forgotten how terrifying the demons are. Sky Wu roared to the sky, and the blood qi around his body started to swirl around. A vortex appeared in front of him, and within the vortex, a giant blood-red sword appeared. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and grasped the giant blood-red sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of feet of blood qi surged out of Sky Wu's body. This sword is called the Thousand Slaughter Sword. It was refined with the blood of 100,000 humans. I haven't used it in a long time. Today, I'll use your head to refine my sword. Wu Tian said, his tone filled with pride. It was refined with the blood of 100,000 humans. An invisible murderous aura pressed down on him. Haha, do you see this fingernail of mine? I once used this fingernail to kill millions of devils. Do you believe me? Li Zhongjiu raised his pinky finger and showed it to Sky Shaman. Was killing 100,000 people that impressive? He even dared to show off in front of Li Zhongjiu. He had to teach Sky Wu a lesson. Wait till I chop off your head. Let's see if you can still jump around. Sky Wu said coldly. He grabbed the Thousand Slaughter sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Boom, the overbearing power of qi and blood. It formed a terrifying blood storm. Under the storm-like sword momentum, the aura it carried seemed to have become a bloody will that could tear the sky apart. Swish. Swish. The blood qi kept hitting Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu raised an invisible force field in front of him, blocking the countless blood arrows. The unparalleled sword also slashed forward. Boom, unparalleled sword qi immediately shot forward. Their sword qi collided. Immediately, they turned into 4 auras and flew in 4 different directions. The explosion shattered the boulders and trees along the way. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles. After the collision of sword qi, the two figures suddenly approached each other. When they got closer, their sword momentum clashed with each other. The terrifying power fought against each other. One had to admit that Sky Wu's combat power was quite strong. The power of the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand was also above that of the unparalleled sword. Sky Wu slashed down. Although Li Zhongjiu blocked the sword, the power under his feet was instantly annihilated. Thousand Slaughter of the demonic way. The power of the Thousand Slaughter sword in Sky Wu's hand burst out and swept toward Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu turned into a golden dragon, but he was still sent flying tens of thousands of meters by the sword. The boulders and trees along the way were all shattered, and a long path was cleared out. The golden light on Li Zhongjiu's body dimmed at this moment. Sky Wu stopped what he was doing and looked at Li Zhongjiu, who changed in front of him. Although Li Zhongjiu suffered a heavy blow, he was actually not injured. The reason why the golden light dimmed was because Li Zhongjiu had merged the power into his body. Original spirit possession. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu's body was not only glowing with golden light, but all the light was also completely restrained. The power merged into his body. His body, however, turned golden. The only thing that didn't change was the color of Li Zhongjiu's eyes. There seemed to be an even more powerful force in Li Zhongjiu's eyes, protecting Li Zhongjiu's eyes from being occupied by other forces. Useless effort. Sky Wu burst out with 10 times the power from before and rushed toward Li Zhongjiu. When he pointed the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand, the surrounding space seemed to be cut open. There was no way to block Sky Wu's power, so it shattered. Facing Sky Wu's attack, Li Zhongjiu only raised his hand. When he raised his hand, his right hand seemed to faintly reveal the power of the Blood Dragon's soul hidden under his arm. Even the Blood Dragon's soul directly merged into Li Zhongjiu's body. Clang! Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Thousand Slaughter sword in Sky Wu's hand. At this moment, the shattered space around him also gradually recovered. This was a battle of strength. No matter how tyrannical the opponent's power was, even if the space was shattered, Li Zhongjiu could repair the shattered space with a light move. Is that all you have? Li Zhongjiu said disdainfully. Li Zhongjiu never liked to waste too much time on battles. After grabbing the Thousand Slaughter sword, his palm struck toward Sky Wu's head. Sky Wu had no time to pay attention to the Thousand Slaughter sword. He immediately gave up on the sword and rushed back. However, Li Zhongjiu's palm was faster than expected. It directly hit Sky Wu's body and accelerated him backward. Bang, he flew tens of thousands of meters away. He even crashed into a mountain 10,000 meters away, creating a human-shaped tunnel. Sky Wu was extremely angry after being hit by the palm. He immediately grabbed the mountain that was more than 100 feet in front of him and lifted it up. He immediately lifted the mountain and smashed it toward Li Zhongjiu. Moving mountains at the slightest move. Only Supreme Being experts could reach this level. If the two of them were to fight in a city, any city would be destroyed. it would be reduced to a pile of ruins. After approaching, Skywoo also smashed the mountain in his hand toward Li Zhongjiu. Boom! The friction between the mountain and the air could be seen at the top of the mountain, causing intense sparks to erupt. Li Zhongjiu casually tossed the thousand slaughter sword to the side, and his figure flashed away. Burning desolation fist. Li Zhongjiu rushed to the mountain and suddenly smashed down with his fist. The mountain in front of him immediately shattered. It exploded one after another. The power spread out in all directions. Boom! The mountain shattered into countless pieces of stone. At this moment, Skywoo had already approached Li Zhongjiu and was about to launch a sneak attack on Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu grabbed him by the throat. "You're too slow." Li Zhongjiu locked Skywoo's throat. Staring at Li Zhongjiu's eyes at close range, Skywoo seemed to feel that his strength was constantly overdrawing and leaking out. It was as if his body had become a very large ball with a hole in it. It was continuously dispersing its own power in all directions. "You. Who are you?" Skywoo could clearly feel that Li Zhongjiu was currently devouring his strength. How could an ordinary human have such strength? What was Li Zhongjiu's background? He was the energy incarnation of an ancient demon. The sacred ancestor of the devil race had used this method to escape being sealed. Because his body had split into two, he was no longer a true devil. In fact, the current Sky Shaman had already refined the power of the human race. He had perfectly merged the two forces into one. One had to admit that the demon race was a very tenacious race. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, this big pervert, they had no chance of turning the tables. "Remember this sovereign's name, Evil Lord." Li Zhongjiu completely refined Skywoo's strength. When he came out of the blood pool, Li Zhongjiu's strength had already entered the Supreme Being realm. But now, Skywoo's absorption of the blood pool's energy had yet to truly merge. Of course, he couldn't resist Li Zhongjiu's devouring power. The demon race is indestructible. As soon as Skywoo's voice fell, Li Zhongjiu absorbed all of his strength. Skywoo's corpse didn't immediately disappear. Instead, it tried to use the last bit of the demon's origin energy to escape. However, something flew out from Li Zhongjiu's chest and instantly collected the last bit of origin energy, the demon-suppressing ruler. The object that flew out was precisely the demon-suppressing ruler. After collecting Skywoo's corpse, the demon-suppressing ruler automatically returned to Li Zhongjiu's chest. This demon-suppressing ruler is a little interesting. Li Zhongjiu was a little uncertain about the demon-suppressing ruler and Black Dragon Hammer. These two things seemed to have their own spirituality. Now, Li Zhongjiu's strength wasn't enough to completely control them. This made Li Zhongjiu extremely unconvinced. However, one day, he would definitely let the demon-suppressing ruler and Black Dragon Hammer display their true power in his hands. At this point, Skywoo's bloodline was completely destroyed. No one watched this unprecedented battle. This battle was even brought forward several thousand years. Originally, Skywoo should have become a true supreme being, even dominating the entire Xingwu continent for a period of time. Now, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Even his corpse wasn't left. It was suppressed by the demon-suppressing ruler. Otherwise, Skywoo's body would have been left outside. If the demon race contributed their strength, Skywoo would have been resurrected again. Ding! A storage ring fell to the ground. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and held it in his hand, carefully observing it. A demon storage ring? Li Zhongjiu looked at the demon clan's storage ring in his hand. It exuded a sharp aura. When Li Zhongjiu opened the contents of the storage ring and admired it, he was shocked by Wu Tian's collection. How many resources did this bastard take? Even with Li Zhongjiu's experience, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grade 6 herbs were the lowest grade, but there was a dazzling array of them, piled up like a mountain. Grade 7 herbs exceeded 30,000, even the 8th grade medicinal herbs had reached 8,000 in value. As for the grade 9 herbs that Li Zhongjiu dreamed of, there were close to 1,000 of them, some of which were even 100,000 years old. This collection was comparable to Li Zhongjiu's collection in his previous life when he was at his peak. Of course, in the process of collecting them, many of them were refined into elixirs. This was an immeasurable value. Damn it, how many resources did he waste? Li Zhongjiu wished he could grab Wu Tian and stab him a few times. This was simply a waste of resources. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu held these things in his hands. Fortunately, I came to save you. At least I have something to do now. Li Zhongjiu was extremely gratified. Immediately, his figure rose into the air. With a flick of his finger, a flame energy landed on the ground. The surrounding area was set ablaze. After all, he didn't know if there were any remnants of the demon clan hiding here. It was better to burn the place first. Otherwise, the demon clan would be very difficult to deal with. They would revive at the drop of a hat. No one knew where these demons got such a strong and vigorous life force from. With the thousand slaughter sword, Li Zhongjiu directly flew towards the sacred flame royal city. Boom! Once Xiao Chen's figure disappeared, the flames below would automatically extinguish after burning for 3 days and 3 nights. Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zhongjiu's return made everyone in the White Deer Mansion excited. However, Xiao Zhao had already instructed that the young master's whereabouts couldn't be easily revealed. Everyone had to keep it a secret. Li Zhongjiu's hasty return didn't affect the White Deer Mansion too much. For example, Li Zhongjiu didn't need to personally worry about the 14th prince. The White Deer Mansion had already made their stance clear. They would support the 14th prince. Many of the family heads in the city also took their positions. First was the Qi clan of the 4 great clans. Originally, the Qi family wouldn't be involved in the imperial court. However, after some consideration, Qi Xiaohun made the announcement without hesitation. This was because the Qi family was now tied to Li Zhongjiu's White Deer Mansion. With the Qi family's current state, they needed to continue making breakthroughs. Otherwise, they would only be stuck in their old ways. Sooner or later, he would be eliminated. After that, the Zhao clan, one of the 4 great clans, also had a strong inclination. The Shi clan was relatively low-key. They tried their best not to get involved in the imperial court. However, if they really needed to show their stance, they would still follow the Qi clan. Among the 4 great clans, the Zhao clan was closely behind the White Deer Mansion. In the end, the White Deer Mansion had many collaborations. As for the last clan, the Jiang clan, they were gradually unable to keep up with the pace. However, they were all business families after all. They valued harmony. It was extremely unwise to cause a massacre in the sacred Flame Royal City. Next was Wang Ding. He had successfully become the commander of the City Guard Legion. Although he couldn't be considered to be able to cover the sky with a single hand, the White Deer Mansion was still a force to be reckoned with in the entire Sacred Flame Imperial City. Moreover, in most cases, Li Zhongjiu didn't want to be the emperor. Otherwise, he could have directly entered the palace and easily removed Emperor Xingyan's head. After giving a few instructions, Li Zhongjiu began to cultivate in his cultivation room. First, he stole most of the energy from the blood pool. Then, he absorbed Wu Tian's energy. Therefore, he needed to refine it properly. This time, Li Zhongjiu cultivated in seclusion for a total of 20 days. 3rd grade sovereign. I guess I've recovered 20% of my strength from my previous life. Li Zhongjiu felt his current state. Now that his strength had recovered, Li Zhongjiu finally felt a sense of security. In this life, his cultivation had recovered a little too quickly. Now, he needed to stabilize his strength. Although Li Zhongjiu desperately wanted to break through to the absolute saint realm, he also knew the importance of stabilizing his strength. If he was too anxious to reach the heavens in a single step, he would end up like Wu Tian. He wouldn't be able to control the strength in his body at all. He tried to use the myriad beast blood pool to increase his strength, but even if he forcefully increased his strength, it wouldn't be very powerful. Only by truly controlling one's strength could it be considered his own strength. The blood dragon soul has reached the sovereign realm. As for the other 2 dragon souls, I still need to put in some effort. Li Zhongjiu naturally had a way to increase the white dragon soul's mental strength by refining pills. However, if he wanted to increase the golden dragon soul's mental strength, he had to find an extreme external environment to give himself pressure to break through. First, I'll reach the sovereign realm within half a year. Then, I'll see how Yanran is doing. If she comes back, I'll be able to go to the Eldritch Land and find more pressure to break through the ancient golden body technique. Li Zhongjiu already had plans in mind. In the palace, Emperor Xingyan was also very angry about the recent events in the White Deer Mansion. Previously, the White Deer Mansion was still well behaved. Although they killed many influential people in the city, they were all people that Emperor Xingyan wanted to get rid of. Who knew that the White Deer Mansion would become more and more excessive? They directly interfered with the fight for the position of Crown Prince. Did they want the future of Emperor Xingyan's empire to become Li Zhongjiu's wedding dress? Therefore, Emperor Xingyan hurriedly sought out the military advisor. Military advisor, look, I've already said that Li Zhongjiu will become a disaster. He has already begun to influence the overall situation of our dynasty. In the future, no one in our dynasty will be able to suppress him. Emperor Xingyan was clearly very angry. The military advisor was also in a difficult position. Although Li Zhongjiu had no intention of competing for the throne, his strength had already affected the stability of his dynasty. There were even some officials who had begun to gradually contact the White Deer Mansion and follow the lead of the White Deer Mansion. I'll look for him again and make a decision on this matter, the military advisor said. Li Zhongjiu's influence was great. It was said that he had already established a great foundation in the Haiku dynasty. The news that came back was enough to make them pay attention. If Li Zhongjiu really had any special intentions, then they could only fight a decisive battle with Li Zhongjiu. Even if they had to pay a great price, they had to eliminate Li Zhongjiu. That shameless brat actually wants to propose marriage to me. After dealing with Li Zhongjiu, we'll take the opportunity to eliminate Kuan Castle. He has kept Kuan Castle for too long and has forgotten his own worth. He actually dares to reach his hands into the bloodline of the imperial family. Emperor Xingyan said coldly. Recently, that damned Kuan Erasure relied on the White Deer Mansion and Kuan Castle as his backing. He actually wanted to propose marriage to Princess Jinggan. Even when this matter was spread, many people in the royal city came to watch the show. This was Emperor Xingyan's only daughter. One could imagine how great Kuan Arashi's power and status would be if he married Princess Jinggan. Among these princes, no one knew how many would survive in the end. However, because of the special nature of Kuan Castle's identity, Kuan Arashi's actions were quite willful. It might bring disaster to Kuan Castle. Speaking of which, Lan Kuan was also very worried recently. Because he had been collecting protection fees all day long, Kuan Erasure had a rich foundation. In addition, his recent cultivation breakthrough was not bad, and he had made some achievements in the area of elixirs. Under the influence of love, he directly wanted to propose marriage to Princess Jinggan. She was Shueiyue. Who would have thought that after Shueiyue had just spoken to her imperial father, she would be directly confined? At the same time, a few experts among the imperial bodyguards came to warn Kuan Erasure. They told Kuan Erasure not to ask for a rebuff. At the same time, they told him to think for his family and not to cause more trouble. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Although the original words were not like this, the meaning was very accurate. Kuan Erasure, who was depressed, was also a little discouraged. Recently, he had been drinking in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower and had become an alcoholic. Palace Master Yunqi saw Kuan Arashi's state and felt a little helpless. It was too easy to attack a man. If you drink here every day, will your woman be able to return to your side? What's the use even if I work hard? Kuan Erasure was drunk in the wine jar. That day, they naturally fought. Kuan Erasure was easily crushed by the other party. No matter how brave he was, it was useless. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. If he wasn't qualified, he wasn't qualified. What? A mere imperial palace is blocking your way? If that's the case, I'll tear down the walls of this palace tonight. A voice came from the door. When he heard this voice, Kuan Arashi's entire body quivered. Boss. Kuan Erasure got up. Although he was drunk, he instantly sobered up when he heard Li Zhongjiu's voice. After getting up, Kuan Erasure looked quite ashamed. The wine had caused his body to fall into a state of overdraft. He had been in such a drunken state for the past few days, but Kuan Erasure did not feel relieved at all. On the contrary, drinking to drown his sorrows became even more sorrowful. Li Zhongjiu also just learned about this matter. It was Xiaoxiao who mentioned it to him. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to refine elixirs, but he put everything aside and came to find Kuan Erishur. Knowing that the latter was depressed, Li Zhongjiu did not say much. He just sat on the ground, picked up a bottle of wine and drank with Kuan Erishur. It's normal for young people to suffer a little setback, Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. The reason why Kuan Erishur did not seek Li Zhongjiu's help was not difficult to guess. Now, Li Zhongjiu's White Deer Mansion had become a thorn in the imperial court's side because of its own development. If he started at this time, Li Zhongjiu might be placed on the opposite side of the imperial court. For Kuan Erishur, this was something that should not be done. Kuan Erishur also smiled bitterly and drank with Li Zhongjiu. When Palace Master Xianxia saw the two brothers, she felt that they were like brothers in distress. Li Zhongjiu was now in a high position, but he was still so close to Kuan Erishur and did such a boring thing. It could be seen that Li Zhongjiu was really a sincere person. She ordered her subordinates to cook a table of good dishes for the two brothers. If you two want to drink, drink well. Lady boss, bring out the best wine you have in your shop. Li Zhongjiu greeted him. Yunqi bowed slightly and then went to open his wine cellar. At the same time, he took out a jar of 18-year-old Nuer Hong. Among all the types of wine, this wine was undoubtedly the best. When it came to Nuer Hong, the best wine was 18 years old. It would be too old if it was older, and too young if it was younger. Pass down the order. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion is not open to the public today. Yes, madam. Han Shuang and Han Shui were also helpers in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion. When they were outside, they were called Lady Boss, but when they were inside, they were called Palace Master. However, the fragrance of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's wine had long since spread far and wide. Even many celebrities in the royal city liked to have fun here. Now, because of Li Zhongjiu's arrival, the inn had to be temporarily closed. It could be seen that Palace Master Yunqi valued Li Zhongjiu. However, some people would not give up just because the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was closed. Shimin Shuifeng had already boasted that he would book the entire Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn and hold a celebratory banquet for a minister in the imperial court. In the end, when Shimin Shuifeng came with a large group of people, he was told that the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was temporarily closed. Wasn't this a direct slap to Shimin Shuifeng's face, the Shimin clan that Shimin Shuifeng belonged to? It was a clan that had recently risen, and its rise was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, the territory and business chain it had taken in the city was almost comparable to the four great clans. Some people had even begun to call the Shimin clan the fifth great clan. The fifth great clan had appeared in the royal city because of the Shimin clan's participation. Some people had also heard that only a small part of the Shimin clan had come to the city and started to build a business chain. They were quite outstanding in all aspects and had already established many connections. Today's banquet was hosted by a group of civil officials. As long as this official stamped his seal and received the approval, the Shimin clan would be able to gain a firm foothold in the royal city. The other party naturally demanded an exorbitant price, and this matter was most likely settled. Who would have thought that at the last moment, this would actually happen? Wasn't this clearly a slap to the Shimin clan's face? Ask your lady boss to come out. I want to see who dares to book the Shimin clan's place. So many people were blocked outside the door. If he did not show his power today, the Shimin clan would not be able to survive in the future. Most importantly, if he were to be slapped in the face today, this business deal would most likely be ruined. Shimin Shuifeng turned around and smiled apologetically at the minister who already had a bad expression. Lord Chu, don't worry. The Shimin clan will handle this matter properly. It's best to settle it quickly. Official Chu didn't have a good expression on his face. He, the dignified secretariat, was actually left hanging at the door. Everything was blamed on Shimin blowing phone. If he didn't properly handle this matter today, then there would be no need to mention what would happen in the future. As for the small things that he had received previously, he naturally would not return them. He could also use this opportunity to extort another sum of money. Yes. Lord Chu, don't worry. Shimin Shuifeng apologized. Then, he directly ordered someone to break down the door. Ever since the ninth prince's accident here, it was said that the spring flower and autumn moon in was no longer under the ninth prince's protection. Therefore, some people's behavior here became more unbridled. However, because of the ninth prince's remaining power, they did not dare to act recklessly. But today, Xianxia himself was riding a tiger and could not back down. If he did not give an explanation today, tens of billions of purple yuan transactions would directly go down the drain. Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erishur were drinking wine and the surroundings were quiet. Suddenly, someone directly kicked open the door of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. Palace Master Yunqi, who was waiting at the side, also stood up slightly and prepared to deal with this situation. Didn't they say that they were no longer receiving guests? Could it be that these people did not understand human language? No need for you. We'll take care of it ourselves. Li Zongjiu indicated for Palace Master Yunqi to sit down. Palace Master Yunqi naturally would not ignore Li Zongjiu's intentions. The lives of Zishuan court were basically saved by Li Zongjiu's help. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu's help back then, Zishuan court would have already ceased to exist. Moreover, the moon god art that Palace Master Yunqi was currently cultivating was also given to her by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's kindness to Zishuan court was also greater than the heavens. Today, I, Xianxia, want to entertain distinguished guests here. Who booked this place? I, Xianxia, am willing to pay 10 times the price. Please bear the pain and part with your treasures. After Xianxia and the others rushed in, they were not in a hurry to make a move. They shouted to the front. Scram! Don't disturb this young master's drinking. Kuan Erishur directly threw out the wine jar in his hand. With a bang, it smashed in front of Xianxia and the others. Immediately, an primitive emperor beside Xianxia stepped forward and shielded Xianxia behind him. Young man, you must pay attention to your manners when you're outside. The primitive emperor said faintly. If you don't scram, I'll close the door and beat the dog. Kuan Erishur stood up shakily. The wine made Kuan Arashi's eyes dizzy, and he could not see clearly how many people were in front of him. Blurry figures could be seen everywhere. Such a drunkard could be pinched to death with just a finger. However, it was not good to kill people in the imperial city, especially during such a special period. Therefore, if they could solve it with words, they should try to solve it with words and not resort to violence. 2 drunkards. Just give them some money and throw it out. You must be the lady boss. Put the bill of these 2 on me. In addition, you can prepare for the opening performance. Bring out your best performance, I don't care how much it costs. Xianxia said heroically. Immediately, 2 of his men came forward and lifted Kuan Erishur. Just as they were about to throw Kuan Erishur out, Kuan Erishur suddenly made a move. The 2 men who came forward to drag Kuan Erishur were not weak either. They were in the Yuan King realm, but their strength was not as strong as Kuan Erishur. Although they were drunk, when Kuan Erishur made a move, it was difficult for them to resist. Bang bang, the 2 of them fell to the ground. I don't want to leave yet. Kuan Erishur had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that Xianxia and the others had taken the initiative to come to him, he took advantage of the drunkenness to start a fight with the people in front of him. At first, Kuan Arashi's guards were not strong enough to fight with Kuan Erishur. After getting drunk, Kuan Arashi's strength was surprisingly great. He injured a few of the other party's guards in succession. Finally, the primitive emperor could not help but make a move. With a slap, Kuan Erishur fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine. He spat out the wine he had just drunk on the floor. You are courting death. The primitive emperor was still unwilling to stop. He stepped forward again and kicked Kuan Arashi's face, causing Kuan Erishur to slide on the floor and hit the steps with a bang. This caused the wine cup in Li Zongjiu's hand to shake slightly. After seeing this, Palace Master Yunqi could not help but glance at Li Zongjiu. She was also wondering what Li Zongjiu's intention was. Get up and continue fighting with him. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Kuan Erishur also struggled to get up. The primitive emperor had obviously used a lot of strength and kicked Kuan Arashi's nose until it was crooked. Again. Kuan Arashi's temper flared up all of a sudden. Since he had already made a move, there would be no mercy. the primitive emperor turned back and glanced at Shimin Shuifeng. He saw Shimin Shuifeng waving his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Break his legs and throw him out from the back door. Don't scare Lord Chu. After receiving the order, the primitive emperor expert's face had a trace of coldness as he stared at Kuan Erishur in front of him. A brat who didn't know the difference between life and death actually dared to give orders in front of him, and at the same time, wanted to challenge his authority. Then, I'll let you know what the dignity of a primitive emperor expert is. You can't be offended. This person stretched out his hand, and his yuan power turned into a long whip in his hand. On the golden whip, there were small spikes one after another. If it were to fall on a person's body, it would definitely split open the person's skin and flesh. Such a wound would fester if it was slightly careless. Pa, the long whip drew out a muffled sound in the air, and directly swung towards Kuan Arashi's leg. Kuan Erishur was naturally tied up by the opponent, and then fiercely fell to the ground. Bang! Immediately, one of Kuan Arashi's legs was broken. Although it was painful, Kuan Erishur had a hearty feeling. Although his leg was broken, Kuan Erishur didn't cry out, and only silently endured it, enduring the pain as he climbed up. In the next second, he was thrown out again, and smashed onto the ground. This time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When the expert saw Li Zhongjiu, who was still minding his own business and drinking wine, he had a feeling of anger, because from the beginning to the end, this brat had been ignoring him. Courting death. The long whip swung towards Li Zhongjiu's face from more than 10 meters away. This whip must make Li Zhongjiu remember this lesson. In the future, when he meets others outside, he must remember to be civilized and polite. Pa, just as the whip was about to land on Li Zhongjiu's body, Kuan Erishur came out of nowhere. He blocked the attack of the whip for Li Zhongjiu. When the whip landed on Kuan Arashi's face, it immediately tore open his skin and flesh, and even a few drops of blood flew into Kuan Arashi's eyes, dyeing them red. You can hit me, but he's my boss. Kuan Erishur naturally knew that Li Zhongjiu could block the whip, but he still rushed out without hesitation, and blocked the whip for Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, he finally sobered up a little. Because he was drunk just now, he didn't even know what had happened to his body and how badly he had been ravaged by the other party. Now that he had sobered up and checked his body, he was furious. You're courting death. He had held back time and time again, which was giving this brat face. He actually dared to challenge him. Immediately, the whip in his hand swung toward Lan Kuan's head with a speed and strength that was 10 times faster than before. This blow was enough to break Kuan Arashi's head, but Kuan Erishur still stood in the same place, not moving his feet, and staring at the person in front of him. At the critical moment, a hand blocked the whip of the primitive emperor expert, and with a gentle pull, the person opposite him was pulled over. The primitive emperor expert couldn't believe that he couldn't control his body. The opponent seemed to have a very strong person, so he couldn't resist this move, and his whole body flew towards Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur naturally raised his hand and punched him in the face. With a punch, the primitive emperor expert fell to the ground. Bang! Kuan Erishur turned his head and looked at Li Zhongjiu beside him. Although he was beaten up, Kuan Erishur felt very happy. Because after today's experience, he seemed to have found a kind of feeling, a direction. Shimin Shuifeng saw that the number 1 expert under his command was seriously injured by the 2 brats opposite him. He didn't know what demonic technique they used, but he was furious. He immediately became angry. You 2 brats dare to be enemies with my Shimin clan. Today, I will let you see the power of my Shimin clan. Shimin Shuifeng directly took out a command arrow from his bosom and prepared to call for help. Stop. Official Chu, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in. He was already very angry that he had to wait for so long at the door. After such a long time, the matter still hadn't been resolved. His ability was really lacking. Official Chu had walked in to show off his face. However, when Official Chu walked in, he found that there was something wrong with the scene. Because the person standing in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Official Chu, there is no need for you to deal with such a small matter, Shimin Shuifeng hurriedly said to Official Chu. Unexpectedly, Official Chu didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Suddenly, Official Chu's brain seemed to have been struck by lightning. This lowly official greets Lord State Preceptor. After seeing Li Zhongzhou's face clearly, Official Chu quickly took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of Li Zhongzhou. He continuously kowtowed, and his body was completely bent. Imperial Tutor. Shimen Chuifeng and the others had been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for several months. Previously, they had heard that there was an influential person in the city, a very young imperial tutor. It was said that even Emperor Xingyan had to give him some face. Therefore, when the people of the Shimen clan arrived, they hurriedly brought gifts to visit the White Deer Mansion. However, the gifts were accepted, but they didn't even get to meet the person in question. This was considered normal. After all, if one didn't have a name or a surname, why would the person want to meet them? However, the etiquette had already arrived, and they had more or less met face to face. Who would have thought that they would actually meet the person in question here today? Shimen Chuifeng felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. He couldn't even straighten his back. When he heard these words, he felt as if a large basin of water had been splashed on him. This time, he was done for. For the sake of Official Chu, he had actually offended the current imperial tutor. He reckoned that he was going to die. Imperial Tutor, this lowly one didn't know that it was Imperial Tutor who was here. Please forgive me, Imperial Tutor. A large group of people directly knelt down along with Shimen Chuifeng. Li Zhongzhou glanced at the people kneeling in front of him. After a glance, he retracted his gaze and looked at Kuan Erishur beside him. Is there anything difficult in this world that you and I can't overcome? If you give up now, then you really won't be able to overcome anything. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. Kuan Erishur lowered his head in shame. Li Zhongzhou was right. He was too anxious. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Where is that girl Shui Wen now? Since Li Zhongzhou had interfered in this matter, then he had to take care of it to the end. Who was this Emperor Xingyan? Li Zhongzhou's brother wanted to marry his daughter, so he should obediently hand over his daughter. Hearing Li Zhongzhou's question, Kuan Erishur was also surprised, and then he said. She went to talk to Emperor Xingyan about our engagement, and then she was locked in the palace. Then she came out. Kuan Erishur said helplessly. He sighed. Within the inner palace, there were countless experts. Moreover, a place like the Imperial Palace was not a place that anyone could casually enter. Moreover, the Watermoon Palace Master's residence was an important place in her boudoir. Ordinary people would not be allowed to approach it. Kuan Erishur didn't have any official position, so he naturally couldn't go in. Then do you want to take her away, or do you want me to put some pressure on Emperor Xingyan so that he will marry his daughter to you? Li Zhongzhou said this in front of everyone. When the name of Emperor Xingyan was mentioned, Official Chu almost directly knelt down. After all, this was the name of the great emperor, and it couldn't be casually talked about. If it was passed to Emperor Xingyan's ears, he would exterminate your entire family in minutes. And what Li Zhongzhou said just now was to put some pressure on Emperor Xingyan. Shimen Chuifeng and the others knelt on the ground, trembling. The strength of this imperial tutor in front of them seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. I'm fine with anything, but I'm mainly asking for Shuiyu's opinion. Kuan Erishur said with a frown. Kuan Erishur knew that Li Zhongzhou always meant what he said. So as long as Li Zhongzhou said it, he would definitely do it. You just need to choose. Then let's go ask that girl's opinion first. You're from the imperial court, right? Li Zhongzhou asked Official Chu, who was kneeling down. Previously, he had heard that this person had some background. Yes, I'm Chu He, the head of the Seal Bureau, a third-rank official. Third-rank minister. A third-rank official should be qualified to enter the palace, right? Then you can lead us in. Li Zhongzhou said. Soon after, he said to the people of Shimen clan. I am not interested to know how powerful your Shimen clan is. However, as for the things that were broken today, if there is a compensation for the damages, you can deal with it yourself. Of course not, of course not. Leave it all to me. Don't worry, Lord Imperial Tutor. Shimen Blowing Wind said repeatedly. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Li Zhongzhou. They were afraid that Li Zhongzhou would get angry and seek revenge on them. But now, it seemed that Li Zhongzhou didn't care about them. It was really unpredictable. The latter's temper was indeed quite strange. He really deserved to be called the Evil Lord. Recently, the name of the Evil Lord began to spread in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Because the things that Li Zongjiu did in the Haika dynasty would spread to the Xingyan dynasty within a few days. Not to mention, it was a rumor about a peerless expert, which made people even more excited. Take care, Lord Imperial Tutor. Palace Master Yunqi looked at Shiman Blowing Wind, who was acting like a lackey in front of her. She also felt that this person in front of her was extremely ridiculous. However, there were countless people like him. Most of them had the same temperament. They were arrogant and domineering when they had a little bit of ability. I'll give you a discount for the broken tables and chairs and a few jars of good wine. I'll give you 30 million. Palace Master Yunqi said lightly. What, 30 million? When Shiman Shui Feng heard this, he immediately became excited again. Do you think that 30 million fell from the sky? You actually said it just like that. Do you have no shame? Purple yuan. Palace Master Yunqi continued calmly. Originally, 30 million gold coins was already an astronomical figure. Now, the value was increased by 100 times. Now, he directly asked for 30 million purple yuan. This was really robbery. However, Palace Master Yunqi's warning gaze seemed to be telling Shiman Blowing Wind that if he didn't pay up, she would tell Li Zongjiu about this matter. In the end, the pitiful Shiman Blowing Wind could only helplessly fork out the money. Although he admitted defeat, his heart was still pained when he gave up such a large sum of money. With Shiman Blowing Wind's reckless temper, who knew how many people he would offend in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Shiman Blowing Wind probably still didn't know the relationship between the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn and Li Zongjiu. Therefore, it could be said that he was unscrupulous at the entrance and spoke without thinking. If this continued, who knew what kind of trouble would occur? In an extremely noble carriage, Li Zongjiu, Kuan Erishur, and Chu He were heading towards the Imperial Palace. Although he didn't know why Li Zongjiu and the others were going to the Imperial Palace at this time, he didn't dare to ask. The carriage was arranged by Westgate Blowing Wind. It was from a carriage rental center in the city. Sometimes, in order to receive some VIPs, they would need to use some extremely noble carriages. If one's own family prepared a carriage, it would seem a bit wasteful. Therefore, these places that rented carriages were also very popular, as long as the quality and service were good enough. My three lords, the area in front is sealed off. The carriages outside are not allowed to enter. I can only send you here. I will wait for you here. The coachman was a polite young man. Li Zongjiu rewarded him with a 10,000 purple yuan banknote. Thank you, my lord. 10,000 purple yuan was almost his entire income for the past few years. It was simply a windfall that fell from the sky. Stop, the Imperial Palace is under curfew. Civil and military officials are not allowed to enter without an imperial decree. Along the way, there were hundreds of imperial guards on guard. They were stopped as soon as they got off the carriage. In the distance, there were still patrols patrolling back and forth. It was airtight. This imperial city was clearly a heavily guarded prison. How dare you? Are you blind? You even dare to stop Lord Imperial Tutor. Chu He went up and scolded. However, he was a civil official, so he didn't make a move. If he was a military general, he would probably rush up and give this ignorant imperial guard a beating. When the imperial guard saw Li Zongjiu, they were all shocked. They quickly knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Lord Imperial Tutor. Li Zongjiu had never been to the Imperial Palace before, so he didn't know that his title of Imperial Grandmaster was so useful. He didn't do anything, but he was given the title of Imperial Grandmaster for no reason. Therefore, he immediately walked out and showed his face a little, which was more useful than any token. Because of Li Zongjiu's special identity, these Imperial guards had to recognize Li Zongjiu's appearance. This way, they wouldn't be unable to recognize him when they saw him. Chu He was in the same situation just now. He recognized him because he had seen him in the information book before. May I know why Lord Imperial Tutor is visiting so late at night? We can go and report to him. Chu He was furious when he heard this. You brat, it seems like you haven't died before. How dare you stop me? Alright, how about this? Ask the emperor to come out and see me. I have something to tell him. Li Zhongjiu stopped Xu He from getting angry and said directly. When the soldier heard this, he and his companions looked at each other. What kind of operation was this? He actually wanted Emperor Xingyan to come out and see him? Did he make a mistake? He actually dared to say such disgraceful words. However, they didn't dare to do anything. Could it be that they were going to let Li Zhongjiu be captured just because of one sentence? In the end, the soldier hurriedly made way for Li Zhongjiu and the others. Compared to asking the Emperor Xingyan to come out and see Li Zhongjiu, it was better to let Li Zhongjiu go in directly. What happened after that would have nothing to do with him. After entering the imperial palace, the surrounding scenery didn't change much compared to 3,000 years later. It wasn't the first time Li Zhongjiu came to the imperial palace. However, when he came to the imperial palace in his previous life, the scene was quite big. Who knew how many people were lining up to welcome Li Zhongjiu? None of the civil and military officials were left behind. All of them were standing neatly. The courtyard where Shuiyu was located was called Qiushui Garden. There were many places in the imperial palace that officials couldn't enter. There were many palace maids and even some noble concubines' residences. The emperor had a harem of 3,000. It was inevitable that something would happen. Therefore, it had to be restricted from the route. If they were found to have trespassed into these places, they would be severely punished. Lord Imperial Tutor, Qiushui Garden is right in front. It's not convenient for us to enter. Otherwise, we will be punished. However, with your status, it shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Xu He was also very regretful. However, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If Emperor Xingyan held him accountable, he would definitely not be able to escape death. However, whether or not Emperor Xingyan would ask was another matter. It was much better than offending Li Zhongjiu directly. At least now, he could live. Alright, you can go. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and signaled for Xu He to leave. He went forward together with Kuan Erishur and was once again stopped by the guards. Stop, the princess courtyard. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. A group of female guards appeared in front of the two of them. Each of them had a murderous look in their eyes and looked extremely fierce. A group of female guards stood in front of Li Zhongjiu. Judging from their attire, they should be from the regular army. No wonder Shuiyu couldn't escape even after half a day had passed. It seemed like Emperor Xingyan had put in a lot of effort. It's the Xuanwu army, Kuan Erishur said. Seeing the insignia on their chests, he knew that they were wearing soft armor. Therefore, when Kuan Arashi's gaze moved, it naturally landed on some unsightly positions. You're courting death. As soon as the female guard in the lead gave the order, all of them rushed forward, clamoring that they had to at least take down Lan Kuan and Li Zhongjiu. Kuan Erishur was shocked. If they fought, it would definitely attract more imperial guards. At that time, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. More and more experts would come after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand at these people. The female guards in front of him had all disappeared. They had all disappeared on the spot, not even the slightest sound was left. Kuan Erishur was shocked. How did you do that? You will also have the domain ability of an Origin Emperor expert. Quickly go in. Li Zhongjiu temporarily threw these people into the spiritual domain, causing their minds to fall into a state of chaos. At this moment, they were all unconscious. If someone was strong enough, it wasn't difficult to stay awake. Kuan Erishur and Li Zhongjiu swaggered in. Li Zhongjiu basically took care of everyone he saw. He threw them all in. And in this unique building, Kuan Erishur finally saw his beloved. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't disturb the lovebirds. He meditated in the courtyard, waiting for the two to finish their discussion before coming up with a countermeasure. Previously, when Li Zhongjiu made his move, no one in the entire palace sensed any abnormality. Even the experts of the palace didn't have any reaction at all. Li Zhongjiu didn't need to be so sneaky, but in order to prevent some troublesome things from happening, it was better to keep a low profile. Boss. Kuan Erishur shouted at Li Zhongjiu. Boss. Shuiyu also said crisply in front of Li Zhongjiu. Have you two decided to elope? Shueiyue blushed when she heard these words. She shyly hid behind Kuan Erishur. The girl agreed to go with me. She's willing to wander the world. But after thinking about it, I can't let a girl be so helpless and insecure. So I've decided to return to Kuan Castle and obtain the position of the castellan of Kuan Castle. Then, I'll propose marriage to Emperor Xingyan. Kuan Erishur said. His face was full of pride. Alright, it's up to you. Li Zhongzhou didn't care. He didn't choose which one would make Li Zhongzhou look down on Kuan Erishur. It was good for young people to have their own ideas. Anyway, no matter what, they would regret it in the future. It was fine as long as they didn't regret it now. The most important thing was to live well now. Girl, you have to wait for me. Kuan Erishur said to Shueiyue seriously. Shueiyue also nodded heavily. She was indescribably touched as she nestled in Kuan Arashi's arms. In fact, Shueiyue would be willing to follow Kuan Erishur no matter what. But if Kuan Erishur could marry her officially, she would be even happier. Alright, you're so lovey-dovey. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Li Zhongzhou teased. Even Kuan Erishur, who was thick-skinned and dark-skinned, couldn't help but blush. We're both good children. After the two of them chatted for a while, Li Zhongzhou and Kuan Erishur left the palace together. After seeing Kuan Erishur, Shueiyue's mood obviously changed. She became more cheerful. But when she saw the guards in the courtyard, she didn't know where they went. After a while, Shueiyue saw the guards reappear in the courtyard. Princess, be careful. When the guards came to their senses, they quickly ran to Shueiyue and protected Princess Jinggan. Just a moment ago, two audacious bandits had dared to come here. But what had happened just now had left these elites of the Xuanwu army rather confused. Why were they so dizzy? They had no idea what was going on. Later, they appeared in the courtyard. They were worried that the princess was in danger and were certain that these two bandits had come to harm her. Fortunately, the princess was in good condition and had not encountered any danger. Where did all of you run off to? You've neglected your duties. Do you believe that I won't report today's matter to Imperial Father and have him punish you? Princess Jinggan was making things difficult for them. After all, these people were usually rather arrogant. If she didn't seize this chance to teach them a lesson, they would think that Princess Jinggan was easy to bully. Princess, please calm your anger. We also don't know what's going on. The captain of the guards hastily got down on his knees. Today's matter was extremely serious. Li Zhongzhou had thrown them into another courtyard, so how could they dare to report such a bizarre incident? If Princess Jingyan reported this matter to Sacred Flame Emperor, he would definitely be held accountable. At that time, the punishment from the army would be quite severe. It's good that you know your wrongs. In the future, behave yourselves. You're all dismissed. Princess Jinggan waved her hand. Immediately, these guards retreated as if they had been pardoned from a death sentence. Phew. Fortunately, the princess didn't fly into a rage, but today's events were truly strange. The captain of the Xuanwu army, Fang Weiyang, thought to herself. For someone to do such a thing in front of her, Fang Weiyang was naturally extremely displeased. She had to thoroughly investigate this matter. Fang Weiyang immediately ordered an investigation. At the very least, she needed to know who these two people were. It wouldn't be difficult at all to find out who these two people were. After Li Zhongzhou and Kuan Erishur left the imperial city, Li Zhongzhou indicated for Kuan Erishur to leave first. Are you all right? Lan Kuan couldn't help but frown. What happened tonight was not a small matter, if one were to talk about it. Thus, Kuan Erishur was worried about Li Zhongzhou. Tonight, they had directly barged into the imperial city. At the place where Sacred Flame Great Emperor lived, there were countless people who wanted his life. It was said that some members of the previous dynasty were starting to become active again. He was clamoring for revenge. It was probably because his wings were gradually hardening that such a situation would occur. It's fine. Li Zhongzhou said. Kuan Erishur didn't doubt him. Even if there was something, Kuan Erishur wasn't strong enough to deal with it. Thus, it was better to just leave. He didn't need to worry about Li Zhongzhou. After Kuan Erishur left, a figure appeared behind Li Zhongzhou. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to change. Unknowingly, he was enveloped by the other party's domain. If he wanted to break this domain, it would be an extremely simple matter for Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu was also very interested in this person. I've recently made a small breakthrough. Have you thought about exchanging blows with me? Li Zhongjiu reached out and grabbed the peerless sword. Without waiting for the armament master to reply, he slashed out with his sword. Boom, the sword chi directly cut through the nothingness of the night sky. The surrounding environment had already left the imperial city. He appeared in a mountain range outside the sacred flame imperial city. He had teleported at least 500 miles in an instant. Clearly, the armament master's strength was also extremely strong. Hee, these old bones of mine haven't fought for 300 years. Today is a good day for me to get some exercise. The Xianxia dynasty only had a history of 300 years. Based on this, the armament master in front of him was also from the generation that followed the sacred flame imperial family to build the empire. Commander Seal, divine soldiers, and heavenly generals. The armament master threw 2 talismans into the sky. Suddenly, a golden light descended, and 2 golden armored divine soldiers appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. Each of them had the cultivation of a supreme being. The 2 divine weapons attacked Li Zhongjiu at an extremely fast speed. Li Zhongjiu was not afraid at all. He directly rushed towards the 2 divine weapons. He slashed out with his sword. Bang, bang. The sword chi swept past the divine weapons and directly blasted them away. Although the war master was shocked to see 2 divine weapons retreating with one move, his expression was at least relatively calm. His fingers continued to move, as if he was controlling the 2 divine weapons in a way that was constantly guiding them. However, before the 2 divine weapons rushed back, Li Zhongjiu had already felt a movement behind him. Whoosh, a cold light flashed past Li Zhongjiu's body. His opponent's speed was extremely fast. After making the move, he did not show himself. He just turned around and ran. His figure once again hid in the void. However, what Li Zhongjiu left behind was only an afterimage of his doppelganger. His real body was already rushing towards the war master. Boom, the sword slashed down and the earth shook. Although Li Zhongjiu did not use his full strength, this sword slash directly flattened the surrounding space. Everything that existed in this space was crushed in an instant. It was as if they were turned into dust. The war master's figure also disappeared in this space. He had already moved several miles away. Although he dodged in time, the war master was still quite surprised. Just now, Li Zhongjiu's sword was too fast. He even felt that the latter deliberately slowed down to give him a chance to escape. This was because the war master did not expect Li Zhongjiu to make a move at all. He only reacted after Li Zhongjiu got close. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Li Zhongjiu smiled faintly. The 2 divine weapons behind him rushed towards Li Zhongjiu again. After a short exchange of weapons, Li Zhongjiu also cut off the heads of the divine weapons with each slash. The power of the divine weapon was easily defeated. In the end, it turned into a ball of power and rushed back into the body of the military master. The war master couldn't help but take a few steps back. His feet trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared ahead. Li Zhongjiu's strength was simply terrifying. A few months ago, Li Zhongjiu's strength was far below his. At the very least, Bingshi was confident that he could take down Li Zhongjiu. But now, it seemed that if Li Zhongjiu went all out, killing him would not be difficult at all. That was why the war master had such an expression as he looked at Li Zhongjiu. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu was about to charge over, the soldier master hurriedly shouted. Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to fight with you anymore. You're young and strong. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. The war master hurriedly said. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of Li Zhongjiu's strength. Li Zhongjiu also put away the unparalleled sword in his hand. The 2 of them descended. To Li Zhongjiu, whether or not he killed the armament master was not important. If there came a day when he did not like the armament master, killing him would not be a big deal. For Li Zhongjiu, it was a very simple thing. It wasn't too difficult, but there was no need to kill people yet. After all, he still had to have some respect for life. I'm old. I'm no match for you at all. Now, in this Xingwu continent, your strength is enough to become a top existence. You can do whatever you want. The War Master sighed. Even with his strength, he still couldn't figure out Li Zhongjiu's origin. However, now that Li Zhongjiu was so strong, there was no need for anyone to do anything. Origin didn't matter, as long as he had strength, it was enough. In addition, Li Zhongjiu's brother, Kuan Erishur, was recently in a heated relationship with Princess Jinggan. Such a situation would definitely make Emperor Xingyan suspicious. However, the War Master knew that people like Li Zhongjiu had no interest in power. The so-called emperor could easily destroy you with a single palm. Who would be willing to take your country? Emperor Xingyan's worries were completely unnecessary. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke Li Zhongjiu, you'll be fine. However, the most worrying thing now was that Emperor Xingyan would take action against Li Zhongjiu and take the initiative to provoke Li Zhongjiu. I don't have that kind of interest. In this kind of world, I just want to protect myself. Li Zhongjiu said. He had already tasted the taste of being able to do whatever he wanted in the continent. Therefore, in this life, he had no interest at all. He only wanted to make Luoxia City the peak of a generation and let the Li family become a true aristocratic family. By the way, recently, your friend Kuan Erishur is tied to Princess Jinggan. With your strength, there's naturally no problem. However, Emperor Xingyan will not easily agree to this matter. The War Master said with a dignified face. This matter could be big or small. If Li Zhongjiu didn't care about Kuan Erishur, then this matter would be hopeless. However, if Li Zhongjiu insisted on helping Kuan Erishur, then he would probably confront Emperor Xingyan directly. The main thing was whether Li Zhongjiu valued Kuan Erishur or not. I agree to this matter. If Emperor Xingyan doesn't agree, I will personally talk to him. Li Zhongjiu said. This was definitely not a boast. Instead, it was a very serious matter. Furthermore, it was an elaboration of its own point of view. In this regard, there was no need to think too much. If you don't agree, then I will beat you until you agree. Give me some time, I will talk to Sacred Flame about this. The War Master said. Li Zhongjiu nodded. This was another reason why he wanted to fight with the War Master today. He wanted to let the War Master know how powerful he was. He also wanted to let the War Master and Emperor Xingyan know where they should be placed. Alright. If there is any situation, War Master, do as you see fit. If you have time, come to my residence. Li Zhongjiu said and then left. The War Master could only rub his head. These things were giving him a headache. Today's battle was also Li Zhongjiu's demonstration. It was also a clear message to them that if they wanted to go against Li Zhongjiu, they would have to think carefully about the consequences. Therefore, after the War Master returned, he must continue to persuade Emperor Xingyan. If Emperor Xingyan didn't stop, then things would become even more troublesome. Sigh, it's good that everyone is rational. This old man doesn't have to worry about everything. The War Master thought in his heart. This matter was really giving him a headache. But in comparison, the War Master didn't completely obey Emperor Xingyan. If Emperor Xingyan didn't listen to him, the War Master would definitely pressure the Emperor Xingyan to protect himself. In this era, it was more important to protect one's own life. If he really went against a monster like Li Zhongjiu, who knows what would happen? This gave Li Zhongjiu a lot of time. Who knows, he might become even stronger and more terrifying in the future, therefore, it was better not to provoke such a person. If they couldn't be friends, then they must not be enemies. Back at the White Deer Mansion. Now, all the operations of the White Deer Mansion had been handed over to Xiaoxiao. Li Zhongjiu had also imparted the cultivation method to Xiaoxiao. He had even imparted the White God Fu to Xiaoxiao. It could be seen how much importance he attached to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's kindness to his young master was unforgettable. He had built the White Deer Mansion into the #1 faction in Monarch City. It had even become the backbone of many factions. Many people had chosen to rely on the White Deer Mansion. Just the number of primitive emperor experts in the White Deer Mansion was close to 10, knowing that Kuan Erishur was going to Kuan Castle to compete for the position of the city lord. Xiaoxiao had also sent 2 primitive emperor experts to go with him. They could take care of each other when they returned. After all, the situation in Kuan Castle had been rather chaotic recently. After all, Kuan Castle was a city that had been guarded by the previous dynasty. Many of the descendants of the previous dynasty's officials had received protection in Kuan Castle. This had always been a huge hidden danger. Recently, there had been some signs of rebellion in the few cities near Kuan Castle. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan had also dispatched several armies and many experts. If Kuan City showed the slightest sign of abnormality, it would face a storm. Li Zhongjiu had nothing to do, so he personally worried about Kuan Arashi's matters. At the same time, there were many treasures in Kuan Castle. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had some motives for going to Kuan Castle. The accompanying primitive emperor experts were all experts who had cultivated for close to 200 years. One of them was called Ku Bei. He came from the north and was a second-stage primitive emperor. To be able to turn the raindrops into countless sharp arrows with a flip of his hand, he must be an extremely strong water elemental cultivator. The other person was nicknamed the Spirit of the Sword. The weapon in his hand was a guillotine, and the murderous aura on his body was extremely strong. With such a person by his side, just by releasing his aura, it would save a lot of trouble. Many people didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. It could reduce a lot of trouble. However, there was Li Zhongjiu in the group, so the two primitive emperors kept a low profile. He didn't use the Eagle battleship. After all, the Eagle battleship was a secret weapon. In addition, he was constantly researching and improving it. He couldn't use it casually. After renting a spaceship from the flight center, he headed towards Kuan Castle. At this moment, in a courtyard of the Imperial Palace, Shuiyu was lying on the windowsill, looking up in the direction of the flight center. There, her lover was flying in the sky. Soon, he would come back to marry her. I heard that there are armies stationed in the vicinity of Kuan Castle. The situation isn't optimistic. I don't know what the Imperial Court is thinking. How can they bully people like this? Ku Bei was also very interested in the research of the war. The Spirit of the Sword was very quiet. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't open his mouth. However, when talking about the situation in Kuan Castle, the Spirit of the Sword had something to say. This was because the Spirit of the Sword had spent some time in Kuan Castle and made a name for himself. Now that he had returned, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Both of them were more familiar with the situation around Kuan Castle, so Xiao Zhao sent them here. I heard that the Green Dragon Army also has 20,000 soldiers here. The one overseeing this place is Hua Feihong of the Hua family. Everyone knew that there was a conflict between the Hua family and the young master Li Zhongjiu. However, the young master didn't put the Hua family in his eyes at all. The imperial court was worried that the Hua family and the White Deer Mansion would have a conflict, so they directly transferred all the members of the Hua family to the southern border. Now, they were redeployed to Kuan Castle. If the young master didn't appear, it would be fine. If he did, Hua Feihong and the others would definitely cause trouble. This trip was dangerous, but with two primitive emperors overseeing it, there wouldn't be any trouble. How are you going to choose the Castellan? Li Zhongjiu asked curiously. In the huge Xingyan dynasty, the Castellan of Kuan Castle was chosen by themselves and decided internally. If they didn't accept the appointment of the Xingyan dynasty, the people of the Xingyan dynasty wouldn't dare to take up the position here. There are 3 factions in Kuan Castle. I am from Arakuni, Shuekuan's faction and Gukuan's faction. Each faction will decide the winner internally. Then, the 3 of them will participate in the trial and assessment together. The winner will be appointed as the Castellan and become the new leader of Kuan Castle. He will lead the 3 factions. The previous city lord was also from our desolate Kuan system. Thus, this time around, it will be even more difficult to fight for the city lord's position. That's because the other 2 factions will definitely go crazy. Even if they join hands and reach an agreement, they will not allow the desolate Kuan system to continue. Kuan Arashir said. It wasn't easy to become the Castellan of Kuan Castle. It involved a lot of things. Even the balance of power in Kuan Castle wouldn't be known until the last moment. Are you strong enough? Li Zhongjiu looked at Kuan Arashir. Kuan Arashir had made some progress in his cultivation. He was a level 5 Yuan monarch. Although he wasn't weak, he wasn't outstanding either. Based on Li Zhongzhou's current estimation, Lan Kuan's strength might be able to contend against a grade 7 or even grade 8 Yuan monarch. If Lan Kuan was a grade 9 Yuan monarch and slightly close to becoming a Yuan monarch, he would be in big trouble. It will be difficult, but I have to fight for it. Kuan Arashi's eyes were filled with determination. Li Zhongzhou naturally supported him. You can use my hammer first. Give it a try. Now that Li Zhongzhou had the matchless sword, he didn't need to use the hammer normally. The black dragon's soul wouldn't be of much help to him either. He would let Kuan Erashur wield the hammer first. He would come back after he won the Castellan position. Really? Let me try. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. This hammer seems very fierce. However, Kuan Erashur couldn't unleash the power of the black dragon hammer at all. The black dragon hammer was like an ordinary hammer in Kuan Arashi's hands. Other than that, there was no other effect. He couldn't help but frown. After trying a few times, there was still no effect. He couldn't unleash the power of the black dragon hammer. Then you should be able to use this sword. Li Zhongzhou took out the Thousand Slaughter Sword. Previously, when he stabilized his cultivation, he had also refined the Thousand Slaughter Sword. It could also be called a saint-level divine weapon. Even the Desolate Heaven essence was inferior to it. However, when it came to weapons, it still depended on how easy it was to use. The Thousand Slaughter Sword was a two-handed sword. When Kuan Erashur held the Thousand Slaughter Sword, he immediately felt the blood in his body boil. The pain of his meridians burning made Kuan Erashur involuntarily tighten his grip on the sword. He felt a rather terrifying aura. Holy shit! This sword is poisonous. Kuan Erashur even felt an extremely strong fighting spirit. Even if Li Zhongzhou was here, he would want to fight with him. Fortunately, reason controlled Kuan Erashur, so Kuan Erashur went straight to the spirit of the sword. When Kuan Erashur came into contact with the Thousand Slaughter Sword, Ku Bei and the spirit of the sword, who were drinking tea and chatting, were also shocked. This terrifying murderous aura was not simple. What kind of person could release such a terrifying murderous aura? Then, they saw Kuan Erashur rush in, holding a rather fierce sword in his hand. You, what do you want? Where did you get this weapon? Senior spirit of the sword, I heard that your absolute soul saber technique is rather powerful. Today, I'd like to learn from it. The spirit of the sword felt the intense murderous aura from the Thousand Slaughter Sword. It was as if his entire body was submerged in the deep sea, unable to breathe. However, the spirit of the sword naturally could not admit defeat after being challenged by such a junior. Furthermore, the spirit of the sword also wanted to experience the power of the Thousand Slaughter Sword. Haha, come. The spirit of the sword and Kuan Erashur immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. In the beginning, the spirit of the sword only used 30% of his strength to suppress Kuan Erashur. Then, Kuan Erashur also seemed to have come into contact with the power of the Thousand Slaughter Sword in his hand. He actually suppressed the spirit of the sword instead. As they continued to exchange blows, the saber soul had already used 50% of its strength. Kuan Arashi's Thousand Slaughter Sword naturally became more and more comfortable with it. Then, Kuan Erashur suddenly erupted with the power of the Thousand Slaughter Sword. There was a boom. It actually forced the spirit of the sword to retreat. Moreover, this sword also forced the spirit of the sword to use 70% of his strength to resist. It could be said that it gave the latter a fright. He had never encountered such a thing before. Senior spirit of the sword, are you okay? Kuan Erashur put away the Thousand Slaughter Sword in his hand. He really liked this double-handed sword. F***ck, you scared me to death. You have to watch your sword carefully. Don't let its edge be released. Who knows, you might be killed by it while you're sleeping. The spirit of the sword said with lingering fear. The sword just now really gave the spirit of the sword a fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If he was late, his neck would have been cut off. It was better to keep such a dangerous sword safe. Big brother, it's this ship. That terrifying aura just now came from this ship. There must be some powerful treasure on it. Li Zhongzhou had only rented a simple ship for the journey, which was arranged by Taifai. Li Zhongjiu had considered that some of the more expensive ships could be used to make money. Hence, he did not need to go through so much trouble as long as it could fly. After all, if an primitive emperor expert were to fly for a long time, it would be exhausting and tiring for him. Moreover, it was unnecessary. It would be a waste of energy if one insisted on doing it physically when it could be more convenient. At this moment, 3 flying ships had surrounded Li Zhongjiu's flying ship. The surface of the flying ship was painted with black paint and some patterns were drawn on it. It looked very distinctive. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of thick iron chains were thrown out and nailed to the edge of the flying ship to prevent it from escaping. It seemed like they had encountered bandits in the sky. Li Zhongjiu did not need to deal with such matters personally. You guys can deal with it as you see fit. Kuan Erishur, the spirit of the sword, and Bei Ku left the cabin and went to the deck to welcome these people. Whoosh, 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 dozens of figures landed on the flying ship directly. Every one of them was holding a large saber and axe. Some of them even had fierce scars on their faces. There were even some whose eyeballs had been gouged out, leaving a hole where their eyes should have been. It was truly a horrifying sight. You guys are lucky to have met us, the Sky-Piercing Association. Today, either you hand over the treasure and leave obediently, or we'll send you all to the Western Paradise. The leader was a brawny man. His arms were bare and his body was wrapped in bandages. He had already started working before dawn. Kuan Erishur glanced at the 2 primitive emperor seniors behind him. Clearly, there was no need for them to take action in this kind of matter. They immediately coughed and walked forward. I am Kuan Erishur, a disciple of Kuan Castle. Heroes, please do me a favor. Kuan Erishur said with his hands cupped. It was best not to make a move if possible. After all, they were in the sky. If something were to happen to them, their chances of survival would be slim. Kuan Castle? That idiot Qing? A bunch of idiots amusing themselves. Let me tell you, before you even return to Kuan City is probably going to change owners. The burly man said disdainfully. In the past, Kuan Castle's reputation had spread far and wide. The descendants of the 3 branches were united against the outside world. However, after the recent peace, internal strife had begun. In addition, recently, there were people deliberately fanning the flames. Right now, within Kuan Castle, there was chaos and chaos. There were people from all sorts of backgrounds. Even bandits from all sorts of places came after hearing the news. It was all for the sake of robbing the people who were fleeing halfway through. If these people were fleeing for their lives, they would bring a lot of treasures and valuables with them. Although Kuan Erishur and the others were heading in the wrong direction and were heading towards Kuan Castle, it did not prevent them from robbing. When you can speak properly, you should speak well. Don't casually insult other people's homes. Kuan Erishur held the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand. It was a good opportunity to test the might of the 10,000 slaughter sword and see if it was more convenient to use to chop people. A good weapon needed to be used to chop a few people. Oh, this little monkey wants to make a move. Brothers, cripple this little one and these 2 old men. The people behind him immediately burst out with energy. Dozens of dazzling lights burst out and charged towards Kuan Erishur. From the beginning, they did not think of letting Kuan Erishur and the others leave alive. This was the rule of this line of work. What if they waited for them to return and find someone to take revenge? Therefore, the best way was to kill, burn, and rob them. Kuan Erishur directly charged into the other party's camp. The 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand was extremely sharp, like the scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Wherever it passed, these people fell to the ground. Moreover, when the 10,000 slaughter sword broke through the other party's defense, it would directly absorb the other party's blood. In just a few seconds, they would directly turn into a dried corpse. His sword is poisonous. Someone exclaimed. If it wasn't poisonous, how could a person turn into a dried corpse? Kuan Erishur did not expect the 10,000 slaughter sword to be so powerful. Moreover, the 10,000 slaughter sword actually had a bloodthirsty effect. Anyone who was cut by the sword would be directly refined as long as their energy could not resist the power of the 10,000 slaughter sword. Even if your energy was strong enough, if you could not force the 10,000 slaughter sword's energy out of your body, you would still be sucked dry. This was the terror of the 10,000 slaughter sword. Lan Kuan, who was holding the myriad slaughter sword, chased after the large group of people in front of him, causing them to flee in all directions. Run! Quickly retreat! Seeing that they were no match for Kuan Erasure, everyone jumped back to their ships. However, because they were in a hurry to escape, they did not untie the ropes and could not escape for a while. Kuan Erasure directly waved the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand, and an extremely terrifying blood-colored sword energy immediately erupted from the 10,000 slaughter sword. Boom! The blood-colored sword energy bombarded the other party's flying ship. Like a piece of tofu, it was easily split into two halves. Two more bursts of sword chi were unleashed, easily slicing the other two flying ships in half. Some people were directly killed by the sword energy on the flying ship. Only a few smarter ones jumped off the ship in advance, saving their lives. Kuan Erasure did not continue to tangle with these people. After all, the situation in Kuan Castle was critical. As a member of Kuan Castle, he naturally had to return as soon as possible. He did not know what the situation was. No wonder Emperor Xingyan hated Kuan Erasure so much. However, there was no other way. After all, the strength of Kuan Castle was like a nail that could not be pulled out. If they wanted to pull out this nail, they would also lose a hand. Such a price was too high for them. The flying ship continued to move in the direction of Kuan Castle. For Kuan Erasure and the others, the sky-piercing gang was just a small fly. However, the sky-piercing gang was quite famous among the sky bandits. After all, the quality of the three warships was quite good. Now that they were directly split in half by a sword, these three warships could not be repaired. Some of the survivors also began to spread rumors. A disciple of Kuan Castle destroyed 3 warships of the sky-piercing gang. With his own strength, this news reached Kuan Castle even earlier than Kuan Erasure and the others. At a place less than 400 li away from Kuan Castle, the flying ship of Kuan Erasure and the others was also stopped by the army. They also issued a no-fly zone warning. All flying ships, listen up. The area ahead is a no-fly zone. Please immediately turn around or land nearby. After registering, continue to move forward. The people in charge of the martial law here were the Blue Tiger Army. They were from the same lineage as the White Tiger Army and were often called the Little White Tiger Army. In order to enter the White Tiger Army, one must first stand out from the Little White Tiger Army. Only then would one be selected by the higher-ups. The deputy commander of the Blue Tiger Army, Zhao Lei, was ordered to lead the army and oversee this place. Recently, several large armies were directly dispatched. The purpose was very clear. This was a time for a change of dynasty. For Kuan Castle, this was a time for a change of dynasty. The imperial court could no longer allow Kuan Castle to continue acting so arrogantly. They needed to personally take care of this Kuan Castle. Zhao Lei ordered people to set up a no-fly zone. At the same time, anyone who tried to enter Kuan Castle's territory would be interrogated and monitored. At this moment, an ordinary-looking flying boat slowly entered their line of sight. There were only 400 li left. It wasn't very far. If they hurried at full speed, they would arrive in an hour. What's going on? This is, when Kuan Erasure saw the army block the road, he had a bad premonition. Li Zongjiu also followed the others down the flying ship. Although Li Zongjiu had special privileges, he didn't like to use them. It wasn't a big deal if he couldn't fly. It was fine as long as they didn't cross his bottom line. As for other things, it wasn't a big deal. You can stop here. Drive back by yourself. Be careful. Li Zongjiu rewarded the pilot of the flying ship with 10,000 purple yuan. It was enough for the latter to be happy for a while. When the few of them landed, soldiers came over. Halt. Your household registration. The household register was a proof of identity issued by the imperial court. However, there were many things that could be used to prove one's identity. For example, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion's token, the Merchant Alliance's token, or some forces and organizations that were registered in the state capital. Officers, what's the matter? Kuan Erasure frowned. Generally speaking, this was something that would only be investigated when pursuing a wanted criminal. But now, in this desolate area, they actually needed the household register. Could it be that they were casting a wide net to catch fish? People from Kuan Castle? Take out your household register. The three of you want it too. More than 10 soldiers stared at the people in front of them with vigilance. Ever since Kuan Erishur mentioned people from Kuan Castle, they had already started to be vigilant and even gradually became more cautious. When Kuan Erishur took out his Kuan Castle's household register, the squad leader immediately ordered. Capture these people. Don't move. Kuan Arashi's eyes turned cold. Officers, what's the meaning of this? Although I'm from Kuan Castle, I'm also a citizen of the Xianxia dynasty. Without any evidence, without any reason, why are you capturing us? Kuan Erishur said angrily. Kuan Castle is harboring rebels. The higher-ups have ordered that not a single person from Kuan Castle can be let off. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. This squad was also quite elite. They had quite a tacit understanding when they attacked. The formation was also quite orderly, surrounding the four of them. At the same time, the commotion here attracted the joint patrol not far away. Although Kuan Castle was open and had a large population, only people from the Lan family's headquarters in Kuan Castle could truly obtain the household register of the Kuan Castle. Li Zhongjiu and the two primitive emperors maintained a state of watching with folded arms. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, Kuan Erishur also wanted to know what was going on. Wait a minute, Kuan Erishur shouted as he stretched out his hand. However, they thought that he was resisting and immediately attacked him. In the end, Kuan Erishur could only helplessly attack them and send them flying. Bang bang. In just a few moments, the dozen or so soldiers were all on the ground. Wait a minute, I'm a student of the Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor. He has a student ID. Kuan Erishur took out his Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor student card. Right now, they were only second-year students. Seeing the student ID in Kuan Arashi's hand, the squad leader took it and carefully examined it. He found that it was really the same, but he was still very vigilant towards Kuan Erishur and the others. If he was a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it would mean that he had come from the Holy Flame Royal City. At this moment, there were several squads that came from afar to provide support. However, they didn't continue to attack. After a while, this matter was reported to Deputy Commander Zhao Lei. After hearing about this matter, Zhao Lei directly brought people to Kuan Erishur and the others. After checking the student ID that Kuan Erishur handed over, he returned the student ID. He then ordered his men to return the student certificate and household register to Lan Kuan. You guys should go back. The situation in the Kuan Castle is very chaotic. If you enter rashly, I reckon that you will die in the internal strife even before we take action. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Zhao Lei said indifferently. No, I'm a member of the Kuan Castle. What's the situation in the Kuan Castle now? Kuan Erishur asked. There are traces of rebels in the Kuan Castle, but the city lord refused to allow the imperial court to enter the city to arrest them. What do you think the crime is? Impossible. There is no need for the Kuan Castle to do this. The city lord would never let such a thing happen. City lord? Haven't you heard that the city lord of the Kuan Castle was plotted against by someone? He is now seriously injured and is a living dead. The entire Kuan Castle is very aggressive, as if they want to start a war at any time. They think that the imperial court plotted against your city lord. TCH, do we need to be so despicable? Everyone knows that there must be a traitor in your Kuan Castle. Zhao Lei said. As a veteran who had been on the battlefield for many years, he clearly saw through all kinds of situations and schemes. You're from the Arakuni, right? Recently, Arakuni has been greatly suppressed. Only death awaits you if you go back. I advise you to go back to the royal city first. You can come back after we've quelled the chaos in the Kuan Castle. Kuan Erishur didn't hear the last part of Zhao Lei's words. He only heard what Zhao Lei said. The city lord of the Kuan Castle was attacked by someone and his life was hanging by a thread. What? Something happened to my father? It must be the Shui Kuan's people who did it. Kuan Erishur clenched his fist when he heard this. His eyes shone with a fierce light. He wanted to rush out and tear the Shui Kuan's people to shreds. What? You're Lan Yu's son? Oh? Zhao Lei looked at Kuan Erishur and said with interest. He didn't expect to encounter such an interesting situation. Previously, he thought that Lan Yu's son had already received the news and ran away. It was said that Arakuni's life was very difficult. Only Lan Yu was still hanging on by a thread. If he died, Arakuni would be the first to suffer a great blow. General, please let me pass. Otherwise, even if I have to force my way in, I will still try. Don't be silly. Why would I stop you? However, since you're Lan Yu's son, I'll help you. You have to help me too. Zhao Lei said. Kuan Arashi's face was also filled with doubt after he heard this. Xianxia, bring 2 men with you. Disguise yourselves and enter the city with them to spy for information. After he finished speaking, he looked at Kuan Erishur and said, Don't worry. Our army is only interested in the rebel army. As for the internal strife in your city, it has nothing to do with us. Xianxia, who was called over, looked very young. From the insignia on his body, he was actually a corporal. At such a young age, he was already a corporal. It seemed that his strength wasn't simple. Kuan Erishur didn't refuse. Xianxia also picked 2 capable subordinates. After they changed their clothes, they followed Kuan Erishur and the others. For convenience, they even prepared fast horses for them. Immediately, 7 fast horses quickly moved towards Kuan Castle. Strange. Why does the other young man look so familiar? I can't put my finger on it. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but he's definitely not from my army. Zhao Lei said with a frown. I'm getting old. My brain isn't as bright as before. If you can't remember, then forget it. You guys continue to enforce martial law. The spies that were sent in these 2 days have all been cleared out. It's clear that the situation in the city is quite serious. Everyone, be alert. Yes, General. After that, Zhao Lei once again lay down on his rattan chair and leisurely enjoyed the scenery in front of him. These kind of good days don't come often. Who knows when a war will break out? Outside Kuan Castle. Kuan Erishur and the others had already arrived in front of Kuan Castle. Once again, they were stopped by someone. Who are you? Someone on the city wall shouted down. In some of the hidden compartments on the city wall, they could clearly feel that there were arrows aimed at them, ready to attack at any time. I'm Kuan Erishur. The people in Kuan Castle naturally knew Kuan Arashi's appearance very well. After confirming Kuan Arashi's identity, someone on the city wall immediately opened the city gate. Recently, Kuan Castle had fallen into a state of isolation. The dynasty's army was stationed in all directions. As for the whereabouts of the rebel army, who knew? Kuan Erishur, you're finally back. A burly man came forward with a group of people and hugged Kuan Erishur. Uncle Lanwei. Let me introduce you. These 2 are the Spirit of the Sword and Senior Beiku. This is my big brother, Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu? Lanwei heard this name and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Lanwei remembered the owner of the White Deer Mansion, the famous evil lord. In addition, Li Zhongjiu had another identity. He was the national protector, an honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. You're the legendary evil lord? Lanwei couldn't help but look at Li Zhongjiu. He could naturally feel that there was something unusual about the aura of the Spirit of the Sword and Li Zhongjiu. However, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Li Zhongjiu was very powerful. Just call me Li Zhongjiu. You don't have to be so formal. Li Zhongjiu smiled faintly. Obviously, Lanwei had a good relationship with Kuan Erishur. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. By the way, these 3 are from the Blue Tiger Army. They said that they wanted to spy on the rebel army. Kuan Erishur turned around and looked at Xianxia and the other 2. Xianxia's expression immediately changed. He knew that Kuan Erishur was definitely unreliable, but he didn't expect him to betray them as soon as he came in. Kid, how dare you betray us? Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Kuan Erishur didn't care at all. Were these people stupid? Under such circumstances, did they expect Kuan Erishur to help them deal with Kuan Castle? Humph, you Imperial army are full of tricks. Take them down. Lock them up. Immediately, the 3 members of the Blue Tiger Army were imprisoned. However, they were not killed. After all, if they died, it would be more troublesome. The current situation in Kuan Castle was extremely chaotic. With the slightest carelessness, the imperial court would find an excuse to invade. Thus, they absolutely could not allow the imperial court to find an excuse so quickly. It's good that you're back. Your father's current situation is extremely bad. Right now, the Shuekuan faction has already made Langa the acting city lord. He will be in charge of the next city lord selection. Lan Wei brought along Kuan Erasher, Li Zongjiu, and the others as he spoke. Although the position of city lord had temporarily changed hands, Kuan Arashi's father, Lan Yu, was still the city lord. In addition, the military power was also in Lan Wei's hands. Thus, right now, those people only dared to make some small moves in the dark. If it was something that was truly out in the open, then they wouldn't dare. Let's go see my father first. Kuan Erasher said. In comparison, the position of city lord had already become less important. The most important thing was still his father's safety. The locations of the 3 factions in the city were all different. They all had their own mansions. Although they were said to be of the same breath and branch, sometimes there would only be one share of benefits. In the end, there would always be favoritism. Kuan Castle's system consisted of 1 city lord and 7 elders. These 7 elders were all highly respected and extremely senior individuals from the various clans. If there were any important decisions, they would have to go through the Elder Council to make a decision. However, right now, the Shuekuan faction gradually occupied 4 seats in the Elders' Council. This caused the situation in the Elders' Council to gradually lose balance. Right now, if someone from the Shuekuan faction were to obtain the position of city lord, it would be difficult to take it back. The entire city would also become the property of the Shuekuan faction. As for why the Shuekuan faction couldn't be allowed to obtain power, there was an extremely great secret behind it. However, in a situation where their descendants were not good enough, they could only watch as Kuan Castle fell into the hands of others. Once the Shuekuan faction came to power, they would definitely declare war on the Xingyan dynasty, or even declare their own country. That would definitely bring disaster to Kuan Castle, so they had to stop the Shuekuan faction. Arakuni's mansion. Because the city lord had been attacked and had yet to recover from his serious injuries, the entire mansion was heavily guarded. It was extremely normal for there to be a guard every 10 steps and a sentry every 3 steps. General Lan Wei. The leader of the guards was also a disciple of the main family, Lan Tianying. When Lan Tianying saw that Lan Wei had brought people over, he personally went up to check on them. When he saw that it was Kuan Erasher who had returned, a surprised smile appeared on his face. "Third young master, you've returned." When they saw Kuan Erasher, Lan Tianying and the others were clearly very excited. Kuan Erasher was the 3rd son in the main family, but he was also the most talented one. The eldest brother was not young anymore, but his cultivation was not as good as Kuan Arashi's. The second sister was a woman, so she could not inherit the city lord's position. In Arakuni, Kuan Erasher was the only one who was capable. Other than him, there were also a few talented youths. If Kuan Erasher did not return, they could only push them up. "Uncle Tianying, this is my eldest brother, Li Zongjiu. These 2 are senior spirit of the sword and senior baiku." "Li Zongjiu, you are." When Lan Tianying heard Li Zongjiu's name, he was instantly shocked. Then, he looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. "You are, yes, that's right. Let us go in first and take a look at father's condition," Kuan Erasher said. Kuan Erasher was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter, so he must have some attainments in medical skills. Perhaps, he could save the family head. "Alright, follow me. All the pharmacists in the city have come to take a look, but this bunch of trash can't even find out anything. It's just that your father will vomit black blood every 6 hours. If this continues, in less than 3 days, there will be no signs of life at all," Lan Tianying said as he walked. On the other side, Lan Wei continued to deploy his troops. Although there was nothing to do on the surface, with the undercurrent surging, it was natural for him to be prepared for everything. vomit blood every 6 hours? Kuan Erishur frowned and looked at Li Zongjiu. Obviously, with his knowledge, he had never seen such a situation. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu looked indifferent as he came to Lan Yu's room. There were many guards guarding the place from all directions. Among them, there was even a primitive emperor hiding in the dark. However, when Li Zongjiu and the rest arrived, the hidden primitive emperor walked out. Elder E. Lan Tianying and the rest bowed. Kuan Er's back? Lan Yi looked at the group of people in front of him and looked at the spirit of the sword and Baiku. Of course, his focus was on the spirit of the sword. You are the spirit of the sword? Lan Yi was shocked when he saw the spirit of the sword. This person who had died many years ago actually appeared in front of him again. Old E, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You are actually still alive. Lan Tianying and Kuan Erishur looked at the two of them in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect the two of them to be old acquaintances. After all, the spirit of the sword had dominated Kuan Castle a long time ago. Only the older generation would remember it. You guys go and chat. We will go in and take a look. Li Zongjiu said. If these people continued to exchange greetings one after another, who knew how long it would take? Yes, young master. The spirit of the sword and Baiku followed Lan Yi to the side and chatted. Li Zongjiu, Kuan Erishur, and Lan Tianying walked into the bedroom. At this moment, the bed was covered with a white veil and there was a brazier under the bed. Did you invite Senior Heavenly Medicine here? A girl who was taking care of the sick bed turned around and asked. Her hands were still wiping the sweat off Lan Yu's forehead. When she turned around and saw Kuan Erishur, her eyes were filled with surprise. Little Kuan. Second sister, I am back. Kuan Erishur said. This person was the second sister, Lan Yuyan. She was also a deacon in the Lan family. At the same time, she was also the shopkeeper of several shops. After knowing that something had happened to her father, she temporarily put down the things in her hands and came back to take care of her father. Her mother had even fallen ill because of this. Lan Yuyan was originally also a delicate and pretty great beauty, but these few days, she was also much more haggard. She had no appetite for food and drink, and even had people spend a large sum of money to go and invite Senior Heavenly Medicine out of the mountain. This Senior Heavenly Medicine was a very famous pharmacist in the surrounding area. However, after so many days, he still had not arrived. Could it be that he was not satisfied with the price? At this moment, another guard came to report. Second miss, bad news. Senior Heavenly Medicine's entire family was killed. Senior Heavenly Medicine's whereabouts are unknown. The most powerful pharmacist within a radius of 10,000 miles had his entire family killed. Moreover, the pharmacist himself had disappeared. Could it be that Senior Heavenly Medicine killed his family and then went into hiding? If that was not the case, then someone must be plotting against him. Damn it! Lan Yuyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wished she could find the person behind this and tear him into pieces. Let me take a look. Li Zongjiu said. He could not just watch Kuan Arashi's father die like this. Li Zongjiu immediately took a step forward. Lan Yuyan did not know Li Zongjiu in front of her, let alone Li Zongjiu's background. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu spoke, she looked at Li Zongjiu with a puzzled expression. You are little Kuan's friend, right? Little Kuan, take your friend to the living room to rest for a while. Let's have dinner together later. Lan Yuyan had been in the martial arts world for many years. She was quite confident in judging people. Therefore, when she saw Li Zongjiu, his temperament was not weak. He should be someone who had seen the world. However, if she were to put her father's life in the hands of such a young man, wouldn't it be sending her father to his death in vain? Moreover, he hadn't even investigated the way he came. Even if it was his younger brother, he could have been deceived. This was a very normal thing and not surprising at all. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. Moreover, Lan Yuyan was already very polite now. At such a critical moment, anyone with unknown origins could be an enemy. Her father fell ill and was plotted against. Her eldest brother had not returned. Now that her third brother had returned, it was difficult for him to take on a big responsibility. Therefore, although Lan Yuyan was a woman, she needed to step forward and take care of the family's overall situation. Second sister, this is my eldest brother. His name is, that's enough. Don't casually bring your brothers back home in the future, especially in such a situation. If they want to come and play, they can come back when the time is right. Uncle Tianying, see them out. Lan Tianying's face was filled with awkwardness. The second Mrs. temper was just that bad. After all, it was a tumultuous time. It was always good to be more sensitive and consider things more carefully. However, Li Zhongzhou's identity was not that simple. Even Lan Tianying couldn't help but advise him in a low voice. Second Miss, this is Li Zhongzhou, the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. What do you mean not too long ago? Wait, what did you say? Lan Yuyan suddenly froze. The most important word popped into her mind. Heavenly Dam Pavilion, honorary elder. Recently, the honorary elder of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the most active one. In the Saint Flame Empire, he was considered an extraordinary person. Moreover, with the status of an honorary elder, he could easily kill any alchemist in seconds. As for that whatever senior heavenly medicine, in front of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he did not have any reputation at all. Most of the people in the Heavenly Dam Pavilion were good-for-nothings. The truly powerful ones were only those at the top. However, the relationship between Kuan Castle and the Xingyan dynasty was not good. Therefore, there was even less of a relationship between them and the Heavenly Dam Pavilion. Li Zhongzhou. When Lan Yuyan thought of the name Li Zhongzhou, she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Speaking of this domineering fellow, Lan Yuyan had always admired Li Zhongzhou's personality. He was omnipotent. It could be said that he was unscrupulous, however, this situation made Lan Yuyan feel extremely embarrassed. The arrival of such an expert would definitely bring about a change in the situation. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to save her father. Just a moment ago, she wanted to drive Li Zhongzhou out. Immediately, Lan Yuyan felt her face burning with shame. Li Zhongzhou did not care too much. He came to Lan Yu's bedside and used a finger to point at the space between Lan Yu's eyebrows. Immediately, a ball of mental energy entered Lan Yu's body. It could be felt that there was a force in Lan Yu's body that wanted to repel Li Zhongzhou's mental energy. This was Lan Yu's own original spirit energy. However, Li Zhongzhou's mental energy was not something that this little original spirit energy could resist. It immediately bypassed the latter's resistance and thoroughly investigated the situation in Lan Yu's body. Everyone stood behind Li Zhongzhou and nervously watched the changes in the two people. It actually broke through father's defense. The primordial spirit's self-protection was also a very big factor that hindered treatment. It would think that these external forces were all threatening, and then the primordial spirit would forcibly protect its master, not allowing its master to suffer the slightest harm. Therefore, many pharmacists could not detect any situation at all. They could not even get past the original spirit of the body. This poison is called the meridian poison. It is considered a relatively obscure poison. The person who can get this poison must be related to the 5 poisons. Li Zhongzhou said. Only the 5 poisons could refine this poison. The meridian poison was the specialty of their sect. Those who were poisoned would vomit 3 liters of blood every day without any cause or effect. When the blood that was vomited was black with a tinge of red, it meant that their life had come to an end. Li Zhongzhou explained to the people in front of him. He was indeed worthy of being the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. With a single move, he easily saw through the secret of this poison. Such a knowledgeable person was indeed different. The 5 poisons? However, these people seemed to be unfamiliar with this name. I heard that a guest elder called Ordinary Wu came to Shui Kuan's mansion. He is extremely skilled in refining poisons and is also quite accomplished in detoxification. With his poison skills, no one dares to get close to him. Lan Tianying said. If that was the case, then there was something very suspicious about this person called Extraordinary. Suddenly, Lan Yu, who was lying on the bed, vomited a mouthful of black blood. Moreover, this black blood had a bit of scarlet in it, black with a tinge of red. The maid beside him quickly went forward to wipe away the blood. When everyone saw the color of the blood, their faces instantly turned pale. Elderly just said that if this black blood with a tinge of red was vomited, it meant that the person was dying. Everyone quickly went forward, but they did not know what to do. What's the rush? I just said that the person is dying. It's not like I can't cure him. Li Zhongjiu waved his sleeves and said. In principle, my service fee is 10 billion purple yuan. However, for Kuan Arashi's sake, this time I will treat it as a gift. Back off. Li Zhongjiu said. Everyone did not react in time. When they heard that they were asked to back off, they all retreated. Li Zhongjiu flicked his finger. A flame jumped out from his finger and landed on Lan Yu's body. In an instant, the flame rose and enveloped Lan Yu's body. Lan Tianying and the others were shocked. They were worried that their patriarch was in danger. However, they were stopped by Lan Yuyan. She indicated that they should not disturb Li Zhongjiu. Although Kuan Erasure was confident in Li Zhongjiu, he could not help but feel nervous. After all, the person lying on the bed was his father. His life was in Li Zhongjiu's hands. At this moment, Lan Yu's entire body was surrounded by raging flames. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, the slightest fluctuation in the flames was enough to burn Lan Yu's body to ashes. Everyone looked nervously at Li Zhongjiu's actions. However, Li Zhongjiu opened his left hand. A fire cauldron condensed in the center of his palm. Kuan Erasure, add in the herbs. Li Zhongjiu said. Kuan Erasure immediately stepped forward. Li Zhongjiu used his mental energy to spread the herbs on the table. Then, Kuan Erasure followed Li Zhongjiu's instructions and added the herbs into the fire cauldron one by one. Of course, the process of adding the herbs was very particular. It had to be done carefully. It could not casually cause any fluctuations or any sudden changes. It had to maintain the stability of the fire cauldron. The sky-high flames moved around Lan Yu's body for a full 2 hours. The entire room was like a furnace. The maids could no longer bear it and retreated one after another. Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianying did not circulate their energy to resist the heat. If they rashly used their energy and caused an accident, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, they forced themselves to endure the heat. Sweat soaked through her clothes, causing Lan Yuyan's cheeks to become even redder. Lan Yuyan was at the prime of her life. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, but it also showed off Lan Yuyan's sweaty figure. Cough, cough. Lan Tianying coughed softly, attracting Lan Yuyan's attention. Only then did she realize how unsightly she was. It was as if she had been fished out of the water. Then, the yuan energy in Lan Yuyan's body trembled slightly, evaporating her sweat. It's done. Go out and endure the pill lightning. Li Zhongjiu said. Kuan Erasure was stunned. What did he mean? Before Kuan Erasure could ask, however, he heard a muffled sound coming from the sky. Rumble. The sound of rolling thunder caused Lan Kuan's mind to be startled. F***ck, it had only been 2 hours. Just like that, he casually refined a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Are you kidding me? Was he making sugar figurines? Not to mention Kuan Erasure, even Lan Yuyan and the others didn't have time to react before the sky began to thunder. Rumble. Lightning surged in the sky. Seeing Kuan Erasure rush out, Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianying finally understood. This is pill lightning. Only a 6th-grade medicinal pill can cause pill lightning. Just like that, he refined a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Lan Yuyan opened her mouth wide and looked at the young figure in shock. His every movement gave people a sense of steadiness. To ordinary people, this was already considered a miracle. However, to Li Zhongjiu, this was just a common occurrence. Go get a big bucket of water and put him in the bucket. Then, use this medicinal pill and throw him in the water. After soaking in the water for 2 days and 2 nights, he will recover. Li Zhongjiu said to Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianying. Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianying hurriedly left to carry out Li Zhongjiu's task. When they went out, they saw Kuan Erasure on the roof enduring the pill lightning. A total of 5 pill lightning bolts fell, making Kuan Erasure suffer a lot. After putting Lan Yu in the bathtub, Lan Yuyan asked again, why don't you do it? To throw a 6th-grade medicinal pill into the water, Lan Yuyan was afraid that she wouldn't be able to throw it properly. Hence, she asked Li Zhongjiu again. It doesn't matter who throws it. Just throw it in. Li Zhongjiu said. Lan Yuyan didn't hesitate and threw the medicinal pill in her hand into the water. Immediately, the medicinal pill dissolved in the bathtub and waves of fragrance filled the air. At the same time, they could see that there seemed to be waves of black gas being devoured in Lan Yu's body. Although Lan Yu's expression showed that he was in pain, everyone could feel that Lan Yu's aura was slowly recovering. Alright, we'll just have to wait for 2 days. From the looks of it, he'll be fine in 1.5 days. Li Zhongjiu sighed. Originally, the deadline of 2 days had already been brought forward a little. However, Lan Yu's physique seemed to have become even stronger than he had imagined. Really, thank you elder, thank you elder. Lan Yuyan was so emotional that she was about to cry. She was so touched that tears fell. I want to tell mother about this. Kun Arashi's mother was also exhausted because of Lan Yu's poisoning. In just 2 days, she fell ill. Now that she knew about this, she would probably be so excited that she would wake up immediately. Go, let's go out too. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and said. No matter how strong Lan Yuyan's outer appearance was, after a slight change, her inner world would be revealed. The two of them happened to meet Kun Arashir, whose body was completely black from the pill lightning. When they saw Kun Arashi's comical appearance, Lan Tianying and Lan Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? How's father's condition? Kun Arashir said as he puffed out black smoke. Alright, with Elder Li's help, there's no need for you to worry. Go wash up and come with me to see mother. These 2 pieces of good news will definitely make her happy. When Lan Kun saw the look on his second sister's face, he knew that there was no problem. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Kun Arashir was so emotional that he danced with joy. If Li Zhongjiu wasn't here today, he really wouldn't know what to do. Lan Tianying was also in charge of bringing Li Zhongjiu to rest first. After a while, the meeting would be held. At the same time, he also invited Elder Li to listen in. This was because Li Zhongjiu was not only an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, but also the great master protector of the Xingyan dynasty. Letting the imperial tutor listen in on the family meeting could at least prove that they didn't have any intention of rebelling. Lan Yuyan instructed that the news of the patriarch's recovery must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single bit of it could be leaked out. Therefore, in the entire family, only a few people knew about it. Of course, this matter was also notified to Elder Lani. When Elder Lani heard this news, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, when he was chatting with the spirit of the sword, he already knew about Li Zhongjiu's identity. He was even more shocked that such an important person had quietly come to their place. If it was any other time, he would definitely be able to sense it. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these things. He wasn't too interested in this aspect. This also allowed Lan Yuyan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, it seemed that Li Zhongjiu was the kind of boss who was very reliable. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Li Zhongjiu's actions could be clearly seen by everyone in the city. The appearance of the grade 6 pill lightning was especially eye-catching. After seeing this pill lightning, the members of the Lan family of Shuekuan immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. Shuekuan faction, Lan family. Langu was now the acting city lord. Before this, he had always been a member of the Elder Hall. Now that Lan Yu was seriously ill, Langu directly took over the affairs of the city. He actually wanted to start a business of selling Kuan stones. The reason why the Lan family had been able to protect Kuan Castle for so long and had such a special status was because of the Kuan stones in their hands. Kuan stones were unique to Kuan Castle. Weapons and armor made with Kuan stones all had a special characteristic. Water repellent, this property was actually not very powerful. However, it could have unimaginable effects at specific times. Now, the Xingyan dynasty was also vigorously developing the marine resources of the North Sea. Kuan stones became the most important thing. The water repellent property was very important in such a competition for resources. Therefore, the Shuekuan faction's people wanted to sell the Kuan stones. This price was, of course, a very moving price. However, the people of Arakuni faction did not agree. Speaking of which, this matter was only a fuse. The conflict had been buried deep for hundreds of years, and there was more or less hatred between them. In addition, the wild Kuan lineage had been the dominant force for a very long time. It was time for a change. That fluctuation just now seemed to be the pill lightning? Lan Shouxin, one of the 4 elders of the Shuekuan faction, said in a deep voice. Originally, the position of Great Elder was Langu. However, now that Langu had become the acting city lord, Lan Shouxin naturally became the new Great Elder. In Kuan Castle, there are no 6th grade alchemists. Who can summon pill lightning? Lan Shouyu was also puzzled. Lan Shouyu was the 3rd elder. Arakuni faction's Lan Yi was the 2nd elder. Just now, a scout came back to report that he saw 4 people enter the city. Lan Wei went to greet them personally. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 3rd son, Kuan Erasher, who has returned. The 5th elder Lan Shui has said. Even if this Kuan Erasher stayed in the Heavenly Dawn medicine matter for a period of time, he might not be able to refine a 6th grade elixir. He must be accompanied by an expert. Have you checked the identities of the other 3 people? Langu asked. We're doing our best to track him down. As soon as possible, we must find out the identities of these people by tomorrow. Yes. Patriarch. Langu looked around and then waved his hand. The surrounding maids nodded and retreated, covering the door. After the scene was cleaned up, Langu knocked on the table. Tonight, we have to figure out Lan Yu's situation. We can't wait any longer. Langu said in a deep voice. If they continue to delay, they won't have time to deal with the various armies outside the city. Who knows what will happen? When the time comes, all the internal and external troubles will be concentrated to deal with them. It will be very difficult. I've already made the arrangements. Tonight, we will send a group of people to sneak attack the garrison outside the city and leave behind something related to Arakuni. So, there will definitely be some movement tonight. When the time comes, the 5th elder will bring people to infiltrate Arakuni's residence and investigate Lan Yu's situation. 5th elder, you're in charge of supporting from the outside. If there's any movement, you must immediately retreat. You must not be caught in any way. Yes, Patriarch. The entire secret room was filled with a faint murderous aura. Those who want to do big things don't care about trifles. Since they were going to do it, they had to do it on a big scale. Patriarch, the new generation of city lord candidates has been selected. With Wu Zhong's strength, it shouldn't be a problem. But this Kuan Erasher, how should we deal with him? The 3rd elder, Lan Shouyu, said. If this kid is a threat, let Wu Jiang kill him during the competition. If he can be subdued, let's keep him for the time being. We'll naturally have a use for him in the future. Shuekuan's side had already started to discuss the countermeasures for the night attack. The meeting on Arakuni's side was also called by Lan Yuyan. The 2nd elder, Lan Yi, Lan Tianying, and a few other deacons of the family, Kuan Erasher, were also present. First, everyone welcomed Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also signaled them to sit down in an extremely cold manner. There was no need to be so polite. Then, they got to the main topic. Naturally, they didn't mention the situation of Patriarch Lan Yu. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Moreover, they trusted Li Zongjiu. They directly sent the Spirit of the Sword and Bei Ku to protect him in the courtyard. Originally, these 2 people were sent by Xiao Zhao to help Kuan Erasher. It wasn't easy for him to return to the family, so he sent these 2 experts to help. The price to hire these 2 people wasn't cheap, especially for such a long-distance mission. Normally, there was a cost to keep them, but if they went out to work, there would be a high commission. However, the White Deer Mansion could afford it. It was precisely because the White Deer Mansion was getting bigger and bigger that many things had already crossed the red line. However, this wasn't important. Having strength was the most important thing. When the White Deer Mansion had such strength, they wouldn't be afraid of the Xingyan dynasty anymore. First, the Patriarch is injured. Continue to search for famous doctors. In addition, the cause of death of the Heavenly Medicine Master's family must be investigated clearly. Also, find the Heavenly Medicine Master as soon as possible, whether he's dead or alive. Second, Kuan Erasher, go to the Ancestral Hall tomorrow to sign up. The selection for the next city lord has already begun. From what we know, Lan Wujiang has already won in Shui Kuan's faction. He's your old rival. Moreover, Lan Wujiang is already the 7th elder of the Elder Hall. Lan Yuyan said in a deep voice. What? How could that guy become an elder? The Lan family's 3 major factions only had a total of 7 elders, and Lan Wujiang was one of them. This Lan Wujiang was indeed capable, but this guy's style of doing things was unscrupulous. He was vicious and merciless, and there was no way he could pass the test of character. How could he become an elder in such a muddle-headed manner? There's no need to delve into the reason. However, he does have some achievements. Otherwise, the Ancestral Hall would definitely not agree. In addition, Gu Kuan's faction is Lan Jiangxue. Eh? That crazy girl is also participating? When he heard this name, Kuan Erasure was also a little surprised. Gu Kuan's faction had always been low-key and didn't like fighting. However, they were also quite powerful and couldn't be ignored. After many years of hiding their strength and biding their time, they might have already surpassed the other 2 factions. Moreover, Lan Jiangxue was also a woman. In the Lan family's rules, there was no rule that forbade women from participating. However, it was extremely difficult for a woman to pass through the layers of tests. At least until now, only one person had succeeded. Moreover, she had also paid a great price. She couldn't marry or have children for the rest of her life. She had to devote her heart and soul to the family because some things couldn't be spread to the outside world. Therefore, Kuan Erasure was also very surprised that Lan Jiangxue could participate. After listening to the entire meeting, Li Zongjiu did not expect it to be so troublesome. Since the people from the Shui Kuan faction wanted to rebel, wouldn't it be easier to just go up and suppress them? How could there be so many things for them to do? If it was Li Zongjiu, none of these people would survive. Of course, Lan Yuyan didn't know what Li Zongjiu was thinking at this moment. After the meeting was over and the morale of the army was stabilized, Lan Yuyan walked up to Li Zongjiu. That. Elderly, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. Lan Yuyan lowered her head and said softly. She looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. She did not look like the girl who led everyone in the meeting and pointed out the wind and clouds during the meeting. It's fine. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Second miss, it's not good. The army outside the city is approaching. Suddenly, a guard came to report, which stunned Lan Yuyan and the others. What do you mean? Could it be that they want to attack Kuan City at night? Everyone was shocked, but Lan Yuyan immediately arranged for people to go to the city gate. If they did not stop it in time, a battle would break out tonight. It might even be a war. Uncle Tianying, I'm worried that someone is setting a trap. You must protect father's safety. Don't worry, second miss. The loyalty between people of the same clan was indisputable. Therefore, Lan Yuyan also handed the family headquarters to Lan Tianying. Lan Tianying was the captain of the guards in the residence. Li Zongjiu also followed Lan Yuyan, Kuan Erasure, and the others to the city gate. However, they saw a large number of soldiers gathered in front of him. The weapons in their hands were already extremely shiny. The defenders of Kuan Castle and Lan Wei were confronting the enemy. Lan Wei's eyes were as sharp as knives. Under the night sky, he quickly counted the number of people on the other side. There were at least 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, the wind and sand billowed in the distance. It seemed like a large number of people were rushing over. The leader was none other than the Blue Tiger Army's deputy commander, Zhao Lei, who met Li Zongjiu and the others before. At this moment, Zhao Lei's armor was stained with blood. General Zhao Lei, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to rebel? Lan Yuyan climbed up the city wall and saw Zhao Lei below and shouted. Kuan City has been granted special permission by the imperial family. It is still the territory of the Saint Flame Empire. If there is no order to deploy troops, General Zhao Lei, what you have done today is a serious crime of betraying the empire. When Zhao Lei heard Lan Yuyan's words, he sneered. Stop putting on an act here. Today, you actually dared to send people to assassinate me. I think you really don't want to live anymore. As soon as Zhao Lei's voice fell, his subordinates threw out 5 corpses with a bang. These 5 people were all wearing the Lan family's disciple robes. However, who would wear such obvious robes when assassinating someone? Only a fool would do something like that. However, it didn't matter if the matter was foolish or not. What was important was whether or not people believed it. Zhao Lei chose to believe it. Even if you had 100 mouths, you wouldn't be able to debate it clearly. When Lan Yuyan saw these corpses, she knew that this was definitely someone's plan. Open the city gates. I want to go out. When Lan Yuyan decided to go out personally to negotiate, Lan Wei and the others became nervous and hurriedly tried to persuade her. Lan Yuyan could be said to be the central pillar of these people. If she was captured by Zhao Lei and the others, Kuan Castle would be in a very passive position. Don't try to persuade me. Today's matter must be risky. This is clearly a trap set by someone to throw us into chaos. Kuan Erasure, quickly return to the family and guard it. Lan Yuyan said to Kuan Erasure. She felt a little uneasy. Although Kuan Erasure was also very worried about his second sister's safety, the family still needed someone to look after it. Boss, I'll leave my second sister to you. After saying that, Kuan Erasure turned around without hesitation and urged his horse to gallop away. Lan Yuyan glanced at Li Zongjiu and nodded to Li Zongjiu. She was obviously grateful to the latter for staying behind to stabilize the situation. With Li Zongjiu here, even if there was a problem, she believed that with Li Zongjiu's skills, his life would not be in danger. Lan Yuyan left the city under the protection of 2 guards. When Zhao Lei saw the city gates open, his heart was slightly moved. If he rushed in and took control of the situation now, it would be a great achievement. However, as Lan Yuyan said, the imperial court had not given an official order. After all, without conclusive evidence, they could not casually launch an attack. If this was the case, then some of the families and forces that had sought enlistment in the past would also have some thoughts in their hearts. For example, the Gu family that had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu could also be considered as a force that had been recruited. There were many similar situations in the Xingyan dynasty. If all of them were to erupt at the same time, then wouldn't it give the rebels an opportunity? If things went wrong, then a disaster of internal strife would break out. Therefore, before taking action, this name must be firmly secured. In addition, he only had 10,000 men under his command. Just now, he had already issued an urgent order. If he wanted to mobilize more men, it would take at least a few hours. As for these mere 10,000 men, Zhao Lei really did not dare to kill his way in. These people from Kuan Castle were not simple. They had inherited their family's primordial spirits. If primordial spirits of the same attribute were to erupt on the battlefield, then their morale would definitely increase greatly. At that time, Zhao Lei probably would not be able to survive. He saw Lan Yuyan spurring her horse out. Zhao Lei could not help but have a higher opinion of Lan Yuyan. To be able to appear in such a situation, at least this boldness was not something that ordinary scoundrels could compare to. These corpses have nothing to do with my people from Kuan Castle. General, please take a closer look. Lan Yuyan investigated for a while and knew that these people were not from Kuan Castle. Moreover, the undulations in their bodies were somewhat strange. The primordial arts that they cultivated were also extremely special. She could not sense which family's ability they were from. Lan Yuyan flipped one of the bodies over. Suddenly, she saw that there was an air sac that was constantly contracting on one of the bodies. Bang, with a loud sound, the flesh and blood directly exploded and flew everywhere. At the same time, a pitch-black gas directly spread out from the corpse. They had actually fallen into a trap. There's poison. Everyone, retreat. After seeing this scene, Zhao Lei loudly shouted. At the same time, he was also incomparably vigilant. It seemed that this really had nothing to do with Lan Yuyan and the others. Because this attack was not only targeted at Zhao Lei, but more importantly, Lan Yuyan. Second miss. Lan Wei and the others saw this scene from the city wall and immediately became incomparably nervous. However, in the next moment, they saw that the black gas that filled the sky did not continue to spread. Instead, it was wrapped by a primordial qi. In the end, it was also continuously compressed and fell into a palm. Only then did Lan Yuyan put down the hand that was blocking in front of her. She looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her in shock. She did not know when Li Zongjiu had appeared by her side. Go. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. With a bang, the compressed poisonous gas in his hand hit one of the people from the Blue Tiger Army. That person was directly sent flying to the ground. The poisonous gas also directly entered his body. Then, the facial features on his face actually began to change. He's not one of us. It's a disguise technique. When everyone saw the person who had revealed his true form, they all exclaimed because they didn't recognize the person in front of them at all. Zhao Lei pays his respects to Lord Imperial Tutor. When Zhao Lei saw Li Zongjiu, he was once again sure of Li Zongjiu's identity. He immediately jumped down from his horse and came in front of Li Zongjiu to pay his respects. When the soldiers behind him saw Zhao Lei kneel down, they naturally did not dare to stand still. They also knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu. Previously, Zhao Lei did not recognize Li Zongjiu. However, now that Li Zongjiu had shown himself and was standing so close to him, no matter how bold Zhao Lei was, he did not dare to pretend to be blind anymore. A country has its own laws. If he looked down on the imperial tutor, it would be the same as looking down on the entire Xianxia dynasty. Zhao Lei did not dare to take any chances. The soldiers who were so aggressive just a moment ago actually knelt down in unison. This showed how important Li Zongjiu was as the imperial tutor. Since the founding of the Xianxia dynasty, there was only one imperial tutor, Li Zongjiu. Get up. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Sorry for the trouble. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He waved his hand. Although that was what he said, Zhao Lei did not take it seriously. After getting up, he signaled the soldiers behind him to get up as well. Everyone stood up in unison as if they had rehearsed this. Their movements were extremely neat and uniform. That's enough. Bury these corpses and move that person's body into the city. You come with me. You two can talk things out before you come back. Fighting and killing all day long. How many people have died? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. These people at the bottom would go out to fight just because of a word from the person above them. It was very pitiful. Therefore, Li Zongjiu decided to intervene to prevent things from getting worse. Originally, he had only come to check on Kuan Arashi's situation and see if he could become a city lord or a fort master. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a situation? Yes, Lord Imperial Tutor. Although Zhao Lei was nervous, the Imperial Tutor had already spoken. Could this be the Great Emperor's intention? The order that Zhao Lei received was only to station troops here, and it did not specify any further actions, so he did not take action for a long time. However, Zhao Lei also understood the intentions of the higher-ups. They had to find a reason to take down Kuan Castle. But now that the Grandmaster Protector is here, do you think you can just lead your men to attack? Of course, he had to figure out what was going on. Set up camp here. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Yes. Zhao Lei arranged the troops behind him. He only brought 4 personal guards with him. Lan Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, a battle was unavoidable tonight. Both sides would have to pay a high price. However, she did not expect that Li Zongjiu would be willing to stand up for Kuan Castle and prevent the outbreak of this conflict. This had saved many lives. Thank you, Imperial Tutor. Lan Yuyan said. Call me Li Zongjiu or Elder. Imperial Tutor sounds too old. It sounds like a swindler. Li Zongjiu obviously did not like the way the Imperial Tutor was addressed. It sounded a little low-class. Zhao Lei, who was following at the side, almost tripped over his right foot. He could not believe that Li Zongjiu would actually say such words. His evaluation of the Imperial Tutor's title was so low. If you don't want to be the Imperial Tutor, then give it to me. Of course, Zhao Lei was only thinking about it. Imperial Tutor. The few little brothers that I sent earlier. Oh, they were just captured. Let's talk about this later. Li Zongjiu said. Zhao Lei was referring to the 3 people who were captured by Kuan Arasher as soon as they entered the city gate. They were caught off guard and did not even have time to escape. It was fine as long as they were not dead. After all, the original purpose of these 3 people was not pure. Generally, if such spies were caught, they would end up in a very miserable state. Zhao Lei followed the few people into the city. Naturally, he was incomparably calm. With Zhao Lei's own ability, he believed in his own strength. Although he did not dare to say that he could kill several people here, it was not necessarily difficult for him to escape. At the same time, as long as the signal arrow was released, a large number of people would directly kill them. The death of a general would have very serious consequences, especially at this time. General Zhao, I have heard a lot about you. Lan Wei walked down. When he saw Zhao Lei entering the city with him, he smiled. At the same time, his expression was a little strange. After all, such a thing had never happened before. He was also glad that the people of Kuan Castle did not think of rebelling. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Zhao Lei to leave after coming in. General Lan Wei, I have rarely heard of your name. Today, Imperial Tutor is here, so I will spare your lives for the time being. You should open the city gate as soon as possible and let my people in to search for the rebels. Zhao Lei said proudly. Even if he was in the enemy's headquarters, he did not have the slightest fear. General Zhao, there must be a misunderstanding, Lan Yuyan said. And just when the several leaders were about to have a good discussion. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the city. Boom. Li Zongjiu looked over. The place where the loud noise came from was Arakuni's mansion. Obviously, there were experts fighting. The spiritual energy in the entire city seemed to be drawn and instantly fell into a chaotic storm. Boom. Not good, let's go back quickly. Lan Yuyan and the others could no longer care about Zhao Lei and the others. They directly led their people and rushed in the direction of the family. Imperial Tutor, please. Since Zhao Lei had already come in, he might as well go and see what these people were up to. Of course, Zhao Lei did not dare to ignore Li Zongjiu. He stretched out his hand and said. After seeing Li Zongjiu take a step forward, he followed behind Li Zongjiu. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 figures had already rushed up to the sky. Clearly, this was a fight between 4 primitive emperors. They never thought that there would be so many primitive emperors fighting. Protect the Imperial Tutor. Zhao Lei said in a low voice. As a soldier, his first duty was naturally to protect the important figures of the imperial court. Regardless of whether the latter needed protection or not, this scene had to be completed. His duty had to be in place. The few of them rushed up to the sky and fought in the sky. At the same time, there were sounds of fierce fighting in the mansion. However, with the arrival of Lan Yuyan and the other party seemed to have realized that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat. Catch them. Li Zongjiu said. Zhao Lei and the others rushed out without hesitation. The few Yuan King level experts that Zhao Lei brought with him were by no means weak. When they rushed out, they seemed to be greatly disturbed and besieged by the group of people in black who were fighting. At this moment, the Lan family was in chaos. There were countless sounds of fighting. Li Zongjiu walked into the back alley and saw a figure who seemed to be hiding in the dark. Lan Xuehe, who was lurking, suddenly felt a gaze staring at him. He immediately raised his head and stared at the person in front of him with an ominous glint in his eyes. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lan Xuehe said coldly to Li Zongjiu. The people of the 5 poisons seemed to be in big trouble. Could it be that the 3 primitive emperors couldn't break into Arakuni's mansion? Therefore, Lan Xuehe's thoughts were all on the people of the 5 poisons. Even if they couldn't kill Lan Yu, they had to at least run away. Even if they couldn't run away, they had to commit suicide. They couldn't leave anyone alive. If they were caught and exposed the actions of the Shuekuan faction, the consequences would be quite serious. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why he was here. Could it be that this young man in front of him was an idiot? Lan Xuehe saw that Li Zongjiu didn't leave for a long time and was actually walking towards him. Lan Xuehe thought in his heart that he might as well go all out and take down Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu was close enough, Lan Xuehe suddenly made his move and struck his palm towards Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! When Li Zongjiu faced this palm, there wasn't the slightest ripple. He stood in the same place as if he hadn't moved at all. However, when Lan Xuehe's palm came down, it struck the air. What? Lan Xuehe couldn't believe his eyes. The opponent's aura was clearly here. How could it miss? This made Lan Xuehe quite surprised. However, when Lan Shuehe was about to move, it was already too late. Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared behind Lan Shuehe. He reached out his hand and grabbed, lifting Lan Shuehe up. Ugh! Lan Shuehe kicked his legs and struggled to get out. However, he didn't expect that Li Zhongzhou would actually appear behind him. This made Lan Shuehe extremely struggle. After that, Li Zhongzhou directly crushed Lan Shuehe's spine. Lan Shuehe's body fell to the ground with a plop. You still want to kill me? Li Zhongzhou was no longer interested in such an opponent. This was one of the disadvantages of being a master. It was lonely at the top. Once you reached the top, doing anything would be very simple. You'll realize how boring it is. He kicked Lan Shuehe's corpse to the side. It was as if he was kicking away trash that was blocking his way. He didn't know what kind of trash this corpse belonged to. The battle in the mansion was about to come to an end. In the battle in the sky, one died while the other fled. The spirit of the sword had already chased after the one who had escaped. To ensure his safety, Beiku had also stayed behind. In addition, there was another primitive emperor expert who was holding a human hostage, and this hostage was Lan Yuyan. Let her go, and I'll let you leave. The second elder, Lani, said in a deep voice. His gaze was like a cold knife, piercing into the eyes of the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man's skinny hand grabbed Lan Yuyan's throat. The snow-white and tender neck formed a sharp contrast with the shriveled hand. Step back, or else. After saying that, his fingernails easily cut open the skin and dug into Lan Yuyan's neck. Zhao Lei and the others were also surrounding them. Seeing that Lan Yuyan was trapped, he didn't care. You won't be able to escape today. This chick is nothing to me. I don't care about her. Zhao Lei's eyes flickered with a cold light. The long knife in his hand turned slightly. He was ready to intercept the other party. This group of people was obviously in the same group as the group that had attacked him. It was just that these people were stronger, while the group that had attacked him looked like they were here to die. They were simply two different people. Then I'll kill her. The black-cloaked man said sternly. His 5 fingers had already begun to exert force, preparing to crush Lan Yuyan's throat. Stop! Kuan Erishur shouted angrily. However, the black-cloaked man's hand didn't continue to move, as if he was under a strong restriction. His entire body was stiff on the spot, unable to move. This caused the black-cloaked man to reveal a trace of fear in his eyes. What? Lani and the others also clearly felt the black-cloaked man's abnormality. Bang! The black-cloaked man let go of Lan Yuyan and actually knelt on the ground. This kneeling was extremely forceful, directly smashing both of his knees. Ah! The black-cloaked man couldn't help but growl as a sharp pain came from his kneecaps being crushed. Lan Yuyan hurriedly moved away from the other party, while Lani protected her behind him. Bang! In the end, the black-cloaked man directly hit the ground with his face facing the ground. He directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. There's one more in the back alley, I've already dealt with him. Li Zhongzhou's voice sounded behind everyone. It turned out that Li Zhongzhou had made a move. Otherwise, this primitive emperor black-cloaked man wouldn't have made such a strange move. Lani looked at Li Zhongzhou in shock, and then looked at the black-cloaked man in front of him who had already been subdued. It was simply unbelievable. Li Zhongzhou's cultivation had actually reached such a level that he could already suppress a primitive emperor expert to such a state just by relying on his own mental strength. Lani also fought with this black-cloaked man just now, but both of their strengths were about the same. Moreover, the other party's cultivation technique was rather strange, which allowed him to gain a lot of advantages. Therefore, Lani's heart was also quite surprised. Only Li Zhongzhou could achieve such a state. Could it be that this Li Zhongzhou had really reached the legendary supreme realm? Thank you, elderly, for saving me. Lan Yuyan cupped his fist and said to Li Zhongzhou. However, Lan Yuyan soon felt weak in his body. A sense of helplessness came over him. That person's nails are poisonous. You've been poisoned. Li Zhongzhou threw a medicinal pill to Lan Yuyan. After taking it, Lan Yuyan's condition improved slightly. No matter what kind of poison it was, Li Zhongzhou seemed to be able to cure it. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou's strength was unfathomable. After seeing Li Zhongzhou's strength, Zhao Lei couldn't help but have the intention to rely on him. It wasn't easy to survive in the army now. If he could have someone to protect him, then don't even talk about promotion. Just based on his achievements, he would have a lot more opportunities than others. However, he didn't know if this imperial tutor would want him to rely on him. He heard that Li Zhongzhou's White Deer mansion in the city was quite popular. Recently, he had even started to manage some military equipment business. If there was a chance, he definitely had to get in touch with him. Kuan Erishur saw that his sister was fine and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, boss was here. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. The spirit of the sword, who had gone to chase after him, also landed in the courtyard. He ran away. The spirit of the sword was still holding an arm in his hand. He casually threw the arm on the ground. The blood on it was obviously just cut off. It seemed that the spirit of the sword was calm and indifferent, but one must know that this was the arm of a primitive emperor. Obviously, even if the other party had escaped, he had paid a great price. Another primitive emperor. Zhao Lei was shocked. From the way he was dressed, he was also an expert who came with Li Zhongzhou. In this battle, the other party had 15 people who came to sneak attack. Except for the person who escaped with a broken arm, the rest were all killed in Arakuni's mansion. When the corpse in the back alley was carried back, Lan Yuyan and the others were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Lan Tianying sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the corpse. The corpse lying in front of him was the fifth elder of the Shuekuan faction, Lan Shuehe. Why would Lan Shuehe appear in their back alley at this time? Could these people have been sent by the Shuekuan faction? Now the evidence is irrefutable. Lani let out a long sigh. Now, the bad relationship between the two factions of the Lan family was put on the table, and the last piece of cloth was removed. There was no use in regretting anything. The situation had just calmed down. After receiving the news, Langu and the others led the experts of the Shuekuan faction to the front of Arakuni's mansion. They were stopped by the guards behind the door. In the end, a few of them attacked and injured the guards of the Lan family. Obviously, Langu and the others were extremely angry and came with great momentum. You people are not qualified to stop me. Langu's eyes were full of indifference. The guards in front of him were not qualified, and they did not have the strength to stop these people. The noise outside the courtyard naturally attracted Lan Yuyan and the others. Second miss, it's Lord Langu. Our people can't stop him. Just as a guard came to report, he saw a large group of people walking in with a menacing aura. Lan Yuyan, how dare you kill an elder of the Lan family? When remote antiquity saw Lan Shuehe's corpse on the ground, his eyes narrowed. Lan Shouxin, Lan Shouyu, and the others beside him were filled with killing intent as well. First of all, the reason why they reacted so quickly was because they were worried that these people would discover their relationship with the 5 poisons. They had always been able to disassociate themselves from this matter. But today, Lan Shuehe was suddenly killed without any warning. This couldn't help but make them worried. This matter couldn't be exposed. If they were caught on the spot, they would be at a great disadvantage. Now that they saw that Lan Shuehe had died, although they were furious in their hearts, they were at least relieved. It was fine if he was dead, but they were afraid that this half-dead person would be interrogated. Now that there was no evidence, even if they found out something in the end, they could easily deny it. They could completely deny that it was Lan Shuehe's own action and it had nothing to do with them. Now that such a thing happened, of course, they would use this matter to make trouble for them. Elder Langu, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to cover up a traitor who colluded with the 5 poisons to murder the city lord? Lan Yuyan said indifferently. After seeing Lan Shuehe's corpse, she knew that Langu and the others would definitely use this matter as a pretext to make a fuss. But she didn't expect these people to come so quickly. They had just carried the corpse in when these people arrived. If they were a little later, Lan Shuehe's corpse would have been carried away by them. In these few seconds, Lan Yuyan had already formulated a countermeasure. At the same time, she roughly understood these people's series of plans for tonight. It was really a good method. Now that Lan Shuehe was dead, he didn't have much value. Even if there was evidence to prove that Lan Shuehe colluded with the 5 poisons. Moreover, this was the name of the 5 poisons. Lan Yuyan also knew this from Li Zhongzhou's mouth. Although she was 90% sure that these people were certainly experts of the 5 poisons. But without conclusive evidence, Lan Yuyan could only take a risk. The gamble was to believe what Li Zhongzhou said. These people were all from the 5 poisons, or were related to the 5 poisons. If it was true, Langu and the others would certainly not dare to make a fuss. When Lan Yuyan mentioned the 5 poisons, Langu only felt his heart stop for a moment. It was as if he was hit by a stick. But fortunately, he was already old and experienced. There was no fluctuation on his face. At the same time, his face was full of surprise. "What did you say?" "The 5 poisons." With such acting skills, if people didn't know the inside story, they would probably believe it. But the people present were not simple people. Which one of them hadn't been in the Jianghu for a long time? If they didn't have this little bit of Jianghu experience, then they wouldn't be able to survive. However, no one exposed it. Lan Wei and the others naturally watched coldly from the sidelines. They were already well aware of each other's intentions. But this play still had to continue. "Elder Langu, don't you know? My father was plotted against by the 5 poisons. Today, I don't know why these people dared to force their way into my Arakuni residence. Their fates were very clear. Except for one who escaped, the rest were all killed. And what hurts me the most is that all of this was planned by Elder Lan Shuehe. He even wanted to save people and help the 5 poisons kill the people of my Lan family. Elder Langu, regarding why Lan Shuehe betrayed us, I hope that Elder Langu can investigate it clearly. See if there are any accomplices in the Shuekuan family." Lan Yuyan said. She took the initiative to deny everything to Lan Shuehe. Otherwise, it would be impossible to prove that the entire Shuekuan family was related to this matter with just a corpse. Since that was the case, they would directly confirm Lan Shuehe's identity as a traitor and let the people of the Shuekuan family know the difficulties and retreat. Hearing Lan Yuyan's words, Langu immediately understood Lan Yuyan's intention. One must know that Lan Shuehe was only coordinating outside. He would never take the initiative to attack the Lan family. He wasn't a fool. If he directly killed his way in, he would be exposing himself. But it was useless. Lan Shuehe was already dead. Moreover, the other party insisted that Lan Shuehe took the initiative to kill his way in. There was no way to explain this matter. Langu knew that he couldn't gain any advantage today. But this was also good. At least there was no evidence on the surface. There's such a thing. At this time, my Shuekuan family will definitely give you an explanation. Take Lan Shuehe's corpse back and investigate it properly. Lan Shuehe's corpse can't be taken away. Lan Wei said in a deep voice. Who knew how many secrets there were in it? How could it be taken away so easily? After taking it back, there would be no clues at all. Lan Wei, let's not talk about whether Lan Shuehe was a traitor or not. Even if he was a traitor, he should be interrogated and judged by my Shuekuan family's torture chamber. Langu's attitude was extremely strong. There was no room for discussion in this regard. Lan Shouxin and Lan Shouyu, the 2 elders of the Shuekuan family, directly stepped forward and took Lan Shuehe's corpse away. Let them take it away. Elder Langu, please investigate it properly. If you catch other traitors, please don't show favoritism. Don't worry. Langu was already gnashing his teeth. This girl from Arakuni was so hateful. However, Lan Yuyan's reaction was indeed very fast. Just the way she handled things today had already saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if Langu and the others had gained the upper hand, the development of the matter would have been even more unpredictable. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that the 3 primitive emperors had been killed. Who knew what kind of experts were hidden in Arakuni's courtyard? Even if a fight broke out, it would not necessarily be advantageous. Isn't your family a little too troublesome? This kind of thing is already so obvious, yet you're still putting on an act here. Although many people couldn't help it, only one person dared to say it out loud. That person was Zhao Lei. Li Zhongzhou was naturally too lazy to say it. This kind of thing had nothing to do with him. It was just that the old man was too arrogant, so he couldn't help but kill him. There was no personal feelings in it. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, the faces of the people from the Lan family turned ugly. Although the current Lan family of Kuan Castle was still known as having 3 bloodlines, in fact, the blood relationship between the 3 bloodlines was already very weak. Thank you for your help today, General. Uncle Tianying, please take General Zhao and a few other brothers to the Soaring Cloud and to rest. Later, after Yuyan has settled things, we will definitely pay you a visit to thank you. There were some people who were called assassins. They did not have noble morals, but they had principles and integrity. They walked on the edge of the black and white, but they were not mercenary. Although they were insignificant people in the antique world, they could use their high intelligence to precisely identify fat worms, bait them, lure the enemy in, and finally close the net and kill the pig, regardless of whether it was the new book The Mountain and Sea Return to the Treasury or the appraisal article. It had already been published. You should definitely take a look. Since there was nothing else, Li Zongjie went to Soaring Cloudin to rest. Soaring Cloudin was in and under the name of Arakuni, so there was no problem with all kinds of security measures. After knowing that Li Zongjie was going to stay in the inn, Lan Yuyan dropped everything and sent Li Zongjie to Soaring Cloudin. This made Zhao Lei extremely dissatisfied, but he did not dare to compare himself with Li Zongjie. Otherwise, he would be offending his superiors. This is Manager Lai Fu. If you need anything, just tell him directly. Lai Fu, this is Elderly, our most distinguished guest. When the manager of Soaring Cloudin saw that Lan Yuyan was leading the way, he knew that these 2 people were not simple, so he quickly went forward to greet them. Don't worry, you can go ahead, Li Zongjie said. Lan Yuyan did not stay for long. After all, there were still many things to deal with. After saying goodbye to Li Zongjie, she hurried back. Let's have a drink first. Manager, arrange a private room with a good view. Don't worry, leave it to me. We have a private room in the Soaring Cloudin. It's big enough to see the moon and the entire Kuan city. If the sun rises during the day, it's like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Manager Lai Fu arranged a private room for Li Zongjie, Zhao Lei, and the others on the top floor of the Supreme Pavilion. At the same time, he also served the best wine in the inn. Have a seat, don't just stand there. I don't like that, Li Zongjie said. Zhao Lei and the others naturally felt like they were dreaming. They did not expect to have the opportunity to sit at the same table as the imperial protector. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjie's appearance, they knew that he did not want to get involved in the affairs of the imperial court. He was just a top expert who wanted to concentrate on cultivation. Tonight, Zhao Lei had witnessed Li Zongjie's strength. When Lan Yuyan was being held hostage, he didn't even make any extra movements and killed an primitive emperor expert. Such strength had already reached a transcendent realm. It is a level that mortals like us can only look up to. Even if the Blue Tiger army that had accompanied them all attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on Li Zongjie's head. This was how terrifying his strength was. Lord Imperial Tutor, please. After the dishes were served, they immediately poured wine for Li Zongjie. It was already an honor for the rest of the guards to be able to sit at the same table. They were not qualified to pour wine for Li Zongjie. Don't be restrained. Let's drink together. Li Zongjie and a few people drank wine together. Li Zongjie didn't have much to say, as if he didn't like to express himself. On the other hand, Zhao Lei liked to speak with assurance, and showed off in front of Li Zongjie. It's strange. Before we came, our Blue Tiger army was in charge of searching for relics. We were directly dispatched here after finding some clues. And recently, there have been some ferocious demons. Didn't they die out? However, these demons like to cause trouble. They forcibly occupied a place that we had previously explored. When the matter here is over, we will send troops to conquer this place. Zhao Lei drank a little too much. This matter was confidential and not confidential. It depended on who was told. Zhao Lei intended to rely on Li Zongjie, so it was normal for him to reveal this information to Li Zongjie. This matter is confidential. It must not be leaked. I heard that this underground palace was the palace of the previous dynasty's Saint Martial Great Emperor. Saint Martial Great Emperor. Speaking of this legendary figure, almost all the cultivators were full of interest. Even Li Zhongjiu was quite interested in this Saint Martial Great Emperor. After all, the Saint Martial Great Emperor founded the Saint Martial Empire. It was the only empire that unified the entire Saint Martial continent. The territories of the current three dynasties were built on the foundation of the former Saint Martial Empire. As the most powerful existence in the Saint Martial continent, there were quite a lot of legends left behind. Saint Martial Great Emperor? Li Zhongjiu was also very interested. Even in his previous life, no one had found the underground palace created by the Saint Martial Great Emperor. To be precise, the core of the underground palace was not found. However, some other smaller underground palaces were found. There were many traps and countless dangers. It was said that there were many spiritual guards. The refining method of these spiritual guards was quite cruel. A living expert was forcibly refined into an undead, and his soul was sealed in a coffin. He was controlled by the Saint Martial Great Emperor for eternity. This was only a legend before it was discovered. However, Li Zhongjiu knew that it was true. Moreover, the strength of these spiritual guards was extremely strong. Li Zhongjiu once broke into a Saint Martial underground palace. There were some treasures left behind by the Saint Martial Great Emperor. However, after Li Zhongjiu broke in, a fierce battle broke out in the underground palace. In the end, he was heavily injured, and the things in the underground palace collapsed on their own, completely burying and disappearing. If Li Zhongjiu hadn't escaped quickly, he would have died in the underground palace. At that time, Li Zhongjiu had already reached the supremacy realm. It was simply unimaginable. Not only was he in danger, but he also ended up with nothing. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not explore the underground palace anymore. Anyway, Li Zhongjiu was already at the peak of the supremacy realm. It was good that he did not fight for these things. However, Li Zhongjiu had never heard that the core of the Saint Martial Great Emperor's underground palace had been excavated. If that was the case, such a big event would definitely cause a huge sensation. Saint Martial Underground Palace? Even a Yuan emperor would only be courting death if he went there. I advise you not to look for these things. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Zhao Lei and said. The few of them were only at the Yuan monarch realm. They were not even Yuan emperors, let alone going into the Saint Martial underground palace. It was clearly an act of courting death. However, Li Zhongjiu was very surprised that the Saint Martial underground palace was discovered so quickly and appeared so long in advance. It seemed that it was also because of Li Zhongjiu's rebirth. The trajectory of many things had changed. The things that happened in the previous life might not happen normally. Some people might not even exist anymore. However, Li Zhongjiu did not care about these things. As long as the Li family still existed, everything was negotiable. Things could develop however they wanted. Military orders are like mountains. I can't help it, Zhao Lei and the others knew the danger of this place. However, as soldiers, they had to be at the forefront. When the time comes, send someone to look for me if you need me. Li Zhongjiu thought that he had suffered a loss in this underground palace in his previous life. He had to get it back in this life. What he could not do in his previous life, he might not be able to do in this life. After all, Li Zhongjiu was very interested in the Saint Martial underground palace if it was not too dangerous. After a night of drinking, Zhao Lei and the others were also drunk. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, was enjoying the spectacle of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It was as if there was a strong wind blowing a large cloud above Kuan Castle towards the golden sun. In Li Zhongjiu's eyes, such a scene could only be described as ordinary. However, when more people saw it, they would definitely say, what the f***ck. After paying the bill, Li Zhongjiu also returned to his room to cultivate. Although he had now broken through the supremacy realm, he was still far from the peak of his cultivation in his previous life. Moreover, in this life, he still needed to break through the limit. In the mansion of the Shuekuan family, Langgu and the others also carefully examined Lan Shuehe's body. After a round of examination, they were extremely surprised because they found that there were no extra wounds on Lan Shuehe's body. His throat was crushed to death by a single move. Lan Shouxin said. There are no obvious wounds on the rest of his body. He was killed in an instant. Lan Shuehe didn't even have the strength to resist. Lan Shouyu added. Elder Wu Chang, with the abilities of the 5 poisons, you can't even do such a simple thing? Langa said in a deep voice, facing a dark place in the secret room. Then, a figure walked out of the darkness. His left arm was empty. Even his face was extremely pale, and the aura on his body was extremely weak. If he hadn't escaped quickly last night, he would have been killed by the spirit of the sword. That old thing's saber was actually so powerful. This person was the Elder Wu Chang sent by the 5 poisons to meet with them. Yesterday, when he had launched a sneak attack on the Wild Kuan system, he had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of 2 experts. His subordinates had all been killed. Only he managed to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have died in Arakuni's mansion last night. It was quite dangerous. He never thought that such a situation would happen. The number of experts on the other side was beyond his imagination. He never thought that there would be so many experts in Arakuni. I've never seen those 2 people before. They must be people who helped Arakuni. However, you don't have to worry. My sex people have already made a move and attacked the Green Dragon army. Next, we'll hold back for now. Lan Yu doesn't have many days left to live. As long as you win the city lord candidate, Kuan City will be ours. The people in Arakuni's side must be busy taking care of themselves now. The Green Dragon army suffered heavy casualties last night. When the time comes, they will definitely find the people in Arakuni to settle the score. Although Langu was now the acting city lord, in fact, Arakuni was still in the dominant position. Moreover, the city guards were also Arakuni's people. They only needed to fan the flames from behind. They could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. They didn't have to worry about other things happening. In fact, this was a very safe method. They just needed to mess up the situation and make the people in Arakuni busy. They didn't have time to care about other things. As long as Lan Wujiang won this election, there wouldn't be a problem. That better be the case. Otherwise, there is no need to continue this cooperation. Langa looked at the Elder Wu Chang. Finally, he looked at the person sitting at the back of the room. This person had delicate features and was indifferent to Lan Shuai's corpse in front of him. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He was flipping through a book in his hand. This book itself was just a romance novel. Lan Wujiang. Wujiang, I heard that the person in Arakuni is Kuan Arashur. Are you confident? Langa looked at Lan Wujiang and said. At this moment, Lan Wujiang slowly closed the book in his hand. Kuan Arashur? That trash. I only need 3 moves to kill him. Lan Wujiang was obviously very disdainful of this Kuan Arashur. In his eyes, there weren't many people who could be his opponent. At such a young age, he had already become a member of the Elder Hall. Ranked in the Elder Hall. This was an existence that many young people in Kuan Castle looked up to. Therefore, it was normal for his words to be a little arrogant. Okay, then we'll kill him in this competition. Langa's eyes were filled with a fierce light. He didn't care about Kuan Arashi's life at all. If he wanted to kill him, then so be it. Getting rid of this Kuan Arashur was also beneficial for them. Even the people in Arakuni had to be eliminated one by one. Lan Yuyan would also be a great threat and very difficult to deal with. They needed to take advantage of this and find a suitable opportunity to get rid of Lan Yuyan. Outside the city, the Green Dragon army had arrived. However, the Green Dragon army that had been attacking for an entire night looked extremely miserable. The commander of the Green Dragon army, Hua Feihong. Hua Feihong's face was filled with iron and blood as he led his army to attack. The entire army was filled with killing intent. Last night, there were actually people who came to attack the army camp. Although there weren't many of them, they were good at using poison. Half of the 20,000 Green Dragon army was wiped out in an instant. Ever since the Green Dragon army set out for war, they had never encountered such a huge setback. They were ambushed and suffered such heavy losses. This made Hua Feihong even more furious. When they met up with the Blue Tiger army, they realized that the enemy's commander wasn't in the army camp. When the 10,000 Blue Tiger army saw the people from the Green Dragon army charging towards them with extreme anger and killing intent, they knew that something bad had happened. "Where's your general?" Hua Feihong asked. 10,000 soldiers and horses were stationed directly at the city gate. They were only 1,000 steps away from the enemy camp. If they were to attack, they would all be dead. How could there be such a stupid action? Reporting to the general. General Zhao Lei entered the city with the imperial tutor. A high-ranking general stepped forward and said. This person was the commander of the infantry battalion. Imperial tutor? Hua Feihong instantly frowned. In the entire Xingyan dynasty, there was only one imperial tutor, and that was Li Zongjiu. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was here? It's Li Zongjiu, imperial tutor. The commander said. Hua Feihong heard this and his entire body immediately emitted a murderous aura. What bullshit T imperial tutor? Looks like the people who ambushed the Green Dragon army last night must have been sent by Li Zongjiu. How dare they attack the Green Dragon army? This is already the doing of a rebel. Men, send me a letter of war. Hua Feihong didn't care and immediately ordered his men to beat the war drums. At the same time, he raised his commander's flag. When the horn sounded, the city guards on Kuan Castle immediately became alert. As expected, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. The garrison troops on the city walls also began to beat their drums thunderously. Rumble. The sound was so loud that the entire city shook. It was hard to believe. The residents of Kuan Castle also raised their heads. Their expressions were filled with fear. They were extremely shocked by the commotion. These are war drums. What's going on? Why are war drums sounding? Is this a drill? Many residents of Kuan Castle started to panic. They didn't know what was going on. However, some people heard that the imperial army had been stationed nearby. The situation was quite dangerous. However, some people didn't believe that the imperial court would actually make a move. After all, Kuan Castle also belonged to the Xingyan dynasty. Why would this happen? However, the appearance of such a thing was quite puzzling. This time, the Green Dragon army didn't hold back. They directly used some siege weapons and instantly caused great damage to the city walls. Siege ballistas, go! Hua Feihong naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. Li Zongjiu would at least return the favor tenfold for what he did to the Hua family. Boom! The city gates of Kuan Castle were directly blasted apart by a few ballista bolts. The city gates, which were made of tens of thousands of kilograms of Phoebe Jiannan wood, were directly blasted apart by the bolts. Hua Feihong didn't have so many concerns. Moreover, the Green Dragon army suffered heavy casualties last night. He had never seen such a thing happen before. Now, Hua Feihong directly put all the blame on Li Zongjiu. If there was anyone in Kuan Castle who had such ability, it would definitely be Li Zongjiu. Other than Li Zongjiu, who else could it be? After the city gates were blasted apart, a stone gate that weighed tens of thousands of tons suddenly fell down. Boom! When the stone gate fell down, Kuan Castle's defensive state was immediately activated. After all, as an ancient city of war, the flames of war had spread countless times. They had seen more severe situations. Therefore, this problem was nothing. Kuan Stone Gate. How extravagant. Hua Feihong sneered when he saw the hidden gate of Kuan City. However, he knew that it was impossible to break the gate open. Only Kuan City would do something like this. Hua Feihong thought about it and sneered when he saw the gate of Kuan City. Cloud scaling ladder. The army once again pushed out this extremely tall cloud climbing ladder. Following the appearance of the cloud climbing ladder, the archers of Kuan Castle also began their counterattack. The sharpshooters of the Green Dragon army also began to fire. As both sides fought back and forth, there were casualties on both sides. What's going on? When Lan Wei and the others returned to the city walls, they saw that both sides were already engaged in a bloody battle. Stop, all of you stop! Lan Wei ordered. Looking at the Green Dragon army that appeared below the city walls, he knew that things were not going well. Quickly informed the second miss and that Zhao Lei. However, before Lan Wei could send someone to notify them, Lan Yuan and the others had already rushed up the city walls. Give me a bow. His subordinate placed a longbow in his hand. Hua Feihong channeled his yuan energy and shot an arrow towards the city walls. Whoosh! Lan Wei did not have time to turn around before he felt a sharp aura piercing his body. Lan Wei's body was instantly pierced by the arrow. General! Everyone was shocked. Immediately, the shield-bearers surrounded him. The shield-bearers were all at the front, but the arrow was shot through the gap between two shields. This was enough to show that Hua Feihong's archery skills were superb. Lan Wei was hit by the arrow and immediately staggered. Uncle Lan Wei. When she saw that Lan Wei was shot, Lan Yuyan was extremely angry. If you want to fight, then let's fight. My Lan family has never been afraid. When Lan Yuyan saw that Lan Wei was shot by the arrow, her delicate face was filled with rage. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. When Zhao Lei saw this, he immediately shouted and signaled for everyone to stop. After all, he was in the city and no one was a human. I'll go talk to him, Zhao Lei said. Then, he walked up the city walls and shouted at Hua Feihong below. General Hua, I am the deputy commander of the Blue Tiger Army, Zhao Lei. Please stop the attack. Now that the imperial tutor is still in the city, it's not a good time to attack, Zhao Lei shouted. The Blue Tiger Army did not know what was going on. The Green Dragon Army wanted to kill as soon as they arrived, so they did not know what to do. After all, although Hua Feihong was the commander of the Green Dragon Army, he could not command the Blue Tiger Army unless Zhao Lei was dead. General Zhao, are you going to defect to the enemy? Everyone in Kuan Castle wants to be the enemy of the dynasty. Can't you see that? You want to ally with the enemy at this moment? If you don't return to the army immediately, I will believe that you are with the Kuan Castle and annihilate you together, Hua Feihong said coldly. Annihilate you together? I want to see how capable you are. If you have the ability, then come and attack the city. When Lan Yuyan heard this, she was unhappy. What was there to be arrogant about? He actually dared to say such big words. Since he wanted to fight, then she was not afraid of Kuan Castle. Did you hear that? Openly going against the Imperial Army is rebellion. Everyone in the Blue Tiger Army, listen up. Your deputy commander has been bewitched by the enemy. From now on, I have full authority to command. Anyone who disobeys will be executed, Hua Feihong said to the 10,000 Blue Tiger Army behind him in a deep voice. Immediately, these Blue Tiger Army people were at a loss. Who should they listen to now? Their own commander was on the enemy's city wall. Such a chaotic and complicated scene caught the Blue Tiger Army a little off guard. However, when a few people hesitated, they were immediately executed by the Green Dragon Army. Their heads fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Who else dares to disobey? Hua Feihong beheaded a few generals on the spot. The others were all shocked. They all knew that if they did not listen to Hua Feihong today, then they would not be able to live. Damn it, this guy wants to rebel. I'm going to report him. When Zhao Lei saw this, he was also furious. This Hua Feihong actually killed his people in front of him. He did not put him in his eyes at all. So what if you are one of the 4 great armies, the Green Dragon Army? Could it be that you can disregard the law? The battle between Kuan Castle and the Green Dragon Army instantly began. Many experts of the Lan family also joined the battle. There were a total of 30,000 guards in the city. In addition to the absolute defense of Kuan Castle, the Green Dragon Army had rich combat experience after all. In addition, Lan Wei was injured, so his command was also weakened. Therefore, the morale of the Kuan Castle was slightly low. Many people were killed by the enemy's bows and arrows, and there were even experts who jumped onto the city wall. After killing many people, they jumped down again. Everyone in the city knew that a war had broken out, and they all began to pack their luggage. Li Zhongjiu, who was resting in the soaring cloud inn, heard the commotion outside, and from time to time, roaring sounds. He immediately frowned. Kuan Erashur also climbed up the city wall and began to fight with the Green Dragon Army. The Green Dragon Army actually used a flying rope and brought many people up the city wall. The entire area above the city wall was extremely chaotic. Zhao Lei and a few others were stuck in the middle and did not know what to do. At this moment, it was time for them to make a decision. They could either rush out now, apologize to Hua Feihong and say that they were standing in the wrong place, and then lead their troops to attack Kuan Castle. Or they could stand firmly with the people of Kuan Castle and prove Kuan Castle's innocence. However, there was a certain risk in doing so, and that was that they would be killed by the Green Dragon Army in the end. Not only would they not be able to clear Kuan Castle's name, but their reputation would also be tarnished for thousands of years. General, we can't delay any longer. From the looks of it, the people of Kuan Castle could not stop them at all. If they waited for Hua Feihong to kill his way in before surrendering, the effect would be greatly reduced, and the other party might not accept it. Let's do it. Let's do something really big today. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. This was a very precious opportunity, and it was also his only chance. People of the Blue Tiger Army, listen up. The commander of the Green Dragon Army is abusing military orders and harming loyal people. Capture Hua Feihong. At this moment, Zhao Lei had already decided to be on the same side as Kuan Castle. This was the only way to gain Li Zongjiu's trust. If Li Zongjiu did not care about Kuan Castle, he would not have come all the way from the Sacred Flame Imperial City to such a place and get involved in this mess. This meant that in Li Zongjiu's heart, Kuan Castle was also very important. How dare you rebel? Hua Feihong sneered when he saw Zhao Lei completely rebelling. However, there were really many people from the Blue Tiger Army who attacked the Green Dragon Army. After all, these people from the Green Dragon Army were indeed arrogant, and they were under Zhao Lei's command. It did not matter who was good and who was bad, the important thing was that the one giving the orders was their own general. Thank you, General Zhao Lei. Because the Blue Tiger Army's sudden betrayal, the rhythm of the Green Dragon Army's attack was disrupted. Their attack speed and rhythm was affected, as if they were being attacked from the front and back. Arakuni's people were fighting fiercely with the enemy on the city wall. The people from the Shuekuan faction were clapping and cheering behind the scenes. Sure enough, the Green Dragon Army did not disappoint them. However, they must kill the people from Arakuni. Only then would they have the chance to take control of the city. As for what would happen after that, they would talk about it later. After the Green Dragon Army destroyed the people from Arakuni, they would then destroy the Green Dragon Army. Wouldn't that be perfect? Let's fight, let's fight. All of you, keep an eye on them. We must turn this situation around at the most critical moment. Langa laughed and said. He never thought that things would go so smoothly. He almost clapped his hands and cheered. The people from the Shuekuan faction were also very excited. They were all ready and waiting for orders. On the city wall, the Kuan wing spear in Kuan Arashi's hand was greatly damaged. He did not know how many Green Dragon Army's armor it had destroyed. Looking at Hua Feihong, who was protected by the iron barrel formation, Kuan Arashir gritted his teeth. You guys guard the city wall. I will go down and kill Hua Feihong. If he wanted to have a chance of survival, he had to capture the leader first. After saying that, Kuan Arashir jumped down and went down. Whoosh! Little Kuan! Lan Yuyan exclaimed. However, she had already seen Kuan Arashir jump down. She thought that Kuan Arashir was truly isolated and helpless. Moreover, the Green Dragon Army had many experts. What Kuan Arashir did was extremely dangerous. It was no different from walking into a trap. He was too impulsive. Zhao Lei saw Kuan Arashir rushing down the city wall and slapped his thigh. This time, Kuan Arashir was dead meat. The enemy was waiting for Kuan Arashir or someone else to rush down. Capture this person alive. Hua Feihong pointed at Kuan Arashir and said. The 13 cavalrymen that had been guarding Hua Feihong immediately split up and charged towards Lan Kuan, like 13 arrows that had left the bow. Many of the Green Dragon Army formed a battle formation and charged towards Kuan Arashir. Kuan Arashir put away the Kuan wing spear in his hand and took out the 10,000 slaughter sword that Li Zongjiu gave him. You forced me to do this. Immediately, the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand emitted a cold light. Wherever the 10,000 slaughter sword passed, the Green Dragon Army soldiers were easily cut down as if they were dried branches. Chi chi chi, as the sword chi rampaged, Kuan Arashir rushed down and attracted the firepower of the Green Dragon Army. The people on the city wall could only watch as Kuan Arashir and the Green Dragon Army fought. With the 10,000 slaughter sword in hand, Kuan Arashir was exceptionally ferocious. This degree of ferocity was almost over the top. The Green Dragon army was slaughtered until they fell apart. Their skulls shattered and their bodies scattered. Many of them were cut into pieces by the sword without any hesitation. Damn, this kid is so fierce. Zhao Lei and the others saw Kuan Erishur fighting like a god of death. It was as if no one could stop Kuan Arashi's footsteps. Whoosh, the 13 cavalry rushed in front of Kuan Erishur and threw their spears at Kuan Erishur. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the spear formation continued to attack Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur himself had killed nearly 300 Green Dragon army soldiers. The 10,000 slaughter sword had absorbed most of Kuan Arashi's strength and was sent flying by the last spear. Ding, Kuan Erishur was knocked back. At the same time, the cavalry rushed towards Kuan Erishur and sent Kuan Erishur flying again. As he was sent flying, Kuan Erishur also held the sword in his hand tightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I want to save little Kuan. Seeing Kuan Erishur being repelled, Lan Yuyan could no longer hold it in. However, she was stopped by Zhao Lei. No, jumping down now will only lead to death. You'll be sacrificing your life for nothing. Lani, who had been watching the battle for a long time, could no longer hold it in and wanted to intervene. According to the laws of this continent, primitive emperors were not allowed to participate in the war. Of course, they could still intervene to protect the last bloodline of their tribe. However, they had to think clearly. If they intervened, it would mean that more primitive emperors would come knocking on their door. They were not afraid of just one or two of them. If you use your hands, the next thing you will have is a group of origin emperors. You won't have any leeway for regret. Therefore, Lani was not willing to intervene unless it was the most crucial moment. However, Lani was more experienced with Kuan Arashi's performance. She would rather take a greater risk and delay Kuan Erishur. Damn it! Kuan Erishur was half kneeling on the ground with his sword in hand. At this moment, the 13 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry had already surrounded Kuan Erishur. 13 spears were suspended above Kuan Arashi's head, ready to pierce down at any time. Hua Feihong's mouth curved into a cold smile. At the same time, he looked towards Kuan Castle. Li Zongjiu, aren't you very capable? Today, I want to see what you're capable of. Now that they had left the sacred Flame Royal City, the world had become Hua Feihong's world. He could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. There was nothing to be afraid of. Right at this moment, an invisible power seemed to spread out from the city. The 13 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry raised their heads and looked towards the sky. However, the moment they raised their heads, 13 heads were sent flying. Bang! 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 The 13 heads fell to the ground one after another. Blood splattered all over Kuan Arashi's body. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes lit up. Such a powerful force. Only one person could do it. Lani did not intervene. Therefore, there was only one person who could do it. Li Zongjiu, a figure appeared beside Kuan Erishur and helped Kuan Erishur up. You didn't call me for a fight? Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erishur also smiled bitterly. I thought I could handle it. Kuan Erishur said. However, when he used the 1,000 slaughter sword in battle, it brought him great suffering. The power of the 1,000 slaughter sword really exhausted Kuan Arashi's strength. It was too strong. It was not something an ordinary person could control. Moreover, Kuan Erishur had not even used 1% of the 1,000 slaughter sword's power. Be careful. It's someone from the Hua family. There's no one in this world that I need to be careful of. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He casually grabbed a steel spear on the ground. With a swing of his hand, the steel spear shot towards Hua Feihong like a sharp arrow. Protect the general. Dozens of shield bearers stacked into a long dragon. However, this steel spear instantly blasted open a bloody hole in the shields of these several dozen shield bearers. Hua Feihong's head also exploded with a bang. A headshot. At this moment, at least 8,000 Green Dragon Army soldiers saw their commander-in-chief get his head blown off. They had never seen or heard of such an exciting scene. They were so shocked that they had never heard of it before. All of the Green Dragon Army soldiers were stunned. There were still some Hua family soldiers in the army. When they saw this, they wanted to continue the charge and kill Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erishur. However, the soldiers around them seemed to be frozen in place. They did not know what to do. Even though they had heard the order, they were no longer prepared to step forward. Stepping forward at this moment would be akin to seeking death. Even with the strength of the commander-in-chief, he had been killed on the spot by this move. He didn't even need to step forward to blow up the general's head with ease. There was no need to continue this battle. The imperial tutor is here. Are you Green Dragon Army trying to rebel? Zhao Lei rushed out at this critical moment and roared at the thousands of Green Dragon Army soldiers. Hua Feihong's death was naturally satisfying, but these people had also killed many of the Blue Tiger Army soldiers. Therefore, Zhao Lei wanted nothing more than to kill these damned things. However, victory and defeat were common in war. Casualties were also inevitable. It was a very normal phenomenon. When they heard Zhao Lei's roar, at this moment, the Green Dragon Army soldiers were slightly shaken. Everyone, retreat. The remaining generals of the Hua family also gave up on revenge. They immediately led the remaining people out of the encirclement. The Blue Tiger Army also stopped resisting. At this moment, the Green Dragon Army was bound to explode with the will to die. If they appeared at this time to resist, they would be met with extremely strong resistance. The gains would not make up for the losses. At least now, they were all colleagues. If they really fought to the death, neither side would have an easy time. Li Zongjiu pointed his finger forward. Immediately, a light emerged from his hand. Boom! The soul cutter directly pierced through the Hua family member who had just given the order. Another general had died, the others ran even faster. Third brother! One of the Hua family's subordinates shouted when he saw the fallen general. His shout immediately summoned the soul-slaying knife. With another swoosh, another figure fell from the horse's back. Bang, another one had died. The remaining members of the Hua family saw this scene and immediately understood that Li Zongjiu was ruthless. As long as they were related to the Hua family, they would not be spared. As a result, these people didn't dare to speak. They didn't know where the flying dagger was hiding. After killing, it disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to guard against such a sure kill move. In their eyes, they were extremely vigilant. The terrifying life-reaping flying dagger seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, the Green Dragon Army had already retreated more than 10 miles away. Although it looked extremely embarrassing, saving their lives was more important. A few members of the Hua family looked around. They were already more than 10 miles away. Moreover, Li Zongjiu and the others hadn't chased after them. They probably wouldn't be in any danger. We must avenge third brother and fourth brother, a member of the Hua family said. However, as soon as this member of the Hua family spoke, his head exploded. The group of people around him also had their heads pierced by the dark light of the flying dagger. Bang! 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 This group of commanders of the Green Dragon Army were all killed. All of them died without a sound. When the surrounding Green Dragon Army guards saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. What kind of demonic technique did the Imperial tutor use? He was able to accurately kill people from dozens of miles away. What kind of demonic technique was this? After this mysterious light circled around, it didn't appear again. However, until now, no one in the Green Dragon Army dared to say a word for the Hua family. If they were killed by this mysterious light, it wouldn't be worth it. Everything was unpredictable. Li Zongjiu had only appeared for a short while, but he had already turned the tide of the battle. It was simply amazing. It turned out that one person really had the ability to change the world. With Li Zongjiu here, Kuan Castle could be defended. Kuan Castle could reach the sky in a single bound. Zhao Lei also went to organize his own army. The Blue Tiger Army had fought a battle for unknown reasons today. They were even a little confused as to why they had started killing. However, Zhao Lei had already decided on the direction of this operation. As long as the matter of the rebel army was resolved, nothing else would be a problem. Since he had already made such a big move, then he might as well go all the way. He would make this move even bigger. Zhao Lei had never thought that he would be so bold. He was even a little impulsive. This was all because Li Zongjiu seemed to have an invisible force on his body. Even if his shoulders trembled a little, it could completely change the situation. "Thank you, elderly." "Thank you." Lan Yuyan didn't know what to say. She didn't even know how to repay Li Zongjiu. It seemed that the only thing she could do was to repay him with her body. Otherwise, nothing would be able to attract Li Zongjiu's interest. His strength was already so extraordinary. What else could he care about? However, if she were to repay him with her body, it was another matter altogether. Lan Yuyan's heart was also very conflicted. "You don't have to be so polite," Li Zongjiu said casually. It wouldn't be difficult to kill all these people from the Green Dragon army. It was just that Li Zongjiu didn't want to do so. He just wanted to kill the people from the Hua family. "It seems that I have to make the first move to gain the upper hand." Lan Yuyan had secretly made up her mind. Previously, Lan Yuyan had been avoiding them because they were from the same clan. However, these people from the Shuekuan faction didn't seem to know how to restrain themselves. On the contrary, they kept thinking that they were afraid. They weren't strong enough. The people from Gukuan faction arrived late. However, they had clearly seen the scene of the battle just now. Lan Jiangshui was dressed in martial attire. When she saw Kuan Erasure rushing down to fight, she wanted to rush down as well. However, she was stopped by the elders of the clan. The only clan that wasn't present was the Shuekuan faction. When the Shuekuan faction received the news, they were all in a state of confusion. They never thought that there would be such a reversal. "Li Zongjiu. It's actually Li Zongjiu. I knew it. How could such a perfect plan fail continuously? You are all trash. Li Zongjiu entered the city and you didn't even know." It seemed that the people from the Shuekuan faction didn't know that the person who entered the city was actually Li Zongjiu. If they knew, they would have probably given up on this plan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When Lang Jiu found out that it was Li Zongjiu, he knew that it was completely over. Damn it. How could it be Li Zongjiu? Sure enough, Lan Yuyan joined forces with the Blue Tiger army and surrounded the Shuekuan faction. Li Zongjiu didn't want to get involved in this matter. He left it to the spirit of the sword and Beiku to deal with it. There was nothing to be afraid of with the power of the Shuekuan faction. Moreover, the Gukuan faction, which had been silent all this time, had also expressed their attitude and stood on Arakuni's side. "Elder Langjiu, do you want to hand him over yourself, or do you want us to rush in and find him?" Arakuni's people directly went to the door and forced the abdication in such a strong state. However, Langu and the others were not sure who Lan Yuyan wanted them to hand over. Could it be that Lan Yuyan already knew that the 5 elders of the 5 poisons were hiding here? The strange thing was, how did they know? It was impossible for them to know. Could it be that they wanted to gain something without risking anything and use it to get information from them? However, Langa thought about it again. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Even Li Zongjiu personally took action. It was impossible for the 5 elders to escape last night. Moreover, they even cut off the 5 elders' arms. According to the 5 elders' own words, they were attacked by a swordsman last night. That was why they fled in such a sorry state. Who knew that they would end up like this, with an arm cut off? If they did not use a secret technique, it would be difficult for them to escape from the swordsman. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The other party must have thought that the 5 elders had left Kuan Castle. However, after they turned around and returned to the Shuekuan's mansion, they happened to be right under the other party's nose. No one would have thought. From the looks of it now, it was obvious that this was Li Zongjiu's scheme. He wanted to let them escape. Now, they brought people to seal off the Shuekuan's front, back, left, and right. If they captured the 5 poisons elders on the spot, wouldn't it mean that the Shuekuan's family colluded with the 5 poisons and directly captured them on the spot? However, it was too late to get rid of the 5 elders now. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let Lan Yuyan rush in with people. Immediately, Langa looked at Lan Yuyan with a mocking expression. "Lan Yuyan, don't forget that I'm the current acting city lord. You brought so many people here. Are you trying to rebel?" Langa took this time to reveal his identity as the city lord. What's more, now is the time for the city lord candidate selection. Could it be that the people of Arakuni want to find a random reason to manipulate the situation and let the Arakuni completely control Kuan Castle? Aren't we Shwekuan's people from the Lan family? Langa said loudly. Obviously, at this time, he could only forcefully change the situation and shift his attention to other places. In this way, he could more or less delay some time. At least, he would not be exposed immediately. There would always be some variables that would appear. My ancient Kuan lineage voluntarily withdraws from the competition. Lan Xianxia from Gukuan's faction said. Gukuan's faction would naturally not let go of such a lively event. Moreover, they directly stated that they would not participate in the selection. Now, only Kuan Erashur and Lan Wujiang were left. Lan Jiangxue did not think that she would become the city lord candidate. She just wanted to give herself some pressure and train herself. However, when she saw Kuan Erashur jump down from the city walls, she knew that if there was anyone in Kuan Castle who could become the next city lord, it would be Kuan Erashur. Moreover, Kuan Erashur also survived under such circumstances. The divine bravery he displayed on the battlefield was definitely not something that the people of Shui Kuan's faction could compare to. Lan Yuyan was about to say something, but Kuan Erashur directly walked forward. In that case, only you and I are left. I, Kuan Erashur, will fight for Arakuni. Today, we will know who the Shui Kuan's faction will send. Kuan Erashur said indifferently. A wave of heroic spirit rushed straight to the sky. Little Kuan, can you hold on? Lan Yuyan saw Kuan Erashur walk out and could not help but frown. Kuan Erashur also suffered a lot of injuries just now. If he were to fight with his opponent now, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Kuan Erashur waved his hand, indicating that this situation did not matter to him. Immediately, his body moved slightly. After moving a little, he took out the Thousand Slaughter Sword. Kuan Erashur also knew that he could not let these people of Shui Kuan's faction continue to delay. Now, these people were grasping at the last straw, so they wanted to continue to hold on. Therefore, Kuan Erashur came now to completely cut off these people's last straw of hope. Cut off these people's escape route. Langa saw Kuan Erashur walk out and smiled coldly. As expected, he was fooled. Young people nowadays really had no self-control. They couldn't hold it in. What happened after that was easy to deal with. As long as Lan Wujiang killed Kuan Erashur, he would naturally become the candidate for the city lord. Coupled with his position as the acting city lord, Arakuni would not be able to touch them at all. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to eliminate Kuan Erashur. It was such a good opportunity, and it just so happened that the people of the three factions were all here. Naturally, there was nothing to say. It was in accordance with the rules of the challenge election. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lan Wujiang tidied up his clothes. In terms of life, Lan Wujiang seemed to be an exquisite person. Everyone retreated. In the front yard, they saw the two young talents about to engage in a head-on confrontation. Lan Wujiang's weapon was a stone fan. The stone fan itself was also made of Kuan stone, but only the ribs of the fan were made of Kuan stone. The surface of the fan was made of extremely sharp black iron. The two were a perfect fit. The combination of each rib and fan blade was ingenious and incomparably exquisite. Such a stone fan, without the craftsmanship of a master, was absolutely impossible to create. Kuan Erashur held the Thousand Slaughter Sword, looking at the pretentious man in front of him with a face full of displeasure. This thing dawdled all day long, making him look like a spotless person who fell from the sky. Therefore, it was extremely annoying to watch. Now, the two of them finally confronted each other. It was a good time to vent. Since it was a duel between the two sides, the referee was also the sixth elder of Gukuan's faction, Lan Tianjun. Lan Tianjun stood between the two and observed their states. Kuan Erashur had just fought a great battle. Although his body was still injured, his fighting spirit was overflowing. Therefore, he had a certain advantage. On the other hand, Lan Wujiang was full of confidence. He did not put Kuan Erashur in his eyes. Therefore, his eyes were full of arrogance. Let's begin. Lan Wujiang seemed to be impatient to defeat Kuan Erashur and then do his own thing. For him, defeating Kuan Erashur was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he did not want to waste too much time. Lan Kuan, on the other hand, was staring at the mist river in front of him. There was only viciousness in his eyes and nothing else. When fighting, there was no need to talk so much nonsense to bluff. All he needed to do was to defeat his opponent. Both sides stop. The duel begins. As soon as the voice fell, Kuan Arashi's body erupted with an aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. The aura that surged out from Kuan Arashi's body stunned Lan Wujiang for a moment. In the moment of hesitation, Kuan Arashir had already slashed out with his sword. This sword strike seemed to have drawn upon the power of hell. Boom! The overbearing sword aura attacked Lan Wujiang. Lan Wujiang was also under the attack of this sword. He opened the folding fan in his hand, but only heard a muffled sound. Bang! The folding fan in Lan Wujiang's hand was instantly shattered into pieces. He also retreated a few dozen steps. What? Everyone was shocked. Lan Wujiang's eyes were also filled with disbelief. When did Kuan Arashi's strength become so strong? No, it wasn't just because of Kuan Arashi's strength. It was also because of the sword in Kuan Arashi's hand. Everything was strange because of the sword in Kuan Arashi's hand. Many experts could already tell that the sword in Kuan Arashi's hand was extremely powerful. That sharp intent was also a relatively dangerous aura to them. If such a treasured sword was in my hands, I would be able to unleash its true power. Lan Wujiang condensed his own elemental energy and blocked Kuan Arashi's sudden attack. However, the elemental energy defense was gradually broken under Kuan Arashi's sword. One could clearly see that Kuan Arashir was slowly breaking through Lan Wujiang's defense. Suddenly, Lan Wujiang shot out a few hidden weapons from his sleeves. Swish swish swish. Following the explosion of the hidden weapons, they shot towards Kuan Arashi's head. They even directly penetrated Kuan Arashi's elemental energy defense. However, at the last crucial moment, these three poisonous arrows directly stopped in front of Kuan Arashi's forehead. Mental power. Lan Wujiang didn't expect that Kuan Arashir had cultivated his mental power to such a level. Go. Kuan Arashir didn't answer Lan Wujiang's words. He directly deflected the three poisonous arrows. His mental power easily deflected the three arrows. Lan Wujiang hurriedly leaned back and narrowly dodged the three arrows. A blood-red light erupted from the 10,000 slaughter sword. The moment Misty Mist River's figure retreated, a sword light chased after him. Boom! The sword cut off one of Lan Wujiang's legs. Blood spurted out on the spot, and Lan Wujiang's entire body fell to the ground. Bang! 1,000 slaughter sword, go! After Mist River fell to the ground, Lan Kuan had no intention of stopping. He directly pushed the 1,000 slaughter sword in his hand towards Mist River. The 1,000 slaughter sword pierced Lan Wujiang's chest. At the same time, the 1,000 slaughter sword instantly devoured all the blood in Lan Wujiang's body. Lan Wujiang's body was reduced to a pile of skin and bones, falling to the ground. When Kuan Arashir killed Lan Wujiang, he didn't hesitate at all. Even the rest of the people didn't show any signs. How could there be such a big gap? After being penetrated by the sword, Lan Wujiang's appearance could no longer be seen clearly. After killing Lan Wujiang, he took back the 1,000 slaughter sword. There was no trace of blood on it. It was clean. When everyone saw this scene, they were all amazed. Lan Yuyan looked at the decisive Kuan Arashir, and a trace of splendor bloomed in her eyes. As expected of her younger brother. Now it seemed that Kuan Arashir had truly grown up. If he was properly nurtured in the future, it would only be a matter of time before he became the master of Kuan Castle. Sorry, I didn't stop for a moment. Who told this kid to use hidden weapons? Kuan Arashir said indifferently. At the same time, he looked at Langu and the others in front of him with a threatening gaze, with a trace of provocation in his eyes. Lan Wujiang and Lan Xuehe secretly colluded with the 5 poisons and used them to harm the people of Kuan Castle. I, Kuan Arashir, as the young master of Kuan Castle, order the people of the 3 branches to gather and kill the 5 poisons tomorrow. Elder Langu, you don't mind leading the way for us, right? Kuan Arashir won and naturally became the next master of Kuan Castle. However, the master was still in a coma and had not stepped down. When the time was right, Kuan Arashir would naturally become the master of Kuan Castle. Now that he was the young master of the city, there was nothing wrong with it. When he heard that Kuan Erishur wanted to organize people to kill the 5 poisons, Lan Shueha felt very uncomfortable. Lan Gu didn't know what to feel in his heart, but he was thinking about how to deal with Lan Kuan. Only by killing some people would they have a chance to survive. Now that Arakuni's people had too much of an advantage, they didn't even have the slightest chance. Since they wanted to kill the 5 poisons, it was naturally a good opportunity. Of course, Langa didn't directly say what he was thinking, nor did he show it. If he was seen through, then he wouldn't be able to survive. The position of the candidate had also been decided. The reason why they wanted to kill the 5 poisons was to give Zhao Lei of the Blue Tiger Army an explanation. These people were clearly a group of people who wanted to rebel and cause more damage to the Xingyan dynasty. As long as they caught these people and cleaned them up, this matter would be solved. At least Zhao Lei would be able to give an explanation when he returned. In addition, today's fierce battle between Zhao Lei and the Green Dragon Army had also left the Green Dragon Army scratching their heads. How did things become like this? Now that the Green Dragon Army was retreating further and further, the ranks of the remaining generals were unknown. However, they were definitely not people from the Hua family. This was because the people from the Hua family didn't dare to show themselves again. They hid among the troops obediently and only sent someone to the Green Dragon Army's headquarters to report the situation after retreating for 100 miles. In fact, the internal struggle of Kuan Castle was very simple. Whoever was stronger would win. No amount of schemes and tricks would work. Just like now, Kuan Erishur had killed Lan Wujiang in front of everyone. So what, come if you have the ability. In front of so many Yuanhuang experts, you couldn't do anything at all. You didn't even dare to move. Arakuni's people all retreated. Langa looked at Lan Wujiang's corpse and fell silent. It seemed that now wasn't the time for the Shuekuan faction. Lan Wujiang, whom they had painstakingly nurtured, had set up such a good trap, but in the end, it had been easily dismantled by the other side. Ever since they knew that Li Zongjiu had come, Langu and the others no longer had the slightest desire to fight. However, there was still a way to vent this matter. It was the people of the 5 poisons. The Elder 5, who was in charge of communicating with Langu, had been hiding in the secret room all this time. When he saw Langu and the others coming down with sullen faces, the Elder 5 was surprised. "What's the situation outside?" the Elder 5 asked. "The situation is very good. I just need your help." "What help?" "Lend me your head." Kuan Erishur and the others were going to attack the 5 poisons. Li Zongjiu also accompanied them. The strength of the 5 poisons was not simple. It would not be easy to deal with them. It was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also went with them. The reason why they came to Kuan Castle was to help Kuan Erishur. At the same time, it was to prevent Kuan Castle from being wiped out by the Xingyan dynasty. In his previous life, Kuan Castle had been wiped out. After the Xingyan dynasty made a ruthless move, these people had no chance to escape. Once the various factions within the dynasty had stabilized, they would naturally start to take care of these uncertain factors. If one's strength was not strong enough, being wiped out was something that would happen sooner or later. As for the reason, when it came to taking care of you, there was no need for too many reasons. The encirclement operation this time was also led by the Arakuni elder, Lan Yi. At the same time, the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle city guards had also joined forces. This time, they had joined forces under a common name, which was to wipe out the rebels. To kill these people. Most of the experts within the 5 poisons had been sent out. No matter what the current situation was, it had been a long time since they had received any feedback. When the leader of the 5 poisons remembered, he wanted to send someone to investigate the situation. Why was there no progress after such a long time? In the end, he was informed that 2 large armies had come to kill them. The people of Kuan Castle and the people of the Blue Tiger Army. They had joined forces to seal off the entire 5 Poisons mountain. The 5 Poisons were hiding here. They were only 120 li away from Kuan Castle. Advancing at full speed, the army had arrived in less than 4 hours. Some of them had just returned to the 5 Poisons because they had just completed the mission of ambushing the Green Dragon Army. This mission was much more difficult than they had imagined. After the successful sneak attack, the 5 poisons had suffered injuries. Although they had expected the Green Dragon army to be powerful, they did not expect the Green Dragon army to react so quickly. Thus, although they had escaped quickly, they had also suffered great losses and heavy injuries. The remaining troops brought the news back to the 5 poisons. The sect master of the 5 poisons, Gao Hun, was shocked when he heard this news. However, Gao Hun's eyes soon revealed a look of disdain. They are simply seeking their own deaths. I want half of these people to die before they even reach my 5 poisons mountain. The 5 poisons had occupied this place for so many years. They had done a very good job of keeping it secret. At the same time, they had already turned the 5 poisons mountain into a place of no return. To the enemy, they would definitely be able to feel the terror of the 5 poisons mountain. Just the poison array set up on the 5 poisons mountain was enough to bury an army of 100,000. Langu and the others were also in the crowd. At this moment, they did not have the opportunity to inform anyone. They could only obediently follow. Careful, there is a poison array ahead. Li Zongjiu raised his hand to stop the advancing troops. Zhao Lei hurriedly gave the order for the people behind to stop. This array is quite exquisite. Li Zongjiu glanced at the layout of the poison array in front of him. This array of interlocking rings was not something that could be set up by ordinary people. On the 5 poisons mountain, Gao Hun led the remaining experts of the 5 poisons. At this moment, all of them had gathered on the 5 poisons mountain and were staring at the huge formation below. With so many people gathered together, they could be clearly seen even from several miles away. Sect Master, they are about to enter our 5 poisons chain soul tracking array. Once they enter, immediately activate the array. Not a single one of them will be able to escape. Is it so easy to break into my 5 poisons? In addition to the experts of the 5 poisons, there were hundreds of other disciples of the 5 poisons. They all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They were waiting for Li Zongjiu and the others to come up the mountain and die. However, after a while, the army still did not move. Only one person had entered the array and triggered the array's reaction. It seems that these people are not stupid. Since they want to send one person to die first, then we will fulfill their wish. The 5 of you, quickly activate the array. Yes, Sect Master. Immediately, the 5 elders directly circulated their yuan qi and controlled the array. Immediately, the poison array was activated. Kuan Erishur and the others immediately saw black fog rise up in front of them. They did not know where the thick black fog came from. It condensed in an instant and immediately appeared in front of them. Then, everyone continuously retreated and looked at the scene in front of them with shock and vigilance. These gases contain highly toxic poison. You must not breathe them in. To an elemental force cultivator, if they were to inhale this poisonous gas, it would greatly affect their own cultivation. They would rather be slashed by a blade than be poisoned. Ordinary people were also unwilling to choose to cultivate poison techniques. After all, after cultivating this poison, it would definitely have adverse effects on one's body. There might even be some strange changes. However, these poison techniques were a way to quickly increase one's strength. Many people were even more reluctant to give up on them. Who would not want to be able to quickly become an expert, even if there was a certain amount of risk? So what? Imperial tutor will be fine, right? When Zhao Lei saw the situation, he could not help but be shocked. Just now, Li Zongjiu had already determined that there was a poison array and even a trap in front of him. However, now that the poison array was activated, it was unexpectedly powerful. No one dared to imagine what would happen if the army was trapped in this poison array. No one knew what would happen. The number of people who could survive would definitely not exceed 1%. In fact, it would be considered a lot if 100 people could survive in the end. Don't worry, I will go and check it out. Kuan Erishur said. With the 10,000 slaughter sword in hand, he was already a terrifying existence among the evil gases. Therefore, the poisonous gases would have less effect on Kuan Erishur. Before Lani could agree, Kuan Erishur had already rushed into the poison array. Seeing this, Lani did not say anything. However, Kuan Arashi's action was indeed a little impulsive. Rushing in like this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. However, Kuan Arashi's identity was different now. The title of young city lord was not enough. Of course, he needed to do something to increase his reputation in Kuan Castle and raise his status and reputation. This was also another reason why Kuan Erishur decided to bring people to kill the 5 poisons so quickly. It was equivalent to getting rid of the evil in Kuan Castle. At the same time, it would also add a bit of glory to Kuan Erishur. Otherwise, it would be difficult for others to accept you with just a name. In front of Li Zhongjiu, several terrifying poisonous beasts formed by the poisonous gases rushed towards him. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to burn the poison array in front of him with fire. However, he suddenly became interested in this array. Therefore, he allowed these poisonous beasts to take shape. The poisonous beast itself also carried a terrifying power. Coupled with the eruption of its poison, the moment it erupted, it was enough to render everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into a state where not even a blade of grass could grow. Boom! A cloud of poisonous fog appeared in Li Zhongjiu's palm. More than a dozen poisonous gases exploded around Li Zhongjiu's body, but Li Zhongjiu kept reaching out and grasping the poisonous gases in his hand. Found it! Li Zhongjiu's eyes immediately locked onto a direction in the thick black fog, and he threw a punch in that direction with all his might. Suddenly, the surrounding black poisonous gas could be seen rapidly shrinking. In the end, something fell to the ground with a thud. It was something similar to a bugle horn, but it was only the size of a palm. The terrifying poison array just now had also erupted from this bugle horn. Lonnie and the others behind also saw Li Zhongjiu's actions. When they saw that Li Zhongjiu was safe and sound, and that he had already broken the poison array in less than 10 minutes, everyone was immediately shocked. They also had a deeper understanding of Li Zhongjiu's strength. This guy was really terrifying. Why are you here too? Li Zhongjiu looked at Kuan Erishur beside him. Obviously, Kuan Arashi's body was also injured by the opponent's poison array, but Kuan Erishur also quickly forced the poisonous gas out of his body. It turned into a few drops of poisonous blood and dripped on the ground, immediately corroding a big hole in the ground. Aren't I here to help you? Kuan Erishur was a little embarrassed. He originally came to help, but he didn't help at all. However, in the confrontation just now, Kuan Erishur also became more proficient in using his 1000 slaughter sword. Originally, Kuan Erishur had already completed the city lord candidate's trial and wanted to return the 1000 slaughter sword to Li Zhongjiu, but Li Zhongjiu just waved his hand and took the 1000 slaughter sword as a congratulatory gift. Kuan Erishur naturally wouldn't be polite. Li Zhongjiu was never stingy with him, but sometimes he was a little strict and harsh. However, that was also a good thing for Kuan Erishur. In fact, Li Zhongjiu was also guiding Kuan Erishur. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu taking care of Kuan Erishur, he estimated that in these 2 years, at most, he would have become a relatively simple and ordinary genius in the Heavenly Star Medicine matter. He would have made a little reputation in the Heavenly Star Medicine matter, but it would be quickly covered up. In the end, there wouldn't be much improvement. These achievements couldn't let Kuan Erishur go too far, but under the influence of Li Zhongjiu, Kuan Arashi's strength and talent were extremely strong. Even the achievements he had now were not something that ordinary people could achieve. Let's continue forward. Li Zhongjiu put away the poison array horn. This thing was worth studying in the future. It was equivalent to a kind of array disc. As long as it was activated with spirit energy, it could arrange an array. However, this thing itself was very dangerous. If it wasn't used properly, it could directly envelop oneself. After all, the poison array didn't have eyes. On 5 Poisons Mountain. When the poison array was broken, and even the props used to arrange the array were taken away by Li Zhongjiu, the 5 elders in charge of controlling the array were dumbfounded. Sect leader, our 5 Poisons horn was taken away by him. What? You are all trash. That is our sect's treasure. How could it be taken away by someone else? You are all trash and rice buckets. After hearing such news, how could they not be angry and furious? Gao Hun was not hungry at all. He killed all the people in front of him with a palm strike. How could they do such a stupid thing? They couldn't even keep an eye on things. This person seems to be extremely proficient in array formations. We didn't even see clearly, and he had already broken the array and taken away our treasures. The elders were also quite aggrieved. No one could have expected such a thing to happen. It was simply too unexpected. It seemed that in the end, the array was no longer controlled by them, but by Li Zhongjiu. So they invited an expert. It seems like they came prepared. Inform everyone to activate the Heaven and Earth Poison Tracking Array. All disciples are to enter the array. We must make these people pay the price and know the power of the 5 poisons. Gao Hun ordered. At this point, even if they wanted to escape, it was too late. Moreover, the battle hadn't even started. How could they just run away like this? If they did that, they would be too spineless. Yes, sect leader. Although he had already ordered his subordinates to fight, Gao Hun thought about it carefully. The other party had come prepared, and there was even the shadow of the imperial army. If they were to fight head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. There might even be some experts hidden in the other party's camp. They had to find an opportunity to escape. He didn't expect that the people of the Shui-Kuan faction in Kuan Castle would be so sinister and cunning. They put an effort to help him solve the problem, but in the end, he actually treated the 5 poisons in such a way. This made Gao Hun very unhappy. After he was safe, he must find time to take revenge on the people of the Shui-Kuan faction. Lani and Zhao Lei led a large group of people into the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, a white fog rose in the surroundings. Within 5 meters, they couldn't see each other. All of a sudden, a knife slashed at him. Enemy! Suddenly, the people in the army were in chaos. They didn't even know where the cold knife came from. At the beginning, the 2 groups of people were also in chaos. Everyone, form groups of 3. Back to back, and face the enemy from 3 sides. Zhao Lei's voice traveled through the white fog. Just as Zhao Lei gave the order, many disciples of the 5 poisons raised the poison swords in their hands and stabbed towards Zhao Lei. Every sword was extremely poisonous. Fortunately, the experts by Zhao Lei's side weren't to be trifled with. They blocked the people who rushed forward. The sharp-eyed Zhao Lei saw that someone was actually moving towards Li Zhongjiu. He immediately pulled out his sword and threw it out. Instantly, the person's head was chopped off. Pong, blood splattered. Protect the imperial tutor. Li Zhongjiu's strength was strong, and he had enough strength to protect himself. However, it didn't mean that Zhao Lei and the others didn't need to protect Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu was the current imperial tutor. If these small fries needed the help of the imperial tutor, it would be too shameful for the soldiers. Immediately, Zhao Lei's guards surrounded Li Zhongjiu to protect him. The disciples of the 5 poisons who came from all directions were blocked. Knowing that this was a tough spot, they quickly gave up on dealing with Li Zhongjiu and continued to attack the others. Everyone, continue forward and rush out of the fog. It was easy to be set up in the mountains. Once the surrounding things couldn't be seen clearly, it would become very dangerous. Sometimes, there might even be situations where people on the same side would attack each other. The white fog bewildering formation and the sneak attack of the 5 poisons disciples did not obstruct the advance of the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle's army. After receiving Zhao Lei's order, he became even more determined. He followed the voice and headed up the mountain. Along the way, he killed his way over. In less than an hour, he had already charged to the 5 poison sect's mountain gate. Most of the people managed to kill their way out of the encirclement. Towards the end, the attacks of the 5 poisons became very weak, as if they had encountered too strong of a resistance. Moreover, most of the people who managed to charge out turned into corpses. Sect leader, most of our people are dead. A subordinate ran to Gao Hun to report. Gao Hun naturally knew that the good-for-nothings under the 5 poisons would not be able to stop the advance of these people. However, he did not expect these people to be so determined to kill their way up. What else can we do? Quickly escape from the secret passage. When we regroup in the future and make a comeback, we will kill Kuan Castle. We must make the Xingyan dynasty pay the price. After Gao Hun's righteous speech, he actually told everyone that they were going to retreat. After the remaining people heard this, they felt that it made sense. If they did not retreat now, when would they be able to retreat? Of course, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Go. The 5 poisons directly escaped from the secret passage in the back mountain. Lani and Zhao Lei led the army into the territory of the five poisons. Some of the disciples did not even have time to escape before they were all captured. They were put on the ground and easily dealt with. There were also some people who wanted to resist. However, they were all killed as well. In just 1 hour's time, the entire five poison sect had been captured and looted clean. "Speak, where are your sect leader and the others hiding?" Lang Jiu said coldly. Kuan Castle was powerful and did not allow these people of the five poisons to disobey. When they killed their way out, these people no longer had the chance to resist. "We found a secret passage in the back mountain." Kuan Castle's army came to report. It was not easy for them to kill their way to the mountain gate, but in the end, they did not find the main culprit. If they did not capture a few important people, how could they report back? If they brought all of these people back, it would not be enough to report back. No one would be convinced. No matter what. Zhao Lei and Lani immediately led their people and killed their way out. Li Zhongjiu strolled around the five poisons. Basically, everything that could be moved had been captured and detained in the main hall. Li Zhongjiu was extremely curious about how the five poisons were able to take out something like the five poisons bugle horn. He used his mental power to search the area of the five poisons and immediately found a forbidden area that originally belonged to the five poisons. "Come here, where is this place?" Li Zhongjiu casually pointed at a person of the five poisons, who was immediately detained by the Blue Tiger army. When the imperial tutor asked questions, if they did not answer, they would be slapped. The thing in front of them seemed to be an altar made of stone. Moreover, there were extremely complicated patterns engraved on the walls. "Quickly reply to the Lord," a soldier said fiercely. He raised his hand and was about to slap the person. The person was so frightened that he nodded his head repeatedly. "Are replying to the Lord, this is the altar bestowed by the god of our sect. Only the sect leader and the five elders can open it. It can only be opened once a year. There will be treasures or formation books inside." There was such a magical place. The soldier immediately slapped him across the face. "Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't behave, I will chop off your head right now. Since the Lord asked you a question, you should answer honestly." The soldier's fierce appearance caused the person to feel a considerable amount of fear. He immediately trembled in fear. "I don't dare to lie, I don't dare to lie. What I said is absolutely true, absolutely true." This person of the five poisons also repeatedly shouted. "All right, take him away." Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. With this identity and status, it was easier to do things. All he needed to do was to give an order. Li Zhongjiu didn't believe that there was some kind of mysterious power that could automatically spit out treasures. Even after 3,000 years, he still wouldn't believe it. The only explanation was that there was something below that could store treasures. Li Zhongjiu injected his own yuan power into the formation in front of him. Immediately, the candles around the altar seemed to be constantly vibrating. Boom, with the injection of yuan power, the candles also lit up involuntarily. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu increased the injection of yuan power. In an instant, it became abnormally fierce and terrifying. The candlesticks in the altar immediately surged with extremely bright light. The candles were constantly being consumed. It was enough to see that this kind of power was constantly condensing. At the same time, there seemed to be a force in the altar that was being activated. However, there seemed to be a layer of restriction. In fact, this restriction also came from a formation. Li Zhongjiu directly took out the black dragon hammer. "I'm too lazy to bother with you. I just want to see what exactly is inside you." Then, Li Zhongjiu directly hammered down with the black dragon hammer in his hand. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer shook the entire mountain range. The five poisons mountain shook violently. Some of the buildings that originally belonged to the five poisons also collapsed at this moment. It was as if this altar was the vein of the entire five poisons mountain. If this vein was destroyed, it was equivalent to the entire five poisons mountain being destroyed. However, Li Zhongjiu did not care about this. So what if this five poisons mountain was destroyed? Today, he wanted to see what kind of ability this thing had that it actually dared to go against Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Another hammer strike. This time, the mysterious altar was also blasted into smithereens. Boom, the entire altar was directly torn apart. At this moment, a crack appeared on the wall that was engraved with strange patterns. Following this situation in front of him, Li Zhongzhou also smiled slightly. What kind of rules and restrictions are there? As long as you have enough power, you can break the rules and break all restrictions. Now, although Li Zhongzhou's power did not dare to say that he could ignore the rules between heaven and earth, at the very least, this mere altar in the mountain could not stop Li Zhongzhou's footsteps. Below the altar seemed to be an empty world. A dark and dim power swallowed the surrounding light. In this endless darkness, a ball of light suddenly surged out. It was a glowing object. When this glowing object appeared, Li Zhongzhou directly reached out and snatched it. Swoosh! It was heavy. From its appearance, it seemed to be a book. It was a book. Li Zhongzhou quietly waited for the light from the book in his hand to dissipate. Then, he saw the contents of the book. General Book on Arrays. When Li Zhongzhou saw these words, his eyes immediately lit up. He never thought that he would be able to find this incomplete book on arrays under such circumstances. It was simply a lucky hit. Li Zhongzhou immediately flipped through the contents of the book. He found that the first half of the book was exactly the same as the one in his hand. However, the latter half and 1/3 of the first half could be flipped through. Moreover, the contents that appeared were all new. With Li Zhongzhou's knowledge, the contents recorded in the latter half of the book had already surpassed the limits of the Holy Martial Continent. It seems that this thing belongs to the Holy Martial Realm. Li Zhongzhou looked at the general book on arrays in his hand. There were still 3 pages missing. According to the description, one of the 3 pages had turned into the 5 poisons horn in Li Zhongzhou's hand. It seemed that the contents of the general book on arrays contained some treasures on arrays. It was even possible that the book itself was a treasure on arrays. Only by deciphering the arrays on it could one obtain the contents and treasures within. Li Zhongzhou had never come across such a miraculous method in his previous life. As for the incomplete book on arrays in Li Zhongzhou's hands, it was only a copy. Li Zhongzhou put away the general book on arrays in his hand. At the very least, he would have something to study. The remaining 2 pages that are missing should also be treasures that belong to this book. Since it's mine, how can I let others take it away? Li Zhongzhou immediately sneered. The 5 poisons had brought him great joy. It even made Li Zhongzhou a little excited. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Gao Hun and the others were besieging them. They were also fighting with Lani and the others. The 5 elders beside Gao Hun were very powerful. Moreover, Gao Hun had an item in his hand that emitted light and aura that could create illusions in this space. Within a radius of 100 li, illusions could appear at any time, anywhere. This made it impossible for Lani and the other experts to take down the other party. Langu was also fighting with all his might. Suddenly, Lani discovered that the surrounding space had changed. The 5 poisons, Gao Hun, and 2 other elder-level experts had appeared. And there was only Langu by Lani's side. Does your Lan family have to be so ruthless? Today, I'll fight you to the death. Lani sneered as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 people on his side to hold on. He still had this much confidence. A huge desolate Kuan appeared behind Lani. As the desolate Kuan's brilliance flowed, it turned into a pair of wings and stuck to Lani's back. At this moment, Lani's speed had increased by dozens of times. You 5 poisons are too presumptuous. You're too arrogant. Today, you'll definitely die. Lani said. I think the one who's going to die is you. As soon as Gao Hun's voice fell, Langu, who had been beside Lani, attacked. Whoosh, the sword attacked, and it was a poisonous sword that carried a highly poisonous substance. The sword stabbed Lani's wing. Immediately, the original spirit in Lani's body seemed to have gone berserk. It quickly escaped, and in the end, it twisted and turned back to its original state with a bang. Langu, you. Lani was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it, but at this moment, he was extremely vexed. How could he believe this kind of thing? After all, the 5 poisons were recruited by Langu's group. I forgot to tell you. This sword is called the Vitality Devouring Sword. Anyone who is stabbed by this Vitality Devouring Sword will have their original spirit greatly damaged, and their original spirit destroyed. The way I see it, that sword strike just now is enough to destroy your primordial spirit. Langa laughed loudly. Not only did he want to destroy these Arakuni people, but he also wanted to destroy their original spirits. In the future, there would only be Xuekuan's branch left in Kuan Castle. Wouldn't that be great? Xuekuan's branch was the only one in Kuan Castle. Xuekuan was the strongest original spirit, he was the one who could obtain the true inheritance. Hehe, you're indeed my good friend. Gao Hun stretched out his hand and waved. The two elders by his side actually disappeared. They had been nothing more than illusions. The true meaning of this battle lay in Lan Gu's sword. Killing Lani was equivalent to severely injuring the Arakuni branch. There wouldn't be any more problems in the future. There wouldn't be any more experts appearing in Arakuni. The remaining group of people didn't pose any threat to Langu. He could slowly eliminate them. You guys quickly escape. After I take control of Kuan Castle, I'll arrange for you guys to come back. Langa said indifferently. Good, you're indeed the vice-sect leader of the 5 poisons. Haha. Gao Hun laughed loudly. At the same time, Langu prepared to stab Lani, who was still in a state of shock, to death. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. Then, an extremely domineering sword chi was suddenly released. Boom! Thousand slaughter extermination. Terrifying sword aura swept out, breaking the illusory barrier right away. It was none other than Lan Kuan who was charging at him. Elder! Langu, you're courting death. Kuan Erashur saw Lani lying on the ground. When he saw Langu's actions, he knew that Langu wanted to kill Elder Lani. Fortunately, Kuan Erashur came in time. It's all because of you, you damned thing. You ruined my great plan. Immediately, Langu waved the Origin Devourer sword in his hand and charged towards Kuan Erashur. Kuan Erashur didn't hold back. In terms of weapons, Kuan Arashi's Thousand Slaughter sword was obviously stronger than his opponent's Origin Devourer sword. However, Langu was able to suppress Kuan Erashur in terms of elemental energy. After a moment of confrontation, Kuan Erashur was forced back. The Xuekuan faction has betrayed us. Everyone, retreat first. Kuan Erashur helped Lani up. The expert from the White Deer Mansion, the spirit of the sword, blocked Langu and Gao Hun by himself. Retreat. Senior Spirit of the Sword had a broken sword in his hand, but it was able to release an extremely terrifying aura. Even the 2 experts in front of him had no choice but to retreat. I'd like to see where you can escape to. Zhao Lei was covering everyone's retreat. However, the array seemed to have changed the surrounding space. They couldn't even recognize their surroundings and were trapped in the array, unable to escape. Not good, we're all trapped in the array. Senior Spirit of the Sword, use the Thousand Slaughter sword. Kuan Erashur threw the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand to the Spirit of the Sword. The strongest person present was the Spirit of the Sword. Although the attributes of their weapons were different, they could display the same power. The Spirit of the Sword, holding the Thousand Slaughter sword, also felt a surge of power. However, before the Spirit of the Sword made a move, a terrifying power came from the sky. It was as if the sky above them had become a glass cover. At this moment, there was a power that was crushing the glass cover. Boom! The illusion was broken. The illusory space was broken. At this moment, a mirror in Gao Hun's arms suddenly emitted an extremely hot energy, directly forcing Gao Hun to throw the mirror out of his arms. Damn it! The energy that erupted just now almost burned the skin on Gao Hun's chest. Is this the second treasure, the illusion disillusionment mirror? Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and the mirror that originally belonged to Gao Hun flew directly to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu caught it. He held it in his hand. The illusion disillusionment mirror seemed to want to struggle, but it was restrained by Li Zongjiu's tyrannical mental strength, unable to move. My illusion disillusionment mirror! Gao Hun exclaimed. When he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him, he felt a sense of dread. The aura of this person in front of him was familiar. Wasn't this the person who had taken away his 5 poison horn? Now, this person had chased after him again and even took away his disillusionment mirror. Li Zongjiu, do you really think that no one in this world can take you down? Lan Gu was very unhappy with Li Zongjiu's sudden appearance. Did Li Zongjiu really think that he could go anywhere in the world? Did he think that no one could stop him from doing what he wanted? Did he really think that no one could stop him? Was he invincible? Could it be that he had such a beautiful dream? Is he Li Zongjiu? I have heard of your name long ago. Today, I want to see if you are really as powerful as the legends say. Gao Hun also looked at Li Zongjiu. Looking at the two of them, it seemed that they still had some tricks up their sleeves. Lonnie and the others were seriously injured. At this moment, Kuan Erasher and the others were also guarding Lan Yi's side. Zhao Lei also brought a few experts to kill. Who would have thought that these people who came to chase after them would end up in such a dangerous situation? In the illusory realm just now, they were not facing a few people, but an army of thousands of people. No one dared to get close to them. They were also extremely afraid. After a few rounds of fighting, they barely managed to save their lives. Later, they found out that it was actually an illusion. Oh? What other tricks do you have? Just use them. Li Zongjiu immediately smiled disdainfully. Then, he signaled the people in front of him to attack. Gao Hun and Lang Gu stood side by side. Behind them, there were also 5 elders supporting them. The aura of the 7 people was quite strong. When the people of the Lan family saw that Lang Gu had actually betrayed them, they also completely recognized the nature of this Lang Gu. However, after all, Lang Gu could not represent the entire Xuekuan faction. Even the 2 elders of the Xuekuan faction, Lan Shouxin and Lan Shouyu, did not dare to believe that this Lang Gu in front of them was actually the vice-sect master of the 5 poisons. This was something that they had never thought of before. 5 poison scripture, heavenly poison and earthly destruction qi. Immediately, the 6 people in front of them condensed their yuan qi and hit Lang Gu's body at the same time. At this moment, Lang Gu's body released a terrifying aura. With Lang Gu's strength, it was difficult for him to withstand the injection of such a huge amount of energy. However, the yuan devouring sword in his hand had a very domineering capacity. No need. Li Zongjiu suddenly raised his hand and gestured behind him. It turned out that senior spirit of the sword saw that Li Zongjiu was fighting empty-handed and wanted to return the myriad slaughter sword to Li Zongjiu. After all, it could be seen from the clash just now that the power of this myriad slaughter sword was above that of the yuan devouring sword. If it could be used better, it would definitely be able to break through the yuan devouring sword. Die. Yuan devouring sword. The fact that Li Zongjiu actually dared to stay still and wait for them to condense their moves made Lang Gu and the others very excited. Those who saw this move for the first time would usually be at a disadvantage. Once the yuan devouring sword was used, it would be a competition of the yuan qi of both sides. On Li Zongjiu's side, there was only one person. Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb and ate elixirs every day, there was still a limit to your 10 to 20 years of time. However, there were a total of 7 people on their side, and all of them were at the primitive emperor realm. The 7 primitive emperors attacked. It wasn't a competition of killing moves or treasures, but pure yuan qi, pure accumulation of strength. Let's see if you're afraid. Li Zongjiu's move would definitely kill him. The few of them were quite excited. After killing Li Zongjiu, he would be able to take back all of his treasures. By then, these people in front of them would no longer be a threat, and they would all be killed. The sword qi rolled towards Li Zongjiu. When the sword qi touched Li Zongjiu, it turned into a long whip like a long rope. A flexible force bound Li Zongjiu and began to absorb the yuan qi in Li Zongjiu's body. That's it? Li Zongjiu naturally saw that this sword was a sword technique that focused on devouring. The main point wasn't to kill, but to eat. Therefore, there was no need to resist at all. Because no matter what, these people in front of him couldn't possibly be his opponent. Not to mention 7, even if 70 of them worked together, their yuan qi wouldn't be Li Zongjiu's opponent. Boom! As Li Zongjiu's voice fell, a tyrannical force erupted from the origin devourer sword. Lang Gu, Gao Hun, and the others' faces suddenly changed. What's going on? Why did it produce a backlash? At this moment, the origin devourer sword was like a scale. It would lean towards whichever side was heavier. Therefore, the strength of Langu and the others was constantly rushing towards Li Zongjiu's direction. Boom! The Origin Devourer sword really didn't recognize anyone. Gao Han and the others wanted to break free, but Li Zongjiu suddenly increased his strength, causing the speed of the Yuan Qi to become faster. No! Langu roared in grief and despair. He felt that the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated was actually being sucked away by the enemy in an instant. All his efforts were now in vain. He was about to become a cripple. Bang! Bang! Gao Han gritted his teeth and directly blew off his arm that was slapping on Langu's body. Seeing this, the other 5 elders followed suit. They were lucky enough to escape this calamity. However, just as these people's strength disappeared, Langu's flesh was also easily devoured by the Origin Devourer sword. It was once again turned into energy and transferred into Li Zongjiu's body. Moreover, the Origin Devourer sword was also very tactful. It directly flew in front of Li Zongjiu. From the posture of the sword, it seemed to have voluntarily submitted. You are quite clever. Li Zongjiu grabbed the Origin Devourer sword. At this moment, Langu was already dead, leaving only a shriveled and wrinkled human skin. The rest of Gao Han and the others were also seriously injured. More than half of their strength had been sucked away just now. Coupled with the loss of an arm, they were even more injured. Most importantly, these people no longer had any other tricks up their sleeves. Kill! Kuan Erasure held the 1000 slaughter sword again and took the lead to kill the people of the 5 poisons. A moment later, the 5 poisons, Gao Han and the others' heads fell to the ground. The problem of the 5 poisons also came to an end today. During this period of time, the problem of the Shuekuan faction wanting to become independent was also solved satisfactorily. With the death of Langu, the troublemaker, everything returned to normal. If Langu was still alive, he would definitely be scared silly by what happened in Kuan Castle. It should have been the heavily poisoned castellan of Kuan Castle, Lan Yu. He was miraculously revived with full health. Although he couldn't deal with the situation for the time being, at least his injuries had recovered. It was just that he shouldn't overwork himself. He only needed a certain amount of time to recover to his peak condition. After waking up, Lan Yu found out about the recent events from Lan Tianying. He was extremely grateful for Li Zongjiu's arrival. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu, Lan Yu wouldn't have been the only one to die. So many lives of Arakuni's people were lost here. They might even have died. As for the remaining members of the Shuekuan faction, Lan Yu also gave severe punishments. At the same time, he promoted Kuan Erasure to the elder's seat. With Kuan Arashi's achievements in the past few days and the powerful backing of Li Zongjiu, it was very easy for him to get in. Elder's seat. Zhao Lei also sent his army to patrol the city. In the end, they retreated safely. This time, the main culprit of the rebellion had been caught. There was no need to continue guarding the city. He could even return early to report back. However, before Zhao Lei left, he went to Li Zongjiu and expressed his desire to join the White Deer Mansion. If you want to join the White Deer Mansion, you have to prove your strength first. If you can settle the Hua family, I will let you join. Li Zongjiu said calmly. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the Hua family was nothing more than a smelly bug that liked to pop out of its stomach. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't reject such ambitious people from joining the White Deer Mansion. There were always benefits to being stronger. As long as these people were loyal enough, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be soft-hearted if there were any signs of rebellion. Moreover, he had ways to deal with these people. Before you join, you must first have the strength to join. In front of Li Zongjiu, the Hua family was just a small bug that could hardly turn over a new leaf. However, in front of Zhao Lei, the Hua family was still a colossus. Even now, most of the Hua family's experts had been killed. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, just as Li Zongjiu had thought, if he couldn't help the White Deer Mansion resolve its problems and resolve these problems, he would be forced to join the White Deer Mansion. Could it be that the White Deer Mansion wanted him to join them for a meal? This wasn't an easy opportunity, but it was also an opportunity. Yes, Zhao Lei. Don't worry. As long as the Hua family is dealt with, I will take care of the follow-up problems. I will give you 1 month. Within this month, you will be able to mobilize the resources of the White Deer Mansion. If you can't complete this task in a month, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. This method already greatly reduced the difficulty. It was equivalent to Zhao Lei joining the White Deer Mansion in a month. However, he now had to complete a trial mission. If he couldn't complete it, then he could only apologize. Thank you, Sir Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor wasn't serious at all. After all, the Imperial Tutor's title was for the sake of the entire Xianxia dynasty. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't seem to have considered this aspect. When he did things, he didn't think that he was the Imperial Tutor of the Xianxia dynasty. He only wanted to achieve his goal. Zhao Lei immediately led the Blue Tiger army to withdraw. At the same time, he started thinking of ways to deal with the Hua family. Based on what Li Zhongjiu had said, he wanted to deal with the Hua family. First, he wanted to completely remove the Hua family's position in the army. This way, the Hua family wouldn't be able to pose a threat. It would be difficult for him to control the Green Dragon army. Second, he wanted to get rid of the entire Hua family. This was the only way to avoid future troubles. The Hua family has always been ruthless. This time, let's see how capable you are. Li Zhongjiu stayed in Kuan Castle for a few more days. The danger of Kuan Castle had been temporarily resolved. However, there were still more important matters waiting for Kuan Erasure to deal with. 2 days later, Kuan Erasure expressed his thoughts at a family meeting. He wanted to propose marriage to Emperor Xingyan. This matter caused a huge uproar at the family meeting. Even Lan Yuyan looked at Kuan Erasure strangely. You're really something, kid. You actually managed to hook up with the princess. Not bad. You're bold enough. You're like a man. Even his father, Lan Yu, couldn't help but praise him. Of course, it was a happy thing for his child to be able to find someone he loved. However, this person instantly gave Lan Yu a headache. Of all people, it just had to be the princess of the Xianxia dynasty. No, you can't do this. The great elder, Lan Yi, immediately stopped him. Lang Gu was already dead. The position of the great elder was vacant, and Lan Yi directly filled it. Our relationship with the Xianxia dynasty has always been turbulent. If we establish a relationship with the royal family will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, the royal family will definitely not agree. Lan Yi said. Lan Yi saw through this matter very clearly. It wasn't easy to solve this problem. After all, this problem existed in the first place. Moreover, this problem could worsen at any time. Great Elder, you're wrong. Why not? Don't tell me that I, the future mayor of Kuan Castle, am not worthy of the princess of the Xianxia dynasty? Lan Yuyan had a small opinion in his heart. In the hearts of the Lan family, he was obviously placed in a very high position. He even felt that he was incomparably arrogant. After all, the glory of Kuan Castle was not something that ordinary people could imagine. To be able to survive between the two dynasties, this kind of strength was enough to prove everything. That's not the case. However, this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Elder Lan Yi had yet to recover from his serious injuries, and now seemed a little weak. He couldn't make a fierce argument, but everyone believed in Kuan Arashi's potential. Lan Yu furrowed his brows. Then, he looked at the figure sitting in the corner. During the meeting today, he wondered why Lan Kuan had specially invited this person. At the very least, he should have asked for this person's opinion. Elderly, what do you think about my son's matter? In the entire Lan family, no one dared to look down on Li Zhongjiu. They didn't even dare to show any arrogance in front of Li Zhongjiu. As for why, you only need to experience how Li Zhongjiu made them feel these days to know. The existence of such a powerhouse was simply heaven-defying. HM? Oh, my thoughts. My thoughts are the same as Lan Yuyan's. Li Zhongjiu was wholeheartedly studying the formation. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu's mental power was strong enough, so he could recall the information he had previously captured. Lan Yuyan didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to give such an answer. Was it because Li Zhongjiu was also paying attention to her? Suddenly receiving Li Zhongjiu's support made Lan Yuyan feel an indescribable feeling in her heart. Lan Yuyan didn't care about other people's approval, but Li Zhongjiu's approval was like a great affirmation. Father, elders, don't worry. This time I only want to obtain a title. Leave the rest to me. Kuan Erishur said. Before this, Kuan Erishur was just a nobody in the Lan family of Kuan Castle. Who knew who he was? He wasn't even an elder. But now, Kuan Arashi's identity and status had been confirmed and affirmed. At the same time, he had also obtained the approval of Kuan Castle. Naturally, he had a title and status. He could more or less be considered a match. If he was mentioned by others, he would at least have a title. This was Kuan Arashi's plan. Now, Kuan Erishur had become the successor of the Castellan. He was the true and legitimate young Castellan of Kuan Castle. Alright, I'll go back and take 3 Spirit of Kuan stone from the family's treasury as your betrothal gift. Lan Yu also laughed loudly. In fact, as long as Li Zhongjiu supported him, this matter would most likely not be a problem. The latter's identity as the imperial tutor wasn't just for show. If anyone wanted to compete at this time, they wouldn't be giving face to Li Zhongjiu. By the time most of the matters in Kuan Castle had been settled, the two of them finally left. The two of them were finally about to leave. Saber Soul and Beiku followed them. Kuan Castle also had a flying center. Originally, they wanted to use the most luxurious flying boat for the 4 of them to return home. However, Li Zhongjiu refused. He was not the kind of person who was extravagant and wasteful. Elderly, if you have time in the future, please come visit our Kuan Castle more often. Lan Yuyan was reluctant to part with them before they left. I will. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. Then, Lan Yuyan looked at Kuan Erishur. Kid, don't cause trouble for elderly when you're outside. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Lan Yuyan threatened Kuan Erishur. However, such a threat did not hurt him at all. He knew that this was Lan Yuyan's concern. Don't worry, sister. The flying boat rose into the sky. Lan Yuyan watched as the flying boat gradually rose into the sky and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, she even had the urge to jump onto the flying boat and leave with Li Zhongjiu. However, she suppressed her own excitement. Perhaps she was just a lowly passerby in front of Li Zhongjiu. A person like Li Zhongjiu would naturally have countless outstanding women around him. How could she, Lan Yuyan, be qualified? However, after meeting Li Zhongjiu, it was obvious that Lan Yuyan's standards for choosing a husband had increased by another level. It wouldn't be easy to find one in a short period of time. The flying boat returned to the sacred Flame Royal City. The news of the battle at Kuan Castle had reached Emperor Xingyan. Although he was fooled by Kuan Castle this time with the 5 poisons, he would have to be fully prepared the next time he wanted to deal with Kuan Castle. Your Majesty, I advise you not to agree to the request of the Ten Swords sect from the Tianyan dynasty. Emperor Xingyan was already angry. He felt that he had been tricked by the people of Kuan Castle. Moreover, the Hu family seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Just the important members alone had suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, they pushed all the blame to the 5 Poison sect for everything that had happened. The other members of the Green Dragon Army were not from the Hu family. They did not have the guts to challenge Li Zhongjiu's authority. If Li Zhongjiu came to settle the score with them in the future, they would feel a strong sense of regret. Therefore, after a series of collusion, they finally unanimously targeted the 5 poisons. Anyway, now that the 5 poisons had been destroyed, there was naturally no evidence. However, the Hu family also understood that Li Zhongjiu was dealing with them. Several members of the Hu family who were still in the army suddenly received a summons from the judges. They said that someone had reported their misconduct in the army and that they were immediately suspended from their duties for investigation. The Hu family was simply furious about this matter. Who was the one behind all this? Who was the one who brought out so much evidence and alerted the people from the judicial division? There must be someone behind all of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at such a loss. However, Sacred Flame Great Emperor was only aware of these things after the fact. Obviously, someone was manipulating these things, and the information was only transmitted to him at the end. There was only one person who had the ability to do this, and was able to deceive everyone like this. Li Zhongjiu. Today, he heard the military advisor repeatedly persuade him not to agree to the marriage proposal of the Ten Swords sect. It even made Emperor Xingyan think that the military advisor had been bribed by Li Zongjiu. Military advisor, I respect you as a senior, so I will listen to your words. However, it does not mean that I will listen to everything you say. If you are close to Li Zongjiu, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. Emperor Xingyan glanced at the military advisor. The military advisor also shook his head. It was obvious that Emperor Xingyan had misunderstood him. However, he did not care about this matter. As long as he could prevent Li Zongjiu from getting angry, it would not be good if he destroyed the Holy Flame imperial family in a fit of anger. However, because of the existence of Princess Jinggan, he would more or less give face. He would not be killed. However, he did not know if he would be able to keep his position. Just 3 days ago, the Ten Swords sect, which was ranked third among the top 10 sects of the Tianyan dynasty, had sent a lot of betrothal gifts and a marriage proposal. They wanted the young master of the Ten Swords sect to marry Princess Jinggan. If this marriage was successful, it meant that the Ten Swords sect would obtain the resources of the Xingyan dynasty. In the future, they would be able to start a new journey in the Xingyan dynasty. Obviously, the Ten Swords sect was ambitious. They wanted to expand their strength and continue to develop. The Xingyan dynasty could also open a path in the Tianyan dynasty. For Emperor Xingyan, this seemed to be the best choice. Everything that Li Zongjiu had was given to him by Emperor Xingyan. The name of the imperial tutor, the name of the White Deer Mansion, and even the Luoxia city were all part of the Xingyan dynasty's territory. If he wanted to take them back, it would be just a matter of words. How could this Li Zongjiu be arrogant and dare to stand on the opposite side of Emperor Xingyan? In the heart of Sacred Flame Emperor, Li Zongjiu was clearly an ungrateful person. Moreover, he was a traitor. He was simply a despicable person. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely take down Li Zongjiu. He would never allow a person to challenge the authority of the imperial family. The airship shuttled through the clouds. Finally, they arrived at the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Once again stepping into the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Kuan Arashi's heart was also quite excited. It seemed that there was something incredible waiting for him to accomplish. He was burdened with a heavy sense of mission. But as soon as he landed, he found a restaurant to have a meal. But he heard that everyone in the city seemed to be discussing the marriage between Princess Jinggan and the Ten Swords sect's young master. He had only left for a few days, but such a thing happened. Did they have to find someone to deal with him, Kuan Arasher? Brother, what do you mean by the marriage alliance you mentioned just now? A person who was talking loudly in the restaurant was suddenly stopped by Kuan Arasher. He couldn't react, but when he saw that Kuan Arashi's expression seemed a little strange, he immediately retracted his anger. Cough, cough, you guys are from other places, right? You don't know about this yet. I heard that a group of envoys from the Ten Swords sect came to the Tianyan dynasty. The purpose of these people is to marry their young master. I heard that his surname is Yi and he is here to propose marriage to the imperial family. We only have one princess, so they must be here to propose marriage to Princess Jinggan. When Kuan Arasher heard this, he directly smashed the table with his palm. F***ck, where did this Ten Swords sect come from? I'm going to beat them into shit. Kuan Arasher was furious. But the table he smashed was someone else's. Just when these people reacted and were about to get angry, Kuan Arasher was too arrogant. He could have smashed anyone's table, but he smashed theirs. Can't you let us eat? Don't be too arrogant, brother. Hey, I say, why are you? However, before that person could finish his words, he saw many people gathered downstairs. Moreover, someone quickly came upstairs and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. Young master, you're back. The person who came was Taifai. If he didn't bring at least 100 people with him, he would be embarrassed to go out. This lineup was necessary. Things like face couldn't be neglected. Young Master Kuan Arasher, congratulations to Young Master Kuan Arasher for becoming the Young Master of Kuan Castle. Taifai was quite well informed. He actually already knew that Kuan Arasher had become the Young Master of Kuan Castle. This wasn't strange. After all, the White Deer Mansion wasn't a freeloader. Let's go. We'll take some back to eat. Li Zongjiu saw that Kuan Arasher couldn't eat anymore. Then, he would go back first and have a good discussion to see what the situation was. Young master, please. Li Zhongjiu walked in front of everyone, and Kuan Erishur followed closely behind. Taifai left one person behind to compensate the diner whose table was smashed by Kuan Erishur, as well as the inn's losses. Not to mention smashing a table, even tearing down the entire inn wouldn't be a problem. However, Taifai had taught his subordinates to follow the rules from the start. They couldn't be arrogant and unrestrained. That way, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Now, they naturally managed it very well. The people in the inn were all stunned. Who is this? Why is there such a big lineup? You don't know, right? Hey, that person just now was the new young master of Kuan Castle, Kuan Erishur. It's said that the young master of Kuan Castle is also interested in our Princess Jinggan. No wonder. Back at the White Deer Mansion, Xiaoxiao was surprised to see the flustered and exasperated Kuan Erishur. Young master. Yes, come to the conference hall. Li Zhongjiu and the others sat at the table while Xiaoxiao ordered someone to bring the information. I've already prepared the information when I heard that young master has returned. Ten Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects in the Tianyan dynasty. According to the public opinion, Ten Sword Sect is at least ranked third in strength. Their enemy is the Skywater Sect. There are many conflicts between the two sections. The team sent to the Xingyan dynasty to propose marriage includes the young master of Ten Swords Sect, Xianxia, who is a first-grade origin emperor, and the unparalleled Sword Emperor, who is ranked third in the Ten Swords Sect. There are also some disciples who are not strong enough to be feared. Xiaoxiao listed all the information clearly. Kuan Erishur had a very clear and intuitive feeling. Unparalleled Sword Emperor? Li Zhongjiu was bewildered. Back when Li Zhongjiu had slaughtered his way to the Ten Swords Sect, the only person who looked decent in the entire sect was this unparalleled Sword Venerable. However, it seemed like this old fart was only at the Sword Emperor realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. Young master, do you know this person? We fought before, but that was in the past. Li Zhongjiu said. Everyone was shocked to hear Li Zhongjiu's words. How long ago was it? The Supreme Sword Emperor was quite famous in the Tianyan dynasty. It was definitely not that simple. So fierce? We've studied this Supreme Sword Emperor before. His sword Dao is very profound. If we're talking about the famous swordsmen in the Xingu continent, the Supreme Sword Emperor is one of them. Nangong Wuji said. But he might not be your opponent. After all, Li Zhongjiu had the record of killing a Supreme Sword Emperor. Just this record alone was enough to make many people revere him. This concept was not easy to understand. The purpose of the Ten Swords Sect's trip is definitely not as simple as a marriage alliance. I heard that the Ten Swords Sect is also making moves in the Tianyan dynasty. They are more likely to borrow the power of the Xingyan dynasty. They want to shake the status of the other sects in the Xingyan dynasty. The Heavenly Water Sect is the first to bear the brunt. Xiaoxiao analyzed. Not only did he have information about the Xingyan dynasty, but even some information about the Tianyan dynasty was also under his control. Only by combining the complete information would he be able to analyze the situation correctly. So, they want to use Kuan Erishur as a stumbling block? Li Zhongjiu said. If that was the case, Kuan Erishur had indeed become a stumbling block for the other party. Unfortunately, if the person Kuan Erishur loved was not the Princess Jinggan, these people could do whatever they wanted. They thought that they could dominate the world by making some messy combinations. In fact, these people did not have the strength to do so. If it was Li Zhongjiu, it would not be so troublesome. In addition, young master, there have been some unusual movements in the city recently. To a certain extent, our people are being monitored. It seems to be from the imperial family. Moreover, we have collected enough evidence to prove that Emperor Xingyan secretly mobilized the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard? Does the Dragon Guard really exist? Kuan Erishur could not sit still. He immediately exclaimed and looked at Xiaoxiao in disbelief. The surrounding people also widened their eyes because this was very shocking news. For many years, the Dragon Guard was just a legend. No one had really seen the Dragon Guard. However, legends about the Dragon Guard were endless. The most direct ones were these Dragon Guard. It was rumored that the Dragon Guard clan was the bravest soldier during the founding war of the first great emperor. They were extremely loyal, so these people were all conferred the title of Dragon Guard. All the descendants of the hidden dragon clan were protected by the imperial family. They were secretly trained from a young age and shouldered heavy responsibilities. The purpose was to eliminate the dangers and difficulties in the process of the dynasty's advancement. However, as the ultimate force, they were only sent out in the most dangerous times. They were equivalent to the imperial family's secret weapon. Now that the country had been founded for more than 300 years, the great emperor had changed several times, but there was no news of the Dragon Guard clan taking action. However, recently, Xiaoxiao collected information that proved that the Dragon Guard clan had been mobilized. To be able to hide for more than 300 years, it was enough to show the importance and degree of protection that the imperial family placed on them. If it was not a last resort, they would definitely not be allowed to show themselves. Dragon Guard? There are only a dozen people in total. It's nothing special. When Li Zhongjiu heard this Dragon Guard clan, he smiled disdainfully. This kind of thing was very secretive in the eyes of ordinary people, but Li Zhongjiu had already seen it in his previous life. To be precise, these Dragon Guard clan were the descendants of the founding heroes of the country. However, that group of people had been completely hidden at that time. There were too many founding heroes. Some of them had names, but some of them were secretly covered up. They became a force that secretly protected the Xingyan dynasty. This was very smart. Li Zhongjiu had only come into contact with a few of them in his previous life. There was nothing special about them. They were slightly stronger because the cultivation materials were provided by the imperial family. Naturally, they were not bad. However, the cultivation of that group of experts was born from blood and fire. In the later two generations, each lineage was not as good as the other, so the number of people decreased. Perhaps there were more people now, but after 2,000 years, this group of people was only left with a dozen people. Of course, what Li Zhongjiu did not say was that these people were all in the supremacy realm. Although they were just people who had just entered the supremacy realm. In front of Li Zhongjiu back then, they were just an eyesore. A gentle blow was enough to extinguish these people. You know about it? Kuan Erishur looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. It seemed that there was nothing that Li Zhongjiu did not know about these secretive things. You will know when you reach the supremacy realm. Li Zhongjiu could only say this to Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur also rolled his eyes at the latter. When you reach the supremacy realm, how long will you have to cultivate? I didn't expect to recognize such a cheap boss so easily. Did I step on dog shit back then? Recently, the imperial family's attitude has been targeting our White Deer mansion. I am worried that these Dragon Guard are here to deal with us. Xiaoxiao looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Knowing was one thing, but actually facing it was another. They did not know the true purpose of these people's appearance. Oh? This old thing, I didn't deal with him, but he dares to cause trouble for me? Li Zhongjiu was also displeased when he heard this. Obviously, the old thing that Li Zhongjiu was referring to was Emperor Xingyan. Only Li Zhongjiu had the guts to look down on Emperor Xingyan in Monarch City. It's fine to kill him, but this old man is Shuiyu's father after all. Let's beat these people from the Ten Swords sect away first. Li Zhongjiu said. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done one by one. The people from the Ten Swords sect are expected to arrive at Sacred Flame Imperial City tomorrow. The betrothal gifts and invitation had arrived before the people arrived. Obviously, these people were still somewhat arrogant. It was like a notice to the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family. Although Emperor Xingyan was not happy, he still accepted it. After all, the Ten Swords sect was controllable, but Li Zhongjiu was an uncertain factor. Sooner or later, Li Zhongjiu would have to be dealt with first. Alright, inform me when they arrive tomorrow. It was an extremely ordinary wooden airship. It slowly stopped outside the Sacred Flame Royal City. 5 figures walked down from the airship. The person in the lead was a young man in a white robe embroidered with purple and gold patterns. He was young, around 25 years old at most. He wore an extremely exquisite ring on his finger. An extremely penetrating sword intent could be sensed from the ring. He touched the ring on his finger out of habit. This is the sacred flame royal city? It's just SOSO. How can there be a beauty in such a barren and desolate place? The only daughter of Emperor Xingyan can't be an extremely ugly person, right? The young man mocked. The other young disciples around him also laughed. Is it very funny? No matter how ugly she is, she's still my woman. The man's eyes turned cold. Immediately, the three young disciples bowed down. Young sect leader, please forgive us. All right, don't talk so much after entering the city. If this marriage is successful, then the strength of the Ten Swords sect will reach a peak state. Don't mess it up. The unparalleled Sword Emperor stepped forward and said. This group of people was the group that had come from the Ten Swords sect. Their purpose in coming here was to confirm the matter of the marriage alliance. Yes, Elder. Xianxia said. He naturally respected the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Even his father had to respect the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The latter's swordsmanship had already reached the peak. Even though Xianxia's talent was not weak, he was just a clown in front of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. There were still many things he could learn from the unparalleled Sword Emperor. He was looking forward to the latter's guidance. However, this trip was not going smoothly. They were stopped the moment they entered the city. Stop, where did you come from? What are you doing in the royal city? A few city guards immediately surrounded Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others looked at them with contempt. These people in front of them were really reckless. If they were in the Tianyan dynasty, they would have chopped off their heads with a sword. How dare they block their way? Friends, we are from the Ten Swords sect of the Skyflame dynasty. This is our identity token, we are entering the city to meet the emperor. A disciple stepped forward and said. At the same time, he handed over his identity token and stuffed a few purple yuan coins into the soldier's hand. Naturally, they knew this kind of routine. It was just to collect bribes from outsiders like them. Impudent. How dare you bribe in broad daylight? Take these people down. However, who would have thought that the soldier would directly throw the purple yuan coin in his hand onto the ground without even looking at it? He was simply overflowing with dominance, and his face was filled with righteousness. The people from the Ten Swords sect were surprised by such an unusual move. Could it be that the people of the Xingyan dynasty did not fall for this trick? This was impossible. One had to know that money could move the gods. These people were not deities who were pure of heart and few desires. They did not even care about money. However, the angry roar just now attracted the attention of the garrison on the city wall. Immediately, hundreds of city guards rushed out from the city and restricted everyone outside. The city gate was also closed with a bang. The road was blocked. The dignified young lord and elders of the Ten Swords sect were actually blocked by the city gate of the Holy Flame Imperial City. Courting death. Xianxia touched the ring on his finger and was ready to attack. In any case, he had to chop off the legs of these thousands of people in front of him and let them know how powerful he was. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor stopped Xianxia. Officials, may I ask your general to come out and meet me? Cut the crap, all of you kneel down and put your hands on your head. Otherwise, I will kill you with my spear. A centurion said extremely fiercely. They had already received orders before that as long as they found people from the Skyflame dynasty, they were to directly stop them. It would be best if they could detain them. If it was a normal day, they would just take some money and let them in. However, this order was given by the higher-ups. Even they did not dare to take the money because it would be troublesome. Since you are so stubborn and do not know what is good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Take them down. The unparalleled Sword Emperor said faintly. As an Origin Emperor expert, how could he tolerate being treated like this? No matter where he was, he should not be treated like this. Now that he took the initiative to teach them a lesson, nothing would happen. He did not believe that the great emperor of the Xingyan dynasty would be so heartless as to stand up for a few city guards. Immediately, the three accompanying disciples took action. They did not use their swords, but only their palms. They easily overturned hundreds of city guards in front of them. Bang! 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 How dare you attack the city guards? Someone on the city wall saw the scene and immediately went to report. The unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others frowned. These people in front of them seemed to be here to cause trouble instead of solving the problem. There is a problem. This didn't seem like the style of Monarch City. When encountering such a noble identity token, they would at least have to verify it. How could these people pester them endlessly like this? He was simply stalling for time here. Let me do it. The archers on the city wall were shooting arrows non-stop. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell, causing Xianxia to snort coldly and jump. The height of the city wall was nothing in front of these experts. Xianxia, who had rushed up the city wall, was immediately hit by a series of explosions. It had been a long time since such a situation had happened. The city guards immediately went to war, and the scene was quite fierce. All kinds of weapons were used. They seemed to have been prepared. The mobilization of the troops was also unusually fast. Soon, soldiers from other drill grounds were mobilized. Even Xianxia had to use the strength of an Origin Emperor. However, he found that these people were unusually excited, and there was no way to defeat them. Boom! The city gate opened. Several fierce generals rushed out with their elite cavalry. The sky silkworm net in their hands was aimed at the three disciples. Even an Origin Emperor expert would find it difficult to escape. In addition, there were many experts in the army. The three accompanying disciples could be considered to have been beaten very badly. Listening to the sounds of battle outside the city. In the city, Li Zhongjiu and Kuan Erishur were sitting on the top floor of a tea house. They were looking at the scene here. Sitting beside the two of them was the commander of the city guards, Wang Ding. Wang Ding poured tea for Li Zhongjiu and Lan Kuan. At the same time, he also observed the situation outside the city. Unfortunately, these people did not know that the entire city guards were Li Zhongjiu's men. The number of soldiers was huge, and it was still increasing. Damn it! Let's leave this place first. The unparalleled Sword Emperor had never seen such a thing happen. If he killed his way out, not to mention a marriage proposal, it would be considered merciful if the other party didn't send troops to capture him and cut him into pieces. If this group of people killed a few people in the royal city, they could easily cover it up with their status. Even Emperor Xingyan would turn a blind eye to it. However, if they killed any of the soldiers in front of the city guards, it would be difficult to appease the public's anger. Even Emperor Xingyan would not be able to protect them. Therefore, facing the desperate siege of the city guards, they could not kill them, but beating them up would not vent their anger. Therefore, they could only leave this place now. At another time, they would find an opportunity to enter the city directly. At this moment, it was obviously not a wise move to fight the city guards head-on. They did not expect the unparalleled Sword Emperor of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Holy Flame Royal City. Not only did they not welcome them with courtesy, they even alerted the city guards. The city guards were simply crazy. They had never seen such a strict situation. Moreover, they had already stated their identities, but Jun Ran still attacked them directly. It was obvious that he did not want them to have an easy time. Immediately, these people retreated into the distance. Such a humiliating matter made the people of the Ten Swords sect very angry. They wanted to kill a few people immediately to vent their anger. Is there something wrong with these city guards? They're simply crazy. I've never seen such an unreasonable and barbaric city guard. A few disciples were cursing. Although they had already knocked down hundreds of people, they didn't dare to kill even one person. A few of them had their clothes torn by arrows. If it wasn't for their strong origin energy, they might have been seriously injured by these people. Could this be Emperor Xingyan's intention? Even Xianxia was not sure. They were happy to receive the gifts, but they did not expect that when they came to visit, they would be made difficult for. Logically speaking, such a thing should not have happened. Why don't we charge into the city directly? A disciple said, but he was directly slapped by Xianxia. Bull*T. Is our Ten Swords sect so shameful that we have to climb over the wall to enter the city? If we can't walk through the gate, our Ten Swords sect will tear it down sooner or later. Xianxia shouted angrily. It was not easy for the young master of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Xingyan dynasty, but he was chased away by the city guards. Now, he could not even enter the gate. If this news spread back to the Tianyan dynasty, wouldn't it? The unparalleled Sword Emperor didn't speak for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, the damage to his face couldn't be repaired so easily. Today's battle at the city gate could be considered as a form of training for the soldiers. At the same time, it also displayed the strength of the city guards. They had not even entered the city, but they had already turned around and ran away. They came with a lot of vigor, but returned in defeat. Seems a little cool. When Kuan Erishur saw this scene, he was also completely shocked by Li Zhongjiu's strength. At the same time, he was also surprised that Li Zhongjiu would do this for him. He secretly mobilized the city guards to do such a thing, and right under the nose of the emperor. No one would dare to believe that such a thing would happen. This was simply treating Emperor Xingyan as a dead man, and directly stirring up trouble in Monarch City. If this matter were to spread to Emperor Xingyan's ears, how angry would he be? Moreover, these people who were chased away were the distinguished guests of the Xingyan dynasty. Being chased away like this was an even bigger crime. Even if they enter the city, I won't let them reach the foot of the imperial city, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. He had already made arrangements beforehand, and the few people from Ten Swords sect were really not enough. Is it okay to do this? Kuan Erishur was also a little worried. Today, the city guards had mobilized nearly 10,000 people. Emperor Xingyan would definitely be aware of such a large mobilization. What can happen? What can he do? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Kuan Erishur was also completely convinced by Li Zhongjiu's audacity. If there was anyone else in the world who had such great ability, it could only be Li Zhongjiu. Just as Li Zhongjiu and the rest were sipping tea, there were two young people on the street, a man and a woman, who looked like heroes of the underworld. What's going on? The city guards have been mobilized in such a large formation. There were King Yuan energy fluctuations just now. The woman stared at the situation outside the city walls. She said with a frown, "Let's go and check it out." As soon as the man finished speaking, he leaped out and disappeared from the street in the blink of an eye. He's too impulsive. The woman immediately stomped her foot. However, she also leaped out and followed closely behind. Obviously, the strength of these two people was extraordinary. The fluctuations in the surroundings naturally could not escape Li Zhongjiu's eyes. Immediately, he looked down. This batch of Dragon Guard is so young? Li Zhongjiu looked at the two people who had just rushed out. If one were to say which family's disciple was the most outstanding genius in Monarch City, it would definitely be the Dragon Guard. Not only were they young, but they were also very strong. It seemed like these people would not be able to enter the city today. You can also go to the imperial city today to propose marriage. As for these people, I'll help you deal with them, Li Zhongjiu said. Kuan Erishur was a little frightened when he heard this. What did he mean by deal with them? Was he going to send them back? Or was he going to leave their lives behind? However, since Li Zhongjiu had intervened, he must have his own way of dealing with them. Then, I'll go. Kuan Arashi's actions would definitely shock the people in Monarch City. However, Kuan Erishur was now the young castellan of Kuan Castle. In terms of status, he was not without advantages. He was even higher than the young sect master of the outer sect. At the same time, one should not forget, Kuan Erishur still had a teacher. Master Jingyue, Senior Mirror Emperor. Kuan Erishur immediately rushed to Jingyue Villa. After mentioning this matter, Master Jingyue was naturally willing, but the consequences had to be carefully considered. This hurdle of the Holy Flame Emperor was not that easy to pass. Send someone to investigate the movements of these people. Then, go to the residence and gather all the primitive emperor experts, Li Zhongjiu ordered. Yes, young master. The 16 primitive emperors in the White Deer Mansion had been summoned to the tea house. Nangong Wuji did not come. His more important task was to oversee the White Deer Mansion, so he would not leave unless there was something important. Even Hong Shursan came directly. Gathering so many primitive emperors at the same time, not even Yuan monarchs. What was he going to do? In the Holy Flame Royal City, apart from the royal family, only Li Zhongjiu's family could mobilize so many primitive emperors in such a short time. Even if the primitive emperors of the 4 major families were added together, they would probably not be as many as Li Zongjiu had. Let's eat something first. We will go out of the city to deal with a few people in a while. Li Zongjiu also let these primitive emperors have a meal. After all, they were going out to do something, so they had to eat their fill. This way, the morale before the battle would be even higher. It was not easy for a small student in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion to develop from a casino to such a large scale. At least in the eyes of outsiders, it was not easy. However, it seemed rather easy for Li Zongjiu to accomplish all this. It only took a little more than a year. As long as there was money, everything could be solved. There was nothing to be afraid of. He did not encounter any obstacles. Many people in the city also saw the actions of the White Deer Mansion and heard about what had happened at the city gate earlier. After all, this was not a small matter. When Song Jieyu of the Song family heard about this, she immediately knew what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. When Li Zongjiu had just arrived in the Holy Flame Royal City, Song Jieyu had come into contact with Li Zongjiu and knew that this guy was not afraid of anything. Logically speaking, such a person should have died a long time ago, but he was still alive until now. Moreover, he was still living a glorious life. Almost no one could compete with Li Zongjiu. That guy couldn't possibly be planning to attack the people from the Ten Swords sect, right? Everyone in the city knew that the Ten Swords sect was here for the peace marriage. Li Zongjiu's action was a provocation to the Holy Flame royal family. He did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. If that's the case, I'm afraid Li Zongjiu is in big trouble. Song Jieyu's current position in the Song family could be said to be unshakable and indestructible. Just one project with the White Deer Mansion had already earned her a lot of money, and she was still earning a huge sum. This was Song Jieyu's connections, and foresight. Not many people had Song Jieyu's vision and boldness. Therefore, Song Jieyu succeeded. But now, what Li Zongjiu did was simply too shocking. After staying in Monarch City for so long, Song Jieyu was very clear that if she wanted to live well, she had to do her job well in the city. She had to play within the rules. There was a bottom line that she could never cross. That was to be the enemy of the royal family. If she had the slightest intention of rebelling, the royal family would not even need an excuse to deal with her. She did not know how many influential people there were. So what if she had power and influence? The royal family's power was beyond her imagination. Even I can't do anything about this. Song Jieyu rubbed her head. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not need Song Jieyu's help. He could easily deal with it by relying on the strength of the White Deer Mansion. At this moment, outside the city, the unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others were sitting on a mountain top. At the same time, they had sent a message to the royal family. If no one came to welcome them this time, they would not enter the city. Who knew where they got the courage and confidence to be so stubborn? They really thought highly of themselves. Elder, there are experts approaching. Everyone stood up and stared ahead. Xianxia also stood up and stared ahead. The rays of the setting sun shone. Behind the setting sun, more than 10 figures were rapidly approaching. They are all experts. It seems that the Xingyan dynasty has finally learned to be sensible for once. Even from afar, he could feel the powerful strength emanating from these people. The aura formed by the gathering of experts was different from that of ordinary people. Whoosh! Hongsher-san landed. The experts behind him also landed one by one in front of the people from the Ten Swords sect. However, their expressions were a little strange. Of course, everyone looked at one of them at the same time. It was the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The chances of encountering such a powerhouse were relatively low. Even in the Xingyan dynasty, people had heard of the name of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. They also knew that the latter's swordsmanship was exquisite and incomparable to ordinary people. Many of them wanted to see it for themselves. Are you here to welcome us? Seeing that you are so sincere, we will forget about the incident at the city gate this morning. Xianxia waved his hand. He expressed his magnanimity. However, these people in front of him did not move at all. I have long heard that the unparalleled Sword Emperor's swordsmanship is superb. It is such a coincidence that we meet in this desolate place today. Let's spar. A sword-wielding expert walked out from the crowd. There were not many opportunities to spar with the unparalleled Sword Emperor. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? The unparalleled Sword Emperor frowned. An imposing aura was released spontaneously. He was at the peak of the primitive emperor realm, an elder of the Ten Swords sect. Unexpectedly, he was called out by the other party. What was the meaning of this? Was this the tradition of the Xianxia dynasty? Is this how the Xianxia dynasty treats its guests? The unparalleled Sword Emperor said indifferently. His eyes seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, sweeping towards the people in front of him. These people did not seem to be here to welcome them into the city. Over a dozen primitive emperor powerhouses gathered here at the same time. The imposing manner was so strong that it made the three accompanying disciples of Ten Swords sect feel dizzy and dizzy. When one's realm was not enough, such a situation would naturally occur in a battle between experts. At this moment, they had no choice but to retreat to the back. Even Xianxia felt like he was under the control of others. You are courting death. Xianxia touched his ring. Immediately, the ring turned into a golden longsword, hanging in front of Xianxia. The aura released from the golden light sword easily dispersed the surrounding power, making him feel better. Who are you? These people seem to be here to humiliate them. How could Xianxia tolerate this? The aura of a first-grade primitive emperor was gradually released. However, this aura was not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Immediately, Xianxia and the others also released their primitive emperor chi. Boom. 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 The aura of experts soared to the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were affected. Who are you? Everyone's aura suppressed Xianxia to the point that he could not breathe. Even now, Xianxia was barely able to resist. With a little effort, Xianxia was defeated by the withered leaves. The unparalleled Sword Emperor could not bear the aura of a peak primitive emperor. It exploded in an instant. When the unparalleled Sword Emperor's aura burst out, everyone's expression changed. Even if the unparalleled Sword Emperor was alone, it was enough to fight against at least 10 of them. However, there were experts in the White Deer Mansion as well. 2 of them had hidden their strength well. At this moment, when they felt the terrifying pressure of the unparalleled Sword Emperor, they released their strength at the same time. Their auras gathered together with the auras of the remaining 10 people, forming a kind of power that was equal to the unparalleled Sword Emperor. I think you're courting death. The unparalleled Sword Emperor's aura was locked in a stalemate with the other party's aura. He didn't gain any advantage. If this continued, the unparalleled Sword Emperor would be the one at a disadvantage. Immediately, a fluorescent wooden sword appeared in the Sword Emperor's hand. With the appearance of the wooden sword, everyone immediately felt the pressure multiplied. They felt as if their entire body was being crushed and they couldn't move at all. Boom. The unparalleled Sword Emperor didn't show any mercy to the overbearing force. Today, these people repeatedly came to his door, which made the unparalleled Sword Emperor very unhappy. Boom. The wooden sword in his hand was the crystallization of the unparalleled Sword Emperor's power that he cultivated for more than 100 years. It was because of the unparalleled Sword Emperor's great strength and profound realm that he could use a wooden sword to fight against the divine weapons of heaven and earth. Even the unparalleled Sword Emperor was confident. There was no weapon in the world that was stronger than the wooden sword in his hand. At most, it was just as strong. All of you, die. The unparalleled Sword Emperor roared and the sword in his hand whizzed out. Sword controlling technique, the wooden sword turned into a cold light and rushed forward. The aura gathered by the White Deer Mansion's people was easily broken by the opponent at this moment. The first target of this sword was Xianxia. Xianxia stood on the spot. Facing this attack, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only circulate his origin energy together to protect the vital parts of his body. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor's wooden sword was attracted by a sharp sword in an instant. Swish! With the appearance of this sword, the wooden sword was directly split into 2 from the middle. It was extremely easy. Most importantly, the appearance of this sword didn't have any aura. After breaking the wooden sword, this incomparably low-key sword circled in the air and finally broke through the crowd's formation, landing in front of a young man. The people of the White Deer Mansion all retreated and stood on both sides, forming a line. It was obvious that this person was the leader. If someone at this level can be called the unparalleled Sword Emperor, then what about me? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. Just now, he had also used the imperial sword technique. Not only had he broken his opponent's sword, but he had also severely injured his opponent's mind. The unparalleled Sword King's teeth were chattering as if he was a trembling old man. You, who are you? The strong had a clear understanding of the relationship between the strong. When Li Zongjiu came out, the matchless Sword Emperor felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body felt cold. If Li Zongjiu wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as flicking a finger. Therefore, the matchless Sword Emperor didn't dare to make the slightest move. You're just a scoundrel relying on your sharp sword. How dare you slander my sex unparalleled elder? Brat, I think you don't want to live anymore. Xianxia saw a young man suddenly walk out. After thinking carefully, he wondered if there was a young man with a higher status than him in the entire Xingyan dynasty. He was the young master of the Ten Swords sect and was about to become the emperor's son-in-law of the Xingyan dynasty. These two identities were enough to make Xianxia ascend to the heavens. How many people in the Xingyan dynasty could be compared to him? Therefore, when Xianxia looked at Li Zongjiu who dared to offend his sex elder, he guessed that Li Zongjiu only dared to be so presumptuous because he had the support of many primitive emperors. Therefore, he directly walked out and scolded Li Zongjiu. Unexpectedly, before Li Zongjiu could speak, the unparalleled Sword Emperor had already slapped Xianxia's face. Slap. Xianxia's face immediately swelled up. This slap was full of strength and directly hit Xianxia's face. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't avoid it at all. After being slapped, Xianxia was also in a state of confusion. What do you mean by this? I'm standing up for you, and you actually dare to hit me. Xianxia also had a temper. After all, being slapped in front of so many people made Xianxia feel very humiliated. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor also felt that this slap wasn't enough to vent his anger. He stepped forward and kicked Xianxia, causing him to continuously roll on the ground several times. Finally, he stopped. I didn't know that the expert was here. Sorry for disturbing you. After kicking Xianxia, the unparalleled Sword Emperor also quickly knelt down on one knee and saluted Li Zongjiu. Not only the three accompanying disciples of the Ten Swords sect, but even Hong San and the others were dumbfounded. This was probably the most unbelievable thing they had ever seen in their lives. They never thought that the unparalleled Sword Emperor would actually salute Li Zongjiu directly and even call Li Zongjiu an expert. This showed that Li Zongjiu's strength was far above the unparalleled Sword Emperor's. No wonder you could live for so long. Your eyesight is pretty good. Li Zongjiu glanced at the unparalleled Sword Emperor. No wonder this guy could live to cultivate to the Supreme Being realm. This ability to take advantage of the situation is really rare. My brother wants Emperor Xingyan's daughter. If you still want to live, hurry up and get out of here. Li Zongjiu said indifferently, as if he was driving away a few flies. He wanted to drive them away directly. The unparalleled Sword Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this expert's temper was still relatively good. In the distance, the guy who was kicked to the ground couldn't get up for a long time. After hearing the conversation between the two, he simply lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. If he got up now, how embarrassing would that be, so he simply lay on the ground. He just pretended that he had fainted. By the way, since you came here, you must have brought something. Li Zongjiu suddenly said, his eyes shining. Since the Ten Swords sect was here to make peace, they must have brought a great gift. Otherwise, who would be willing to take a fancy to people like you? Could it be that they really thought that they would bring back their princess just because of your name? Obviously, it was impossible. The unparalleled Sword Emperor heard this. This expert was clearly here to snatch it from him. The things they brought with them on this trip were naturally extremely precious, even more precious than their lives. It was originally a betrothal gift, which was quite decent. However, after Li Zongjiu appeared, he wanted to take it back with just a few words. And if they didn't hand it over? The consequences were obvious. He wasn't afraid of the Ten Swords sect at all. The preciousness of the things made the unparalleled Sword Emperor hesitate. He didn't want to hand it over, but his eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at Li Zongjiu. The unparalleled Sword Emperor slapped himself in his heart. He was already so old. How could he not understand this? There was only hope if he was alive. Moreover, this was a very good opportunity to make friends with the expert. Expert, we didn't bring any valuable betrothal gifts this time. However, our sect leader has specially prepared some gifts for the expert. Please accept them. If you have time in the future, you can come to the mountain gate of the Ten Swords sect as a guest. We will definitely treat you with great hospitality. As he spoke, the unparalleled Sword Emperor held a box in his hand. Although the box didn't have any lock, there was a formation engraved on it. Without a special unlocking method, it couldn't be opened even if it was destroyed. The things he brought with him were naturally in the box. As for the unlocking method, the unparalleled Sword Emperor naturally wouldn't hand it over. First of all, he was hoping for a fluke. If this person couldn't open the box, he might just give it back to him. At the same time, he could take the opportunity to see how powerful this person was and whether he could really open the box. If he wanted to open it, he would need to be at least level 8 in terms of formation cultivation. Clap, as soon as Li Zhongjiu took the box, he easily broke the sealing formation on the box. It was as if the box didn't exist at all. Sword Manipulation Sutra, Ginseng Fruit. You guys are so thoughtful. I'm not interested in the Sword Manipulation Sutra, but I'll take the Ginseng Fruit. After speaking, Li Zhongjiu returned the Sword Manipulation Sutra and the box to the unparalleled Sword Emperor. What surprised the unparalleled Sword Emperor was that Li Zhongjiu actually liked the Ginseng Fruit more and even returned the sword controlling scripture. This was considered as leaving a way out for the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Although the Ginseng Fruit was a 9th grade elixir, the sword controlling scripture was their 10 Swords sect's legacy technique. This time, they directly offered it to the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty, which already showed considerable sincerity. Otherwise, Emperor Xianxia wouldn't have relented so easily. He directly betrothed Princess Jingyan to her. Of course, if it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's interference, there wouldn't be any surprises. Now that Li Zhongjiu was involved, the direction of the situation changed according to Li Zhongjiu's intention. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor had another idea in his mind. With Li Zhongjiu's cultivation realm, he naturally had a strong desire for such sutras and techniques, the more the better. However, he actually didn't care about the Supreme Tao technique of the Ten Swords sect. It was obvious that he didn't put the sword-controlling scripture in his eyes. Could it be that the person in front of him didn't know the preciousness of the sword-controlling scripture? He didn't know what the expert in front of him was thinking, but the unparalleled Sword Emperor's heart calmed down. At least the scripture was saved. Alright, you guys can go. I won't send you off. Li Zhongjiu directly turned around and led the group of primitive emperors back to the sacred flame royal city. The unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others were left dumbfounded. They didn't even know what was going on. Where did these primitive emperors come from, and what was going on with the expert just now? Could it be that this is the attitude of the royal family of the sacred flame royal city? The unparalleled sword hero frowned. It seemed that they still underestimated the Xianxia dynasty. If these people were all experts of the Xianxia dynasty, it was to show them the true strength of the Xianxia dynasty. At the same time, they took away the scripture. But they didn't want the sword-controlling scripture. Ordinary people knew the preciousness of the sword-controlling scripture. Now it seemed that the royal family wanted to show their attitude. They didn't care about the scripture at all. What a trick. When they returned, the Xianxia dynasty's royal family would definitely become famous. They would directly take care of the Ten Swords sect. They wouldn't even have the time to enter the sacred flame imperial city. Brilliant. The royal family is truly brilliant. The unparalleled Sword Emperor was also astonished. The unparalleled Sword Emperor looked at Xianxia, who still hadn't gotten up, and ordered people to help him up. Xianxia's face was filled with indignation. His face was even swollen. Elder, why should we be afraid of this person? When I return, I will explain this to my father. Then, we will bring our men to flatten this holy flame royal city. Idiot. The unparalleled sword hero angrily rebuked. Didn't you see those people just now? If that young man in the lead wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Even if your father came, it would be the same. We cannot afford to offend this person. The matchless sword hero said in a deep voice. At least for now, he couldn't afford to provoke him. What? This person's strength is so incredible? Xianxia's heart tightened when he heard the matchless sword hero's words. To think that there was such a person in the world. The other party didn't even make a move, but the matchless sword hero didn't dare to fight anymore and retreated. Let's go back to the sect. The matchless sword hero cowered very quickly this time. This was because he knew exactly how powerful Xianxia was, so he already knew what to do. If he continued to stay in this place, or even enter the sacred flame royal city, he would only be humiliated even more. Therefore, the people of the Ten Swords sect left with their tails between their legs. It wasn't easy for them to come here, and they didn't know what they had encountered. How should they explain themselves when they returned? It wouldn't be easy to deal with the aftermath of today's matter. Xianxia brought his men back to the White Deer Mansion. Everyone ate and drank outside, and it was really exciting. At the same time, they also knew how terrifying Xianxia's strength was. Just by revealing his aura, he was able to make the so-called unparalleled Sword Emperor retreat. With such strength, who would dare to be arrogant? Even the imperial family wouldn't dare to do anything. When the two groups of people left the barren mountain, two figures appeared from their hiding places. These two people were Dragon Guard, who had appeared from the city earlier. Originally, they came to investigate the background of these people. When they found out that these people were from the Ten Swords sect, they were a little surprised. Because the Sacred Flame Imperial family had warmly invited the people of the Ten Swords sect to visit, and at the same time, they would have some discussions. Who knew that these people would be stopped by the city guards at the city gate? Such a situation was really unheard of. Originally, they wanted to appear and explain the matter, and take the initiative to bring a few people into the city. Who knew that Xianxia and the others would kill them? Then, the two of them witnessed what had just happened with their own eyes. They couldn't believe it. My eyes didn't deceive me, right? This is the legendary matchless sword emperor? Just like that, he admitted defeat. The man kept wiping his eyes. However, the young sect master was really pitiful. After being beaten up, he had lost a lot of face. We have to report this matter to the emperor as soon as possible. That person just now is the real owner of the White Deer Mansion, Xianxia. The girl said. In her eyes, she was also very interested in Xianxia. However, there was more fear in her eyes. The existence of such a person was a huge threat to the entire dynasty. This time, Xianxia obviously took the initiative to intervene in the political affairs of the dynasty. This person was their dynasty's partner, and now he was chased away. Fortunately, the other party admitted defeat. If he didn't, even if he couldn't destroy the Sacred Flame Imperial City, it would be easy for him to destroy the other cities in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. At that time, the world would be in a state of chaos. Obviously, Xianxia didn't consider this at all. If Xianxia was left alive, it would be a huge disaster. Hey, do you think that kid discovered us just now? The man said. If he was someone that even the matchless sword emperor was afraid of and admitted defeat in a second, how powerful would he be? We used the hidden dragon technique. Our aura is completely concealed. It's impossible for him to discover us. The girl still had a lot of confidence in the hidden dragon evasion technique that she cultivated. That makes sense. Let's go back first. The two of them discussed for a while before they swiftly returned to the city. The things that they had witnessed today were definitely extremely shocking. The Dragon Guard was directly under the command of Emperor Xingyan. He didn't care about all the official positions in the city. Therefore, he didn't care about Xianxia's identity as the imperial protector. In their eyes, there was only one Emperor Xingyan. The rest were people that they could kill. The Imperial Garden. Emperor Xingyan sat in the pavilion, reading the scroll in his hand under the night sky. There were a few ministers waiting in front of the court. Outside the palace, there were two people waiting. When the ministers who passed by saw one of them, they all bowed and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Master Mirrormoon. Greetings, Master Mirrormoon. One of the ministers seemed to be friends with Master Mirrormoon. He had already walked far away, but he took 2 steps back and stood in front of Master Mirrormoon. Master, please go back. I'm afraid that today's matter will be difficult. The emperor is furious. Please go back first. Don't get yourself into trouble. After all the people around had left, Yi Zichen stood up. Kuan Erishur looked up at the sky. Teacher, I'm sorry that you're here today. Please go back. I'll deal with it myself. Kuan Erishur said to Master Mirrormoon, who was beside him. Master Mirrormoon lowered her head and sighed. It seems that today's matter doesn't depend on you or me. Even I can't do anything. Master Mirrormoon said. At this moment, Master Mirrormoon was still standing in the palace and didn't leave. Emperor Xingyan gave Master Mirrormoon face and didn't ask the Imperial Guards to drive Master Mirrormoon out. If Master Mirrormoon left, Kuan Erishur would probably be arrested by the Imperial Guards immediately. As for the so-called marriage proposal, he couldn't even bring it up until now. How could he bring it up under such circumstances? Kuan Erishur knew that. But for Shueiyue, he had to take the risk today. Teacher, please don't worry. I have my ways. Kuan Erishur bowed to Master Mirrormoon. Master Mirrormoon glanced at Kuan Erishur and patted his shoulder. Then, she sighed and turned to leave. Obviously, Master Mirrormoon knew that today's matter couldn't be done. But since Kuan Erishur wanted to continue working hard, she let him. If Master Mirrormoon continued to stay here, it would be very inappropriate. If she left now, she could save some face. But after today, Emperor Xingyan probably wouldn't trust Master Mirrormoon anymore. It was fortunate that he didn't list Master Mirrormoon as an enemy. After Master Mirrormoon left, the Imperial Guards immediately stepped forward and detained Kuan Erishur. Let me see Emperor Xingyan. Although Lan Kuan was held up by dozens of spears, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he stood firmly on the spot. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Great Emperor is someone you can meet whenever you want? Take him down and throw him into the blood prison. The vice commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang, however, Kuan Erishur stood still and didn't move. Immediately, Zhang Hu pulled out his long sword and hit Kuan Arashi's forehead with the hilt. However, the hilt of the long sword exploded. Obviously, this move couldn't hurt Kuan Erishur at all. You have some skills. Seeing this, Zhang Hu also used all his strength and kicked Kuan Erishur in the stomach. Boom! Zhang Hu was wearing heavy armor. The power of this kick penetrated metal and stone. It directly sent Kuan Erishur flying and kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed out from between his teeth. At this moment, Lan Kuan naturally wished that he could stand up and kill Zhang Hu. However, if he did that, his wish to marry Shueiyue would become even more of a joke. Just you wait. Kuan Erishur glared fiercely at Zhang Hu, but Zhang Hu looked at Kuan Erishur with disdain. So scary. The young castellan of Kuan Castle. Take him away. Kuan Erishur was sent to the blood prison by the Imperial Guards. This scene was also seen by the Dragon Guard, who came back to report the situation. However, he was also watching in the dark. So this is the kid who wants to marry Princess Jinggan? He really overestimates himself. The boy couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Kuan Erishur being kicked away. If it were him, he would have chopped off the lieutenant's leg on the spot. Then, he would have slit the lieutenant's neck. He even thought about the direction of his attack. Unfortunately, the one kneeling there wasn't him. What do you know? The girl somewhat understood why Kuan Erishur was holding back. However, after they reported the situation, Emperor Xingyan was determined to kill Kuan Erishur. Wanting to be with Princess Jinggan was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Inside the imperial city. Although Shueiyue was staying in the fragrance pavilion, she was extremely concerned about the situation outside. When she heard that Kuan Erishur was actually imprisoned in the blood prison by the Imperial Guards, her heart burned with anxiety. Let me out. Do you hear me? Shueiyue angrily glared at the Vermilion Bird Army in front of her. However, these Vermilion Bird Army guards didn't care about Princess Jinggan. They only kept Princess Jinggan in the courtyard. The chief of the Vermilion Bird Army who was in charge of this place was Su Mo. Due to the princess's special status, Su Mo was also specially deployed here. The people under him were all women, but if one were to talk about ruthlessness, these women wouldn't hesitate at all. After Su Mo entered the city, he also heard a lot of rumors. Especially after knowing that Li Zhongjie was in conflict with the imperial family. Wasn't this nonsense? If a fight really broke out, how many attacks could a small courtyard like the White Deer Mansion withstand? Guard this place. Don't let anyone in, and don't let anyone out. If there are any intruders, take them down first. Suemo ordered. Yes, chief. Then, Suemo quietly left the palace and brought a fast horse over. He quickly galloped towards the White Deer Mansion. Although the White Deer Mansion had spies all over the city, they didn't have the ability to know the situation inside the palace. At least for now, they didn't have enough strength. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu returned to the mansion, he didn't receive any news. He only knew that Kuan Erishur had been gone for an entire day. Li Zongjiu sat in the main hall. He originally wanted to fiddle with his Dao ginseng fruit. If this fruit was eaten directly, its effects would be extraordinary. At least for his current realm, it would be extremely useful. If it was refined into an elixir, its effects would be even more perfect. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also thinking about what kind of elixir he should refine from this Dao ginseng fruit. When he heard Xiao Zhao talk about what happened in the city and heard that Kuan Erishur had been gone for an entire day, he frowned. Isn't it just a marriage proposal? Why did he go for an entire day? Even his competitor, Li Zongjiu, was sent away, but there was still no news from Kuan Erishur. The spies in the palace haven't been set up yet. Therefore, it will take some time to obtain information from the palace. Our strength isn't enough to infiltrate the palace. Xiao Zhao said. Even if the White Deer Mansion was powerful, the palace definitely wouldn't be weak either. If you have this level of skill, the palace also has it. Moreover, it's even better at using it. Some of them are experts sent from all over the world, high-level professionals. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps. Lu Pei walked to the front of the hall. Young master, there's a chief of the Vermilion Bird Army called Suemo outside. Invite him in. Suemo waited at the door for less than half a minute before Xiao Zhao personally came forward to welcome him. General Su, please come in. Manager Zhao. Suemo glanced at the quick-witted girl in front of him again. The last time he came, he didn't know about the terrifying power Xiao Zhao wielded in the city. When he found out later, he exclaimed repeatedly that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He couldn't tell that such a young girl actually possessed such heaven-defying means. Although Li Zongjiu was paving the way behind her, Xiao Zhao was the one who put in the effort to complete such a grand scheme. She was definitely not simple. Please come in. Before they entered the main hall, Li Zongjiu walked out from the hall. Suemo, little girl? Li Zongjiu looked at the tall girl in red military attire in front of him. The last time they met was in the incandescent mountain. He had even given her an opportunity by gifting her the Millennium Fire Glass Flower. When Li Zongjiu saw Suemo, he knew that the Millennium Fire Glass Flower had been given to the right person. Given Sumo's strength, she was able to unleash the full power of the Millennium Fire Glass Flower. Its effects weren't any weaker than the Millennium Fire Glass Flowers. Li Zongjiu. When Suemo saw Li Zongjiu again, she realized that although Li Zongjiu hadn't changed much, he was still wearing the same ordinary attire. However, the arrogance on his face was even more pronounced. If Li Zongjiu hadn't possessed such heaven-defying abilities, Suemo would have really wanted to spar with Li Zongjiu and teach this unruly fellow a lesson. Oh no, my friend is in trouble. Suemo wasn't here to catch up with Li Zongjiu. In fact, Suemo had already violated military regulations by sneaking out. If she was found out, the consequences would be severe. What? That guy called Kuan Erishur was thrown into the blood prison by the great emperor. Suemo said. Upon hearing this, Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately filled with killing intent. In just an instant, Suemo had already sensed the astonishing energy hidden in Li Zongjiu's body. However, he did not know how to resolve this matter today. He didn't even know whether it was right or wrong to inform Li Zongjiu about this. Emperor Xingyan, do you really think you're the emperor? Li Zongjiu was furious. He had told him nicely, but he didn't listen. Instead, he forced him to make a move. He wanted to make Li Zongjiu angry. Today, he had to let this Emperor Xingyan know what his status was. Go, gather all the primitive emperors and let Hongshi San lead the team to the blood prison and get him out. Yes, young master. Xiaoxiao was also very excited. This moment had finally arrived. Ever since Xiaoxiao set up the White Deer Mansion, he knew that there would be a day when he would go against the imperial family. Now, it seemed that this day was going to be today. Regardless of life or death, this matter had to be done. Immediately, Xiaoxiao went to gather the primitive emperors. At the same time, he issued a summon order. This summon order was for those who had yet to become the staff of the White Deer Mansion, or those who were idling around. These people were not willing to listen to the orders of the White Deer Mansion for a long time. They wanted freedom, so they did not join for the time being. However, they could be hired with a high price to gather these people. The total number was about 25 people, 25 primitive emperors. It was enough to overturn a royal city. With the power of the White Deer Mansion, it was indeed terrifying to be able to mobilize such a large number of experts in a short period of time. It was no wonder that the imperial family hated Li Zongjiu and the White Deer Mansion so much. "What are you doing?" Suemo was shocked. Looking at Li Zongjiu, it seemed that he was going to rebel. How could she, Suemo, as the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, watch this kind of riot happen in front of her eyes? "Li Zongjiu, don't be rash." Suemo instantly took out the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow from his waist. As the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow bounced, an arrow was already on the trajectory. A simple pull of the trigger was enough to unleash a power that could kill a Yuan monarch. "Li Zongjiu, listen to me. We will think of a solution together. However, if you break out of the prison, you will be guilty of treason." Suemo was burning with anxiety. She never thought that Li Zongjiu would make such an extreme decision. The Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow in her hand was also pointed at Li Zongjiu's head. She had to ensure that Li Zongjiu would not attack. Otherwise, she would rather take Li Zongjiu down herself than let Li Zongjiu do such a thing. "This has nothing to do with you." Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand and shattered the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow in Sumo's hand. It turned into a pile of parts and fragments that fell to the ground. Suemo was shocked. Li Zongjiu's realm was indeed high. "Zongjiu, stop. Don't force me to attack." Sumo's hands were in front of her as a force condensed on her wrists. Just as Suemo was about to block Li Zongjiu, the smoke ball that Xiaoxiao used to gather people rose into the air. Soon after, over a dozen figures swiftly landed in the courtyard. They were also surrounding Suemo. They looked at Suemo with a strange gaze. Suemo surveyed his surroundings. He did not recognize the majority of the people present. However, there were a few people who were extremely famous in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Black and White Chess Emperor, Su Wuji. Broken Arm Guest, Du Guan. Lingnan King. Yual, Sumo's eyes widened. These people were famous primitive emperors in the Xingyan dynasty. However, they had all surrendered to Li Zongjiu and gathered in Li Zongjiu's mansion. Although Sumo's cultivation had reached grade 6 Yuan monarch and wasn't weak, how could he possibly have any chance of winning against the group of Yuan monarchs in front of him? Therefore, Suemo was completely shocked. He stood still and withdrew his Yuan qi. If there was only one person, Suemo would rather die in battle than retreat. However, he was just an ant, and he was talking nonsense about fighting against a group of elephants. Even if he had the courage to reach the heavens, it was useless. "Li Zongjiu, by doing this, not only will you not help Kuan Erishur, but you will also implicate the entire Kuan castle. And your White Deer Mansion, and even your family." Suemo continued to persuade Li Zongjiu. Now, persuasion was the only way. There was no other way to persuade Li Zongjiu. "Alright, you can rest here," Li Zongjiu said. "Hongshir-san, bring everyone to the blood prison. You must save Kuan Erishur." "Yes, young master." Even if they were primitive emperors, they had never done such a daring thing. However, if they really wanted to do it, they wouldn't be afraid. Not many people would be afraid of it. Moreover, they were only going to save someone, not to kill someone. So what if it was the Xingyan dynasty? These primitive emperors were very happy to do such a thing. It was better than running into some elemental beast forest to find some ores and treasures, and then having to face some terrifying elemental beasts. There was no need for so many experts to attack the blood prison. Li Zhongjiu just wanted to show off and declare war on the Holy Flame Imperial family. Hehe, I have never done such an awesome thing in my life. Today, I will give it a try. I heard that there are many experts in the palace. Nangong Wuji also rushed over after hearing the news. He also knew about the previous matter. When he saw that these people were ready to set off, he slapped his thigh. Aya, you can't do this. Nangong Wuji wanted to stop them, but he was powerless because he was directly grabbed by Li Zhongjiu. Follow me into the palace. We will find Emperor Xingyan and have a good chat. Li Zhongjiu said. Ah? What did you say? Nangong Wuji thought that he had misheard, but in the next moment, Li Zhongjiu directly grabbed Nangong Wuji. Let's go. Their figures soared into the sky. Nearly 30 figures soared into the sky. All the experts in the entire royal city were also shaken. Even Su Wanqiu herself couldn't believe that she was able to witness such a shocking scene. It was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look at it. Without further adu, the current situation of the Bright Moon sect could be considered stable. However, Lu Shui didn't forget about the Xianxia city and Hongtian sect. Lu Shui brought up these two matters during the sect's regular meeting. The mayor of Xianxia city wanted to murder the sect master, so he deserved to die. Even if the Xianxia sect came to ask for an explanation, they wouldn't do anything to us. They would only ask for some compensation. After all, their people were killed. Li Xianfeng was more experienced in dealing with such matters. After all, the sect had the authority of the sect, and its status was higher than the city's. One must know that if the Bright Moon sect gathered its forces, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of elite soldiers in an ordinary city. After all, the cultivation of a mystic cultivator required talent. Not only did it require talent, but it also required corresponding guidance and the support of more pills and spirit herbs. These were the most important things. With limited resources, it was extremely lucky to be selected into a sect. Apart from the cities and sects, most of the places were in the form of strongholds, villages, and settlements. The environment of these small places was harsh, and they were constantly threatened by Xian beasts. It could be said that they were very unsuitable for living. If the village wanted to survive, it would need some experts to protect the village. If they wanted to become experts, they had to join a sect. Alright, I'll consider this matter carefully. Lu Shui nodded. Even the Bright Moon sect had to lower their heads. In front of the Xianxia sect, they didn't have much say. It was already good enough that this matter could be discussed and reduced to a small matter. Hongtian sect does have plans of annexation. I don't know much about the details. I only know that they want to annex the surrounding sects and gather the forces of the various sects to become a Xian sect. The hall master of the law enforcement hall, Ao Manjiang, said. Speaking of this matter, he felt a little ashamed. After all, he was one of the main culprits of the rebellion a few days ago. Although he wasn't the main culprit, he was still one of the main forces. The reason why he could survive was because of the kindness of the sect master. Although Ao Manjiang's strength wasn't bad, the Bright Moon sect wasn't without him. Therefore, Ao Manjiang had to be grateful in his heart. Therefore, even though he felt a little embarrassed at the meeting, he still told them everything he knew. However, as far as I know, other than the Bright Moon sect, the Sky Deer sect and the Limestone sect are also targets of annexation by the Hongtian sect. Ao Manjiang said. This was the limit of what he knew. Logically speaking, when Yu Mingjing and the others returned after being humiliated, they would definitely come back with the momentum of a storm. Up until now, there hasn't been any movement. This is rather abnormal. Lu Shui already had an answer to Ao Manjiang's guess. Yu Mingjing, you don't have to worry about these two people. If I'm not wrong, Zhao Kaishan has already killed them. Lu Shui's words surprised everyone present. Only Li Xianfeng was sitting upright. Today, he was in the hands of Zhao Kaishan. Initially, he did not believe that Zhao Kaishan had such strength. However, after exchanging blows with him, he knew how powerful this guy was. His attacks were ferocious and could not be blocked at all. It really made people wonder if this guy was a Xian beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If that's the case, it can buy us some time. Second Elder Xiao, he said. The other 4 elders also nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, Elder Xiao, please make a trip to check out the situation of these 2 sections. If possible, it's best to form a strategic alliance. The Sky Deer sect and the Limestone sect were on par with the Bright Moon sect in terms of strength. However, now that the Bright Moon sect's sect leader had changed, this matter would definitely affect the Bright Moon sect. Let me go, Li Xianfeng said. The rest of the people looked at Li Xianfeng in astonishment. One must know that Hall Master Li was powerful and had an arrogant personality. Hall Master Li disdained to do ordinary things. Because of his strength, no one could order him to do anything. It was all up to his own free will. However, this time, he took the initiative to volunteer, as if he wanted to do something for the Bright Moon sect. Therefore, it was a little surprising. If Hall Master Li is willing to make a trip personally, that would naturally be the best. Lu Shue's eyes were also filled with joy. Currently, the entire Bright Moon sect only relied on Li Xianfeng and Zhao Kaishan, these 2 experts. However, Li Xianfeng was an expert on the surface. If he represented the Bright Moon sect, these people would definitely give him face. At the same time, they would not dare to make things difficult for him. At least, their attitude would be better. It was difficult to have a good relationship between the sections. In the end, it would become a fierce competition. It would be difficult to have a good ending. In addition, pass down the order to cultivate. All the major Xian academies will step up the cultivation of the disciples and increase their combat strength. All the elixir quotas will be opened in the sect's treasury and will be allocated twice the usual amount. Lu Shui said. Usually, in order to control and save resources, they would have to carefully consider the allocation of resources. However, now that the sect was in a crisis, they had to increase the allocation of resources to urge the disciples to cultivate. Sect leader is wise. Alright, the meeting is over. Lu Shui raised her small hand and rubbed her temples. Some decisions needed to be made by Lu Shui personally, but at the same time, the consequences also needed to be borne by Lu Shui. If there was a mistake in the decision, the entire sect would have to pay the price. This Zhao Kaishan, as a protector, doesn't know how to help. Anyway, Lu Shui did not have time to care about Zhao Kaishan. She could not always rely on Zhao Kaishan. After all, the entire sect could not rely on one person to survive. On the second day, the various parties began to take action. Some of them began to gather information. Those who cultivated. Those who went to talk about cooperation. Li Xianfeng set off early in the morning, only bringing along 2 disciples who were about to graduate, Lu Hao and Wang Su. The disciples were divided into first-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, and third-generation disciples. Lu Hao and Wang Su were considered first-generation disciples. As for Yu Manzhou, Su Wanqiu, and the rest, they were called second-generation disciples. The second-generation disciples were still considered disciples and only needed to cultivate every day. They would also be given some small tasks. As for those who had just entered the sect, they were called third-generation disciples. In addition to cultivation, these disciples would also take on some odd jobs. However, to be able to pass the sect's assessment meant that they had great talent. Nangong Wuji. The members of the Extreme Emperor Hall glanced at each other with embarrassment in their eyes. Nangong Wuji was one of the founders of the Imperial Extreme Palace. In other words, the Imperial Extreme Hall was a higher-level imperial army. They were organized and were different from the guest elder protector court. Now, Nangong Wuji, the founder of the Imperial Extreme Palace, was rebelling against the imperial family. Great Emperor, please let us deal with Nangong Wuji. The people of the Wuji Palace requested. Okay. Emperor Xingyan didn't care about Nangong Wuji at all. Since he was going to use the Wuji Palace in the future, he would let these people deal with it themselves. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Imperial Guards in the Imperial City were unable to put up any resistance. Finally, 2 silhouettes appeared in the pitch-black night sky amidst the flames that filled the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 figures landed on the ground. Kill all intruders. Han Ju shouted and unsheathed his sword. All the Imperial Guards held their weapons and rushed toward Li Zongjiu and Nangong Wuji. However, Li Zongjiu only waved his sword in the face of these people. A sharp sword chi immediately shot forward from the unparalleled sword. Bang! 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 All the palace guards were directly cut in half. The armor on their bodies played no role in protecting them at all in front of Li Zongjiu's strength. All of the defenses were just an illusion. Even Han Ju was killed by a single slash. Members of the Imperial Extreme Palace, kill. Immediately, the experts of the Imperial Extreme Palace stood in front of Emperor Xingyan. There were 7 of them in total, and all of them were high-level primitive emperors. Boom! Nangong Wuji waved his sword. The 7 of them were instantly sent flying. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked really miserable. Bang! When they landed on the ground, Nangong Wuji frowned. Since both sides were on opposite sides, Nangong Wuji could only use his eyes to signal them not to get up. Even if they rushed forward, they wouldn't be a match for Li Zongjiu. Death was the only way out. Why bother? Li Zongjiu, calm down. Seeing this, the military advisor had to step forward and stand in front of Emperor Xingyan. He would never let Li Zongjiu hurt Emperor Xingyan. After all, this was a task assigned by his sect. Don't make it difficult for me. You don't make it difficult. And I won't kill him today. You'll be spared. Nangong Wuji's palace. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, almost everyone's eyes widened. Emperor Xingyan. Emperor Xingyan. You're Li Zongjiu? Emperor Xingyan looked at Li Zongjiu. This was the first time he saw Li Zongjiu face to face with Li Zongjiu. He also wanted to see what the person who made his imperial city fall into the flames of war looked like. When Emperor Xingyan saw Li Zongjiu, he couldn't help but shake his head. He thought that Li Zongjiu would be a majestic and domineering person. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu, he felt that Li Zongjiu's temperament was too ordinary. You've disappointed me. Emperor Xingyan shook his head. Originally, he was full of hope for Li Zongjiu and took care of him many times. After all, Li Zongjiu could be said to have added a lot of glory to the Xingyan dynasty. His performance at the elixir gathering of the 3 dynasties was enough for Emperor Xingyan to focus on training him. That was why he took care of Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's performance at the moment was too disappointing. You talk too much. Li Zongjiu directly swung his sword. The military master also simply stomped his foot. The aura of a supreme instantly burst out. He wanted to stop Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu only wanted to test his strength when he fought with the military master last time. This time, the military master dared to make a move in front of Li Zongjiu. He was asking for humiliation. Boom! A plain sword attack came. It was as if the sharpest aura in the world condensed at the tip of the sword. The military master instantly felt his scalp tingle. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Zongjiu's sword attack was many times stronger than before. The military master's defense was broken layer by layer. In the end, the military master also threw out a small shield in his hand, forming an absolute defense. Only then did he barely block Li Zongjiu's sword aura. However, this defensive shield also collapsed in an instant. Those who block me will die. Li Zongjiu glanced at the Bing master. Originally, the Bing master thought that he would be able to block Li Zongjiu for a while. At the very least, he would be undefeatable within 100 moves. However, Li Zongjiu defeated him with just 1 move. The military master's body was forced to retreat. The qi and blood in his body were boiling. At this moment, he saw the look in Li Zongjiu's eyes. The sword just now was a warning, but if he continued to rush forward, Li Zongjiu would definitely kill him. After hesitating for a long time, the military master finally gritted his teeth and stood where he was. He did not continue to move forward. Li Zongjiu, you are not bad. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for you to leave this place alive today. Don't worry. After you go down, I will send your clansmen and your friends down with you. Emperor Xingyan said as he stood up. In his hand was the 9-5 Supreme Sword. The sword was full of energy. It was as if there were mountains and rivers surging on it. When Emperor Xingyan stood up, the energy around him also climbed to the peak. The military master also widened his eyes. He did not expect Emperor Xingyan to have already broken through the Supreme Being level. No wonder he was so confident until now. He looked as if he had been prepared for this for a long time. Fifth grade Supreme Being. The military master was shocked. He had been here for so many years and had never seen Emperor Xingyan break through, or even just a small breakthrough. However, at this moment, he was telling the military master that he had already broken through to the 5th grade Supreme Being level. How did he cultivate? After all, he had watched Emperor Xingyan grow up. Military master, the secrets of the royal family are more than you think. Emperor Xingyan looked at the military master indifferently. It was impossible for the military master and the sect behind him to enslave the Xingyan dynasty forever. The Xingyan dynasty had long wanted to find a way to get out of the current situation. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan had been hiding his breakthrough from the military master. He wanted to wait until the time was right to show his strength directly. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be such a hindrance. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Li Zongjiu to the end. After killing Li Zongjiu, he would then negotiate with the power behind the military master. How about it? What other trump cards do you have? Just use them. Emperor Xingyan seemed to have victory in his hands. I didn't want to kill you at first, for the sake of Shueiyue. But you are looking for death. Don't blame me. So what if he was a 5th grade sovereign? Li Zongjiu was frightened, but not Li Zongjiu. He had seen all kinds of people in his previous life. Emperor Xingyan's strength was only on par with Wu Tian's. When Li Zongjiu killed Wu Tian, he had not even broken through yet. Li Zongjiu had already broken through to the Supreme Being realm. It would be easy for him to deal with Emperor Xingyan. It was a pity that Emperor Xingyan was still confident. Across the entire Xingwu continent, there were only a few people who had reached a high level of cultivation like him. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan was quite confident. He held the 9-5 Supreme Sword in his hand. There was a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on the sword. When he channeled his energy, the golden dragon immediately soared into the sky. So you have obtained the secret of the Golden Star Palace. Li Zongjiu looked at Emperor Xingyan's mental cultivation method and realized why this old man could break through to the Supreme Being realm. The Golden Star Palace. It was one of the 5 great sects in ancient times. For example, the 14th prince had obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. However, the 14th prince did not dare to use it too much for his cultivation. Therefore, his strength did not increase quickly. Li Zongjiu was surprised that Emperor Xingyan had also obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. You know about the Golden Star Palace? Looks like your teacher is not bad. Cut the crap. Li Zongjiu raised his sword. A gust of wind immediately blew in the imperial city. The wind was as cold as a knife. A cold light flashed in Emperor Xingyan's eyes. The golden dragon under the sword in his hand soared into the sky and bit forward. The people who were lucky enough to survive in the imperial city all turned pale with fright when they sensed the gathering of this aura. Take the princess away. The Vermilion Bird Army wanted to find Captain Su Mo, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Now that the situation was critical, they didn't know what was going on. It seemed like someone had come to attack the imperial city. How could they allow such a vile thing to happen? However, before Su Mo left, he specifically told them not to take even half a step out of the courtyard. They had to protect the princess at all costs. Immediately, the Suzaku army was divided. You can't. Before the chief left, he said that you can't leave the courtyard at all. Impudent. Now that the chief isn't here, I'll take command. A woman wearing a red feathered helmet shouted angrily before turning to look at the remaining Vermilion Bird soldiers in the courtyard. Make your own choice. Do you want to stay here and wait for death, or do you want to protect the princess? The Vermilion Bird army under his command also became quite hesitant. Now, the imperial city was on fire and disasters were happening one after another. Su Mo, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. Most of the Vermilion Bird soldiers were standing behind him. This woman had suffered defeat at Su Mo's hands, but she wasn't willing to accept it. She wanted to make a comeback. Now was such a good opportunity. Not only could she make a contribution, but she could also accuse Su Mo of dereliction of duty. Even so, Sumo's 5 personal guards were completely loyal to him. Now that Suemo wasn't here, they naturally had to follow orders. How could they let such a thing happen? Who dares? Those who kidnap the princess will be killed without mercy. There were only 5 vermilion bird soldiers on each side. They held the vermilion blade in their left hand and the vermilion bird divine crossbow in their right. Their defensive posture was very strict and their intent to fight was very clear. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. The imperial city was still burning with flames, but such a scene was happening here. How dare you? How dare you openly rebel and defy military orders? The vice chief swept his gaze over the 5 people in front of him. Take them down. The battle was about to break out at any moment. Both sides were in a tense state. This was because once they started fighting, there would definitely be casualties between them. However, no one wanted to kill their own people. Impudent. Suddenly, a furious woman's voice rang out. The surrounding people were all stunned. The vice chief's body trembled. Just as he turned around, he saw the shadow of a hand swing down. Slap, with a slap, the man's head was knocked askew, and the helmet on his head was sent flying. You sinful thing, how dare you cause trouble at a time like this? Greetings, Vice Chief Su. The Vermilion Bird Army all knelt down. Although the vice chief had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth after being slapped, he didn't dare cause any more trouble. He could only kneel down and admit his mistake. What are you all standing around for? Where's the princess? Suemo said coldly. Then 2 vermilion bird soldiers rushed forward. However, even after searching through the entire building, they couldn't find any trace of the princess. Not good, the princess is missing. Hearing this news, Sumo's eyes immediately lit up with fire. Trash, chase after her. Yes. The Vermilion Bird Army began to move within the Imperial City. Outside the city, a group of 7 Dragon Guard soldiers. However, they were stopped by 5 figures, trapping the 7 of them outside the Imperial City. Be careful, the enemy's whereabouts are mysterious. Their attacks are swift and ruthless. The situation in the Imperial City is critical. Send 2 people to rescue them. Long Ma, Long Ying, you 2 go to the Imperial City. The rest of you, cover them. Immediately, 2 of the 7 Dragon Guard soldiers separated and quickly charged toward the Imperial City. Immediately, several rays of dark light shot out from the darkness. These people were very fast and very strong. If they didn't defend carefully, they would be easily injured by the enemy. Some of them were injured by the enemy. These people must be top-notch assassins. They were very powerful. They didn't expect so many top-notch assassins to sneak into the Imperial City. The 4 top-notch assassins were stopped by the enemy. Palace Master Xianxia saw the scene from the side. She also frowned. The current situation was so big that she wasn't prepared at all. However, Palace Master Xianxia knew what she had to do. No, Palace Master Xianxia had already become the Pavilion Master of Zishuan Court. With the help of the White Deer Mansion and Palace Master Yunqi's own strength, she quickly took in the remaining soldiers. As for the other enemy, she had already quietly taken care of him. Li Zongjiu, what are you doing? Although Zishuan Court wasn't part of the White Deer Mansion, Yunqi Palace owed Li Zongjiu a huge favor. Naturally, she had to repay all these favors. Yunqi didn't want to owe such a big favor. Moreover, such a good opportunity to help the White Deer Mansion was actually very rare. Because of the influence of the White Deer Mansion, Zishuan Court also had some status in the city. At least now, people would know what they said. Yunqi's mission today was to deal with these Dragon Guard soldiers. However, there were still 2 people who escaped and charged toward the Imperial City. At the top of the Imperial Palace, the aura of cultivators gathered. The fortune from all directions also supported the 2 people in the sky. Golden destruction cut. The sword in Emperor Xingyan's hand shone with golden light. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were completely cut apart and retreated several hundred feet. It was the metal elemental energy that came from everything in the universe. All of it gathered around Emperor Xingyan. With a furious roar, the sword in his hand immediately slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Insignificant skill. Above the unparalleled sword, an unparalleled sharpness swept out. The two enormous sword auras collided. A bright light exploded in the sky above the sacred flame royal city. A terrifying wave spread across the entire sky. The power of vibration sent the two dragon guard, who were approaching the royal city, flying. What a powerful wave! The battle magnetic field has been established. We can't get close. If we get close, we'll definitely be killed by this power. Long Ying and Nangong Wuji were forced to work together to resist the wave. The experts from the Imperial Hall had also retreated outside the walls of the royal city. Nangong Wuji also commanded these people to use their elemental energy to block the wave to prevent the aftermath of the battle from destroying the entire sacred flame royal city. You're courting death. Emperor Xingyan attacked with his sword. The power of golden light filled the sky. The tip of the sword carried a terrifying golden light as it pierced towards Li Zongjiu. The speed was so fast that it seemed like he had used 10,000 swords in a single breath. However, Li Zongjiu was extremely calm. The number of times he used the unparalleled sword in his hand was very few. However, every time he used the sword, it was enough to stop Emperor Xingyan's swordsmanship. As a result, Emperor Xingyan had not even used a complete set of swordsmanship until now. The commotion caused by the battle had already alarmed all the experts in the city. Everyone leaped onto the roofs of their homes. At such a critical moment, they did not dare to leave their homes. They had to do their best to stay behind and protect themselves. Who knew what would happen tonight? The intelligence personnel in various places had already broken their legs from running around. What happened today was truly a big deal. Emperor Xingyan actually fought with someone. At this moment, the person who was releasing his divine aura in the sky was Emperor Xingyan. Everyone in the city could see him clearly. At this moment, the golden light on Emperor Xingyan's body pierced people's hearts. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone could feel the light radiating from Emperor Xingyan's body like the scorching sun. Under the illumination of such light, any darkness and any enemy would be reduced to nothing. In fact, Emperor Xingyan had personally made a move in the imperial city. This showed that he wanted to show off his strength. However, there was another reason. It showed that his opponent was too strong. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan was forced to take action personally. In other words, there was only one person in the entire Xingyan dynasty who dared to attack Emperor Xingyan. The national protector, Li Zongjiu. In the Haiku dynasty, Li Zongjiu also had another name. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu, against the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. This battle could even be described as shocking and earth-shattering. The tremors from the battle almost shattered the earth and collapsed the sky. Almost everyone who had eyes wanted to watch this battle of unprecedented proportions. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the figure that was originally shining with golden light suddenly stopped. The light was no longer there. At the same time, a sharp aura descended from the sky and landed on the ground. It directly split a road in the sacred flame imperial city into two halves, widening the road again. The crack ran through half of the city. Some of the buildings in the middle of the road were also easily split into two halves. There was also a sword within the sword chi that was descending. It was a huge sword that was shining with golden light, the 9-5 Supreme Sword. Some people went forward to investigate and found that this sword was Emperor Xingyan's sword. It was also one of the national treasures of the Xingyan dynasty. But now, he was sent flying by a single sword strike. In the sky, the height of the two people had risen to a state of nothingness. My hand. Emperor Xingyan's left hand covered the severed part of his right hand and immediately roared in pain. His whole body trembled. It was not because of the pain of having his hand chopped off by Li Zongjiu, but because he was defeated by Li Zongjiu. You are the King of Fire. There was a fiery red figure beside Li Zongjiu. Ever since this fiery red figure appeared, Li Zongjiu's combat power increased greatly. Just now, he had chopped off his hand with a sword. The 9-5 Supreme Sword had just fallen from the sky. With such power, it easily cut a huge crack in the sacred flame imperial city. The King of Fire hovered beside Li Zongjiu. The light on the unparalleled sword also showed that the King of Fire was the sword spirit of the unparalleled sword. Supreme. You are already a supreme. Why did you turn into a sword spirit? Emperor Xingyan felt that it was unbelievable. He had already reached the supreme realm, but now he still became the sword spirit of the divine sword. No wonder even his own sword was no match for Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword. Soul Slash. Li Zongjiu threw out the Soul Slash flying knife that he had refined. Emperor Xingyan saw it and quickly retreated. Boom! Emperor Xingyan immediately retreated. However, the Soul Slash flying knife speed was faster than expected. It directly entered Emperor Xingyan's body and shattered the original spirit in Emperor Xingyan's body. Emperor Xingyan had inherited the Golden Star Palace, and his original spirit came from the Golden Tiger Divine Beast of the Golden Star Palace. However, this Golden Tiger Divine Beast's fate was quite miserable. Emperor Xingyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. My original spirit. You, what did you do to me? When Emperor Xingyan pulled out the flying knife from his back, he was shocked when he saw the ancient seal on it. Li Zongjiu, listen to me. Don't kill me. Killing me won't do you any good. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had raised his sword, Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor hurriedly exclaimed in horror. It had not been easy for him to cultivate to this level. Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor truly did not wish to fall like this. Just a moment ago, he was still a brave and unrivaled man. In the blink of an eye, he almost knelt down to Li Zongjiu. Oh? You're begging for mercy so soon. I thought you were very stubborn. Li Zongjiu sneered. King of Fire turned and entered the unparalleled sword. King of Fire's current body could not be condensed for long, and his intelligence had not fully recovered, so he looked a little sluggish and slow. It was most important for him to stay in the unparalleled sword and get a good rest. I was wrong just now. It was my fault. I should not have threatened the Imperial Tutor's family. Please forgive me, Imperial Tutor. As he spoke, Emperor Xingyan also released a barrier. If people knew that the dignified Emperor Xingyan was kneeling and begging for mercy, what would happen? Therefore, Emperor Xingyan also needed to save face. Li Zongjiu directly slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, one of Emperor Xingyan's arms was sent flying. It was the right arm that had been cut off. Eat this pill and guard the courtyard of my White Deer Mansion in the future, and I will let you go. Li Zongjiu's words stunned Emperor Xingyan. Although Li Zongjiu had defeated him, there was no need for him to humiliate him. Li Zongjiu, I am the emperor of a dynasty after all. Emperor Xingyan was immediately enraged. You don't give me any face at all. At least, you should give some face to someone of the same level. Not anymore. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he appeared in front of Emperor Xingyan. Obviously, Emperor Xingyan did not understand the current situation. Li Zongjiu punched Emperor Xingyan in the face. A terrifying force surged out and paralyzed half of Emperor Xingyan's face. Bang! Then, he kicked Emperor Xingyan's dantian to pieces. Emperor Xingyan fell from the sky. If he left his family's gate in the hands of such a person, Li Zongjiu would not be at ease. Sooner or later, he would destroy the sky. Immediately, Emperor Xingyan fell from the sky. However, with a loud bang, he smashed into a mountain outside the royal city. This mountain was directly flattened. Emperor Xingyan himself was probably not going to make it after such a violent fall. Moreover, his dantian was directly destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to the Sacred Flame Royal City from a new place. You killed the great emperor. Two figures rushed out and surrounded Li Zongjiu from the front and back. They were Long Ying and Long Steed. Previously, when Li Zongjiu and Holy Flame Emperor were outside the Imperial City, the magnetic field created by their battle had prevented them from approaching. Now that they saw Li Zongjiu appear unscathed, while Holy Flame Emperor was nowhere to be seen, they were shocked. He must have been killed by Li Zongjiu. As the Dragon Guard, he actually failed to fulfill his responsibility to protect the Great Emperor. To the Dragon Guard, he was simply letting down his ancestors and letting them down. Since he could not protect the Great Emperor, he should at least kill Li Zongjiu and avenge the Great Emperor. Are you protecting the Great Emperor of the Xingyan dynasty, or are you protecting that person? Li Zongjiu glanced at the two young children in front of him. Dragon Guard's people were indeed quite talented. However, the only disadvantage was that these people could not be recruited by others. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to simply eliminate these people. The reason why he let those people go was because they really couldn't pose any threat to Li Zhongjiu. But these people were not the same. If they were allowed to grow, there might be one or two people who could pose a threat to him. Dragon Guard will naturally protect the royal family and the great emperor. Alright then, come find me tomorrow. As he spoke, Li Zhongjiu flicked his finger and sent the two of them flying tens of thousands of meters away. Moreover, their own Yuanli was also sealed by the other party. The two of them fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground, eating dirt all over their bodies. Damn it, I'm going to fight it out with him. After Longing got up, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear that brat into pieces. However, he realized that the Yuanli in his body had been sealed in his dantian. Oh no, my Yuanli has been sealed. Mine has been sealed too. This person can fight with the great emperor and even kill him. His strength is naturally not something we can compare to. After the dragon steed got up, he sat back down on the ground helplessly. Just now, if Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill them, he could easily take their lives with just a flick of his finger. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Why are you sitting here? Hurry up and return to the city. We can't go back. This place is a full 500 miles away from the royal city. Without cultivation, it will take at least 2 days to walk back by foot. The dragon steed also chose to give up. The Yuanli that he had painstakingly cultivated for 20 years was actually sealed by the other party with just a flick of his finger. Now, any 3 or 4 experts would probably be able to defeat the two of them. Of course, this did not include the life-saving items in his hands. If he counted these life-saving items, it would be enough to guarantee his own safety. Damn it, is that guy a god? Naturally, Longing was very unhappy. And extremely unhappy. Moreover, he knew that this Li Zhongjiu was the one who forced the unparalleled Sword Emperor to leave. Now, it seemed that the unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others left quickly. If they were a little later, they probably would not be able to return. What did he mean by waiting for tomorrow just now? The dragon steed's focus was on what Li Zhongjiu said just now. Li Zhongjiu could even kill the great emperor, so killing a few dragon guard like them was naturally nothing. However, Li Zhongjiu did not kill them. Instead, he sealed their Yuanli and sent them hundreds of miles away. The two of them considered this carefully, and then their eyes were filled with shock. This is bad. He wants to change the emperor. When the two of them guessed this matter, they were completely shocked. They had never seen such a savage villain. He actually wanted to take control of the Xianxia dynasty, but even if they knew such a thing, the two of them were powerless. In the royal palace, the war master looked at the ruined royal palace. This was the true wrath of a supreme martial artist. It was completely unimaginable. When Li Zhongjiu was angry, he would completely explode. This was the result of angering Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu destroyed the royal palace. There were no signs, and no preparations were needed. He allowed you to stay in the royal palace because he was too lazy to bother with you. How do we clean up this mess? The war master sighed helplessly. At the same time, he knew that the entire Xianxia dynasty was now under the control of Li Zhongjiu. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to stay in the royal palace, then the entire Xianxia dynasty might be plunged into chaos. Naturally, someone will do this kind of thing. Li Zhongjiu looked in a direction. As expected, someone walked in with his personal guards. And Kuan Erishur was among this group of people. Boss. Kuan Erishur was excited when he saw Li Zhongjiu. He almost rushed up to Li Zhongjiu to give him a hug, but Li Zhongjiu kicked him away. Lie down on the ground. Master. The person bowed in front of Li Zhongjiu. The war master was surprised when he saw this. He did not expect the final winner to be the 14th prince. Sure enough, he hid his strength well and didn't reveal his true strength. This is the person who ordered Marshal Uncle Kuan Erishur to be locked up. The 14th prince moved. Then, a few soldiers grabbed a person. It was the vice commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was tied up and kneeling on the ground. Zhang Hu was in a state of shock when he saw the earth-shattering changes in the royal palace. He could not believe his eyes. Spare me, Your Highness. Imperial tutor, spare me. Please spare me, Zhang Hu cowed out and apologized. Li Zhongzhou glanced at Zhang Hu. Speak. 14th Prince kicked Zhang Hu's body. It's me. It's me who ordered the imprisonment of the young city lord. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. This was Zhang Hu's idea. He knew that the Emperor Xingyan did not like Kuan Erishur, so he simply showed his intelligence here. So, he ordered Kuan Erishur to be locked up in the blood prison, so that he could ask for a reward from the Emperor Xingyan. Who knew that he would provoke the imperial tutor, Li Zhongzhou, and then the entire royal palace would be destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the end of the world. The imperial family had been established for more than 300 years, but it had only been 6 hours from the moment it was destroyed. Perhaps even less than 6 hours had passed. No one knew how many experts had died tonight. Kuan Erishur did not say anything. He stepped forward and cut off Zhang Hu's head with his sword. Where's Xue Yue? Kuan Erishur looked around. Go and find her. When I came here, she should be protected by the Vermilion Bird Army. Li Zhongzhou said. Kuan Erishur immediately turned and ran towards Xue Yue's small courtyard. You can handle things here, right? Li Zhongzhou looked at the 14th prince. Today, the 14th prince was very happy. He never thought that it would be so easy for him to sit on the throne. With his master's help, almost all the problems were solved. Now, it was up to the 14th prince's own strength. Master, please don't worry. Leave things here to me. Well, your father doesn't seem to be dead yet. He was the one who smashed down just now. Find time to dig him out. The 14th prince originally thought that Li Zhongzhou had killed Emperor Xingyan. Although it would make things more troublesome, it could still be solved. However, the 14th prince did not expect Li Zhongzhou to spare Emperor Xingyan's life. This made things easier. Thank you, Master. Military Master, the royal palace still needs someone to protect it. Now that my father has been attacked by the Ten Swords sect, we must suppress the Ten Swords sect. The 14th prince threw the blame on the Ten Swords sect with a single sentence. Li Zhongzhou naturally turned and left. The other 2 princes who wanted to fight for the throne were naturally left to the White Deer residents to deal with. After tonight, the situation in Monarch City would change as well. The military advisor looked at the change of power in front of him. He was shocked. He had been staying in the palace for a long time, so he hadn't seen much of the world. However, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. He reckoned that such a thing wouldn't happen in other places. It was unbelievable. However, to the military advisor, it did not matter who the emperor was. As long as the royal family of the Saint Flame Empire continued to maintain contact with the sect behind him and continued to obediently provide resources, it would not be a problem. It would be the same no matter who it was. Of course, the prerequisite was stability. If they had to switch every 2 or 3 days, the military advisor would not be able to withstand such a torment at his age. In any case, he had to stabilize the situation first before anything else. Han Shan and the others did not find Kuan Erishur in the blood prison. Therefore, he simply tore down the entire blood prison. When they arrived at the palace again, they saw that it had basically become a pile of ruins. They all stared with their eyes wide open. F***ck, this is too fierce. At this moment, the people in the White Deer Mansion knew very well who would be in charge of the Xingyan dynasty from now on. Inside the city, countless people raised their heads and looked over. Song Jieyu looked at the burning palace and felt her heart being hammered once again. The fighting in the palace continued until now. Only then did the city guards slowly rush towards the palace. Although the safety of the palace was not under the control of the city guards, there was no guarantee that they would be able to get involved. However, it was obvious that the city guards did not want to help at all. Otherwise, they would not be in such a leisurely state. However, they had to move again. Otherwise, it would be bad for the city guard's image if they were seen by others. Yunqi led the dragon guard trapped and rushed toward the palace. However, the situation was already decided. The dragon guard was like an idle person who was of no use. The 14th prince had already led the Xuanwu army to control the situation in the palace. The people of the four major clans could not help but look up at the sky. It felt as if the sky above the sacred flame royal city had changed because of this. The sky above the sacred flame imperial city is changing. The sky above the sacred flame imperial city has changed. Many people saw Li Zhongjiu, who had aggressively killed his way into the sacred flame imperial city, walk out unscathed. Xiao Zhao in the White Deer Mansion heaved a sigh of relief when he received the news. At the same time, a smile gradually appeared on his face. As long as the young master was still around, everything was negotiable. There were still many people in the White Deer Mansion who were not qualified to participate in this battle, including Yi Tianshui, Lin Outyan, and the others. However, they had also received a lot of news about Li Zhongjiu and what had happened in the palace tonight. Many of the top forces in the city, such as the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, were not affected. This was because Li Zhongjiu had not destroyed the Xingyan dynasty. It was just killing an emperor. Such a small matter was nothing. The other institutions of the dynasty were operating normally, because the 14th prince had already announced that he would take over everything in the palace. The 3rd prince and the 5th prince had also announced that they would withdraw from the court and would no longer interfere in court affairs. Some of the officials in the city widened their eyes when they heard the news. They also quickly sent people to investigate the situation. Furthermore, the 14th prince had dealt with these people without batting an eyelid. This made the officials of the imperial court tremble involuntarily. Previously, they had underestimated the 14th prince. No one had even considered the 14th prince's strength. Now, everyone in the imperial city knew that the White Deer Mansion was the backer of the 14th prince. It was equivalent to the imperial tutor, Li Zhongjiu, standing behind the 14th prince. Who would dare to act recklessly? All of them were working under the 14th prince. However, this was also a benefit. After all, none of these ministers had ever stood against the 14th prince before. Or rather, all of them had stood against the 14th prince. Therefore, there was no need to worry. After all, the 14th prince would eradicate those who disagreed with him before he was born. This kind of thing was very easy to deal with. For these people, they cherished their lives even more. No one wanted to lose their lives just like that. It had not been easy for them to get to where they were today. However, there was one thing to take note of. No one knew what kind of temper the 14th prince had. If they accidentally offended him, they would probably be beheaded immediately. Therefore, they still needed to understand the temperament of the newly appointed emperor before they really did anything. If he was not the emperor, what else could he be? Li Zhongjiu did not return to the White Deer Mansion. Instead, he found Ku and Erisher to search for Shueiyue together. However, after searching around, they still could not find her. You still haven't found her? Li Zhongjiu asked. Ku and Erisher also shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a large number of vermilion bird soldiers rushed out and surrounded Ku and Erisher and Li Zhongjiu. Most of them did not recognize Li Zhongjiu. These people in the army only recognized the official tags. Who are you people? The vermilion bird soldiers surrounded the two of them and aimed their bows at Li Zhongjiu and Ku and Erisher. Put down your weapons, Suemo ordered. Suemo ordered as he walked out of the army. He looked at Li Zhongjiu with a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't even know what was going on right now. In her heart, she knew that Li Zhongjiu had killed Emperor Xingyan. Logically speaking, she was an army that protected the Xingyan dynasty. She should have fought Li Zhongjiu to the death. However, other than the fact that she could not defeat him, she also thought that Li Zhongjiu was her savior and friend. Have you found the princess? Suemo asked. The Vermilion Bird Army's duty was to find the princess, not to capture rebels. Even the Vermilion Bird Army had to obey military orders. No. I've already searched the entire city, but I haven't found her. Ku and Erisher nervously clenched his fists. Li Zhongjiu had also used his psychic energy to cover the entire city, but he had not found any trace of Shueiyue. This was truly strange. Take me to the place where she first disappeared, Li Zhongjiu said. Although Suemo didn't know what Li Zhongjiu wanted to do, he still did as he was told. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu had not destroyed the entire palace when he had barged into it. Moreover, the pavilion that belonged to the Watermoon Palace's palace master was not damaged in the slightest. After all, Li Zhongjiu had been here before, so he had paid a little attention when he arrived. Our Vermilion Bird Army has a platoon here to protect the princess. There are 30 inside and outside, 50 patrolling, and 20 hidden sentries. With the princess's cultivation, it is impossible for her to leave without a trace. Although the Vermilion Bird Army was young, any one of them was capable of capturing Shueiyue. After all, the tempering and training they had undergone was not something a little princess could compare to. As for talent, everyone in the Vermilion Bird Army was exceptionally talented. This was because the Vermilion Bird Army was not as large as the other 3 trump card armies. Their main duty was to protect the princess. However, if they were needed to go into battle, there would naturally be no problem. They would be able to sweep through everything before the battle. If that's the case, then how can she not be seen? Kuan Arashi's heart was also burning with anxiety. This matter was too strange. The Vermilion Bird soldiers who were in charge of guarding the room also said that they did not see the princess leave. Now, the ones in charge of guarding the palace were Wang Ding and his city guards. From the looks of it, after tonight, Wang Ding would be promoted from the city guard to the commander of the Imperial Guards, or even the commander of the Imperial Guards. Li Zhongjiu and the others naturally returned to the palace without any obstructions and arrived at the courtyard. Everyone else is here. Don't wander around. Li Zhongjiu gestured for the others to stay where they were. Su Mo brought Li Zhongjiu and Kuan Erasher to Shueiyu's room. Logically speaking, the princess's room did not allow outsiders to enter, but now there were no such restrictions. When they walked into the room, they found that the surrounding windows were all tightly shut and everything was untouched. There was not the slightest bit of mess, and there was no sign of luggage being prepared or packed. It was obvious that Shueiyu did not want to leave. Li Zhongjiu saw some clues. He immediately raised his hand and saw that the elemental energy in the room was rapidly gathering. This energy was originally very weak and very fine, and could not be seen with the naked eye. However, under Li Zhongjiu's command, the elemental energy was continuously gathering. A magnificent scene appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! 3 lines formed by elemental energy appeared in front of him. This elemental energy belongs to Shueiyu. I recognize it. Kuan Erasher said. He pointed at one of the lines that had a faint pink color. These 2 lines should belong to the Vermilion Bird Army. The 3 lines of elemental energy were like a flowing river of elemental energy. Although they were only as thin as a line, one could feel the surging energy on it. This was a kind of shrinking world. One could feel the surging energy on it. Because the 2 of them were guarding the door, their elemental energy fluctuations were weaker. There's one more. Li Zhongjiu magnified one of the aqua moon energy, and the 3 of them immediately discovered an extremely weak gray yuan power aura. Clearly, there was another person in Shueiyu's room. He found this aura. Su Mo was also very surprised. Impossible, no one has come to visit during this period of time. Even the food was sent in by our Vermilion Bird Army. There shouldn't be anyone else in the house. Su Mo said. They're not your people. Li Zhongjiu grasped the gray elemental force in his hand, but he realized that this force was quite ferocious. Although it seemed small, it was incomparably powerful. Just from the aura left behind, one could tell that this terrifying power was not below that of Li Zhongjiu. Just as Li Zhongjiu's elemental force came into contact with this gray energy, it was as if this energy was a ball of terrifying raging flames, instantly erupting and enveloping the 3 of them. However, it didn't injure the 3 of them. With Li Zhongjiu present, it couldn't injure them. What is this? Kuan Erasher asked. This is the message he left behind. Li Zhongjiu said. This expert had clearly predicted that someone would be able to find this aura. Otherwise, he would not have left this message in the elemental energy and waited for Li Zhongjiu to find him. Quickly look at what he said and what he left behind. The disappearance of the princess was a serious matter. If they did not handle it well, their entire Vermilion Bird Army would lose their heads. If they lost the princess, what kind of Vermilion Bird Army would they be? Therefore, Su Mo was also very nervous. Continue watching. Li Zhongjiu said. However, the 3 of them were surrounded by flames, but the flames did not harm them at all. It was enough to see that the scene in front of them was constantly condensing. It seemed like they had passed through an endless ancient mountain range. They kept moving forward. From this perspective, it seemed like there were people flying through the clouds. They passed through endless mountains and rivers. Finally, the scene in front of them appeared. They were surrounded by fierce and majestic beasts. These beasts were huge. Just a swipe of their claws was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. The scene finally stopped at the top of a mountain. The mountain had already pierced through more than 10 layers of clouds. In the mountains above the clouds, there was a palace. At the entrance of the palace stood a figure with a blank expression on his face. "Girl." Kuan Erishur saw this figure and immediately called out. "Princess." Suemo could not help but shout, but it was useless. At this moment, Shuiyu was hundreds of thousands of miles away from them. The scene disappeared and the three of them returned to the room. "What is that place? Why are there so many beasts?" Kuan Erishur could not wait to know where that place was. He wanted to find Shuiyu. However, in Sumo's eyes, there was a trace of surprise and speculation. Could it be, that place is, the name of that place that Suemo thought of had already shocked her? She did not even have the courage to say it out loud. For ordinary people, such a place was directly associated with death. "Wilderness, Yunding Heavenly Palace," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He did not keep them in suspense. From the looks of it, she must have been taken in by someone from the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. This is a good thing. She even left a message. "If you want to find her, just remember the cloud-top Heavenly Palace." Wilderness. Kuan Erishur was still unfamiliar with this term. However, Suemo had heard of it. The wilderness is dangerous. Everyone has been there 5 times. Suemo slowly said, "The dynasty's 4 trump card legions are formed once every 5 years. All of them are retired soldier kings who have gone in to explore, but no one has ever returned. It is the ultimate arena for training soldiers. Of course, it is also the graveyard of the soldier kings. Many people want to challenge it, but no one has ever succeeded." Hearing Sumo's words, Kuan Arashi's eyes widened. He was already thinking about how dangerous the wilderness was and what were his chances of survival. To enter the wilderness, you need to be at least a sovereign. To enter Yunding Heavenly Palace, you need to be at least a 6th grade sovereign. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He did not expect that there would be people from Yunding Heavenly Palace in Sacred Flame Royal City. Speaking of the cloud-top Heavenly Palace, Li Zongjiu had also fought with it in his previous life. Strictly speaking, these people had only established a sect in the wilderness. It was still within the sacred martial continent and did not even surpass the wilderness. There were indeed many experts in Yunding Heavenly Palace. Basically, as long as one was a sovereign, they would receive an invitation. Those who were chosen by them basically had the potential to break through to the sovereign realm. The cloud-top Heavenly Palace is actually not that mysterious. If I hadn't fought with Emperor Xingyan just now, I would have definitely discovered this person. Li Zongjiu said. Suemo looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. The untainted land was the graveyard of their soldier kings. The cloud-top Heavenly Palace in front of them was obviously built in the depths of the untainted land. How could such a sect be weak? However, Li Zongjiu also said that one had to be at least a supreme master to enter the untainted land. This place was equivalent to a high-level map. If one were to sneak in, any random thing one would encounter would be a top existence. How could one resist? As for the Dao Soldier Kings team mentioned by Suemo, it was estimated that they would have been killed by the meta beasts in the untainted land as soon as they entered. However, the cloud-top Heavenly Palace's intention is to cultivate supreme masters. Since Shuiyu was chosen, it means that she has a chance to reach the supreme master realm. You don't need to worry about Shuiyu. You should worry about yourself. Li Zongjiu said. Breaking through to the supreme master realm. Do I have that possibility? Kuan Erishur didn't expect Shuiyu to get such a great opportunity. After all, that was breaking through to the supreme master realm. Their Kuan castle did have a supreme master in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have formed such a powerful family. However, that was the strength of the ancestors. How could he reach that level? This made Kuan Erishur very worried and anxious. The strongest people in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace are only 2 ninth-grade Supreme Masters. They haven't even reached the complete realm. It's nothing. With the power of the Kuan in your body, it's not difficult to break through to the Supreme Master realm. However, if you want to activate the power of the Kuan in your body, you have to go to a place. Li Zhongjiu said. If Li Zhongjiu personally guided Kuan Erasure, it would be enough to help Kuan Erasure break through to the Supreme Master realm in less than 200 years. However, that would take too long. Moreover, this kind of growth with the help of others was nothing. Only when one fully stimulated one's potential between life and death, could one be considered a real expert. Primordial world. Kuan Erasure clenched his fists and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. However, Kuan Arashi's eyes were filled with determination. He had to step into the untainted land. Only the pressure of the untainted land could fully stimulate the potential of his body. To Kuan Erasure, this was the most important thing. Life and death didn't matter. If he couldn't see Shuiyu again in this life, then there wasn't much meaning in living. You want to go to the untainted world? Are you crazy? Su Mo thought that he had already explained the dangers of the untainted land. Even the troops formed by the soldier kings of the past generations could not break out of the encirclement in the untainted land. None of them could even come back alive. With Kuan Arashi's cultivation, he would definitely die if he went there. You can depart after 7 days. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. Although Kuan Erasure didn't know why Li Zhongjiu wanted him to depart after 7 days, he reckoned that Li Zhongjiu wanted him to at least calm down during this period of time. If he went there directly, he would most likely end up as a meal for the primordial beast. You can't go to the untainted land. Su Mo wanted to persuade them, but he realized that he couldn't persuade the 2 of them. Thank you for your kindness, General Su. If I can't find Shuiyu, then there isn't much meaning in living. Kuan Erasure said. Su Mo didn't understand the friendship between Kuan Erasure and Princess Jinggan. However, seeing that Kuan Erasure was so affectionate towards Princess Jinggan, he felt more or less reassured. At least the Xingyan dynasty's princess didn't look down on people. Get everyone to disperse. Li Zhongjiu said. No one expected such a thing to happen. Emperor Xingyan was beaten up for no reason. Later on, Princess Jinggan was taken away, and this old man didn't even know about it. It was simply stupid. The one who suffered the most was Emperor Xingyan. This vice-commander of the Imperial Guards took the initiative to imprison Kuan Erasure and curry favor with Emperor Xingyan. However, he also angered Li Zhongjiu. Without any explanation, he pulled Emperor Xingyan down from the throne. In the future, he would lose the entire dynasty. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu crippled the latter's cultivation. He didn't have many years left to live. As for whether the 14th prince would listen to him, Li Zhongjiu didn't care. If the 14th prince did not listen to him, even if he could deceive him, he would not be able to get past Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu would kill him in a matter of minutes. What could he do? Therefore, Li Zhongjiu wasn't afraid of the 14th prince at all. Of course, today's battle had already made the 14th prince realize his position. If his strength didn't surpass Li Zhongjiu, then he wouldn't be able to get rid of Li Zhongjiu. Su Mo also reported this matter truthfully. She was taken away by a powerhouse. This was a good thing for the royal family. At least, when Shuiyu returned, the Xingyan dynasty would have another powerhouse. After a busy night, dawn finally arrived. That night, many people couldn't sleep. On the second day, the 14th prince announced that he would be temporarily in charge of the imperial court. Because the sacred flame emperor was ill, he could not continue to manage the imperial court. In the imperial city, no one dared to object. In this situation, it was obvious that whoever objected would die. Therefore, these people obediently shut their mouths. Moreover, the 14th prince had already announced to the world that it was the Ten Swords sect who attacked the imperial palace yesterday. He issued a kill order for the Ten Swords sect to pay the price. Although this kind of thing was obviously nonsense and knew that it was nonsense, only people knew the truth now. After a period of time, basically no one would know the truth. Naturally, they would treat this matter as true. Sometimes, the truth wasn't that important. What the person in power wanted to make people believe was what really mattered. Li Zongjiu also became the real imperial tutor. Later, he also gave great help to the White Deer Mansion. It was simply the face of the entire dynasty. Of course, this was a story for later. After Li Zongjiu defeated Emperor Xingyan, there was nothing out of the ordinary. This was because he asked Xiaozhao to send over a lot of medicinal herbs. Then, he announced that he would be going into seclusion for 7 days. As usual, when he refined pills, it was unpredictable. Could it be that in Li Zongjiu's eyes, defeating Emperor Xingyan was really a very simple thing? Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. The commander of the city guards, Wang Ding, was appointed as the commander of the imperial guards. He was promoted by 2 ranks. It was quite dazzling and could be considered as the 14th prince's trusted aide. After all, they all came from the White Deer Mansion. When Long Ying and Long Ma returned to the imperial city, only then did they know that the imperial city had undergone earth-shattering changes. 7 days later. The incident in Monarch City was quickly covered up. The imperial court had even issued a ban to prevent excessive discussion. Furthermore, they had already drafted a plan to suppress the Ten Swords sect. As for whether Li Zongjiu had killed Emperor Xingyan, it was impossible to say for sure. No one could say for sure what had happened. However, everything in Monarch City remained the same. There weren't any unnecessary disturbances. Only the threshold of the White Deer Mansion had been replaced. This was because there were more people coming through the door. However, Li Zongjiu hadn't shown his face during this period of time. In 7 days, the sky above the White Deer Mansion had already been filled with hundreds of pill lightning bolts. Those who didn't know would have thought that the people in the White Deer Mansion had done something that angered the heavens and the people. However, they discovered that these were all pill lightning bolts. Judging from the number of pill lightning bolts, Li Zongjiu had refined at least 10 grade 6 elixirs in the White Deer Mansion. What is uniquely trying to do? Refining so many high-grade elixirs. It doesn't matter what he's trying to do. What's truly terrifying is that Elderly actually possesses such great strength. The interval between each elixir is extremely short. Furthermore, he has been refining elixirs non-stop for the past 7 days without stopping. The people from the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were also staring at Li Zongjiu's actions. They were naturally shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. Within the Azure Ocean Academy, there were also a few experts who were staring in the direction of the White Deer Mansion. However, they naturally didn't dare to offend the White Deer Mansion. Moreover, the Azure Ocean Academy's purpose was only to nurture more talents. They were a group of people who were focused on education. They even invited Li Zongjiu to become the honorary dean of their Azure Ocean Institute. This honor was accepted by Xiaozhao on behalf of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was naturally happy to accept such a title. After all, the current strength of the Azure Ocean Academy was no longer inferior to that of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Imperial Martial Pavilion. In fact, it had even formed a tripartite situation. As such, Li Zongjiu would be able to send even more disciples of the Li family to the Azure Ocean Academy. Of course, the disciples who were sent there had to undergo training at the White Deer Mansion. They had to go through Liu Pei's military training before they could be sent to these academies. Otherwise, these people would think that it was easy to get such an opportunity. That was not what Li Zongjiu wanted to see, but it was clear that Li Zongjiu had little experience in education. Xiaozhao was also gathering all the great teacher resources in the world. At the same time, he also had a plan for the White Deer Academy. Of course, this plan was still being discussed. It was not difficult to set it up, but the most important thing was to be able to operate and maintain it. Xiaozhao did not have much experience in this aspect, so it had to be done slowly. On the 7th day, the thunderclouds above the White Deer Mansion finally calmed down a little. Kuan Erishur had already taken care of other matters. When she heard that her brother was going to the wilderness, Lan Yuyan was so scared that she hurriedly rushed over from Kuan Castle. She originally wanted to persuade Kuan Erishur to stay, but Kuan Erishur was also very determined. If he did not go, it would hinder his cultivation. It would be difficult for him to improve in the future. Lan Yuyan, who had just arrived, did not know that Li Zongjiu had already eliminated Emperor Xingyan. Kuan Erishur and the others naturally would not speak carelessly of this matter. This matter could only be discussed slowly in the future. This White Deer Mansion is really big. Lan Yuyan was considered a knowledgeable person. She had seen some extremely magnificent places before, but compared to the White Deer Mansion, they were lacking in flavor. Within the White Deer Mansion, the surrounding decorations and designs were elegant yet noble, low-key yet not lacking in substance. It was definitely a top-notch design and craftsmanship. There were not many people in the world who could create such a design. "You're here." "Oh, Miss Yuyan is here too." Li Zhongjiu walked in. Kuan Erishur and Lan Yuyan both stood up. Lan Yuyan felt a little uneasy. After all, she had come without informing them beforehand, which was a little impolite. "Have a seat. You should know that Kuan Erishur is leaving, right?" "I know. This brat favors outsiders. If he can't bring the girl back, then don't come back." Lan Yuyan pretended to be angry as she spoke. Kuan Erishur could only nod repeatedly in agreement. "I refined 106th grade elixirs and 37th grade elixirs. Whether it's for detoxification or cultivation, they have miraculous effects. Take them with you on the road. You should know how to consume them." Li Zhongjiu did not waste any more words. He directly took out 2 bottles. One bottle contained 106th grade elixirs, while the other bottle contained 37th grade elixirs. It seemed that these high-grade elixirs were like small stones in Li Zhongjiu's eyes, which could be casually thrown away. It should be known that if an ordinary person were to casually get one, they would probably store it as a treasure or even worship it. How could these elixirs be piled up in a bottle? Little did they know that by putting the elixirs together, they could strengthen and retain their medicinal properties. "This is too much." Kuan Erishur was completely shocked. Although he knew that Li Zhongjiu would give him some elixirs, he did not expect that he would give him so many at once. "That's right, elderly. This is an experience. How can we give him so many things and give him a shortcut? You can't do that. Such precious pills, elderly, you should keep them for yourself." Lan Yuyan said repeatedly. He could not accept such a big gift. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Here are 3 8th grade elixirs. If you take them at a critical moment, they will be enough to save your life. In addition, I have integrated a formation seal into these 8th grade elixirs. If you are in danger, crush the elixirs and I will be able to sense it. Whether you save yourself or I save you, there are only 3 chances. If you can't come out alive, I will find a random day and treat it as the anniversary of your death." Li Zhongjiu said. Kuan Erishur looked at the 3 bottles in his hand and understood Li Zhongjiu's good intentions. After giving Li Zhongjiu a fierce hug, he did not argue and directly put away the elixirs. "Boss, don't worry. Even if Kuan Erishur has to crawl, he will crawl out of the untainted land," Kuan Erishur said firmly. Lan Yuyan looked at the side and could only sigh. In the end, she also hammered Kuan Arashi's chest. "Come back quickly, do you understand? You are not allowed to play outside." "Yes, second sister," Kuan Erishur said seriously. This could be considered a long time. Li Zhongjiu did not ask Kuan Erishur to stay for a meal. It was not a big deal for a young man to go out and explore more. Otherwise, if he was always under the protection of his parents and brothers, when could he become a real pillar of the world? Lan Yuyan only sent Kuan Erishur out of the city. The rest of the road was left to Kuan Erishur. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 spear, 1 sword. They set off, all the way to the east. Kuan Erishur had already left. If others knew about the treasures he carried with him, they might try to kill him several times over. However, if he couldn't even leave the Xingyan dynasty, then there was no need for him to go to the cloud-top heavenly palace. He just had to obediently stay in Kuan Castle. "Do you want someone to accompany you for a stroll in the city?" Li Zhongjiu looked at Lan Yuyan, who had returned after sending off Kuan Erishur. "No need." Lan Yuyan smiled. "This matter is over. I should go back." "Okay. Xiao Zhao, send them off for me." Li Zhongjiu had been continuously refining elixirs for the past 7 days. These elixirs were quite heavy. Even for Li Zhongjiu, it was extremely difficult to refine them. Especially when refining the 3 grade 8 elixirs, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. Therefore, he needed a certain amount of time to rest and adjust. It was understandable for Xiaozhao to send them off. Li Zhongjiu didn't need to be polite to everyone. Naturally, there weren't many people who could be personally sent off by Li Zhongjiu. Those who could be personally sent off by Xiaozhao were already given enough face. This time, she was fortunate enough to see Li Zhongjiu in Royal City. For Lan Yuyan, it was already quite worth it. However, she was indeed unwilling to go back just like that. Miss Lan, I heard that you once opened a martial hall in Kuan Castle, but it was later closed. Is that right? Xiaozhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Currently, Xiaozhao's temperament was no longer that of a servant. Instead, he had the bearing of someone who was in control of the world. However, he was extremely low-key and reserved. This was because he had been with Song Jieyu for a long time, which had greatly influenced him. That's right, we don't have enough manpower. Moreover, the situation in Kuan Castle doesn't allow for it. If I have the chance, I would like to properly set up a martial hall. However, if you want to practice martial arts, you must first cultivate your body and mind. Lan Yuyan said. Her heart was full of melancholy. In fact, Lan Yuyan didn't like the family business that much. There were many things that needed someone to handle. On top of that, in Kuan Castle, Shui Kuan's faction had been eyeing it covetously. It was not that he was unwilling to hand over the position of city lord. Instead, it was because the people from Shui Kuan's faction possessed murderous intent. If they were to take control of Kuan Castle, they would bring about an enormous disaster. After sending Xiaozhao all the way to the door, Lan Yuyan was also preparing to bid farewell to him. However, she saw Xiaozhao pressing down on Lan Yuyan's raised hand. If there was an opportunity today, and the White Deer Mansion provided all the resources for you to set up an academy, what would you do? Xiaozhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Lan Yuyan was stunned when she heard this. Wasn't the meaning of Xiaozhao's words obvious? However, could it be that he was going to leave such an important matter to Lan Yuyan? Set up an academy? Me? In Monarch City? Lan Yuyan asked in confirmation. That's right. In Monarch City, the White Deer Mansion can take care of all the official documents, environment, and external forces needed. However, the true core of an academy still needs someone to control it. For this, I'm looking for someone with experience and enough courage to be qualified. Xiaozhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Lan Yuyan confirmed again and again that this wasn't a joke. If Miss Xiaozhao agrees, Lan Yuyan is willing to go through water and tread on fire. Lan Yuyan said. Obviously, this matter was going to be a big deal for Lan Yuyan. In that case, our deal is considered a deal. Xiaozhao smiled. If it was based on ability and strength, there were many people who were more suitable than Lan Yuyan. However, no one was as passionate as Lan Yuyan. Only the passion in one's heart could lead one to better and more dazzling success, just experience wasn't enough. One had to have passion as well. The academy in Kuan Castle was built by Lan Yuyan using her time and energy outside of work. She even invested all of her own money. This was because this project didn't receive the support of the Lan family. Although it was called a martial arts hall, the instructors that Lan Yuyan invited all started from teaching martial ethics. If they didn't come to learn skills, but to listen to you spit on them, who would be willing to come? Therefore, under the pressure of many parties, this martial arts hall quickly fell into the dust. Now, her wish to build an academy could be realized in Monarch City. Firstly, she could fulfill her wish and do what she liked. Secondly, she could bring the culture of Kuan Castle to Monarch City. Letting the world know more about Kuan Castle and expanding the influence of Kuan Castle was a very important matter. This kind of opportunity was naturally rare and valuable. If it was successful, it would be something to be proud of for Lan Yuyan. I'll do it right away. Lan Yuyan immediately became excited. After all, she was still young and didn't need to think too much. If this matter was successful, it would naturally be the best. If it wasn't, she could just take it as accumulating some experience. This kind of situation was also quite beneficial. Of course, Lan Yuyan was happy for another reason. That was that she had a legitimate reason to stay in Monarch City. Although she couldn't become Li Zhongjiu's woman, at least she could be one step closer to the man she liked. This was definitely an unexpected surprise for Lan Yuyan. Xiao smiled in understanding. At least he finally found a responsible person and entrusted this matter to her. After all, Xiao wasn't omnipotent. Naturally, he couldn't handle many things by himself. Moreover, Xiao's main focus was naturally the big and small affairs of the White Deer Mansion. Of course, these incidental value-added businesses were just casually handled. It was good that this matter was successful. It was equivalent to opening up a path for the White Deer Mansion. At the same time, it would increase the reputation of the White Deer Mansion. This was such a good thing, so why not? Li Zhongjiu had already settled all the threats in the huge Xingyan dynasty. Even many threats from the Haiku dynasty had been eliminated. For the Li family in Luoxia City, there were still some dangers. They were safe, but there were still some hidden dangers. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't need to deal with these hidden dangers. If there were no enemies, then this family would have a hard time growing. They needed enough pressure to push them from behind. Now, the Li family could sit back and relax. It could be considered extremely stable. They just needed to pay attention to some ignorant people. Li Zhongjiu rested for 2 days. He took out the ginseng fruit in his hand and prepared all the supplementary herbs. The Prime Sovereign Soul Fusion Pill. This time, I want to see what kind of surprise it will bring me. Li Zhongjiu's recent realizations. The power of the 4 primordial spirits was too scattered. Now that his cultivation had reached the supremacy realm, if he merged the primordial spirits, there would definitely be a breakthrough. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had used the Guzuan soul-merging elixir to integrate the power of the 4 great dragon souls into his body. However, doing so was indeed against the heavenly Tao. Li Zhongjiu was already very lucky to be able to get such a result by chance. Moreover, if he were to take this kind of pill in this life, Li Zhongjiu only wanted to achieve one kind of effect. He wanted to merge the 4 great origin spirits into one, leaving only one origin spirit. This way, he would not have to spend so much effort to cultivate them one by one. After spending 5 days, Li Zhongjiu finally refined the elixir. Seeing the Guzuan soul-merging elixir again, he felt rather close to it. It was also because of this elixir that Li Zhongjiu had such a great opportunity to start over. Such an opportunity could not be replicated. It's still too early to consume this elixir. The success rate of the integration is too low. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. When one's yuan power, mental energy, and physical strength all reached the sovereign realm, the corresponding dragon souls would naturally reach the sovereign realm as well. Only then could the success rate be increased. After all, this was an unscrupulous act. However, there was no doubt that if this succeeded, Li Zhongjiu's strength would increase by several times. Moreover, it would be on top of the original foundation. The elixir had been successfully refined. Now, Li Zhongjiu's mental energy had not yet caught up to the yuan power and physical strength realm. Hence, he needed to work on his mental energy. Immediately, he gathered many heavenly treasures that could improve his mental energy. Li Zhongjiu also cultivated with the white god Fu every day to adjust his condition. He also cultivated with the help of elixirs. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. There were a few major things that Sacred Flame Royal City had done in recent days. First, they refined the Heavenly Water Sect, besieged the Ten Swords Sect, and crippled the Ten Swords Sect. In the end, they apologized one after another. This battle also displayed the strength of the Xingyan dynasty. In addition, Zhao Lei had also been promoted to the head of the Imperial Guards because of the Hua family's contributions. Of course, most people knew that this was because Zhao Lei belonged to the White Deer Mansion, so they had to take good care of him. If one followed the right person, the road to promotion would naturally be fast. Of course, one had to have real ability to stay in this position. There was another big matter. The Xingyan dynasty moved the capital. Because the original imperial city was already in ruins, and the Dragon Vein itself was also damaged, the imperial palace was directly transferred. Many people guessed that it was because Li Zhongjiu's White Deer Mansion had already controlled the entire Xingyan dynasty. Even the imperial power could not exert its power here. Furthermore, it was impossible for the White Deer residents to move away, so they could only move away from the imperial city. For such a huge matter, the White Deer residents didn't say anything. No matter where they moved to, as long as they dared to act recklessly, Li Zongjie would be able to destroy them. It was just a way to find peace of mind. The new city was located in the Xingyan dynasty's Dingqian province. It was a Qiankuan city by the Qiankuan River. When the imperial palace moved here, it was directly renamed Qiankuan Sacred City. After all, the 14th prince had obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. He knew that only by moving the imperial city here could it be passed down for generations and be immortalized. The construction of the imperial palace took 2 months. Only the main hall was completed. The 14th prince had already moved there, discussing politics and building at the same time. In addition to the imperial palace, the 14th prince also ordered the construction of the imperial Tudor mansion. Obviously, the 14th prince knew that if he didn't get on Li Zongjie's good side, he probably wouldn't even have a way out. The scale of Qiankuan's sacred city could only be considered ordinary. However, with the relocation of the imperial court, it would definitely become prosperous. Similarly, the prosperity of the Sacred Flame imperial city was destined to not decline. After all, the foundation of many families was here. Moreover, even if the 14th prince was in charge of state affairs, if he encountered such a big matter, he would still need the approval of the person in the White Deer Mansion. It was considered a very big matter. However, it was not a big matter for Li Zongjie. After the imperial palace moved away, the original place was directly flattened. It was bought by the White Deer Mansion. An extremely huge academy was built. Li Zongjie named it Tianzong Academy. The position of the Academy Master of the Tianzong Academy was not held by Li Zongjie, but by a young girl from Kuan Castle. Her identity and background were very clear, so it was not difficult to investigate. However, such an important position suddenly fell into the hands of a person called Lan Yuyan. Obviously, the White Deer Mansion valued Lan Yuyan very much. Then, Lan Yuyan and a Kuan Castle behind her walked into everyone's sight. However, the establishment of the Tianzong Academy. The surrounding people had to make way for it. Moreover, many teachers were poached from the Imperial Martial Pavilion and the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Many powerful alchemists were even recruited from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, although the Tianzong Academy did not have Li Zongjie's name on the surface, it was undoubtedly the property of Li Zongjie. On this day, Li Zongjie was fishing in a fish pond in the Tianzong Academy. Speaking of which, Lan Yuyan was really good at running the academy. She had almost turned many talents into extremely formal things. Apart from the orthodox path of cultivation, such as culinary skills, it was very interesting. She had directly hired the famous chef from the imperial kitchen to become a teacher. She also welcomed people with cooking talent to enter and learn. Cooking was a very simple and vulgar thing in the eyes of ordinary people. However, after some research, many people were surprised to find that cooking well was not as simple as cultivating origin energy. If a chef graduated from the Tianzong Academy, he would naturally be a famous person when he went out. It was enough for countless restaurants and inns to spend a lot of money to hire him. It seemed that only by inviting such an expert to take charge could one distinguish the difference between mediocrity and oneself. Being of a high grade was the most important. Such a messy subject was actually created by Lan Yuyan. At first, it was really worrisome, but it was unexpectedly successful. In the future, there would be more and more geniuses in the Xingyan dynasty. It was really amazing. For example, the fish that Li Zongjie was fishing in the pond now was prepared to be sent to the kitchen to be processed and cooked in a while. It was unknown who said that the fish he caught would be more delicious when cooked. Today, it was mainly because Li Zongjie and his wife had come to the Holy Flame Imperial City to visit. After all, their son had forced the imperial court to move away. Such an awesome thing, of course, they had to take a good look at it and see how Li Zongjie was doing. A fat salmon was attracted by Li Zongjie's hook. After it was hooked, it was still in the bucket, wagging its tail. Send this fish to the Divine Chef Academy and let them have a good meal, Li Zongjie said. Behind him, 2 maids hurriedly lifted up the buckets. His fish is too small. Give me this one, said a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man at the side said. With a wave of the fishing rod in his hand, a fish weighing 3 jin was hooked up. Send mine over as well, young man. You still need to practice more. Ha ha ha. Li Tianqing's face was filled with pride. Li Zhongjiu smiled. This kind of leisure time was what he wanted. Now that he was at the top of the world, all the disputes had come to an end for the time being. Therefore, the disputes among other people were still going on, but at least for Li Zhongjiu, he did not need to worry about these things. At present, there were very few things that could affect him. This academy is really well established. Many people don't have the talent for cultivation, but they are forced to cultivate. This is not right. If there is a chance, they should still choose what they are good at. However, it is not easy to maintain such a world. Of course, the world had to be peaceful. Only then would he have the opportunity to study other things. For example, cooking. After going out to study hard for 5 years, he returned only to find that his home had been robbed clean. How would he settle this matter? You really have a lot to worry about. Li Zhongjiu teased. Boy, you must be itching for a beating. Li Tianqing raised his eyebrows. In this world, if anyone except him dared to say such things to Li Zhongjiu, they would probably be skinned alive by Li Zhongjiu. Half an hour later, 3 plates of delicious dishes were placed on the table. The main ingredients were all the fishes he had just caught. Even though he had the ability to see through heaven and earth, he had never seen Li Zhongjiu being extravagant. In this life, he only enjoyed some very ordinary things. This chef's skill is indeed not bad. When is Yanran coming back? Did you even take it to heart? Xianxia fiercely pinched Li Zhongjiu's arm. Li Zhongjiu was also full of grievances. Every 2 days, he would use his spiritual power to search the entire Xianxia dynasty for possible places where there might be movements. Qi Yanran cultivated in the legendary Divine Sparrow realm and obtained such a supreme inheritance. Even Li Zhongjiu had no way to find the location of the Divine Sparrow realm. The Divine Sparrow realm was an independent space. It could appear anywhere, but there was no way to find it. The only way to find it was through the exit. Moreover, you can only wait for him to appear on his own. Otherwise, you won't be able to find it. I'll go look for it right now. If you can't find me, don't come back. Xianxia looked extremely ferocious. Li Tianqing, who was standing to the side, saw this and laughed loudly. Hurry up and eat. I have an appointment with old man Qi to play chess in the afternoon. Li Tianqing said. He had only been here for a few days, but he was already quite familiar with the way around. You have nothing to do, but Qi Xiaohun has a lot of things to deal with every day. He can't be as carefree as you. However, if Li Tianqing came, it was impossible not to greet him. This was Li Zhongjiu's father. Maybe his words were more effective than Li Zhongjiu's. In other words, they had just lost a few games of chess in the past few days, which directly gave them 2 new mining rights. Moreover, the proportion of primordial stones left had also increased. This made the Qi family rich in an instant. It could be said that they had reached the sky in a single bound. In the past, Li Zhongjiu naturally wouldn't take the initiative to arrange these things. However, after Li Tianqing came, these things were much easier to deal with. As long as Li Tianqing was happy, things would naturally be easier. Li Zhongjiu used his mind power to cover the entire Xianxia dynasty, looking for any place where there was an abnormal fluctuation. Once he found it, he immediately went to search for it. With his current strength, he could almost reach any corner in half a minute. In the southeast corner of the dynasty, there was an abnormal fluctuation, but Li Zhongjiu determined that it wasn't the aura of the Divine Sparrow realm. Soon, an urgent military order was sent to the White Deer Mansion. At the same time, a secret report was presented. The time difference between the news and the news was almost negligible. After Xiao Zhao read the contents of the report, his eyes widened. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of disbelief. He quickly sent the news to Li Zhongjiu. Young master, something big has happened. The place where Li Zhongjiu often lived was the Sky Sect Academy. This was the old site of the Imperial Palace. Later on, Li Zhongjiu had set up many array formations to add luster to the Sky Sect Academy. Now, Li Zhongjiu had authorized Xiao Zhao to manage everything. Only some matters that involved the Li family would be discussed with Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu's intention was to hand over the authority to Xiao Zhao. If the authority was handed over to the main family, it would be inevitable that the authority would be used for personal gain. If it was for the good of the Li family, then it would naturally be a good thing. However, if it wasn't for the good of the Li family and was used for personal gain, then it would be a disaster for the Li family. Li Zongjiu believed in Xiaoxiao's strength. Even if it harmed the interests of some people in the Li family, he would still agree. As long as they were alive, Li Zongjiu would suffer some losses. What was important was that the Li family could survive. Ordinary matters didn't need to be reported to Li Zongjiu. However, today, Xiaoxiao personally came to see him. Speak. It's about the remains of the sacred martial emperor's underground palace. It appeared in an ancient forest in the southeast corner of the dynasty in the early morning. Just now, there was a secret report that some stone armor men appeared in the underground palace. Stone armor men? Li Zongjiu had never heard of stone armor men in his previous life. Could it be related to the ancient demon clan? Now that the ancient demon clan was rampant, it gave the empires and dynasties a chance to train their troops. If the world was peaceful, naturally, after a long time, many people would naturally forget the majesty of the imperial court. Only when there was a crisis would they think of the stability and peace brought by the imperial court. Therefore, the 14th prince, was now the crown prince. The crown prince was a fierce commander. At the same time, he also issued the demon slaying order, which could be exchanged for rich rewards with the imperial court using the demon beads. The appearance of the stone armor man had caused a great disturbance. Moreover, someone had defeated the stone-armored soldiers and found some rare jewels from them. The origin of these jewels was also confirmed. They came from the era of the powerful Saint Martial Great Emperor in ancient times. Suddenly, this area had become a gathering place for experts. At least tens of thousands of experts had gathered in various places of the dynasty. Moreover, the White Deer residents had also received important news, and several hidden aristocratic families had also revealed themselves one after another. The fight for the stone armor man was bound to be a big event. A great disaster had occurred. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the stone armor man. What he really cared about was the treasures in the underground palace of the Saint Martial Emperor. This was a legend that had affected many people. Countless experts wanted to get a share of it. The Saint Martial Emperor. If that's the case, the Saint Martial Emperor should be an absolute saint as well. There might be some secrets in his tomb, murmured the Saint Martial Emperor. Li Zongjiu didn't know much about absolute saint items. However, there was a lonely soul hidden in the Azure cauldron. It seemed to be an absolute saint who had wandered from the primitive land. He had to go to the primitive land, but Li Zongjiu had to reach the absolute saint realm first. The stone armor man. Let's keep an eye on him and see if there are any changes. Li Zongjiu ordered. Li Zongjiu was now waiting for Qi Yanran to show up. Almost half a year had passed in the Divine Sparrow realm. Even if it was the inheritance, it should be about time for her to come out. Yes, young master. Xiaoxiao replied. They had to keep an eye on it. Obviously, Li Zongjiu didn't want to get involved for now. Li Zongjiu didn't care about the current level. What was the use of killing the stone armor man to get some random jewels, however, in this place called Stone Forest? The situation wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Even the information they received was only one-sided. The real scene was even more terrifying than they had imagined. In the Stone Plains forest, the number of stone-armored people that had appeared was quite large. Moreover, these stone-armored people were extremely good at hiding. If they relied on each other, from a distance, they would clearly look like a very large rock. No one would have thought that this was the case. This was the stone-armored man. Moreover, the stone-armored man was extremely terrifying in battle. Although his moves were very simple, his attacks were extremely swift and fierce. He wouldn't be afraid of any Yuanli attack unless the opponent's strength was enough to break through his defense. Otherwise, he could just pretend that the stone-armored man didn't exist. He easily blocked all of the attacks. At this moment, there was a group of 5 people quietly approaching the forest. Moreover, they were extremely cautious of the surrounding movements. They were a profession that had just emerged recently, called stone hunters. These stone men seemed to have been sealed with magic, and not all of them contained treasures. Only some powerful stone-armored people would have treasures in their bodies. However, as long as you found it, it would definitely be worth it. The return rate would be very high. Moreover, some jewelers had already begun to set up stalls nearby, buying these antiques at a high price. There wasn't even a single city within 100 miles. This showed how remote this place was. There was only a small town called Stonetown 50 miles away. Stonetown originally had a population of about 600 households. It was considered a very small place. However, recently, many people had rushed in and started to do business in this town. It was quite popular. After searching for so long, I still haven't seen any stone-armored people. Do these things really exist? A woman seemed to be a little impatient. The weather was so hot, yet she still had to crawl around in this place full of mosquitoes. This kind of life was simply too much. It was only because she heard that a lot of precious jewels would appear that she agreed to make a trip. However, after searching for so long, she still hadn't found anything. Instead, she was taken advantage of by these mosquitoes. However, just as her voice fell, the ground under her feet suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. The woman was directly lifted to a high place. Ah! The woman hurriedly stabbed the sword in her hand into the ground, trying to stabilize her body, but it was useless. She was still swaying. Most importantly, her body was still rising. This caused the woman to be extremely alarmed. Stone-armored people. So big. The remaining 4 people were still standing on the ground, looking at the stone-armored people that kept rising. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never heard of these stone-armored people's height before. They were actually close to 30 feet tall. At least 7 or 8 meters tall. The stone-armored people's faces were based on the stone carvings. After looking at them, they were also quite shocked. After all, this stone-armored person also had a kind of aura. Looking at it made people feel like their souls were being taken away. The stone-armored person raised his hand and slapped down. Boom! When the slap landed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. 2 people reacted quickly and dodged to the side. However, the other 2 people were directly smashed into meat paste. After seeing this scene, the other 2 people who were dodging were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. Then, the stone-armored person stomped down again, crushing one of them into pieces. The other person also got up and ran outside, wanting to find out that this was the stone forest. In the face of such huge monsters, no one would want to fight them. However, the stone-armored person didn't move. Instead, he directly uprooted a big tree beside him and threw it forward. Bang! Countless sharp branches pierced through the man, piercing his intestines and stomach. The man fell to the ground, blood flowing out. He died with his eyes wide open. These people came here with the intention of making a fortune. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? They were unable to fight back at all. They had overestimated their own ability. No, to be precise, they had underestimated the ability of these stone-armored people. Even this batch of stone-armored people that could drop jewelry and equipment were not on the same scale as this batch of stone-armored people. Such a terrifying degree was enough to easily destroy them. At the very least, one needed to be an Origin Emperor expert to be able to contend with it. At this moment, the woman standing on the stone-armored person's head trembled at this scene. In the blink of an eye, her companions had been killed by the stone-armored person. She was alone, so how could she possibly have the ability to survive? The stone-armored person stretched out his hand and slapped his head as if he was swatting a mosquito. The woman standing on the stone-armored person's head was directly smashed into meat paste. Over the past few days, the appearance of the armored stone man had attracted a large number of stone hunters. Most of them had some strength. At first, only a few Sky Origin Ancestor-level experts had gathered here. However, as time passed, these Sky Origin Ancestor-level experts seemed to be lacking in strength. The appearance of Yuan Monarch-level powerhouses had gradually taken over this place. A camp had been set up in Stone Town. Today, news of many Sky Origin Ancestor-level powerhouses dying had suddenly spread, causing the powerhouses hidden in Stone Town to get excited. If even the Sky Origin Ancestor-level experts had died, this meant that the armored stone man, who was carrying an even more precious treasure, had appeared and thought that his treasure was more precious. This was also the time for these Yuan monarch-level powerhouses to make their move. Immediately, they saw that there were at least 1,000 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses. Those who were slightly weaker would be too embarrassed to charge at the front and would only dare to stay at the back. They would pick up the leftovers later. Stone Plains Forest was extremely vast. Even if tens of thousands of people entered, there would not be any commotion. It was really hard to tell how many people there were. However, something terrifying happened. Nearly 1,000 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses had entered Stone Plains Forest. All of them had disappeared without a trace. It was strange that they had disappeared just like that. Half a day had already passed. Logically speaking, these people should have retreated after nightfall. However, these people were still inside and had not retreated. Some people went forward to investigate but did not find any traces. However, traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the forest. There was also blood left behind. There was no blood on the armored stone man's body. At dusk, a cool breeze finally blew out of Stone Plains Forest. When this breeze blew into Stone Town, everyone could smell the faint scent of blood. Everyone could smell the faint smell of blood in the air. At the beginning, it was only a little bit. It was very faint. However, as time went on, the smell of blood became heavier and heavier. The only conclusion was that most of the people who had entered Stone Plains Forest were already dead. When such a terrifying thing happened, some timid people were probably scared to death. However, some courageous people were even more excited. This meant that a precious treasure would appear in this place. In a corner of Stone Town, there was a farmhouse that had been bought by someone. The original owner took a large sum of money and went to the nearest city to live a happy life. Obviously, the person who took over the house was also from a wealthy family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fork out such a large sum of money to let the other party move away directly. Family head, a fishy wind is blowing. The stone-armored men in the Stony Plains Forest have already grown to 10 meters. An old servant whispered to a gray-robed old man. The old man was also holding a book in his hand and reading it under the dim light of the oil lamp. From time to time, he would frown. What was surprising was that the book in his hand didn't need to be flipped. The content would move on its own and be displayed in the book. It was truly astonishing. Such a wondrous object was the wordless heavenly book. And the one who had the wordless heavenly book was the Yun family, known as the #1 collector's family in the world. This gray-robed old man was the head of the Yun family. The wind blew. Yun Fengqi closed the wordless heavenly book and moved his fingers. I have already calculated that these stone-armored men are very cunning. They actually dared to lure the human race to their deaths. Pass down my order. All disciples of the Yun family enter the Stony Plains Forest and hunt down stone-armored men that are 10 meters tall and above. These stone-armored men must have some ancient books in their bodies. Yes, family head. The old servant replied. After the order was passed down, these people moved out one after another. As for the battle strategy, it was already planned beforehand. Therefore, it was a very simple matter. They only needed to find the right target. Master, you are familiar with ancient and modern times. What is the origin of these stone-armored men? Obviously, the old servant was very curious about the origin of these stone-armored men. They didn't look like meta beasts, nor did they look like humans. How did such a huge difference come about? How could such a thing appear? Therefore, the old servant was very curious. It is difficult to define these stone-armored men. However, it is more appropriate to call them living puppets. When the Saint Martial Emperor was about to rule the world, he turned his millions of soldiers into terracotta figures and sealed them in the secret underground palace to form the Xin army. The Yin army won't die, and the Saint Martial Great Emperor has set up a soul-returning array in this tomb. If the world is too peaceful, the Yin army will appear and slaughter living creatures. Their blood will spill over the earth, and in the end, the power of the blood will be absorbed by the Saint Martial Great Emperor, completing the reincarnation method of resurrection. Of course, that might not necessarily be accurate. However, the bodies of these stone-armored people carry treasures from the ancient era. Firstly, it's used to lure greedy people. Secondly, it's used to suppress the power in their bodies, so that they can fight for the Saint Martial Emperor for generations to come. After listening to the explanation of Yun Fengqi, the old servant was enlightened. He didn't expect the origin of these stone-armored men to be so great. They were even refined by ancient soldiers. Although this method was very cruel, it was enough to see how terrifying the Saint Martial Emperor was. If such a Saint Martial Emperor was resurrected, the impact would be very bad. Taking advantage of the night, the people of the Yun family all sneaked into the stony forest. These experts of the Yun family made a precise battle plan. They were not greedy for rewards. After the commotion in front of them, the experts of the Yun family swarmed forward and killed a 10-meter-tall stone-armored man. Even this stone-armored man was comparable to a mid-level Yuan monarch. Fortunately, there were many experts in the Yun family. After smashing the stone-armored man into pieces, immediately, an ancient scroll appeared. They didn't recognize the words on the ancient scroll. However, when their family master, Yun Fengqi, received the ancient scroll, he laughed crazily. They had never seen their family master so excited. The 12 Scriptures of Taishan. It is the legendary 12 Scriptures of Taishan. If we can obtain these 12 Scriptures of Taishan, we will be able to find the final destination of the Saint Martial Emperor's secret treasure. This was equivalent to a treasure map. Who wouldn't want such a precious item, however, at this time of the morning? The people who were resting in the stone town suddenly heard the earth shaking as if the earth was collapsing. Someone climbed up the tall building of the town and looked out. Immediately, they saw a group of gigantic stone-armored people rushing towards the stone town at high speed. By the time someone saw it, the fastest golem had already smashed a hole in Stone Town's wall with a loud bang. The defensive wall of Stone Town was only an earthen wall that was less than 6 meters tall. The stone-armored men were huge and easily destroyed the earthen wall. However, Stone Town did not have any defensive power. After the stone-armored men rushed in, they destroyed all the houses easily. They even had giant weapons in their hands that smashed the roofs. Some of the people who had fled into the streets were also killed by these weapons. Blood splattered everywhere in Stone Town. All the people fled, but they were not as fast as the stone-armored men. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire Stone Town was destroyed. However, the Yuan-Chi masters who had come from afar also encountered these stone soldiers directly. It was already too late for them to escape, as there were hundreds of Yuan monarchs in the small town. Everyone tried to attack, but they were all crushed by the stone-armored men. The Yun family experts led the Yun family patriarch, Yun Fengqi, to kill their way out of the encirclement and encountered the terrifying stone-armored men. Patriarch, retreat quickly. The Yun family guards rushed out on a few fast horses, but they were chased by the stone-armored men. 2 Yuan monarchs died on the spot and their corpses were not left intact. Go into Stone Plains Forest. Yun Fengqi shouted. Immediately, more than 10 fast horses changed direction and rushed into the forest. If they were on flat ground, they would not be able to escape the stone-armored men's pursuit. After losing nearly 6 people in a row, Yun Fengqi followed the last 7 guards and charged into the Stone Plains Forest. After the 7 of them disappeared into the forest, the stone armor men actually turned around and continued to destroy the stone towns. The huge stone town had been completely destroyed. After destroying Stone Town, the stone-armored men used a long stone spear to skewer all the corpses they could find. All the corpses were dragged back. Only 20 to 30 stone-armored men were dispatched, but they were equivalent to thousands of soldiers and horses. The first ray of dawn had just risen, but Stone Town, which had been beautiful all day, was already destroyed. The news of Stone Town's destruction quickly spread to Qinggo City, which was 150 kilometers away. After Qinggo City received the news, they sent 3 scouts to see if the news was true. However, they received a positive answer. Immediately, the city lord of Qinggo City immediately reported the news to the imperial court. It was an extremely urgent matter. Such an important military matter naturally could not be delayed for even a moment. Find out what it is. Jiang Sui, the city lord of Qinggo City, asked. We've searched the entire town, but we haven't found a single survivor. We haven't even found a complete corpse, only some broken limbs. However, there are many hard rocks that are nearly 10 feet wide at the scene. They should be the recently rumored giant stone-armored men. It's the stone-armored men again. Why hasn't the imperial court sent troops here yet? Just as Xianxia was having a headache. In the distant sky, a large group of red scarlet flame birds appeared. When Xianxia saw the traces of the scarlet flame birds, he was shocked. But then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It's the Vermilion Bird Army. The dynasty's Vermilion Bird Army is here. Xianxia quickly ordered people to clear the drill ground so that the Vermilion Bird Army could land. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Army landed. There were a total of 75 scarlet flame birds. I'm Su Mo, the left commander of the Vermilion Bird Army. I've been ordered to take over the defense of Qinggo City. At this moment, Su Mo had already changed into a set of armor. He was currently wearing an ink green armor with a general token sword at his waist, the green feather token sword. Qinggo City Lord Xianxia greets General Su. Xianxia quickly bowed. It was actually the left commander of the Vermilion Bird Army who had personally come. He was already considered the number 3 person in the Vermilion Bird Army. In addition to the left commander, there was also the right commander, and then there was the commander. Su Mo was young, but he was already the left commander. He was definitely a powerful person. The Scarlet Flame Bird Army under him was the fastest army in the imperial court. No matter where it was in the imperial court, it would arrive within a day. It was clear that the imperial court had already received the news without Xianxia's report. After all, the imperial court attached great importance to the appearance of the stone-armored people. Behind the stone-armored people was the martial Saint Emperor. There were even many secluded families that had already begun to pay attention to the situation here. The martial Saint Emperor's ruins were the final goal that everyone was looking for. Give me all the information you know. Also, evacuate the citizens of the city. Take my general token sword and quickly go to the nearby cities to dispatch troops to defend the city. Su Mo ordered the Vermilion Bird Army behind him to take over the city's defense. He also ordered City Lord Xianxia to personally dispatch troops. This caused Xianxia and the others to panic a bit. Even the Vermilion Bird Army couldn't handle it and still had to mobilize so many people. General, how many people do we need to mobilize? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The nearby cities were 200 to 300 miles away. If they were to mobilize troops, 3 days would be enough. But how many troops should they mobilize? They should at least leave some people to defend the city. Otherwise, there would be people who would take this opportunity to cause trouble. All of them. Su Mo said expressionlessly. In fact, it wasn't just here. At almost the same time, more than 10 cities in the imperial court were being attacked by the stone-armored people. It was just that the situation in Stone Town was the most serious, so Su Mo quickly came after receiving the order. Xianxia didn't dare to disobey. Now that the crown prince was in charge of the imperial court, he probably wanted to quickly resolve this matter to establish his image and merit. In the stone forest, there were many people who managed to escape into the forest, but they weren't completely out of danger. There were still many wandering stone-armored people chasing after them. The people of the Yun family could only hide and hide. These stone-armored people can determine our location based on the vibrations. Everyone, hide in the water. Yun Fengqi said. Everyone quickly dived into the river and hid in the water. They didn't dare to move around as they trembled. Patriarch, should we kill our way out under the cover of the night? The Yun family had lost so many people today. They couldn't wait to destroy these stone-armored people, but unfortunately, they weren't strong enough. Right now, they had to hide in the water and tremble. If they continued to stay in the water like this, it wasn't a solution. They could only survive if they killed their way out. No, these stone-armored people have been completely activated. They will lead the army into battle. And their goal was to take human lives. Luoxia City was also attacked by a few stone-armored people. However, before these stone-armored people could get close to Luoxia City, they were smashed into a pile of stones by the sky-blaze lion's claws. These stone-armored people didn't even have time to reach Luoxia City. Now, the entire Luoxia City had enough defensive forces to prevent all kinds of situations from happening. Even the slightest movement of the grass within a radius of 100 miles could be quickly detected. The situation in Luoxia City would be quickly reported to Li Zhongjiu. After all, this was his hometown. If he couldn't even protect his hometown, then what was the use of his cultivation? Luoxia City is in danger now. Of course, I have to go back and preside over the situation. After Li Tianqing knew that such a situation had occurred in Luoxia City, he was very anxious and immediately asked Xianxia to pack up. Li Tianqing also asked Li Zongjiu to investigate this matter carefully. After all, the appearance of these stone-armored people had destroyed many cities. In just one day, tens of thousands of people had disappeared. Moreover, this number was still increasing. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although Li Zongjiu only wanted to protect the Li family's business, White Deer Mansion naturally wouldn't ignore such a thing. What's more, the survival of a family wasn't just the survival of the family members. Survival was only the foundation. Reputation and reputation had to be passed down one by one. Only such a family could be considered to be alive. When the later generations heard about the Li family, they would naturally be filled with endless worship and respect. I understand. I'll deal with it right away. Immediately, Li Zongjiu nodded and said. You have to be careful too. Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjiu and finally patted Li Zongjiu's shoulder. Then, he boarded the second-generation Qilin battleship and slowly rose into the sky. His Li family's battleship could fly anywhere in Sacred Flame Royal City. Now that Sacred Flame Royal City had a new City Lord mansion, all the configurations were the same as other places. Xiaoxiao of White Deer Mansion was the City Lord. Naturally, no one dared to covet the position of the City Lord. As long as the White Deer Mansion was happy, they could do whatever they wanted. As a result, Xiaoxiao's authority increased, and he naturally had more things to do. However, Xiaoxiao only needed to be responsible for the stability of the city. As for how it would develop, he didn't need to worry at all. Everything else would go on as usual. However, the military power in Xiaoxiao's hands was not for show. He directly recruited 250,000 soldiers, and the city lord's mansion also had to collect a portion of all the taxes and benefits in the city. If he didn't like anyone, he would bring his troops and trample them. Li Zongjiu's influence in the Sacred Flame Royal City was already like the sky. Of course, due to the establishment of Qianquan's sacred city, since it had become the center of power, there were also many people who went there to establish their foundations. It was almost equivalent to giving the entire royal city to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was quite satisfied with the 14th prince's way of doing things. This kid was tactful and didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu could casually change the emperor. Although Xiaoxiao had many things to do every day, he had also formed a think tank. Naturally, there were many things that Xiaoxiao didn't need to do personally. She just needed to carry out the final checks. However, regarding Li Zongjiu's matters, Xiaoxiao had personally gone to report them. Young master. Xiaoxiao came before Li Zongjiu. What are these stone men? Is that their nest? Li Zongjiu asked. Even his father had directly spoken. How could he not take action? After all, he couldn't ignore his father's words after becoming stronger. Replying to young master, the specific location of the nest has not been determined yet. However, if we want to find the source, we can only go to this stone forest. Xiaoxiao said. The matter of Stone Town had already caused an uproar. Since the establishment of the Xingyan dynasty, such a thing had never happened before. The entire town was wiped out in just half a day. Such a cruel and tyrannical thing, no one knew who incited it. Perhaps it wasn't done by a human at all. Alright, then I'll go to this stone forest. Li Zongjiu had been sitting and cultivating for a long time. It was time for him to go out and look for traces of Qi Yanran. Who knows, maybe he would find it. I'll let the experts in the mansion go together. No need, I'm going out for a walk. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. It was troublesome to bring these people along. After all, Li Zongjiu had always been a lone wolf in his previous life. Previously, he had brought along a large group of people to build up his momentum and posture. However, there was no need to do so now. After saying that, Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared from the spot. Xiaoxiao also widened his eyes and looked around. He couldn't find any trace of Li Zongjiu. Now, Xiaoxiao also had the cultivation of the Yuan King realm. After some guidance from Li Zongjiu, he had become a true Yuan king. His Yuan energy was vigorous, but he couldn't find any trace of Li Zongjiu's disappearance. Young master's cultivation has reached an unfathomable level. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in her heart. At the same time, he wasn't worried about the young master's safety. There weren't many people in the world who could hurt the young master. At least, no one had found such a person. Anyone who heard the name Li Zongjiu had to be respectful. Although Xiaoxiao didn't go with him, he was still trying his best to gather information. He wanted to know more about the stone-armored men, but there were many things that couldn't be found out just by investigating. Qinggo City had already mobilized a total of 50,000 soldiers and horses. They had also sent people to dig a huge pit in the open space in front of the city wall. According to the information that they had gathered, the tallest of the stone-armored men was a colossus that was close to 30 meters tall. The city wall was only 30 meters tall. The stone-armored men only needed to charge a few times or even kick the city gate open. Therefore, such a defense wasn't worth mentioning. Only traps could restrain the stone-armored men, but what kind of trap would be effective, Su Mo didn't know either. He would only know after testing it out. General, we've discovered a lone stone-armored man wandering 800 meters away from Qinggo City. It's close to 15 meters tall. Team 1, follow me out of the city. Su Mo did not say anything else. With a command, he led a group of 15 people and soared into the sky. They quickly headed in the direction he had just mentioned. Su Mo led the 15 winged cavalry soldiers and charged into Qinggo City. Soon, they saw a valley where they were using the stone spear in their hands to carve a hole in the mountain wall. When the last spear was fired, a scream rang out. Screams could be heard coming from the cave. 2 children had been caught in the cave, and they had been discovered by the armored man. That was why they had started digging the cave. Throw the spear, Su Mo ordered. Then, he lifted the long spear in his hand to his side. After infusing Yuan power into it, he swiftly threw it forward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 16 fiery red spears whizzed out. Bang! Some of the spears pierced through the stone-armored person's shoulder. However, the stone-armored person was wearing an armor made of stone, so he was able to easily knock the spears away. The 2 children in the cave screamed in fright. The stone-armored person was attacked, and one of the spears pierced through his eyes. The stone-armored person immediately turned his head. The stone spear in his hand whistled and swept towards the scarlet flame bird. Boom! The terrifying power formed a powerful force that forced the scarlet flame birds to retreat. Release the dragon trapping claw. Claws made of steel appeared in everyone's hands, and they all threw them at the stone-armored person. The hooks in their hands also directly trapped the stone-armored person. After a circle, they bound the stone-armored person's hands and feet and pulled him back. The stone-armored person that was 5 feet tall was restrained. Then, Su Mo led the scarlet flame bird downwards. With a leap, he rolled into the cave and arrived in front of the 2 children, grabbing them with one hand. He threw them onto the back of the scarlet flame bird with all his might. Just as Su Mo was about to jump onto the back of the scarlet flame bird, he saw that the vermilion bird army that had released the dragon trapping claw was directly suppressed by the stone-armored person. It was like a tug of war, and the stone-armored person directly flipped them over. Their bodies instantly collided with each other, and they were fiercely thrown to the ground. Their bodies rolled far away on the ground. Luckily, they were all wearing the armor of the vermilion bird army, so they weren't seriously injured. General! The vermilion bird soldiers on the ground all cried out in alarm. Su Mo's scarlet flame bird had already risen into the air, carrying the 2 children. The stone-armored soldier, however, jumped and actually grabbed the scarlet flame bird. Immediately, Su Mo leaped without hesitation. His body exploded, and at the same time, a huge flamed flower appeared behind him. There seemed to be branches and leaves on the flamed flower that wrapped around the stone-armored man and restrained him. Boom! Su Mo released all of his elemental energy. It wrapped around the armored man. The stone-armored man seemed to be unable to withstand the high temperature. After losing his momentum, he fell from the sky. At the same time, he struggled to break free from Su Mo's Yuan spirit. Everlasting flame glass. Su Mo performed a hand seal, and the fiery glass flower on his body turned into a flowing flame vortex, which directly fell on the body of the armored man. Immediately, the armored man's body began to melt. In the end, with a bang, his body shattered, turning into several huge rocks that fell to the ground. The scarlet flame bird landed with the two children. The rest of the vermilion bird army also quickly gathered. Seeing how powerful Suemo was, all of the vermilion bird army were shocked. This was because Suemo was temporarily transferred here. Although he obeyed orders, they never thought that Suemo would be so powerful. Just this point alone was enough to make them admire him. "You're from Stone Town?" Suemo looked at the two saved children in front of him. One of them was a little older, about 11 or 12 years old, while the other looked to be only 8 or 9 years old. "Thank you, General, for saving our lives." We're from Stone Town," the little girl obediently knelt down. Even now, her legs were still weak. There was no need to talk about the story behind it. Something like this had already happened in Stone Town. There were all sorts of reasons behind it, and they all had their own reasons. "Bring them to Chingo City," Suemo said. Suemo said. If they didn't arrive in time, the two children would have been taken away by the armored man. Even if they were alive, they would be orphans. However, as long as they were alive, there would always be hope. "Yes, General." "General, your hand is injured?" one of the subordinates immediately said when he saw blood dripping from Sumo's arm guard. "It's fine." Suemo glanced at it. It was just an accidental cut, so it wasn't a big deal. "We can't stay here for long. Take these stones back to the city and find someone to study their weakness." "Yes, General." However, at this moment, the ground suddenly began to violently tremble. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. After a moment of silence, Suemo and the others looked around and saw something quickly falling from the sky. "Not good, quickly retreat," Suemo hurriedly shouted. Immediately, the scarlet flame bird also flew into the sky. 3 enormous figures descended from the sky. Boom! 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 Suemo was directly sent flying by the shockwave created by the 3 armored men. Pung! His body flew dozens of meters away. After that, a giant spear continuously stabbed over. Just the tip of the spear was as big as Sumo's head. If this spear hit, it would be enough to turn his head into tofu. Suemo hurriedly flipped over and threw out several black metal balls. After a few seconds, the metal balls touched the armored man's body, causing a loud explosion. Countless iron beads swept out. There were also many holes in the bodies of these stone-armored men. "General!" The vermilion bird army that had already escaped floated in the air. Of the 15 vermilion bird army members, 12 of them had already escaped. The remaining 3 gathered with Suemo and formed a defensive formation. The weapons in their hands were all vermilion bird brand bows and shields made by the Heavens Workshop. "All of you, quickly return!" Suemo shouted. The 3 armored men that appeared in front of them were 8 feet tall. Boom! After the armored men recovered, they began to attack again. They directly raised their feet and stomped down. As soon as their feet landed, the formation formed by Suemo and the other 3 was instantly destroyed. The other 3 were sent flying. Only Sumo's condition was slightly better. However, in reality, Suemo had also been hit by the energy of the other party. The blood in his body was constantly churning. Damn it, 8 feet tall armored men. Their strength is comparable to a rank 8 Yuan king. The one that was 6 feet tall was equivalent to a rank 6 Yuan king. With Sumo's strength, he could barely deal with it. However, the ones in front of him were even more terrifying. They were difficult to block. One of the armored men pierced the spear in his hand towards a vermilion bird army member. The vermilion bird army member was sent flying against a rock wall and was unable to move. Now that he saw the other party's attack, he had no strength to dodge. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from far away. It seemed to have flown in front of him in the blink of an eye. Pung! The armored man was sent flying a few hundred meters and crashed into a small hill. At the same time, there seemed to be a small throwing knife stuck in his head. The tail of the throwing knife trembled slightly. Then, the stone-armored man seemed to be hit by a great force and shattered into pieces. The other two stone-armored men rushed towards Sumo and the others. Sumo's heart tightened, but at this moment, a hand pressed on his shoulder. "Retreat." A voice sounded in Sumo's ears. Sumo was startled, and when he turned around, he saw Li Zhongzhou looking at the stone-armored man indifferently. When the stone-armored man's spear stabbed towards him, Li Zhongzhou didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out a finger and pointed forward. When Li Zhongzhou's finger collided with the opponent's giant stone spear, he originally thought that Li Zhongzhou's finger would be directly crippled. However, he did not expect that the stone spear would be like tofu, easily shattered by a finger. After the spearhead was broken, Li Zhongzhou directly reached out and grabbed the spear's shaft, then pulled the stone-armored man's body towards him. The stone-armored man stumbled towards Li Zhongzhou, but he didn't stay idle at this moment. The stone-armored man also slapped towards Li Zhongzhou. Sumo, who was standing behind Li Zhongzhou, felt that the sky above his head had been completely covered. The imposing manner of this palm strike and the powerful pressure had already restricted the two of them to the spot. They couldn't escape at all. When the three people outside saw Sumo being covered by the stone-armored man's palm, they suddenly exclaimed, "General!" However, in the next second, Li Zhongzhou also punched the stone-armored man's body, and the stone-armored man didn't even have time to dodge. Under this terrifying power, the stone-armored man was like a sand eagle in the desert, blown away by the wind. Under Li Zhongzhou's power, the stone-armored man directly turned into sand, and was directly blown away by Li Zhongzhou's fist. In the end, a crisp sound was heard. It seemed like a bronze item had fallen to the ground. It seemed like this was what they had said before, that the stone-armored man would drop these items. The third armored man did not seem to be afraid at all. Although he knew how powerful Li Zhongzhou was, he still charged forward without hesitation. Li Zhongzhou punched out again. At the same time, the stone-armored man turned into a pile of dust that flew into the air. However, this one didn't drop anything. It seemed like not all of these stone armors had dropped items. The vermilion bird army in the sky hadn't gone far. When they saw the three ferocious and terrifying stone-armored people turn into dust, they were all shocked. There was actually such an expert. Immediately, they landed in front of their general. They didn't know the other party's identity, and their general was alone at the moment. If he wasn't careful, he would be in danger. "Why are you here?" Sumo looked at Li Zhongzhou in shock. He actually appeared at such a crucial moment, and it was this guy who saved her life. It was really hard to explain. "My father told me to come." Li Zhongzhou naturally waved his hand and said. What exactly was going on? When the rest of the vermilion bird army saw that Sumo actually knew Li Zhongzhou, they were all surprised. As expected of a general, even the people he knew were so powerful. "This is Li Zhongzhou, the imperial tutor. He is also the crown prince's teacher." When Sumo saw that the eyes of the surrounding young ladies were sparkling, he opened his mouth to introduce them. Sure enough, each and every one of them had their eyes wide open. Although they appeared incomparably calm on the surface, their hearts were already unceasingly salivating. Looking at the young man in front of them, at first glance, he wasn't very handsome. In fact, he could only be described as ordinary. However, the aura he had was indescribable. It was as if this aura couldn't be learned, nor could it be faked. It was something that could be cultivated. He had an unfathomable and calm demeanor. Imperial tutor, Crown Prince Fu, he was actually so young. Although they had heard of Li Zhongzhou's name before, when they saw him in person, they were still very excited and surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young man who had appeared like a god and killed 3 stone-armored men with a casual wave of his hand was the legendary Li Zhongzhou. "We pay our respects to the imperial tutor." The vermilion bird army bowed. Why didn't they know that their general was acquainted with the imperial tutor? It was no wonder that their general was able to become the left commander at such a young age. Since he was acquainted with the imperial tutor, it would be very easy for him to be promoted. Moreover, their general was already very strong. There was no need for any hidden rules. "Everyone, rise. There's no need to be so formal." Li Zhongzhou waved his hand. After all, on the surface, everyone's age was about the same. Moreover, these young people in the army were very hardworking. These young people weren't any worse than the others, so there was no need for so many rules. This bronze item seems a bit strange. Li Zhongjiu picked up the bronze item. It was a wine cup. This is an ancient bronze item. It was said that it was buried with the Saint Martial Great Emperor. Suemo said. Since Li Zhongjiu was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. One must know that Li Zhongjiu's previous deeds were enough to scare a lot of people to death. They couldn't believe it when they heard it. Therefore, there was no need to worry about their safety. With Li Zhongjiu's help, this trip wouldn't be so difficult. There's a dark array buried in here. Once this dark array is activated, it will create a killing array. Everyone within a 10-meter radius will be smashed into pieces. Li Zhongjiu said. Suemo and the others heard this. The few girls subconsciously took 2 steps back. They didn't expect this thing to be so dangerous. Li Zhongjiu wiped the edge of the cup with his finger. Okay, I've broken this dark array. After saying that, he put away the cup in his hand. Suemo and the others were also speechless as they looked at Li Zhongjiu. Who knew if what he said was true or not? They didn't see anything powerful being released. Maybe he was just bragging. Let's go back to the city first. Li Zhongjiu said. They had come a long way, so they should at least have a meal. Suemo also gave the order to return. Immediately, the 16 red flame birds flew back to Qinggo City. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, soared into the air. When everyone returned to Qinggo City, they realized that there was an extremely serious situation in Qinggo City. 60 vermilion bird soldiers were fighting with a man. However, this man acted as if he was playing with the 60 vermilion bird soldiers in the palm of his hand. Haha, is the vermilion bird army of the imperial court only at this level? The man mocked. The soldiers of the vermilion bird army were naturally unconvinced. However, no matter what formation they used, they were unable to even scratch the man's skin. He seemed to be at ease. Stop. Sumo's figure landed outside the formation as he angrily roared. When the soldiers of the vermilion bird army heard this, they quickly retreated behind Suemo General. General, be careful. This person's origin is unknown. He has trespassed into the camp. The soldiers of the vermilion bird army were already exhausted. This person had already been fighting with them for a long time. If it weren't for the pride in their hearts that allowed them to persevere, they might have already been lying on the ground. You're a general? Since you're already a general at such a young age, you must be quite capable. How about this, you can bring your men along with you. I want to see how you became a general. The man seemed to be full of vigor as he gestured for Suemo and the others to come forward and spar. His words were filled with disdain. Impudent, how dare you disrespect the general? Who do you think you are? There is no need for my general to fight. A young woman beside Suemo angrily rebuked. She even aimed the vermilion bird divine crossbow at the man. This woman was the soldier of the vermilion bird army that was almost trampled to death by the stone-armored soldier. If it weren't for Li Zhongjiu's soul-severing knife arriving in time, she would have died under the stone-armored soldier's foot. Haha, insolent. Slap her. The man immediately bellowed and appeared in front of the woman in the next moment. He raised his hand and swung it at her face. She didn't expect the man's speed. By the time she could see him clearly, the slap had already landed. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. A figure flew out and rolled twice on the ground. The woman beside Suemo stood there in a daze. She looked at Li Zhongjiu and then at the person who flew out. It was the man who was about to slap the woman's face. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. I think I hit him too hard just now. The man who had just casually taken on the attacks of 60 vermilion bird soldiers was now sent flying by Li Zhongjiu's slap. All of the vermilion bird soldiers also looked toward Li Zhongjiu. They didn't know who this youth was, but in such a serious situation, they couldn't whisper to each other and disturb military discipline. However, looking at the person who was sent flying just now, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. This person was incomparably arrogant. Now that he had been slapped in the face, he felt a sense of relief. Young lord. Brat, you actually dared to injure my high family's young master, just wait for your death. The fish dragon guards of the Hai family will definitely take your life. A gray-robed old man quickly ran out from the side and helped the man who had been sent flying with a slap to stand up. Li Zhongzhou's slap caused the man to foam at the mouth. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched non-stop. Moreover, half of his face was already paralyzed. This man's strength was only at the Origin Emperor realm. With just this bit of ability, he dared to jump out and jump around. It was no wonder that Li Zhongzhou could slap him into this state with a single slap. Hi family? You're from the Northern Sea Island? Suemo was also startled when he heard the old man's words. There weren't many people with this surname, and they had such an arrogant attitude. They could only be from the Northern Sea Island. Speaking of the Northern Sea Island, it was considered an island under the Xianxia dynasty. It was considered a small subsidiary country. Because of its special environment, it was difficult for the Xianxia dynasty to conquer it. However, the Northern Sea Island was also very close to the Xianxia dynasty. They could only rely on the Xianxia dynasty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good time under these people. The Xianxia dynasty was quite tolerant of these people. They were allowed to develop freely as long as they paid tribute regularly. Moreover, the master of the Northern Sea Island also had the title of Northern Sea King of the Xianxia dynasty. He was also considered a noble. Since the man in front of him was called Young Master, then he must be the son of the Northern Sea King. That's right. My young master is the son of the Northern Sea King. You dare to be so presumptuous and seriously injure my young master. Just wait for your death. The old servant pointed at Li Zhongzhou and the others and said with a trembling voice. Originally, the young master was just being playful and wanted to see the so-called strength of the Vermilion Bird Army. Originally, he heard that there were some stone-armored mutants here. Who knew that he would encounter the Vermilion Bird Army? Thus, he decided to test his skills. In the end, he was actually beaten to such a state by Li Zhongzhou. It was as if he had encountered an unexpected disaster. He couldn't bear the humiliation. Suemo immediately realized how difficult it was to deal with this person. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was actually a prince? The Northern Ocean Island had always been an important place for the dynasty to maintain its relationship with because it and the Northern Flame Island had extremely rich resources. If they destroyed the relationship between the two sides, who knew what the people of the Northern Sea Island would do? Li Zhongzhou naturally knew about the Northern Sea Island, but he didn't put it in his eyes. According to the current trend, the Northern Sea Island would be directly conquered by the Xianxia dynasty soon. He had thoroughly beaten you until you lost your temper. That was how bold and arrogant he was. Not to mention a prince, even if you were the Northern Sea King, you would still have to kneel before Li Zhongzhou. Let's do it according to the rules. If there's anything, I'll take care of it. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. Although Li Zhongzhou was a bit of a bully, Li Zhongzhou liked to bully others. If he wanted to play ruthless, then Li Zhongzhou was even more ruthless than you. Everyone was the same. Suemo was a bit hesitant, but this person was indeed too arrogant. He actually dared to be disrespectful to the Vermilion Bird Army, so he naturally had to show enough dignity. How could he let these foreigners be so arrogant? Take them away and lock them up. Since he had Li Zhongzhou's approval, Suemo didn't have anything to worry about. You dare! The old servant immediately roared and angrily scolded the people in front of him. You're offending your superiors. How dare you? Stop it. Stop it. Our young master is injured. If you continue like this, your family will be exterminated. Exterminated. The Vermilion Bird Army directly tied the two of them up and locked them up in the dungeon. In order to prevent the young master from charging out of the dungeon with his cultivation after he recovered, the Xingyuan nail was inserted into the Northern Sea Prince's body. The old servant was very worried as he looked at him. Furthermore, they were shouting non-stop in the dungeon. The Vermilion Bird Army also knew that this mysterious young man was actually the current imperial tutor. Li Zhongzhou could be considered to have helped the Vermilion Bird Army vent their anger. As for the consequences, they didn't need to worry about it. On the contrary, Suemo felt a bit embarrassed. There were at least 30,000 soldiers in the city, yet they were toyed around by a single person. This was too embarrassing. As a result, the Vermilion Bird Army continued to train as punishment. They doubled their training. On the other hand, Li Zongjie was listening to Su Mo and a few other officers report the situation here, including the things that happened up ahead. The entire stone town was destroyed. Such a thing was simply a huge disaster. Conservative estimates put the number of deaths in Stone Town at 20,000. Su Mo said. In addition to the local residents, there were also many stone hunters from other places who lost their lives. There are still some survivors wandering around the Stone Plains forest. The higher-ups have already given orders. Not only do they have to defend the city, they also have to carry out rescue missions. Su Mo said. A bunch of idiots. They weren't strong enough, yet they still wanted to join in the fun. Now that they've all lost their lives here, what's the point of saving them? Li Zongjie didn't care about saving people. He was the great evil lord. How could he do something that would damage his reputation? If he went around saving people all day, he wouldn't be evil at all. Li Zongjie naturally wouldn't do anything, but Su Mo had no choice but to do so. This was because these people had also sent a distress signal to the imperial court. Since they were citizens of the Xianxia dynasty, they couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, how could the dynasty still have the credibility to convince these people? We still lack an expert on the stone-armored people. According to the report, the Yun family is also in the Stone Plains forest. With the Yun family's knowledge, they should know something about the stone-armored people. Tonight, I will organize a rescue mission to save the Yun family first. You stay in the city and help me defend it, Su Mo said. Su Mo said. Since Li Zongjie came, there was no need to be polite. He directly arranged such a task for Li Zongjie. Only Su Mo would dare to order Li Zongjie like this. In fact, the two of them were also very good friends. Back then, when they met on the incandescent mountain, they were destined to become good friends. In his previous life, Li Zongjie was a loner. The people he knew were either his enemies or people who were about to become his enemies. It was only after he gained strength and established his position as the evil lord that he became stronger. Everyone began to fear him, and they felt sincere reverence for him. Only then did the number of enemies gradually decrease and disappear. With the few of you, it's already good enough that you can defend the city. Li Zongjie was also helpless. Who asked him to be involved in such a thing? He had to do something. Otherwise, if Li Tianqing knew about it, he might be scolded. Call me when you're leaving. I'm going to the city to eat a bowl of noodles. Li Zongjie said. Understand the stone-armored people? Why would he need to understand them? They could be destroyed with a single punch. There was no need to waste so much time and energy to study them. However, this was not the only place where the stone-armored people appeared. For Su Mo and the others, there was nothing wrong with doing this. Li Zongjie had not yet walked out of the gate of the city lord's mansion. Dozens of figures quickly descended from the sky and surrounded the city lord's mansion. Which blind thing dares to imprison my son? A shocking aura descended from the sky. It was as if a huge mountain had landed in the city. The aura was magnificent. Be on guard. Dozens of figures immediately attacked from the Vermilion Bird Army. There were 20 of them. The female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army also aimed their Vermilion Bird Divine crossbows at the enemy. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. Li Zongjie stood in the courtyard. In front of him were 20 people wearing cyan armor. Behind him were the members of the Vermilion Bird Army. 5 people rushed in front of Li Zongjie and protected Li Zongjie. Regardless of Li Zongjie's strength, as long as there was danger at the scene, considering Li Zongjie's identity, they naturally had to protect him. It was the same no matter when. 3 figures descended from the sky. One of them had a face full of beard and wore a blue crown on his head. He looked like an opera singer. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Su Mo put away the map and walked out of the house. Her eyes were cold. In fact, she didn't need to ask. She knew who was causing trouble. However, with Li Zongjie here, even if the Northern Ocean King personally came, he wouldn't be able to change anything. If the Northern Ocean King could speak properly, admit his mistake, and accept his punishment, Su Mo wouldn't make things difficult for these people. There was no need for that. However, from the looks of it, these people seem to be treating them as their subordinates. Tell your leader to come out. My lord doesn't talk to soldiers. A person walked out from beside the person wearing the blue crown. This person was wearing a white robe and was holding an ice blue stick. As he spoke, a chilling aura was emitted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature seemed to have rapidly dropped at this moment. I'm the left commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, Sumo. If you don't put down your weapons, you'll all be treated as traitors. Sumo said coldly. All soldiers, listen to my order. After 10 breaths, fire at will. Understood. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant after this. These people from the Northern Ocean Island only dared to be arrogant in front of a small army like theirs. Moreover, they only dared to show off their royal aura in a place like this. In reality, if it weren't for the resources there, they would have already destroyed the Northern Ocean Island. They wouldn't have allowed these people to run around and show off their strength. Little girl, do you know who you're talking to? If you hurt our prince, you'll have to wait for your 9 generations to be executed. The person holding the stick wanted to scare Sumo and the others. The dignity of the Vermilion Bird Army couldn't be challenged. Sumo clearly wasn't just joking. Time's up. Fire. Sumo ordered. The Vermilion Bird Army immediately released the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbows in their hands. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbows immediately shot out. You're courting death. How dare you attack the Northern Ocean King? The person wielding the long rod waved the blue rod in his hand, forming a defensive barrier that blocked all the arrows. After blocking the arrows, he swung the stick in his hand forward and origin energy swept out like a wave. Moreover, this kind of Yuan power wave was rather turbulent when it attacked. Sumo also used the might of the fire glass flower to condense it. All of the Vermilion Bird Army's origin energy entered Sumo's body. The fire glass flower quickly expanded and spread out. As it spun, it easily blocked the incoming waves of elemental energy. Sumo's origin energy wasn't as strong as his opponent's. However, with the support of the Vermilion Bird Army, he was able to fight evenly with his opponent. His opponent was also an origin emperor. These people from the Northern Ocean Island had some capital, which was why they were so arrogant. When the other person beside the Northern Ocean King saw that his subordinate seemed to be at a disadvantage, he immediately took a step to the side and arrived behind his subordinate. He also placed a palm on his subordinate's body. Boom, a domineering power swept out. The two of them had already given Sumo and the rest of the Vermilion Bird Army a lot of pressure. Sumo couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia naturally made a move. A strand of origin energy entered the body of a Vermilion Bird Army soldier beside him. The woman immediately felt the surging power in her body. She subconsciously raised the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow in her hand and shot forward. Whoosh, the arrow was earth-shattering. The arrow was aimed at the Northern Ocean King. Capture the leader first to capture the bandits. The woman was smart. With the powerful energy in her body, the power of the arrow was unprecedentedly strong. Whether it was speed or power, it was hard to imagine that she was the one who shot the arrow. Impudent. The faces of the two bodyguards changed drastically when they sensed the arrow. With their cultivation, they could naturally sense that the arrow was extraordinarily powerful. Be careful, my lord. One of them quickly retreated and blocked in front of the Northern Ocean King. However, the arrow easily pierced through the bodyguard's body. His armor couldn't block the sharpness of the arrow at all. The arrow pierced through his body and hit the Northern Ocean King, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The bodyguard holding the staff was also shocked. How did this woman do it? In the next moment, he saw the Vermilion Bird Army soldier raise the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow again. This time, it was aimed at him. Wait. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The bodyguard panicked, but it was useless. The woman didn't hesitate to pull the trigger of the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow. Whoosh, as the arrow whistled through the air, the Northern Sea Island expert immediately knew that the power of the arrow was not as simple as it seemed. Even though he was seriously injured from the backlash, he still forcibly broke the stalemate between him and Sumo and the others. In the next second, he leapt up and used the ice blue staff in his hand to block in front of him. Ding, the stick in his hand suddenly rotated. It was obvious that it had been hit by the arrow. However, the arrow still accurately pierced through his thigh. Immediately, a huge wound was torn open on the thigh. Ah! My leg is crippled, my leg. This was not only the damage caused by the piercing, but it also stirred up the elemental energy in his body into a pool of muddy water. With 2 arrows, the torturous situation in front of him was resolved. The chosen Vermilion Bird soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't expect the Vermilion Bird divine crossbow to be so powerful in their hands. Now that he had experienced such a powerful force, he wanted to work even harder in his cultivation. Many thanks. Many thanks to Imperial Tutor for helping. The little girl still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her heart was still trembling as she experienced the powerful force just now. Especially when Li Zhongzhou's energy entered her body, the feeling of power was unforgettable. Take them all. Suemo shouted. He had used up too much elemental energy and mental strength in the battle just now. However, after the 3 of them were defeated, the rest of them couldn't do anything. Furthermore, they saw that their prince was seriously injured by the arrows and couldn't resist. The 2 elders were no match for them, and they had already been injured by the arrows. They couldn't resist at all. Thus, they all threw down the weapons in their hands and raised their hands in surrender. Then, they were all detained. At this moment, in the dungeon, the old servant heard the sound of someone opening the door outside the dungeon and shouted, "All of you commoners, listen up. Quickly bring my young master to receive treatment. Otherwise, when my master arrives, all of your heads will be chopped off." The old servant shouted. However, he saw a series of people being arrested and locked in the dungeon. Almost everyone was shackled to prevent them from causing trouble. Why do these people look so familiar? The old servant was shocked. The old servant was shocked. The clothes of these people looked very familiar. Because the light in the cell was not good, when he took a closer look, he was immediately stunned. Isn't this the armor of the Northern Ocean Island? Isn't that the master? The Northern Ocean King was dragged into the dungeon. The Northern Ocean King was really a weakling. His primary energy cultivation was only at the Yuan Monarch realm. Could he be a substitute? His son was at the Yuan Monarch realm, but his father was only at the Yuan Monarch realm. However, no matter what realm or cultivation one was at, one would be imprisoned here. No matter how hard one tried, it was impossible to get out. After being captured, it didn't matter who one was. Master. Prince. Prince. What happened to Prince? Who did this? This is a declaration of war against the Northern Ocean Island. How dare you, the Vermilion Bird Army? Elders, why have you been captured as well? The old servant saw the 2 elders with a bloody hole in their chest and a bloody hole in their thighs. He knew why they had been captured when he saw how badly they had been defeated. Even these 2 great masters had been defeated and injured to such an extent. It was very normal for the prince to be captured. He didn't expect these people to be so daring as to injure the prince. The aggressive group of people from the Northern Ocean Island were all imprisoned in this dungeon. None of them were let off. The old servant, who had been shouting loudly, now became obedient. He finally understood. These people were really powerful. Didn't they say that Prince's status was very noble? However, these people don't seem to take it seriously at all. The old servant was also feeling melancholy. This matter was really difficult to explain clearly. Weren't they afraid of being punished by the imperial court? In fact, these people couldn't be blamed. They could only blame themselves for being too unlucky to have met Li Zhongzhou here. Knowing that Li Zhongzhou was here, they should have tucked their tails between their legs and behaved themselves. Now, they had to show off in front of Li Zhongzhou. Wouldn't they be taught a lesson? Li Zhongzhou's temper was much better now. After all, he hadn't experienced as much suffering as he had in his previous life. Therefore, in this life, Li Zhongzhou was much more tolerant. If it had been in the past, these people's heads would have all fallen to the ground. Quickly go to Xianxia Sacred City and report. Let someone come and take care of the people from the Northern Ocean Island. It was not a good idea to keep these people here. It was better to let someone deal with them. Of course, it was not a problem to lock them up, but it was limited to this. It was definitely impossible to kill them. They had to make sure that they didn't die so easily. In any case, he was still a prince. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted here. Otherwise, the other vassals would have opinions. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu here, it would be difficult to deal with these people. Night fell. Li Zongjiu, Su Mo, and the others went to the rescue mission together. Because Li Zongjiu was with them, Su Mo only brought 6 of his men with him. The more people there were, the easier it was for trouble to occur. In the Vermilion Bird Army, 6 people were enough to form a complete squad. One of them was the female Vermilion Bird soldier that Li Zongjiu had saved time and time again. Her name was Sunyi. Having been favored by Li Zongjiu many times, Sunyi's admiration for a powerhouse like Li Zongjiu went without saying. Even if she was asked to marry Li Zongjiu, she wouldn't hesitate for even half a second. However, Li Zongjiu obviously didn't have such intentions. In the stony forest, even staying in the river wasn't very safe. There were frequent attacks from meta beasts in the river, so they had to be on guard at all times. Father, we can't go on like this. Will the imperial court really send people to rescue us? Beside Xianxia, a girl was already exhausted. However, her words were full of resentment toward the imperial court. It had been a day and a night, but there was still no sign of them. This girl was Xianxia's daughter, Yun Zhongyue. Shu, don't move. I just counted. There are at least 3 stone-armored men around us. The imperial court will definitely not ignore the signal I send out for help. Yun Fengqi said. The people around him also lowered their voices and tried to minimize their movements. If they hid in the water, the stone-armored men wouldn't be able to detect them. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't weak. However, soaking in the water for a long time made them feel extremely uncomfortable. This made Yun Zhongyue a little anxious. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The people of the Yun family hid in the water and didn't dare to move. Suddenly, the river seemed to surge violently. There was a loud sound in front of them. Hearing this sound, the entire riverbed trembled violently. What's wrong? The water upstream has been blocked. The river is drying up. 4 stone-armored men came out of the forest on all sides. Several giant stone axes chopped toward Yun Fengqi and the others. At this moment, he had already exposed himself as a target. Logically speaking, these stone-armored men must be very stupid. They could sense the vibrations from the earth and rocks and determine the direction. Originally, staying in the water could prevent his body from being exposed. But who would have thought that these stone-armored men would actually stop the flow of water? They must have created a huge crack in front of them. Boom, the stone axe fell. The members of the Yun family immediately fled in all directions. Yun Zhongyue cried out in surprise. Because she didn't dodge in time, her arm was immediately cut by a flying rock. Blood immediately soaked her clothes. However, Yun Zhongyue was flung to the side. Yun Fengqi shouted. A stone-armored man had already arrived in front of Yun Zhongyue. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Seeing this, Yun Fengqi was stunned. He could only watch as his daughter was trampled to death by this cruel and merciless stone-armored man. Patriarch, be careful. Yun Fengqi was pushed aside by the person behind him, and this elder of the Yun family was directly chopped into 2 halves by the axe. It wasn't even enough to chop him. He was directly smashed to pieces. Whoosh! 3rd elder! Yun Fengqi shouted. Suddenly, a rope wrapped around Yun Fengqi's body and swept him up. Just as he was about to leave, the stone-armored man's giant axe fell to the ground again. Another loud sound rang out. A terrifying shockwave woke Yun Fengqi up. While he was looking, he had already landed on a treetop. Not far away, his daughter was also placed on a tree. Flaming arrows continuously shot out from the forest. Whoosh, 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 the dense array of arrows immediately ignited the entire forest. It's the Vermilion Bird Army. Yun Fengqi's face was instantly filled with a smile. However, because things happened too suddenly and the stone-armored men came too quickly, they only had time to save 3 members of the Yun family. the rest died at the hands of the stone-armored men. The powerful fire also temporarily stopped the stone-armored men's footsteps. This was because the Vermilion Bird Army was proficient in using fire. Furthermore, the fuel that was brought out each time was specially made. It could explode with great power within a short period of time. The power of the flames was enough to affect a Yuan King elite. Hence, it was very easy to stop the stone-armored man from moving forward. There is no one else. A Vermilion Bird Army soldier reported. Retreat. Although the fire was huge, it was difficult to stop the stone-armored men for too long. If this continued, not only would there be stone-armored men, but more would come. Therefore, the Scarlet Flame Bird also descended from the sky and directly captured the Vermilion Bird Army soldiers. As they rose into the sky, groups of stone-armored men gathered behind them and charged towards them. Although they rose into the sky, these stone-armored men were still throwing the weapons in their hands. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird Army and the Scarlet Flame Bird Army had a tacit understanding. Otherwise, if these terrifying weapons hit them, they would have been crippled. Yun Fengqi and the rest heaved a sigh of relief as they watched the stone-armored men gradually disappear beneath their feet. It was a pity that so many elites of the Yun family had been killed by the stone-armored men. This was equivalent to destroying the Yun family's many years of foundation. As a result, the Yun family would no longer have the right to be arrogant. However, although Yun Fengqi felt melancholy, as long as he had this thing in his hands, the Yun family would definitely be able to stand tall on this continent again. It was just a temporary depression. Li Zongjiu's trip was not in vain. At least he knew that the Vermilion Bird Army's actions were very efficient and orderly. As expected of the Vermilion Bird Army, their actions made Li Zongjiu repeatedly praise them. Of course, it was also because Su Mo's command was good. It was just that he had arrived a little late and only managed to save 3 people. Strange, why are these stone-armored men still chasing after us? Some of the Vermilion Bird Army soldiers turned their heads and looked down. As the Scarlet Flame Bird Army was flying higher, they could only vaguely see a few figures running rapidly below them. They're still chasing after us? Yun Fengqi was also shocked. He turned around and looked down. He couldn't help but feel nervous. These stone-armored men's tracking ability on land was unquestionable. However, now that they were flying in the sky, they would only be able to catch them if they were very close. Now that the stone-armored men were still chasing after them, it was clear that there was something else that had attracted them. In an instant, Yun Fengqi thought of the 12 scriptures of supreme mystery in his hands. It must have the stone-armored men's aura on it. Therefore, as long as the 12 scriptures of supreme mystery were in his hands, the stone-armored men would definitely chase after them. You can't go back to the city. Take them to the Green Rock Stream. Su Mo ordered. At the same time, he was thinking about how to deal with these stone-armored men. Before they came to the Green Rock Stream, Su Mo and the others had already set up a trap. Since they wanted to kill these stone-armored men, they naturally had to make ample preparations. In terms of terrain, the Green Rock Stream was relatively low. The cliffs on both sides were around 300 feet high. Moreover, there was a natural fuel mineral in the Green Rock Stream. If it was ignited, it would create a monstrous fire that would be enough to bury these stone-armored men. Before this, they had already set up a trap. If they encountered an attack from these stone-armored men, they would be sent here. The 6 Scarlet Flame Birds quickly turned around. Li Zongjiu looked at Yun Fengqi, who had a strange expression on his face. He opened his mouth and said, "Old thing, these stone-armored men are here for you. Could it be that you have something on you that they are interested in?" Li Zongjiu said. "Earlier, we have indeed killed several stone-armored men. However, the things we obtained were all useless antiques. To us, they are of no use at all." Yun Fengqi was still trying to play dumb. Li Zongjiu jumped and landed on the back of Yun Fengqi's Scarlet Flame Bird. The Scarlet Flame Bird couldn't bear the weight of 2 people, but after Li Zongjiu jumped on, it didn't have any reaction. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's weight was very light. He didn't even land on the Scarlet Flame Bird's back. This made the Scarlet Flame Bird's army very surprised. "What are you trying to do?" When Li Zongjiu jumped over, Yun Fengqi immediately tensed up. This guy looked like a gentleman, but he actually wanted to make a move on him. I have 100 ways to make you speak, but today I will use this one. Li Zongjiu directly grabbed Yin Fengqi and hung him in the air. If you don't hand it over, I'll throw you down. Don't. What are you doing? I'm the head of the Yun family. If you do this, the imperial court won't let you off. Yun Fengqi shouted as he kicked his legs. Let go of our patriarch. Bastard, let go of my father. The elders of the Yun family, as well as his daughter, could not bear to watch any longer. This Li Zongjiu had gone too far. He actually used such a despicable method to force her father to hand over the item. Wasn't this the behavior of a bandit? I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. However, before Yin Fengqi could react, he heard Li Zongjiu count to 3. You are too fast, big brother, who would count like that? Can't you be a bit slower? As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he let go of Yin Fengqi's hand. Yin Fengqi's reaction was quite fast. He reached out both hands and grabbed Li Zongjiu's hand as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. Don't. Warrior, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Pull me up. Yin Fengqi was also very fast. If he fell down now, the Vermilion Bird army would not be able to save him in time. There were already close to 20 stone-armored soldiers below. He placed Yin Fengqi back on the Scarlet Flame Bird's back. You are simply a bandit, a bandit. Yin Fengqi cursed. However, when Li Zongjiu looked over, Yin Fengqi did not dare to continue. If this guy was unhappy and held a grudge after taking the item and threw him down again, then Yin Fengqi would have died for nothing. The reason they chased us here should be because of this item. Although I knew that this item would not last long in my hands, I did not think that I would have to give it up so quickly. Speaking up to here, Yin Fengqi was very reluctant and sighed with emotion. The 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery? Li Zongjiu took the book from Yin Fengqi's hand. It was said that this book recorded the location of the Saint Martial Emperor's secret treasure. However, he needed to collect all 12 books. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also heard of this item. However, at that time, the stone-armored soldiers did not appear. Or it could be said that these stone-armored soldiers were originally unable to leave the underground palace. However, this time, they took the initiative to attack and even attacked the city. This made Li Zongjiu feel very surprised. You know about the 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery. This time, it was Yin Fengqi's turn to look at Li Zongjiu in surprise. He did not expect this uncouth-looking young man to know about the 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery. It seemed that he was quite knowledgeable. I was not interested in this item before, so I did not collect it. Now, it seems that this item is quite interesting and has changed. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not collect the 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery. The main reason was that he was lazy. Another reason was that he had waited for a long time and no one had collected all of them. Originally, he was waiting for someone to collect all of them. Then, he would just go and snatch them. Wouldn't that be very convenient? Therefore, Li Zongjiu had been waiting for a long time. However, he did not expect that after waiting for hundreds of years, no one had collected all of them. Therefore, in the end, Li Zongjiu gave up. After all, his cultivation had reached the peak. Before he reached the Absolute Saint realm, he did not dare to enter the underground palace of the Saint Martial Emperor. According to Li Zongjiu's guess, there must be something in the underground palace of the Saint Martial Emperor that could kill Absolute Saints. Only Absolute Saints could open it. Li Zongjiu believed in his talent. Even without the inheritance of the Saint Martial Emperor, Li Zongjiu would still be able to break through the Absolute Saint realm and reach the Absolute Saint realm. At this moment, he was looking at the scroll in his hand. I always thought that this thing was fake. It was very normal for the 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery to be a scam. Li Zongjiu would not be surprised at all. This thing was indeed very difficult to identify. As long as no one succeeded, it could be fake. How can it be fake? The 12 Scriptures of Supreme Mystery correspond to the 12 divine generals under the Saint Martial Emperor. There is a map in the tomb of each divine general. If we connect the maps, we will definitely be able to find the Saint Martial Emperor's underground palace. Yin Fengqi said this on purpose. He couldn't let this strange young man take advantage of him. Since he couldn't get it, he might as well announce it and let everyone know. Therefore, he said this on purpose for the Vermilion Bird Army to hear. However, the one controlling the Scarlet Flame Bird was Smoky Leaf. She was very grateful to Li Zhongjiu for saving her life, so she pretended not to hear Yun Fengqi's words. Also, the 12 scriptures of supreme mystery are attracted to each other. Since the stone soldiers are chasing after us, it means that the 12 scriptures of supreme mystery also exist among them. Yun Fengqi looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Oh? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Yun Fengqi. Could it be that this old thing was talking nonsense so that he would jump down and die? If I can't find the 12 scriptures of supreme mystery, just you wait. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. Then, he leaped and plunged downwards. Boom! This jump also shocked the others. What is he doing? Su Mo turned around and saw Li Zhongjiu jump down, and his beautiful black eyes widened in shock. Yun Fengqi's eyes were filled with mockery. What a fool! With just a few words, he had convinced Li Zhongjiu that there was a treasure below. There was indeed a treasure below, but it was a pity that it wasn't something a fool like Li Zhongjiu could obtain. If Li Zhongjiu jumped down now, he would die. Everyone, return. Su Mo originally wanted to test the effect of the green stone stream he designed to see if it was useful. However, if Li Zhongjiu jumped down, it would definitely be useless. No need to wait, this guy is dead. Yun Fengqi sneered. What he didn't say was that if these stone-armored people gathered together, the battle formation they formed would be enough to crush any army of the empire. Li Zhongjiu, this hothead, did he think that he could fight against thousands of soldiers by himself, that would be looking down on these stone-armored people? Just as Yun Fengqi was feeling complacent about his plan, suddenly, in the valley below, there was an extremely terrifying trembling sound. Boom! Rumble! Yun Fengqi looked down from this angle and saw that some stone-armored people were directly blasted into pieces. Some even turned into dust in the air. Completely dissipated. There were more than 20 stone-armored people, and the tallest among them was already 80 feet tall. Even if an Origin Emperor came, it would be enough to deal with them. This brat could scare an old man like him, but if he were to face this stone-armored man... Yun Fengqi's eyes were wide open. Not only Yun Fengqi, but the people of the Vermilion Bird Army were also staring blankly at the battle before them. How could someone be so powerful? Under Li Zhongjiu's attack, the 20 stone-armored people were all annihilated in less than 20 seconds, turning into dust that fell to the ground. Li Zhongjiu also found the 12 mystery scriptures among the dust as expected. When Li Zhongjiu picked up the scripture of the 12 mysteries from the countless lime powder, he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the old man from the Yun family didn't lie to him. If he dared to lie to him, he would throw the old man down next time. Otherwise, he would directly bring the old man to the underground palace where the stone-armored people appeared and throw him in. In less than half a minute, Li Zhongjiu once again landed on the back of the Scarlet Flame Bird. What happened just now was like going out to relieve himself. From this, one could see how terrifying Li Zhongjiu's strength was. When Yun Fengqi looked at Li Zhongjiu again, he didn't know what kind of feelings he had. He could only stare blankly at Li Zhongjiu. You've done well. It seems like reading more books is useful. Li Zhongjiu said as he patted Yun Fengqi's shoulder. Previously, Su Mo had briefly introduced the situation of the Yun family to him. It was a scholarly family. Fortunately, the talents of the Yun family were pretty good. Even before the establishment of the Saint Flame Empire, the Yun family was also a big family in the underworld with a respectable status. However, who would have thought that the Yun family would fall to such a state now? You're welcome, Yun Fengqi also smiled awkwardly. Before this, he didn't know that Li Zhongjiu was so strong. Originally, he wanted to use the stone-armored man to get rid of Li Zhongjiu and let this greedy brat die. Let's return to the city. Su Mo looked helplessly at Li Zhongjiu. There was no other way to deal with this matter. They could only return first. However, if they could get rid of these stone-armored people, it could be considered as solving a problem. Everyone returned to Qinggo City. The 3 people from the Yun family were directly invited to the Vermilion Bird Army's camp. At the very least, they had to assist the imperial court in solving the stone-armored people's crisis. Only the people from the Yun family had this kind of knowledge. Normal people wouldn't have access to this kind of knowledge. After Li Zhongjiu returned to the city, he went to Cultivate. He didn't have any meetings with Suemo and the others. After all, this matter didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to act when needed. "General, may I ask who that person is?" Yun Fengqi clasped his hands and asked Suemo. Yun Fengqi had been curious about Li Zhongjiu's identity for a long time. Along the way, he had been thinking about what kind of person could nurture such a terrifying young expert. "You don't know him? His surname is Li?" Suemo looked at Yun Fengqi. Yun Fengqi searched through his mind again. Being so young, powerful, and having a good relationship with the Vermilion Bird Army and the court, it was natural for him to have such an identity. Could he be Li? Yun Fengqi wanted to slap himself. Why didn't he think of this person before? After all, before he acted, Li Zhongjiu looked very ordinary. Therefore, it was difficult for Yun Fengqi to determine Li Zhongjiu's identity based on his appearance. However, now he knew that the young man in front of him was the legendary Li Zhongjiu, the legendary Crown Prince Fu, the imperial tutor. When he guessed Li Zhongjiu's identity, Yun Fengqi's eyes widened. He never thought that the situation would be like this. If he knew that the legendary imperial tutor was so young and extraordinary, he would have given the 12 mystery scriptures to Li Zhongjiu first. "Father, who is that person?" Yun Zhongyue saw the shock on Yun Fengqi's face. It was as if he had Alzheimer's. She was very curious and immediately went up to ask. At the same time, Yun Zhongyue was also very interested in this powerful and mysterious young man. One had to know that their group had been trapped in the pool by these stone-armored people for a full day and night. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, these stone-armored people were like flour in front of Li Zhongjiu. They didn't have the strength to resist and were easily defeated. This person is the current imperial tutor, Li Zhongjiu." Yun Fengqi took a deep breath. Even when he thought of Li Zhongjiu's name, his teeth trembled. He couldn't believe that he would meet the current imperial tutor. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to take his life, there were thousands of ways to do so. Ah? He is the legendary Li Zhongjiu? Although the Yun family had been in seclusion, they could still receive such news. After all, they were not isolated from the world. After knowing Li Zhongjiu's identity, Yun Zhongyue's eyes shone brightly. Suemo led a few people from the Yun family to discuss how to deal with the stone-armored man. The governor of Qinggo City had also mobilized the troops of the other cities. The huge Qinggo City had gathered a total of 150,000 troops. The military strength of the Saint Flame Empire was actually very strong. If 10 cities were to join forces, they would be able to gather millions of soldiers. Putting aside their combat strength, the gathering of such a large amount of manpower was enough to prove the strength of the Saint Flame Empire. Otherwise, they would not be able to support such a large army. The population of the Xingu continent was prosperous. Just within the territory of the Xingyan dynasty alone, there were hundreds of cities. The number of troops maintained in the Xingu continent was also about 30 million. This was an extremely terrifying and huge number. Therefore, it would not be easy for the 14th prince to be the emperor. Every day when he woke up, there were so many people counting on him to eat. Li Zhongjiu was cultivating in his practice room. At the same time, he released his mental strength to search the continent again. He wanted to know where the Divine Sparrow Realm would appear. No, the power of the Xingu continent might not be able to open the entrance to the Divine Sparrow Realm. Li Zhongjiu, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly thought of this and immediately understood. He guessed that the Divine Sparrow Realm might not open in the Xingu continent, but in the wilderness. Li Zhongjiu had never reached the legendary Sacred Martial Realm. Moreover, it was reasonable for the existence of the Divine Sparrow Realm to appear in the Untainted Land. It seems that my trip to the Untainted Land has to be brought forward. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to wait until his strength reached the late Supremacy Realm before going to the Untainted Land to find his limit and breakthrough. But now, he had to bring forward his trip. In Qinggo City, 3 figures appeared in front of the governor's mansion. Go. The 3 of them were exquisitely dressed women. However, the woman in the middle looked very charming and had a beautiful figure. However, her face was covered by a thin veil, and her true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, the aura of these three women already gave off a feeling of being thousands of miles away. "See, Empress, with your status, they should be the ones to meet you." Who was beside her, quickly said. How could she do such a thing that lowered her status? It was simply damaging the reputation of the Empress of the Sea. If this matter were to spread, how would the Sea Empress be able to control the sea city within the four seas? This matter is not simple. Moreover, this is the land of the Xianxia dynasty. We need to follow their etiquette. The Sea Empress shook her head. According to the rules of the Xianxia dynasty, the Northern Ocean Island was considered the king island of the Four Seas region. Although the king of the Northern Ocean on the Northern Ocean Island was conferred by the Xianxia dynasty, in reality, the king of the Northern Ocean was not the ruler of the Four Seas region. The true controller was actually a woman. A legendary sea queen. In the Four Seas region, everyone respected the Sea Empress. She was the true ruler of the sea. Even with his revered status, he actually had to lower himself to seek an audience with the ruler of a small city. If the king of the Northern Ocean and the others had not acted impulsively and offended the people of the Xianxia dynasty, this situation would not have happened. Originally, the king of the Northern Ocean and the others were supposed to settle everything first. But now, they were directly imprisoned by the Sea Empress. They had to ask the Sea Empress to save them. This was truly a bad thing. When they returned, they would definitely punish these people. Yes, said. Then, she went forward and knocked on the door. The Vermilion Bird army behind the door opened the door and looked at the three people in front of him. My master wants to see your commander. Took out a badge. This badge was the identity badge of the Sea Empress. Many forces naturally knew the importance of this identity badge. The Vermilion Bird army had all been trained. When they took the badge, they were slightly shocked. Please wait a moment. Then, the Vermilion Bird army quickly handed the identity badge to Sumo. When he saw the badge, Sumo sighed in his heart. What was supposed to come still came. Originally, he still had a bit of hope in his heart. He thought that the king of the Northern Ocean and the others had come alone. He did not think that the Sea Empress of the Four Seas region would come personally. On the other side, the people he sent to the imperial court to report the situation still had not brought back any news. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for them to return. Sumo asked people to welcome the Sea Empress and the others in. Although the identity of the Sea Empress was very high in the Four Seas region, it was not so high in the Four Seas region. At most, they would give her some face. I did not think that the Sea Empress of the Four Seas region would come personally. I wonder what brings the Sea Empress here. Sumo said. Although he was only a general of the Vermilion Bird army, his aura was definitely not weaker than the Sea Empress. Seeing this, the Sea Empress faintly smiled. General Su, please give me some face and release the king of the Northern Ocean and the others. As for what happens next, I'll naturally communicate with the imperial family. I won't cause any trouble for General Su. The Sea Empress immediately said. And the other two maids behind her were also very shocked when they heard the Sea Empress words. At the same time, they felt very displeased. Why did she have to be so humble to these people? With the Sea Empress' noble identity, why did she have to be so nice to these people? If these people dared to torture them on the islands, they would have been pierced through with harpoons and left to dry on the deck until they were dried out. This was the rule of the sea country. Unfortunately, they were on land and in the hands of the Xianxia dynasty's Vermilion Bird army. The Sea Empress originally thought that if she spoke with her face, these people would not refuse. After all, her words carried a lot of weight. Although the sea country was united by faith and did not establish a true national system, the sea country was united by faith. However, if the 3,000 islands were to gather together, their power could not be underestimated. However, Sumo shook his head awkwardly. He cupped his hands at the Sea Empress. If it was a normal person detained by the Vermilion Bird army, there would be no problem if the Sea Empress spoke. However, today's matter is not something we can decide. Sumo said awkwardly. These people were detained by Li Zhongjiu. If they let them go without notifying Li Zhongjiu, it would be a slap to Li Zhongjiu's face. People would think that they didn't put Li Zongjiu in their eyes. Moreover, this would be extremely disrespectful to Li Zongjiu. Therefore, if they wanted to let them go, they had to first get Li Zongjiu's approval. Even Su Mo couldn't make a decision on his own. Impudent. You dare to refuse the Sea Empress' personal request? What rank are you in the court? How dare you disrespect the Sea Empress like this? Seeing this, Yue also stepped forward and angrily rebuked. From her point of view, the Sea Empress had already given them enough face, but these people still didn't know how to respect her and thought too highly of themselves. They had to be taught a lesson. The Vermilion Bird army behind Su Mo also became serious. The Vermilion Bird divine crossbows in their hands were already drawn and could be fired at any moment. Smoky Leaf was also behind Su Mo. Smoky Leaf was Su Mo's personal guard. Even when facing someone he didn't know, he still dared to draw his sword. Stand down. Stand down. The Sea Empress sternly reprimanded. General Su, is there any inconvenience? The people of the 4 sea regions all need a reason to be locked up in this dungeon, right? Imprisoning a prince without going through the joint trial of the 3 departments, are you able to bear the consequences? The Sea Empress was a little unhappy. She had come personally and asked for his release, yet he refused to let him go. He was not giving her any face at all. Of course I can't bear the consequences. However, there is another person in the city. All decisions need to be made with the approval of this person. Su Mo also signaled the Vermilion Bird army behind him to put down their weapons. Who is it? The Sea Empress's eyes flashed as she asked. Li Zongjiu tried his best to adjust his aura. At the same time, he spread out the 212 mystery scriptures and released their aura. Through this method, he could find the location of the third 12 mystery scripture. Since the other party could use this method to find him, Li Zongjiu could also use the same method to find the other party's location. There is another Supreme Being expert in the city? Li Zongjiu searched for a while but to no avail. If he could not find the other party, he would have to destroy the underground palace the next day. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. The main reason he came out was to find Qi Yanran, but he had not found any traces of her. Furthermore, he had already guessed that Qi Yanran had appeared in the wilderness. Li Zongjiu was in a hurry to find her in the wilderness. As long as the distance between them was closer, Li Zongjiu was confident that he could sense the presence of the desolate heaven essence. This way, it would not be difficult to find Qi Yanran. Furthermore, even if Qi Yanran had obtained the inheritance from the Vermilion Bird Palace, it was normal for her strength to increase when she reappeared. However, it would be very difficult for her to kill her way out of the wilderness. Her life might even be in danger. That was the most important thing. During this search, he discovered that there was another Supreme Being expert in the city. With the strength of the Vermilion Bird army, they would not be able to deal with this Supreme Being expert. It looks a little different from the Xingwu continent. Seems like they are experts from the 4 seas. Li Zongjiu immediately stopped what he was doing. With a flash, he appeared in the Castellan mansion. The sudden appearance of Li Zongjiu also gave everyone a shock. Only then did Su Mo tell the Sea Empress about Li Zongjiu's matter. This matter wasn't something that Su Mo could decide. Only with Li Zongjiu's approval could he do it. This is our Xingyan dynasty state protector, Li Zongjiu. If the Sea Empress wants him, she will need the imperial tutor's approval. Su Mo immediately threw this problem to Li Zongjiu. The Sea Empress was clearly not a good person. She was only giving face to the Xingyan dynasty. Naturally, there was no need to offend her. Let's do both. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't have any scruples. First-grade sovereign? You still need to improve your strength. After Li Zongjiu sat down and glanced at the sea, he directly pointed out the hidden cultivation level of the Sea Empress. At first, the Sea Empress didn't think much of Li Zongjiu. She thought that the state protector was just a title. But now, with just a glance, she knew that she was hiding her strength. She was definitely not a simple person. Most importantly, the Sea Empress couldn't see through Li Zongjiu's strength. This showed how powerful this young man in front of her was. Although they came to the continent this time, they wanted to keep a low profile. After all, there were many experts on the continent. Just the Supremes alone were not few. It was hard to say how many there were in the Xingyan dynasty. If they didn't count Li Zongjiu, there were at least 2 of them. This didn't exclude the fact that there were some hidden experts. They hadn't revealed their strength until now, because there was no need for them to do so. Therefore, they usually hid and didn't make a move if they could. When one's cultivation reached this level, they had basically hidden their sharpness temporarily. They weren't like when they were young, where they had to make a name for themselves in the underworld. The deeper they hid, the more powerful they were. However, the Sea Empress' choice to keep a low profile was correct. Li Zongjiu also liked to deal with these low-profile people. If they walked in with an arrogant face, Li Zongjiu would beat them to death on the spot. Just like the people of the Northern Ocean King, they had to be arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu. In the end, they didn't have a good ending. The Sea Empress greets Lord Imperial Tutor. The Sea Empress didn't panic. On the surface, she was naturally calm. She cupped her hands towards Li Zongjiu. Not to mention whether or not he really had such ability, Li Zongjiu was able to see through her cultivation and even gave her pointers. This made the Sea Empress uncertain. Imperial Tutor, the Sea Empress came here to take the Northern Ocean King and the others back. Su Mo explained the Sea Empress' identity to Li Zongjiu. At the same time, he explained the Sea Empress' purpose for coming here. It was reasonable. Even Su Mo had the intention to let them go. Now, only Li Zongjiu had nodded. Are you talking about the thugs that injured our brothers in the Vermilion Bird Army yesterday? Li Zongjiu pondered for a moment and then blinked at Su Mo. Seeing Li Zongjiu's expression, even Su Mo was confused. What did this mean? Although they had fought, they didn't injure them. As for the thugs, they had nothing to do with it. However, they were still troublemakers, so it was barely acceptable to call them thugs. It was just that Su Mo found it hard to understand Li Zongjiu's intentions. However, Li Zongjiu's temperament had always been eccentric. Whatever he said, he would do his best to comply with him. Since Li Zongjiu said that he was a thug, then he would just treat him as a thug. Yes, Su Mo replied. Well, you see, madam, it's not that I don't want to let them go, but if I hand them over to you, the broken tables and chairs, the bumps on the walls, the flowers and plants on the ground. What do you think I should do with all these losses? Who do you think I should look for to settle this account? Although Li Zongjiu's cultivation had mostly recovered, his temperament hadn't changed. If Kuan Erisher and the others were here, they would already know what Li Zongjiu wanted to do after he sat down and spoke politely. Sure enough, the words had already reached this point. Although the Sea Empress had lived on the island for a long time, she could understand the meaning of these subtexts quite clearly. As long as Imperial Tutor is willing to hand them over to us and teach them well, all the compensation will be paid by me. Well said. Su Mo, how much did we calculate before? It should be 200 billion purple yuan, right? 2. To what? Su Mo blinked her large eyes. At this moment, she even felt that she had heard wrongly. 200 billion, what kind of number was this? This kind of number had never appeared in her world before. Therefore, she didn't react for a moment. However, when she looked at Li Zongjiu suspiciously, she received a nod from Li Zongjiu. She also gulped. Yes, 200 billion. Cough, cough. Even though Su Mo's performance in the Vermilion Bird Army had been outstanding, she still couldn't help but feel guilty when she said such a serious lie. She quickly called for someone to bring over a cup of tea. When she looked at Li Zongjiu again, she realized that Li Zongjiu didn't look uncomfortable at all. Could it be that Li Zongjiu often did this kind of thing? You are extorting us. Yu who was beside the Sea Empress, couldn't stand it anymore. Li Zongjiu was clearly taking advantage of the situation. 200 billion? No matter what 200 billion was, it definitely wasn't a small number. How could it cost so much just to let a few people go? Even if they were kidnapped for ransom, it was impossible for there to be so many of them. This was simply illogical. Could it be that the money in the 4 seas was blown by the wind? What's more, although the Ocean Empress was the protector of the 4 seas, she didn't care much about money. Therefore, it was impossible for her to take out so much savings. It was obvious that she didn't want to let them go and was making things difficult for them. Back down, you are being impudent, the Sea Empress berated Yu. The Sea Empress scolded Yu. Immediately, Yu pouted and retreated. However, she stood behind the Sea Empress and glared at Li Zongjiu with a hateful gaze. This young man looked refined, but she didn't expect him to be so hateful. She really wanted to beat him up. If they were on any other island in the Four Seas, she, Zhang Xiaoyu, would definitely let the person before her have a taste of her fist. Although Zhang Xiaoyu and the other woman, Gu Sisi, were said to be the Sea Empress maidservants, they had actually received the Sea Empress teachings. It would not be an exaggeration to call them disciples. Moreover, their cultivation was stronger than their peers. Their talents were also excellent. Coupled with their intelligence, they were able to stay by the Sea Empress side. If they were not so excellent, it would be difficult for them to stay by the Sea Empress side. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyu was quite unhappy in her heart. She couldn't wait to kick Li Zongjiu away. However, the Sea Empress herself was very clear. With Li Zongjiu's status and strength, he didn't care much about worldly possessions like money. It was only because of his habits that he asked for a ransom. This kind of compensation could be exchanged for a person's life, so it was naturally a very worthwhile thing. Therefore, the Sea Empress nodded slightly. A mere 200 billion purple yuan was a lot in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the eyes of experts at their level, this was just a matter of snapping their fingers. Since I've said that we will compensate for all your losses, we will humbly accept it no matter how much it is. It's just that we left in a hurry and didn't bring so many purple yuan with us. I'll put these 3 deep-sea frosty night crystals here as collateral. Deep-sea cold night crystals. When Zhang Xiaoyu and Gu Sisi heard the Sea Empress decision, they wished they could tie her up and bring her back. This was too easy for that brat. The deep-sea cold night crystal was only born once every 10 million miles of the sea. It had the effect of helping people with ice attribute cultivation to become gods. It was simply a divine object that people on land yearned for even in their dreams. How could she take it out so easily and give it to a shameless person like him? Such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Xiaoyu and Gu Sisi were so anxious that they clenched their fists. In anger. They naturally did not dare to refute the Sea Empress' words. After all, they had been reprimanded many times. However, Zhang Xiaoyu was thinking that if Li Zongjiu dared to take these things away, she would definitely use her fists to make Li Zongjiu obediently hand them over. The 3 transparent stones that looked like ice crystals lay in the Sea Empress' palm. Moreover, the Sea Empress had also used her own yuan qi to restrict the power emitted from the stone. If she did not control it, the aura emitted from the deep-sea cold night crystal alone would be enough to freeze the entire Qinggo city. This crystal was taken from the cold air of the bottom of the sea 30,000 meters below the sea. The terrifying power it contained was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Although Suemo did not know what this thing was and had never even heard of it, he had already felt a deep threat when he first saw it. If the other party released this power, it would directly cause extremely terrifying consequences. At the same time, Suemo could also see that the other party was testing him. She was testing whether Li Zongjiu had the strength to take this thing away. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and the deep-sea cold night crystals in the Sea Empress' palm floated into the air and fell into Li Zongjiu's hand like 3 luminous pearls. The Sea Empress saw this and immediately withdrew her yuan qi. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the 3 deep-sea cold night crystals. Boom! However, this power appeared in less than 100,000th of a second before it was easily suppressed by Li Zongjiu. This is good stuff from the deep sea. I didn't expect the Sea Empress to be so generous. Alright, General Su, let them go. Li Zongjiu greeted her and then kept the thing with a smile. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had naturally dealt with people from the Four Seas. At that time, she was not the Sea Empress in front of him. What's your name? Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Xiaoyu, who had just stood up and wanted to hit him. My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was already gnashing her teeth at Li Zongjiu. She hated him to the core, yet he still wanted to provoke her. If he had the ability, he should go out and fight her one-on-one. Oh, good luck. The next Sea Empress was Zhang Xiaoyu. In his impression, Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to be very stingy. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was too lazy to bother with Zhang Xiaoyu. He originally wanted to take the deep-sea cold night crystals from the Four Seas, but who knew that he would encounter such strong resistance from this girl? She even had a feeling that she would rather die than submit. In the end, Li Zongjiu also quietly sneaked in and then stole the collection of the 4Cs over the years. This angered Xianxia so much that she chased Li Zongjiu all over the world. Later on, Li Zongjiu rarely set foot in the 4Cs, thinking that there was someone waiting to kill him. Of course, he wasn't afraid. However, there was no need for him to fight everywhere he went. Therefore, Li Zongjiu avoided it as much as he could. He did not expect to encounter it in advance in this life. When the Sea Empress saw Li Zongjiu grab the 3 deep-sea cold night crystals in his hand, she was already silent. You can take anything else, but with just this hand, without even activating the slightest bit of yuan qi, you can directly take the deep-sea cold night crystals. This kind of strength is naturally not to be underestimated. This is definitely not a fraud, but a person with real strength. Su Mo ordered people to capture the Northern Ocean King and the others and bring them over. When the Northern Ocean King and the others saw the Sea Empress, they immediately knelt down in front of the Sea Empress. At the same time, they wept with snot and tears. Sea Empress, you have to uphold justice for us. Make the decision, my ass. Go back to the Northern Ocean Island immediately. You are not needed here. The Sea Empress said with a cold face. Her tone was extremely cold. If you were not arrogant and domineering, you would have been caught and given such a good opportunity to blackmail me. Sooner or later, I will settle this account with these people. The Northern Ocean King heard the anger in the Sea Empress' heart and did not dare to say anything more. He quickly admitted defeat and bid farewell to the Sea Empress and left Qinggo City. From this, it could be seen that the Sea Empress had a strong prestige in the 4Cs. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, it naturally did not work. Since you have released the person, Your Highness, do you have other things to do? Su Mo looked at Hai Ho in front of him. For such a big shot to visit Qinggo City all of a sudden, he must have something important to do. It was definitely not as simple as just asking for a person. Even if they did not want the person, they would release the person soon enough. We were guided by the Sea God to come here to look for the long-lost item of the Sea God Palace, the Sea Empress said. It turned out that this trip was to look for treasures. The only place to look for treasures was the mysterious underground palace that had just appeared. Naturally, they did not know what was in the underground palace. However, these stone-armored people came out from the underground ruins. Okay, I am in a hurry. Let's go. Let's get rid of the things in the underground palace first so that we don't have to kill people again. Li Zongjiu immediately stood up and said. Originally, Li Zongjiu was also prepared to break into the mysterious underground palace tonight and kill all these stone-armored people to see if he could find the 12 great mystery scriptures. It did not matter if he could not find them. Anyway, he had 2 books in his hands. He would go to the untainted land and find Yan Ran. Without the 2 books in Li Zongjiu's hands, the stone-armored people could not do anything. Imperial Tutor Li, do you want to break into the underground palace tonight? The Sea Empress asked. Of course. Don't worry. For the sake of these 3 books, I will not snatch your things. Whether you can find them or not depends on your own ability. Li Zongjiu said. He couldn't go too far. He had just extorted a large sum of money from the other party, so how could he snatch the other party's treasure in the blink of an eye? Thus, he decided to sell the other party a name. Thank you, Imperial Tutor Li. When the Sea Empress heard this, she was relieved. However, if Li Zongjiu wanted to snatch it, the Sea Empress would not take half a step back. This thing was related to the survival of the 4Cs. Otherwise, the Sea Empress would not be so cautious. It was a matter of great importance, so if some things could be solved peacefully, it would be best to solve it peacefully. When she heard that Li Zongjiu was going to intervene in the underground palace, Sea Empress couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Li Zongjiu's attitude changed her opinion of the young man in front of her. To be able to possess such a cultivation base, Li Zongjiu's background was also worth a good guess. His background was definitely not simple. It was even very likely that he was from the sect behind the Xingyan dynasty. She couldn't afford to offend him. Then I'll immediately bring some people and go together. Su Mo said. No need. Just follow that girl. If you see anything on the road, you can keep it. Li Zhongjiu pointed at Sunyi behind Suemo. Sunyi, who was named, widened her eyes. She couldn't believe that she was chosen by Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that she had left a deep impression in Li Zhongjiu's heart. This caused Sunyi to feel extremely excited. She was secretly delighted. At the very least, she had to perform better and not let Li Zhongjiu down. However, Li Zhongjiu had absolutely no expectations for Sunyi. After all, Li Zhongjiu only wanted to find someone to store things. If there were some good things, one person wouldn't be able to carry them. What's more, the other party had 3 people, so she had to prepare 3 people as well. Only then would it be fair. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't bully them. Okay, Tan Fei. When I'm not here, the Vermilion Bird Army will be under your command. Suemo handed the general token sword to another Vermilion Bird Army member. Among the many subordinates, this woman was quite capable, so it was more reassuring to leave it to her. Yes, General. Tan Fei took the general token sword and nodded. Thus, the 6 of them set off. They used the Scarlet Bird as their mode of transportation. During the process, Suemo also looked at the map in his hand and rushed into the Stone Plains forest. 20 miles ahead, there's a huge sinkhole. There's a stone door at the bottom of the sinkhole. These stone-armored people all crawled out of the sinkhole. Suemo said. Li Zhongjiu and the others quickly rushed into the sky above the Stone Plains forest and saw the sinkhole that Suemo mentioned. The entrance to the underground palace isn't low-key at all. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but sigh. Below them, they could see hundreds of stone-armored people squatting in the sinkhole. They seemed to be resting, but also seemed to be recovering their strength. However, they gave off a strange feeling, as if they were performing some kind of ritual. So many. There are also stone-armored people that are 10 feet tall. Suemo and Sunyi both widened their eyes when they saw the number of stone-armored people. They clearly felt that it was unbelievable. Just now, they looked from afar, but when they looked carefully, the number of stone-armored people seemed to exceed 200, just the stone-armored people that were 10 feet tall numbered more than 5. If these stone-armored men attacked Qinggo City at the same time, the city would be destroyed in an instant. An army of more than 100,000 would be easily trampled to death. They weren't even on the same level. To ordinary people, the strength of these stone-armored people was comparable to the strength of a demon god. Ocean Empress, let me go. Xianxia saw the situation below and did not hesitate to ask for a battle. At the same time, she looked at Li Zhongjiu with a provocative gaze. She did not believe that Li Zhongjiu's strength could be so terrifying. She guessed that the Ocean Empress was just giving face to Li Zhongjiu's master. Okay, you go and have a try. The Ocean Empress nodded. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with a trace of pride and provocation. Then, she jumped and landed with an ice-blue long spear in her hand. As soon as her body landed, thousands of feet of ice immediately surged up. Boom! The terrifying power of ice also broke the silence of the night. Suemo and the others who were sitting on the Scarlet Flame Bird opened their mouths when they saw Zhang Xiaoyu jump down. They wanted to warn her that it was dangerous down there, but after seeing Zhang Xiaoyu make a move, they gave up the idea of warning her. With such tyrannical strength, there was no need to warn her. She was simply a monster. However, they were still able to accept Zhang Xiaoyu's strength. After all, before this, they had seen an even more terrifying monster. Zhang Xiaoyu's skills were also extremely sharp. As the ice spear in her hand continuously pierced out, she directly froze the stone-armored people in front of her into ice cubes. Then, with a gentle strike, she destroyed the frozen stone-armored people. The long spear in her hand was a good weapon. Zhang Xiaoyu probably vented all her anger on the stone-armored people in front of her. The terrifying power that kept falling down also displayed a terrifying and exciting massacre in this sinkhole. The Sea Empress took advantage of this gap to secretly observe Li Zhongjiu. She found that Li Zhongjiu seemed to be completely unconcerned. He directly sat on the back of the Scarlet Flame Bird and seemed to not care about Zhang Xiaoyu's performance at all. Naturally, it was also because of Li Zhongjiu's powerful strength. This made the Sea Empress think more highly of him. Li Zhongjiu's strength was absolutely terrifying. She didn't know if she would be able to see Li Zhongjiu fight today. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes and looked down, as if attracted by something. The Sea Empress saw Li Zhongzhou's strange movement and was slightly surprised. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sinkhole. It directly rushed towards Xianxia. This figure seemed to be glowing with a golden light. Xianxia waved her hand and got rid of the stone-armored people in front of her. There were scattered stones on the ground. Suddenly, she felt a shocking aura coming towards her. Bang, like a giant diamond beast, Xiao's long spear slammed into her. In the next second, she was sent flying without any pause. Her figure instantly flew out. Bang, Xiao's figure flew dozens of rounds in the air before stabilizing her body. When her feet landed on the ground, they directly pierced through the ground under her feet. 2 cracks spread out. However, just as the figure came to a stop, the figure from before leaped out of the sinkhole. The large golden saber in his hand spun in a circle and hacked down. Clang, the weapons of both sides were equally matched. However, this collision directly forced Xianxia out. Golden armor. When Suemo and the others saw the golden-armored stone golem appear from the scarlet flame bird, they were shocked. Yun Fengqi is right, there are still golden-armored stone golems behind this underground palace. The golden-armored golem that appeared in front of him was nearly 2 meters tall. Although it was very tall, it wasn't too exaggerated. It was closer to the base of a human. Moreover, the armor on its body wasn't the color of stone. It was a genuine golden armor. Perhaps it might not be effective in terms of defense, but it was a symbol of strength. The golden-armored stone golem was clearly more agile, and even seemed to possess spiritual intelligence. Its movements were rather nimble and smooth, and its moves were rather fierce. In comparison, Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to be unable to withstand more than a few moves. After a series of exchanges, Zhang Xiaoyu was also knocked back repeatedly. The surrounding ground had long been destroyed beyond recognition. As long as the weapon fell to the ground, a terrifying destructive force would sweep out. Another saber slashed down, and this time, the long spear in Zhang Xiaoyu's hand was knocked away. Just as the golden-armored stone golem was about to slash Zhang Xiaoyu into 2 halves, 2 strands of cold qi turned into ropes and bound the golden-armored stone golem's body. The other maid of the Sea Empress, Gu Sisi, made her move. The 2 girls joined forces and suppressed the golden-armored stone golem. Seeing the 2 girls playing with the stone golem so happily, Li Zhongzhou also signaled to them. Let's go in directly. It will be dawn by the time they finish fighting. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou wasn't interested in waiting any longer. How long would they have to wait? Li Zhongzhou wasn't their babysitter. If they overestimated themselves, Li Zhongzhou wouldn't do anything. Moreover, there was a powerful Sea Empress here, so there was even less to worry about. Ah? Are we going to be the early bird? Suemo was stunned for a moment. In Sumo's opinion, everyone came together, so they should help each other. Are you stupid? I brought you here to snatch the treasure. How can we waste so much time on this? Hurry up, before they are free. Li Zhongzhou said unceremoniously. He didn't even bother to hide his shamelessness. Most of the stone golems had been dealt with by Zhang Xiaoyu. Now, the 2 girls had exhausted all their energy to deal with the golden-armored stone golem in front of them. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoyu and Li Zhongzhou saw Li Zhongzhou's group sneaking away and taking advantage of this gap to sneak into the underground palace. Zhang Xiaoyu was so angry that she stomped her feet. How can there be such a shameless person? Reaping the fruits of others' labor and taking advantage of the situation. Despicable, shameless. Zhang Xiaoyu's displeasure and anger towards Li Zhongzhou could no longer be described with words. Even Gu Sisi, who had always been very calm and indifferent to everything, had a trace of disdain flash through her eyes. She didn't expect this person called Li Zhongzhou to be such an unjust person, such a despicable person. After all, they had come together. Even if they weren't companions, he shouldn't have used such a method to sneak in and take advantage of them. If such a thing were to happen in the underworld, it would definitely be despised by thousands. However, although the 2 of them were angry, there was nothing they could do. The golden-armored stone golem in front of them didn't give them any chance. After a fierce battle, he could clearly feel a considerable amount of suffering. It would take a lot of effort to deal with the golden-armored stone golem in front of him. The Sea Empress obviously couldn't bear to watch any longer. Hundreds of meters in the air, she directly slammed her palm down. Suddenly, there was a feeling of turbulent sea water. Immediately, the golden armored stone golem was easily crushed. Boom! The powerful force directly shattered the golden armored stone golem into pieces. Thank you, Sea Empress. Xianxia and Gusisi were also panting, their chests heaving up and down. They had already encountered such a terrifying enemy before even entering the underground palace. If they entered the underground palace, they didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter. That shameless person, I really hope he dies in the underground palace. Although Zhang Xiaoyu was a little exhausted, she was still full of hatred towards Li Zhongjiu. She cursed Li Zhongjiu for not being able to walk out of the underground palace. Follow me into the underground palace. The most important thing now is to find the sea god scepter that we lost. The sea god scepter. In the past, the Saint Martial Great Emperor led thousands of experts to conquer the north and south. Wherever they passed, all became the territory of the Saint Martial Great Emperor. At the same time, almost all the supreme treasures were collected by the Saint Martial Great Emperor as trophies. Now that the sea empresses of the four seas had arrived, some of the other ancient forces and forces that were once conquered by the sacred Martial Emperor would also come to search for their lost treasures. Yes, Sea Empress. Zhang Xiaoyu and Gusisi looked at each other. They also circulated their yuan power and calmed the turbulent yuan power in their bodies. Then, they followed the Sea Empress and walked through the stone door below. Li Zhongjiu led Suemo and Xianxia around the underground palace. The underground palace here was like a general's residence built underground. The courtyard was very unique, but because it was built underground, it gave off a gloomy feeling. It is said that this ancient underground palace was built based on the real general's mansion. The Yun family also said that there must be a guardian in every underground palace. The strength of these guardians must be extremely terrifying. Suemo said calmly as she walked behind Li Zhongjiu with Xianxia. However, Li Zhongjiu nodded as he listened. Then, he walked in and pushed open the door of the general's mansion. They saw a bronze statue in golden armor standing in the middle of the courtyard. It seemed to be overseeing everything. There must be something wrong with this statue. When they saw the statue, the three of them stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door behind them closed. Suemo and Sunyi also nervously turned around to take a look. In the next moment, there was a clanging sound as the statue in the courtyard dropped the Zamadeo on the ground. At the same time, the dust on its body fell off. Back off. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. Although the battle had not started, he could feel the strength of the opponent. It must be several times stronger than the golden armored stone golem outside. Can you do it? Suemo looked at Li Zhongjiu worriedly. Why don't you do it? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Suemo. Suemo waved her hand naturally. No, you should do it. Suemo waved her hand. Suemo waved her hands. She knew that she couldn't deal with such an opponent. Li Zhongjiu also moved his body slightly, then walked forward. As soon as he took a step, he saw the opponent's golden Zamadeo coming down on his head. Boom! The golden Zamadeo emitted a blinding golden light that illuminated the entire underground palace. When Li Zhongjiu got closer, he threw a punch at the light released by the other party. Boom! A muffled collision sound rang out. Suemo could clearly feel the vibrating force in the air. Immediately, he pulled Sunyi back by 2 steps to avoid being seriously injured by this aura. Li Zhongjiu's feet didn't move an inch, but the golden armored bronze man was sent flying. Bang, the house behind him collapsed. Li Zhongjiu immediately waved his hand. And here I was thinking how powerful you were. You made me use 30% of my strength. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. However, Suemo and Sunyi rolled their eyes at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu was clearly going all out, at least 80% of his strength, yet he was still putting on an act. However, the opponent's golden armored bronze man quickly flipped over and stood up. It didn't suffer too many injuries. After getting up, the golden armored bronze man seemed to consciously move its body. A trace of expression appeared on its originally stiff face as it waved at Li Zhongjiu. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You have some brains, but you seem even more brainless. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the golden-armored bronze man's soul was more well-preserved. That was why it had such a posture and action. However, it was precisely because of its incomplete spiritual intelligence that it provoked Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu rushed up and punched out again. Boom! The violent force of the punch directly shattered the barrier runes around the underground palace. At the same time, the golden-armored bronze man was directly sent flying. It directly crashed into the underground palace, creating a large hole. Soon after, that person instantly disappeared before their eyes. A hole that directly led to the ground appeared in front of him. Suemo and Xinyi naturally couldn't see what happened to the golden-armored bronze man. However, Li Zongjiu knew that the golden-armored bronze man had been disintegrated by his power. At this moment, it had turned into a pile of nothingness. It's settled. Go and search for any treasures. Li Zongjiu gestured. In fact, these golden-armored stone men weren't that powerful. At most, they were equivalent to the Origin Emperor realm. Only a slightly more powerful Origin Emperor realm. Encountering a supreme like him, of course, he would kill them all. After receiving the order, Suemo and Xinyi quickly rushed into the surrounding rooms. After a search, they found many elixirs that were sealed in the ancient times. Most of them were weapons and the like, all of which were displayed in the warehouse. Li Zongjiu walked into the main hall and came to the front of the main hall. Then, he waved his hand and kept everything that caught his eye into his interspatial ring. Looking at the wall in front of him, it was a bit of an eyesore. Then, he went forward and punched a hole in the wall. From the wall, he took out the 12 great mystery scriptures. I didn't even have to work for it. In this way, Li Zongjiu obtained a total of 3 scriptures. When Li Zongjiu and the others searched around, the Sea Empress and the others also came in. When they saw the traces of battle in the courtyard, they were immediately shocked. Traces of battle at this level. This is General Fengtian's residence, Xianxia said when she saw the style of the residence. Apart from the sacred martial emperor's powerful strength, the 12 golden-armored bronze men under him were also extremely powerful. Obviously, this was General Fengtian's residence. It was built according to the situation of General Fengtian's residence in the ancient times. Moreover, the person in charge of the residence was most likely the legendary General Feng Tian, although he was refined into a golden-armored bronze man. However, with General Fengtian's original strength, he would not be defeated so easily. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and the others were strolling around the mansion in boredom. This made people feel very angry. Just a moment ago, they were fighting with the golden-armored golem outside, and it was as if they were going to die. Yet, they were sitting here and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. They did not care about the morals of the underworld. They were simply shameless. Therefore, Xianxia did not give Li Zongjiu and the others a good look. You're here. We've searched this place. There are no treasures. Li Zongjiu walked out and said. How would we know how many treasures you took for yourselves? Xianxia said angrily. She could not wait to challenge Li Zongjiu and then happily slap Li Zongjiu's face a few times to let him know how powerful she was. Li Zongjiu naturally did not care about Xianxia's words. The Sea Empress gestured with her right hand in the palm of her left hand. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation spread out, but there was no abnormal movement. It's indeed not here. The Sea Empress sighed. What she used just now was a summoning technique. If the Sea God Scepter was nearby, it would definitely be attracted by her summoning. At least, there would be some movement, and it would not be so calm. This summoning technique could only be used within a radius of 100 meters. Within 100 meters, no matter where you hid something, even if it was hidden in a storage ring, it would be easily found. There would be no chance to hide it at all. Hey, what's this? Suemo saw that there was a lotus at the place where the golden-armored bronze man was. This lotus actually still had the breath of life on it. Immediately, Suemo could not help but pluck the black lotus. Be careful. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and grabbed Suemo. The moment the lotus was plucked, the ground under their feet suddenly rumbled, as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. Boom, a giant rock python drilled out of the ground. It carried a monstrous devouring chi. Moreover, this giant rock python's body was extremely huge, almost like a mountain. Just its head alone was close to 300 feet long. It filled the entire courtyard. Li Zhongjiu grabbed Su Mo, and at the same time, his figure flashed and landed beside Xinyi. He led the two of them and rushed out of the hole that was created just now. Whoosh, the sound of the ground tearing and collapsing came from behind them. The Sea Empress also stretched out her hand, and an aura wrapped around Xianxia and Gusisi. Their figures also crashed into the soil above their heads. Boom, the vitality around them was like two giant blades, directly cutting the soil above their heads. The Sea Empress landed on the ground with Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Li Zhongjiu also landed in the distance with Su Mo and Zhang Xiaoyu. The lotus in your hand is a treasure. Put it away quickly. Li Zhongjiu reminded. Su Mo naturally put away the black lotus. He didn't need to be so polite in front of Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, she had assisted Li Zhongjiu just now, allowing Li Zhongjiu to extort a huge sum of money from the Sea Empress. The value of this sum alone wasn't simple. Li Zhongjiu hadn't thanked her yet. Of course, she had to keep this benefit. It's the skyscraping python. Rumor has it that it's General Fengtian's mount, Su Mo said. How do you know? Li Zhongjiu looked at Su Mo in surprise. He didn't expect Su Mo to be so knowledgeable. I don't know either. The old man from the Yun family said it. He guessed that this should be General Fengtian's underground palace. However, General Fengtian's true body isn't here. It's in the Saint Martial Emperor's underground palace. Su Mo said. Li Zhongjiu nodded. As they chatted, he noticed that there was a golden horn on the head of the skyward stone python. It looked a little out of place, as if it had been forcefully installed. It seems that the old man is still useful, Li Zhongjiu said. Although it was said that powerful strength could ignore everything, sometimes knowledge was also very important. If one could master knowledge, they would definitely be able to walk a different life. However, now wasn't the time to talk about it. Such a huge beast. The strength of this rock snake must be extremely terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyu opened her mouth in surprise when she saw the skyscraping rock snake. This guy's size was too terrifying. Moreover, she could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the skyscraping rock snake. Be careful. The strength of this rock snake has surpassed the primitive emperor realm. It's at least at the sovereign realm. The Sea Empress warned the two girls behind her. What? So powerful. The two women were shocked. Although they knew that the rock snake was powerful, they didn't expect it to be terrifying to this extent. Supreme Being Realm. A random rock snake had reached the Supreme Being Realm. It was impossible for anyone to continue searching for treasures. Even the Sea Empress was nervous when she faced the rock snake. This was because the Sea Empress herself did not have the confidence to defeat the rock snake in front of her. Fortunately, the worshipping giant python's gaze locked onto Su Mo after glancing at Hai Ho and the others. After all, it was Su Mo who had plucked the worshipping giant python's lotus and had alarmed the worshipping giant python. Of course, he was staring at Su Mo. Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. Being stared at by the giant python, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Go to the back. Li Zhongjiu signaled the two of them to step back. Immediately, his figure flashed and he rushed towards the worshipping giant python. The worshipping giant python roared and rolled its body towards Li Zhongjiu. If it encountered Li Zhongjiu would definitely be smashed to pieces. At least, that was the judgment of the worshipping giant python. The Sea Empress and the others were also very nervous as they watched the battle between Li Zhongjiu and the worshipping giant python. Even Zhang Xiaoyu was cursing Li Zhongjiu in her heart. She hoped that the worshipping giant python would swallow him alive. Anyway, he wouldn't be anything good. However, the next scene completely disappointed Zhang Xiaoyu. Li Zhongjiu directly blasted the worshipping giant python's head with a punch. The punch seemed to have the strength of millions of caddies. There was no resistance at all. The worshipping giant python's head exploded into pieces with a bang. Li Zhongjiu also grabbed a crystal core from within. Niden. The worshipping giant python's body circled half a circle in the air before it fell to the ground with a bang. Li Zhongjiu put the Niden into his bag. A fatal blow. Zhang Xiaoyu even suspected that the Sea Empress had made a mistake in her judgment. In fact, the giant python's strength wasn't that great. Otherwise, the giant python's bluff would make people mistakenly think that it was very strong. In fact, it was just an illusion or an illusion. If that wasn't the case, how could Li Zhongjiu defeat the giant python so easily? He only used one punch. Li Zhongjiu patted the dust off his body, then glanced at the Sea Empress and the other two not far away. Since the underground palace has been explored, we will leave first. You can walk around by yourselves. There's no rush. Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. In any case, she was someone who gave him so much money. Naturally, he had to be polite. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to come here to play next time. The Sea Empress also smiled and cupped her fists in return. Imperial tutor, please go ahead. If you have the chance to come to the Four Seas next time, I will definitely treat you with great hospitality. The Sea Empress said. I must let this thief taste my power. Xianxia added in her heart. Then, Li Zhongjiu and Su Mo sat on the scarlet flame bird and flew back in the direction of Qinggo City. In fact, when the Black Lotus was taken away, the underground palace was considered to be destroyed. All the essence was in the Black Lotus. Although it was said to be an extremely evil object, in fact, the Black Lotus was also a rare tonic in the human world. It was unknown how many years it had been sealed, but it finally grew to its current state. Since it was discovered by Su Mo, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't fight with her. With the Black Lotus, Su Mo's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Things like strength didn't distinguish between good and evil. Only the person who used it could say whether it was good or bad. Otherwise, one couldn't blame others for being too strong and say that they were bad people. Seeing Li Zhongjiu and the other two leave, the Sea Empress and the other two went down to investigate the situation of the rock snake. The rock snake's head was indeed smashed by a fist. The Niden that it had painstakingly cultivated was directly taken away by Li Zhongjiu and destroyed. Xianxia didn't believe it. She used the long spear in her hand to stab it a few times, but found that she had no way to break the rock snake's body defense. It was like a diamond that was difficult to penetrate. Even after death, its defense is still so strong. Xianxia was shocked. This time, she guessed that she had gone astray. Now that the Niden had been taken away, it meant that the rock snake had lost its power to protect its body. Relatively speaking, its power was weaker. Xianxia should be able to easily penetrate the python's body. Who knew that the rock snake's body was still indestructible? Take the rock snake's body away. It's also a good material for refining magic treasures. The Sea Empress said directly. From the contact just now, it could be seen that the strength of the rock snake was not to be underestimated. It was also a real sovereign realm expert. Li Zhongjiu actually had the strength to kill a sovereign realm expert. That's not right. That guy clearly didn't use Xian. He only used the strength of his body to achieve such an effect. The Sea Empress was shocked. What exactly was Li Zhongjiu's fist made of? It was too terrifying. Fortunately, when she had just arrived at Qinggo City, she didn't have any conflict with Li Zhongjiu. If she had a conflict with an expert like Li Zhongjiu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since there's nothing here for us, we'll immediately go to the other underground palaces to search. We can't let others take the lead. The Sea Empress said. Xianxia was also surprised and shocked. Then, she followed the Sea Empress and left the place. However, Xianxia still couldn't believe that Li Zhongjiu actually had such a terrifying strength. That guy only knew how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He was shameless. Even if he had such strength, he must have used some kind of magic treasure to achieve it. Whether he's really capable or not, we'll only know after we fight. Just you wait. Zhang Xiaoyu, won't take this lying down so easily. Zhang Xiaoyu thought to herself. Li Zhongjiu was even more unaware that he had offended Zhang Xiaoyu. He didn't do anything, so there was no need for her to do this. Li Zhongjiu and the others returned to Qinggo City. Tonight's trip was quite worthwhile. I'm sure you'll be in charge of dealing with the armored stone soldiers. Today, I'll help you refine this Black Lotus. Li Zhongjiu said. What's this? I don't know the exact name, but you can refine it and improve your strength. As long as you absorb all the power in the Black Lotus, you won't be far from my realm. Li Zhongjiu said. There were countless strange things born between heaven and earth. Li Zhongjiu had only cultivated for 3,000 years, but in fact, he only occupied a small corner of the long river of history. There were more powerful existences that Li Zhongjiu didn't know about. Although he didn't know what this thing was, Li Zhongjiu was sure that this thing must have something to do with the resurrection of the Saint Martial Great Emperor. Since it was the means of the Saint Martial Great Emperor, they couldn't be sure. As for the situation, they could only know when Li Zhongjiu reached the Saint Martial Great Emperor realm. Well, how do I refine it? Eat it directly? Su Mo didn't doubt him. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't come to harm her. There was no need for that. With Li Zhongjiu's cultivation, if he wanted to take her life, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Li Zhongjiu helped Su Mo many times. Obviously, he regarded Su Mo as a good friend. Hold this lotus with both hands, then summon your fiery glass flower. Immediately, the two of them sat cross-legged in the practice room. Li Zhongjiu sat behind Su Mo. Being in the same room as Li Zhongjiu inevitably made Su Mo a little nervous. After all, they were no longer the little kids in White Blaze Mountain. Now, the two of them had grown up a lot. Concentrate. Li Zhongjiu said. At this time, he didn't know what this girl was thinking. If this continued, it would be easy for something to happen. No matter how strong Li Zhongjiu was, it wouldn't help. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's reminder, Su Mo quickly collected her thoughts and stopped thinking about random things. At the same time, she blushed. Li Zhongjiu treated her as a brother, but she actually, thinking of this made Su Mo felt quite ashamed. When Su Mo focused his mind, he suddenly felt a surge of energy rapidly surging within his body. It was as if his palms were holding a surging ocean. Boundless yuan power surged within his palms. Under Li Zhongjiu's guidance, the energy within the Black Lotus was immediately drawn into Su Mo's body. Boom! Su's body was with the surging power. Activate your yuan formula. Li Zhongjiu's words were transmitted to Su Mo's mind. Immediately, Su Mo activated her yuan formula without hesitation and integrated the power into her body. The fire glass flower floating above her head was also strengthened by the power of the Black Lotus, as if it was placed in a very nutritious environment. This time, her strength was completely raised. Su Mo could even feel that her strength was increasing rapidly. Originally, she was only at the mid-stage of the Yuan Monarch realm, but her strength quickly broke through the late-stage Yuan Monarch realm and directly rushed towards the Yuan Emperor realm. Under the guidance of Li Zhongjiu, she didn't hesitate and directly broke through the barrier of the Yuan Emperor realm. Boom! Su Mo suddenly felt that the merit accumulated by her ancestors over the years seemed to have landed on her. She was too lucky to have broken through to the Yuan Emperor realm so easily. How could there be someone who could cheat so easily? Su Mo's Yuan force cultivation broke through to the third-grade Yuan Emperor realm. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to cultivate, and even geniuses would need at least a few decades. However, with the help of Director Li, Su Mo easily achieved it in just one night. This was simply unheard of. At dawn, Li Zhongjiu finally stored all the power in the Black Lotus into Su Mo's Dantian Sea of Qi. Next, Su Mo could only rely on himself to slowly refine it. The reason why it was stuck at this realm was because the fire glass flower had reached its limit. Your realm can't continue to increase because your Yuan spirit has reached its limit. Next, not only do you have to cultivate your Yuan force, but you also have to refine your Yuan spirit. Only when you are one with your Yuan spirit will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Li Zhongjiu said. Where did you learn all these skills? Su Mo was extremely excited. Li Zhongjiu in front of him was simply a monstrous existence. From the moment he met Li Zhongjiu, he knew that this guy was simply not an ordinary person. I learned it myself. Li Zhongjiu did learn it himself. He had never been a disciple of any sect. He had always roamed the Jianghu on his own with his saber and spear. No one could have predicted that such a bizarre thing would happen to him after he was reborn. You're leaving? Su Mo seemed to feel Li Zhongjiu's intention to leave. Sure enough, there was nothing that could stop Li Zhongjiu. Yes, I'm leaving now. Li Zhongjiu stood up and said. If Qi Yanran was in the untainted land, it was inevitable that she would be in danger. The dangers in the untainted land were not so simple. Even if he went there, he dared not say that he could escape unscathed. But for now, he still had the ability to protect himself. By the way, if you're in charge of pacifying these underground palaces, help me keep an eye on a person. He's my friend, Wang Jing. Li Zhongjiu said. Although Li Zhongjiu didn't know how Fatty Wang Jing was doing, he was sure that Fatty Wang Jing wouldn't die. Too many things had changed, and Li Zhongjiu wasn't sure if Wang Jing would be alright. However, Wang Jing would definitely have a hand in the things inside the underground palace. Therefore, he had to remind Su Mo that they should take care of each other when the time came. Wang Jing, right? Don't worry, I'll keep it in mind. A person who could be called a friend by Li Zhongjiu was certainly not an ordinary person. I'm leaving. After Li Zhongjiu finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly. If it was before, Su Mo would have found it difficult to notice Li Zhongjiu's departure. But now, at least he could feel that Li Zhongjiu's speed was extremely fast, and only a small wave was set off in the space. It was precisely because of his fast speed that it gave people the feeling that he had disappeared from the place. So fast. I didn't expect that I would also reach the primitive emperor realm. Su Mo was also very excited. He immediately clenched his fists and rushed out. He must find someone to test his moves. Otherwise, he would not know how to control his strength. After leaving Qinggo City, Li Zhongjiu directly flew into the sky. It was as though he had torn the heavens apart. In just a little over 10 minutes, he had already arrived above Luoxia City. He returned to the Li family. Recently, Luoxia City had also been attacked by the stone-armored people. However, with the defensive strength of Luoxia City, it wasn't a problem for them to defend. It was also a training ground for the soldiers. Hey, why are you here, kid? Li Tianqing saw that Li Zhongjiu had actually returned. This kid was simply like a ghost that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He was everywhere. I came back to prepare. I'm going to go on a long trip, said Li Zhongjiu. Then, he looked around the meeting room and saw that all the Li family members were present. Everyone put in a lot of effort in this battle because this was a good opportunity to make a name for themselves and build up their achievements. Therefore, they had to treat this as an opportunity. Normally, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to contribute to the family. Now, it was very easy for the Li family to do anything. As long as the Li family casually made something, someone would send money over. There was no challenge at all. It wasn't easy for such a thing to happen. Of course, they had to fight to be the first to perform. If they didn't perform well, they might be suppressed by others. Who would know how powerful they were? Send them out to patrol. Li Tianqing said. Alright, you guys continue. Li Zhongjiu nodded and then left hurriedly. Although it was very convenient to use mental strength to search, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation level already had a feeling of returning to one's original state. He didn't need to use any unnecessary moves. Then, he would try his best not to use them. In the Blackwater Forest, the Skyblaze Lion was stepping on a stone-armored person. Moreover, there were a few Yuan beasts behind him. These meta-beasts were all rank 6 meta-beasts. They were equivalent to the Origin Emperor realm. Any one of them was no weaker than the Skyblaze Python. There were a total of 3 meta-beasts following behind the Skyblaze Lion. These meta-beasts were all subdued by the Skyblaze Royal Lion. Of course, they had to take a good look around the huge Blackwater Forest. Sometimes, they were simply too bored. Hence, they would capture some meta-beasts to give them a good beating to exercise their muscles. Over time, most of these meta-beasts were the overlords of the surrounding area. But now, they were scared and were ordered around by the Skyblaze Lion all day. Suddenly, a figure landed behind the Skyblaze Lion. The 3 rank 6 meta-beasts immediately discovered the unfamiliar aura that had suddenly intruded. Who dared to barge into the territory of the Beast Emperor? Was simply seeking death. Immediately, a huge black bear stood up. With a roar, it swung its heavy bear paw at Li Zhongjiu's head. However, before the bear paw could land on Li Zhongjiu's head, it was kicked away by the Skyblaze Lion. The pitiful black bear rolled a few times on the ground. In the end, it could only pat the dust off its butt and stand up slowly. It felt extremely wronged. It was clearly protecting its boss, but it was still kicked away by him. In any case, it was once an Emperor realm expert. Why was it not given any face at all? The black bear naturally felt wronged. However, the Skyblaze lion did not care about this. It immediately crawled towards Li Zhongjiu and laid on the ground. It used its head to nudge Li Zhongjiu to show its submission. The three meta beasts at the side more or less had some spiritual intelligence. They could also tell that this weak person in front of them seemed to be their boss's boss. Follow me. Li Zhongjiu brought the Skyblaze lion to a large open space. The three meta beasts behind him also followed him eagerly. Li Zhongjiu glanced at them and ignored them. These meta beasts were strong, but their talents were ordinary. They could not enter Li Zhongjiu's eyes. Hence, Li Zhongjiu also ignored them. He did not have much interest in it. Anyway, the Skyblaze Lion Emperor was just for fun. This is the inner core of a sovereign meta beast. It is extremely powerful. Consume it and I will help you refine it. After refining it, you should be able to speak human language. Li Zhongjiu took out the inner core of the sky-soaring giant python. When the Niden was taken out, it immediately released an extremely alluring aura. The meta beast stared at it with their eyes wide open. It seemed like their boss's boss was really an incredible person. The Skyblaze lion was naturally wild with joy. It sat on the ground obediently and waited for Li Zhongjiu's next move. Li Zhongjiu directly threw the inner core to the Skyblaze lion. The Skyblaze lion could not wait to open its mouth and swallow the inner core in one gulp. Immediately, there was a surge of turbulent energy in the Skyblaze lion's body. Li Zhongjiu was already familiar with helping people refine things. That could increase their cultivation. Hence, this time, it was very easy and smooth for him to refine the inner core of the sovereign meta beast. With the Skyblaze lion's strength, it would not be a problem for it to refine it alone. However, it would take too much time. Li Zhongjiu could not wait until then. Hence, he helped the Skyblaze lion to refine the inner core. The three meta beasts nearby had envy in their eyes and saliva in their mouths. They sat on the ground blankly and looked at their boss's increasing aura with envy. Was it so blissful to be a boss? After 2 full days, the energy of the inner core was finally completely integrated into the Skyblaze lion's body. When the last bit of energy was completely integrated into the Skyblaze lion's body, the Skyblaze lion stood up angrily and roared. Roar! Along with the roar, a strong wave of energy burst out from its body. Li Zhongjiu immediately retracted his yuan power and flew into the distance. Only the Skyblaze lion was left standing on the ground. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, hide further away. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. At this moment, the three meta beasts came to their senses. No wonder they felt uneasy. They quickly ran into the distance and disappeared in a flash. They hid even further away than Li Zhongjiu. Their beastly nature was displayed without any concealment. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky. Terrifying thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. The clouds had already descended to a very low altitude. At this moment, one could clearly feel that all the living things in the black water forest were trembling. In front of the might of the heavens, they had no choice but to bow their heads and submit. Roar! A world-shaking will burst out from the Skyblaze royal lion's body and was released into the sky. It was like a terrifying aura had turned into a sharp sword and pierced the sky. The Skyblaze lion roared towards the sky, and all the other primordial beasts knelt down. The Skyblaze lion was fearless in the face of the raging lightning that fell from the sky. It rushed towards the lightning. Boom! In an instant, the entire black water forest was filled with lightning. The lightning and fire that fell in all directions were rolling. Within 100 meters of the Skyblaze lion, everything had turned into a pile of ashes. The 3 rank 6 primordial beasts were dumbfounded by the terrifying power. It was too terrifying. If it was them, they wouldn't even be able to withstand one strike of such divine lightning. If they were struck, they would probably be roasted. The Skyblaze lion had already withstood 9 consecutive strikes of lightning. At the last moment, a horn grew out from between its eyebrows. The horn pointed towards the sky. When the 10th strike of lightning fell, it was absorbed by the horn that had just grown out. The primordial beast's aura filled the entire area. The primordial beasts that were released knelt down in the direction of the Skyblaze Lion. The 3 primordial beasts also knelt down to show their submission. After the Skyblaze Lion released its majestic aura, it came back to Xianxia. "Greetings, Master." The Skyblaze Lion spoke in human language with a deep voice. Although its words weren't very clear, it could at least express its meaning clearly. "Your royal bloodline has also awakened, right?" Xianxia asked. Speaking of the bloodline awakening, the Skyblaze Lion was a little excited. At least the state of awakening was real. Instantly, it felt that its strength had increased by a lot. This was a great feeling for the Skyblaze Lion. At the same time, it had also obtained many ancient inheritances. It was no longer the Skyblaze Lion. It was a true primordial beast. His nickname was the Skyblaze Beast. This was also the name that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Skyblaze Lion's clan. The Skyblaze Lion naturally loved this nickname. Moreover, the Heavenly Blaze Beast sovereign strength had also broken through the supremacy realm and stepped into another level. It even had hopes of breaking away from the fate of the Origin Beast clan in the future and becoming an existence of a higher level. And all of this was because of the care of his master, Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he wouldn't have the fortune he had today. "I have to leave for a period of time. Help me look after Xianxia City. If there's even the slightest bit of damage, I'll come back and hold you accountable. If you perform well, I'll refine a form transformation pill for you and help you get rid of this Origin Beast body," Xianxia said. The refinement of the form transformation pill was also where Xianxia's pride lay in his previous life. God knows how many supreme primal beasts had begged for a form transformation pill from Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't care about these people at all. He didn't give them any chance at all. If they wanted Xianxia to help them, they would usually have to pay a huge price. After all, the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was nurtured by Xianxia, so it was only right for him to take care of it a little more. When he heard that there was still a chance for the form transformation pill, the inherited memories in his mind also told the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign that the form transformation pill was a wonderful thing. Countless prime beasts wanted to get their hands on one, but those who knew how to refine this pill were basically all dead. There was simply no way to get their hands on it. However, its master actually knew how to refine the form transformation pill. This was simply too great for the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. "Master, don't worry. With me around, Xianxia City will definitely not be harmed in the slightest." Although the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was a beast, it also understood how much blood Xianxia had poured into Xianxia City. Therefore, it naturally knew how important Xianxia City was to Xianxia. "Very good. Keep a close eye on these little brothers of yours. If anything happens, they won't be able to bear the consequences even if they die," Xianxia said faintly as he glanced at those meta-beasts. Clearly, these meta-beasts hadn't been subjected to mind control, so their bestial instincts were still preserved. However, they had chosen to submit to the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. Who knew when they would go crazy and sneak into Xianxia City to eat, kill, or cause harm? This was all very likely to happen. Naturally, Xianxia had his reasons for reminding the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. "Master, don't worry," the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign said as it lowered its head. Xianxia nodded. "Alright, I'll leave this place to you. I'm leaving." Xianxia didn't waste any more words. No matter how strong the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was, as long as it was under his mind control, it would have to obey Xianxia forever. Xianxia could help it become a beast sovereign, but he could also turn it into a corpse. "Boss, who is this?" Black Bear, who had been about to attack Xianxia, couldn't help but ask after Xianxia left. The other 2 meta-beasts also looked at the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign curiously. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The few of you, go and keep a lookout. If any person or beast dares to approach Xianxia City, capture them and bring them to me." The Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign spoke directly. However, the meta-beasts only roared. Clearly, they hadn't developed such high spiritual intelligence. A restriction was a restriction. They couldn't break free at all. Li Zongjiu also headed straight for the elemental wilderness. To reach the elemental wilderness, one had to pass through the east of the Xingyan dynasty. They had to pass through countless mata beast forests and traverse countless mountains and rivers. Li Zongjiu's speed wasn't simple. He was so fast that he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Boom! About 3 days later, a desert city appeared in front of him. Standing in the boundless wilderness of the desert, Li Zongjiu felt a sense of melancholy when he saw the city. He had never felt this kind of melancholy before. To Li Zongjiu, returning to this place was also a place full of memories. I'm finally back. Li Zongjiu walked into the desert city. There was a violent sandstorm everywhere. This was a city formed by the experts of the desert. Many people who wanted to go to the elemental wilderness had to replenish their supplies here. Many things from the elemental wilderness were also sold here. As long as one left the desert city, it would be another world. The desert city would also become a front line. In the past, Li Zongjiu had offended many people and made many enemies in the desert city. However, that was the cause and effect of his previous life. In this life, as long as they didn't hurt Li Zongjiu's family, he could pretend that nothing had happened. The desert city was controlled by the 4 big families. There was a special phenomenon in Desert City, which was that no one knew if someone had a treasure on them. It was possible to obtain an extremely precious item from an inconspicuous person. Therefore, no one in the city could be underestimated. At the same time, one had to keep an eye on the people coming and going on the road. Killing and robbing were extremely common in this kind of place. As long as the other party suspected that you had a treasure on you, they would not hesitate to take you somewhere and kill you. They would rather kill the wrong person than let you go. One should not show off one's wealth. One had to deeply understand this principle here. If one was not confident in one's own strength, then one should not show off one's wealth carelessly. Other places might have the protection of the imperial court, but here, even if one died in a corner, one would not be discovered until many years later. Moreover, no one would know who one was. Li Zongjiu stepped into Desert City, and a group of people came up to him. They were all wearing silk cloaks that dissipated heat and resisted heat waves. This kind of cloak was a good thing for passers-by. If one's cultivation was not enough, it would not take long for one to be directly dried out in the desert. Little brother, this must be your first time here. Bring a special sunscreen cloak with you. I guarantee that you'll feel as cool as taking a stroll by the lake. The surrounding heat won't be able to invade you at all. The people who came up to Li Zongjiu actually started to promote their cloaks. However, he had seen this kind of thing many times before. They were not sincere in selling things. A sunscreen cloak like this could not be worth much. What they really cared about was the strength that one displayed when making a move. If one was not careful and exposed their wealth, or if one's own whereabouts were discovered, then one would be a big fat sheep for them. The Mo family, one of the 4 major families in Desert City, was the best at doing this kind of shady business. They controlled all the lifelines in Desert City. The 4 major families were more like 4 tyrants, firmly entrenched in Desert City. If you don't have enough ability, your fate is basically sealed after you enter the city. However, those who came to Desert City were basically prepared. At the very least, they had done their homework and knew where this place was. That was why they came. Just like how the retired soldiers of the Xingyan dynasty would come here in groups, they naturally didn't dare to provoke such people. When the time came, it was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. No need, Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand and pushed the person in front of him dozens of meters away. He couldn't be too low-key either. If he was targeted, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Li Zongjiu used a few tricks to force these people back. Immediately, the few of them understood that the strength of the young man in front of them was not simple. Moreover, he was deeply aware of the tricks in the city. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke such a person. Young hero, please go ahead. After Li Zongjiu left, they reported this person's situation to their superiors. Boss, this kid is a little arrogant, isn't he? A few people who had just joined couldn't help but say. In the past 2 days, they had dealt with a lot of people and gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, when they saw a new face, they inevitably felt a little excited and wanted to imitate him. However, just now, their boss directly asked Li Zongjiu to leave, which made them a little puzzled. What do you know? How many times have I told you that you can't judge a person by his appearance? This is Desert City. Even a 3-year-old child has the strength to kill a Yuan monarch. It's absolutely not surprising. Didn't you see that guy's expression and attitude just now? He wasn't curious about Zhuo Wei's things at all. His gaze was firm. Obviously, it's not his first time in Desert City. The aura on his body is so calm. The temperature around our desert city is much higher than ordinary places. However, there isn't the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi on his body, nor is there the slightest trace of sweat. How can such a person be simple? While he was analyzing, the burly man's heart was also nervous. In fact, he had not thought of so many details just now. Only when he really recalled it did he understand that Li Zongjiu, who he had just met, seemed to be really terrifying. The people below felt their scalps tingle when they heard their boss's explanation. However, there were still some people who did not take it seriously. They thought that Li Zongjiu was just a child and could not be very powerful. Don't act recklessly. Report this person to the family head. The burly man had a very keen insight into such a person. When he saw Li Zongjiu, he knew that this guy was definitely not simple and had to pay attention to him. The reason Li Zongjiu came to Desert City was because of this. It was also to search for information. In Desert City, the Gu family was in charge of the information business. Even the Rain Tower had no way of doing business in Desert City. They relied on the wilderness and who knew how many experts there were. If they rashly angered an unknown expert, there might be irreversible consequences. When that happened, it would be too late for regrets. The Gu family had set up an information exchange hall in Desert City called the Desert Eagle. Here, information could be disseminated at will and precious information could be exchanged between each other. Within the range of the Desert Eagle, it was guaranteed that one's information could be exchanged safely. However, after leaving, there was no guarantee. Of course, there was also a very expensive transaction fee. Almost every transaction was at a sky-high price. Of course, there would also be various kinds of information that would be publicized. If one wanted to buy specific information, they would also have to pay a fee. It was the same as the Rain Tower's business, but the range of the Desert Eagle was the entire wilderness. Of course, the Desert Eagle, which had been painstakingly developed, was not that simple. Li Zongjiu directly walked into the Desert Eagle. In the huge hall, there were all kinds of people sitting in a disorderly manner. There were even many people waiting at the entrance. A day trip to the outer ring of the wilderness only costs 3,000 purple yuan. A group of 10 people. Now, we are short of 3 people. Little brother, do you want to get in the car? We can set off immediately. We have absolute armed forces to protect you. A short, thin man came in front of Li Zongjiu. Without waiting for Li Zongjiu to refuse, he had already started to introduce his business in detail. However, Li Zongjiu did not say anything. He directly swept past the thin man and walked towards a service window. The skinny man wanted to chase after Li Zongjiu and question him. There was a price to pay for being rude in Desert City. However, when he saw the direction Li Zongjiu was heading, he stopped in his tracks and did not continue forward. This is the kid's first time here. He actually has the guts to go to that window. Thinking of the services provided by the window, of course, the price included, the thin man's heart trembled slightly. He did not dare to continue to disturb him. It would not be long before he was thrown out. I want to collect information. Li Zongjiu walked in front of the window and said indifferently. Behind the window of the counter, a pair of slender legs wearing leather boots casually rested on the table. She was flipping through the Desert City's Desert Daily. This thing was also published by the Desert Eagle. Its purpose was to collect a day's worth of fresh information and then distribute it free of charge. Sometimes, there would be some information left on it. Naturally, people would come looking for it. Such an idea was simply brilliant. For example, there was a piece of information recorded in the Desert Daily. Yesterday, a turquoise water spiritual snake appeared in the outer ring of the wilderness. This turquoise water spiritual snake was a growth type rank 7 spiritual beast. Supreme level. Of course, they did not dare to have such thoughts about the turquoise water spiritual snake. However, after the news of the turquoise water spiritual snake, there would be the appearance of grade 8 spiritual herbs. The existence of this grade 8 spiritual herb was enough to attract many people to come to the Desert Eagle in search of information about the jade water spiritual snake. In this way, wouldn't there be enough customers to come to the Desert Eagle? Most of the people who were present today were here for specific information about the turquoise water spiritual snake. If you want to buy information, go to the hall. This is not a place for you to come. The owner of the pair of slender legs did not even put down the newspaper in her hands. She spoke so arrogantly that she did not even intend to look at the person in front of her. I want to find everything, including information about the Peacock Deity Palace. Li Zhongjiu ignored the other party's drive and continued speaking. Whoever can provide useful information will be rewarded with elixirs. Li Zhongjiu directly placed a bottle of elixirs on the window. You only have 3 days. If you have any information, come and inform me directly. After Li Zhongjiu placed the bottle of elixirs on the table, he turned and left. This arrogance made Gu Wei frown. She immediately put down the newspaper in her hands. When she looked over, she found that Li Zhongjiu had already disappeared. On the table, there was a porcelain bottle. Just from the looks of it, the cost of this porcelain bottle was not cheap. The patterns on the surface were not easy to buy. This was a special elixir bottle. Gu Wei immediately opened the elixir bottle. She was immediately shocked by the contents of the bottle. End of chapter 12:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.